Spiritual Diary. By Emanuel Swedenborg. Note. There is no public domain translation of the first volume of this work. So the text presented here begins with the second volume. Spiritual Diary by Emanuel Swedenborg. Originally written from 1747 to 1765. Volumes 2 and 3, n. 1539 to 4544, translated by George Bush and John H. Smithson, 1883. Volume 4, n. 4545 to 5659, translated by George Bush and James F. Buss, 1889. Volume V, n. 5660 to 6110, translated by George Bush and James F. Buss, 1889. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit completeaudiobooks.com for more quality content. 1539 to 1550. 1539. Concerning the inhabitants of the earth, Mars spirits appeared in front to the left, who were said to be from the earth Mars, and who declared themselves to be holy. Not that they were holy, in themselves, but the Lord, who is the only good, is their holiness. 1540. As to the life of the inhabitants of that earth, I heard that they live in societies, but not under governments, the societies being such that they perceive immediately from the face, eyes, and speech, thus externally. Whether they are among true associates, whom they thus recognize, and to whom they adjoin themselves, so as out of many to make one. In this manner they know how to choose such companions for themselves as are congenial in temper and thought, in which they are very rarely deceived, they become friends forthwith. Yet they feel no aversion to others, as no such feeling as aversion or hatred exists among them, but conjunction according to states of mind, and by means of external things. 1541. So far as external mediums are concerned, knowledge, of each other, is acquired from the face, especially the province about the eyes. And also from their speech, which is distinguished from that of others by not being sonorous like the speech of the inhabitants of our earth, but by being a kind of tacit speech, formed by means of a more subtle atmosphere, which is directed towards the mouth, and enters there, and thus, passes, through the eustachian tube. This tube, it appears, is their organ of hearing. One of them spoke with me in this kind of speech, that I might know something of its nature. It entered through the lips, the fibers of which are disposed to a diverse receptivity, and thus penetrated through the fallopian tube, and thus upwards. It was perspicuously perceived, and is much fuller and more perfect than a language addressed to the ear, inasmuch as it conveys at once a greater variety of ideas. 1542. Their consociations, or social gatherings, are delightful, from the interest taken in the things transpiring in their societies and those also which occur in heaven. They moreover worship our Lord alone, because he is the very good. 1543. They are also in an angelic or exceedingly great body, constituting, or representing, that which is called thought. And they bear an exceedingly strong resemblance to the most ancient church, which is described under the person of Adam, while abiding in its state of beatitude. 1544. Their societies are various, which is evident from the fact that every member can be associated with his like, and thus through that earth is constituted, as it were, a common angelic society of heavenly interiors, with variety. And yet with discrimination, as they perceive the interiors of their associates by means of their exteriors. Consequently not in the mode common to spirits and angels, to wit, through a sphere of ideas, for as they form a judgment according to their perception, so do souls and spirits from externals. 1545. Their faces were seen by me, though they were themselves unwilling to show them, but eventually the manifestation was made. The face, below the nose, is black, not bearded, and yet black. The upper part is yellowish, not unlike the hue of the men of our earth who are not wholly white. This blackness, which extends towards the region of the ears, is in the place of a beard, thus from a similar cause in nature, and of equivalent representative import, as far as that part is concerned. 1546. They subsist upon different kinds of pulse, as also upon a certain round fruit which springs up immediately from the ground, not to mention the fruits of trees. 1547. They wear clothing also, but from what material they form their garments, whether from wool, or from cotton, or from leaves, or from the fibers of bark agglutinated by a certain species of gum, which they affirm, they do not care to be explicit, saying it is a matter of no consequence. 1548. Those among them who begin to cherish sinister thought thereby dissociate themselves from the rest, who are unable to remain in their society. Consequently they are left to abide alone in rocky caverns, uncared for by their former companions. There are, however, certain societies which endeavor by various persuasives to work upon such persons and compel them to return to a better state of mind, but still it is a species of dissociation. And so long as they do not become satisfied as to their conversion, or whether having once lapsed they will so remain, they do not openly speak of their condition. The sole reason of this is because they have not a confirmed hope of their repentance, of which they have no assurance from their actual conduct. 1549. One of the inhabitants was represented to me as if with his face in heaven, and his body on the earth. They constitute or represent, therefore, that in man which is called thought. 1550. They spoke of fires, saying that they know how to make fluid fires. 1749, March 19. 1550_1/2. One of the spirits of Mars who was with me, and who was a subject of others, drew back the superior frontal part of my head towards the back part, signifying thus the character of their thought. That it was not so much of the cerebrum as of the cerebellum or will, implying, however, that they act not from their own will, but from the fear of the Lord. Accordingly this drawing back of the head, and indeed of the whole body, took place. 1748, September 25. 1551 to 1600. 1551. Concerning the signification of a pit, and of the difference between the spiritual and the celestial mode of fellowship. In order that I might know the signification of Joseph's being cast into a pit, Putius examined to see whether the reading be fovea, and thence drawn out by the Israelites. And how it happened that none of them except Reuben knew where he was, I was instructed as follows. Examine how far these things agree. 1552. Being in vision I spoke with spirits, of whom some said they wished to have me in their company. Accordingly, after some little delay I was in consort with genii or celestial spirits, and I then disappeared from the spiritual with whom I had previously been. These, not knowing whither I had withdrawn, sought me, saying that they knew not where I was. I was in fact in company with the genii, and while in that state they, the spiritual, seemed to disappear, although I was nearby, and heard them speaking, and seeking me. 1553. When I thus disappeared from sight, they supposed, as is usual with them, that I had fallen into a pit, and when they sought me there they let down a pole suspended crosswise from a rope. Supposing that when they withdrew it the person who was to be drawn up would be found sitting upon the pole. But as there was no one seen in this case sitting in that position, they said that he was not there, seeking solicitously in the meantime to find where I was. They were then in their representatives, which were like dreams, because not in the life of fellowship with me. 1554. From the pit there issued, as it were, black spirits, and the pit was filled with water to its mouth, it being to appearance like any other pit on the earth. 1555. It hence appears that when anyone comes from the company of spirits to that of genii, he seems to the spirits to have escaped, such is the difference. I wished to say to them that I was near, but they could not hear. 1556. The mode of acting of the genii when in company with others is soft, gentle, and tacit, like the pulsations of the heart. 1557. Hence it may be inferred what was represented by Joseph's being let down into the pit and drawn up again. For the things related in the word correspond to similar things which occur in heaven. 1748, March 19. 1558. Concerning the infidelity of Christians. In the presence of many spirits, and, as I think, of Mahomet also, I was thinking with myself, that is, was tacitly saying to myself, for my thought is a kind of speech. How wonderful it is that in the other life so few of those who were called Christians inquire for the Lord, while others who were the votaries and worshippers of men, nay, of devils, seek out the objects of their earthly idolatry, and pay their homage even there. Which is evident from the case of those who inquire for Mahomet, for Abraham, for Jacob, for Moses, or whoever else were the idols acknowledged. But I was informed in reply that evil spirits and devils have a perception and sensation of whatever is divine, regarding it with aversion and hatred, and consequently striving against it both in the life of the body, and after leaving the body. While in regard to what agrees with their dominant state or is diabolical, the case is quite the reverse, which, by the way, affords abundant evidence that the Lord is God and ruler of the universe. 1748, March 19. How it is that the minds of the inhabitants of this world are in communion. This being in communion results from what has been revealed respecting the inhabitants of the earths of this system, namely, that those of the planet Venus and of our earth are such as constitute or represent corporeal things and the appetencies connected with them, thus also terrestrial and lower worldly things. Consequently they are those who rule the external senses. In like manner the spirits of the earth Jupiter represent rational ideas, for they live free from care, as it concerned those things that pertain to the bodily senses. They are, so to speak, a sort of ground in which things interior and inmost are sown, for without an interior rational idea those things which are still more interior and intimate are not inseminated. It is also a characteristic of ideas originating in the outward senses, that they prompt to vocal utterance. The spirits of the earth Saturn correspond to interior sense, or reason, the spirits of the earth Mercury to knowledges. The spirits of the earth Mars to thought. 1559. That more things may be comprehended in a spiritual idea than it is possible to believe. A spiritual idea is that by which a man, while he lives as a spirit, and thus separated, as it were, from the body, acts and thinks. That ideas of this kind are, as was said before, more full and more perceptive of things, is evident from the fact, that by means of a spiritual idea it can be known and perceived to the life how the case is in regard to man's non-ability to think. Much more to act of himself anything that should not be sin, even while he intends good, as, for instance, his own conversion in self-moved repentance, how all this may be done, and yet there may be sin, not only in the general act, but in the minutest particulars. All this, I say, may be set forth and shown most vividly to a spiritual idea. This has been shown to me at different times when I have supposed that I thought in this way and not in that, because the one way was lawful, right, and best, and the other not. Thus I supposed, but still I perceived that it was sin, because it was from myself. Thus, for instance, when I would convert myself to the Lord, and thus apply to myself any species of good, as the good of faith, the good of obedience, the good of what is commended in the Word. Yet I still perceived that there was sin in the singular and most singular items of the act, so that, it was clear that, there is nothing in man but what is vile and polluted. Being inwardly moved, even to a degree of indignation, at not being able to do anything of good, the spirits also were in like manner indignantly affected, saying that thus they did not know what good they could do, however much it might be commanded. 1560. From this the conclusion evidently follows that there is nothing good in man, but all good is of the Lord, and that man cannot arrogate to himself aught of good, still less of faith. And yet that this itself is a point of faith, and when recognized as such the ability is in some measure granted. For when I thought for myself also that this was the Lord's gift, and that I was to leave it to him to work good within me, I saw, that this also was sin, because from myself. Wherefore whichever way man turns himself from, or of himself there is sin, consequently all good is of the Lord. But inasmuch as this fact cannot be perceived except by a spiritual idea separated from the body, I can easily perceive how incredible it should appear to men. But that such is actually the case I can affirm in the strongest manner. 1748, March 20th. 1561. As often, therefore, as man reflects within himself that he thinks good, or does good, it comes from his proprium, thus from a certain self-love, cupidity, and appetite. What he thus attributes to himself under these promptings, there is sin in every particular of it. The good, therefore, which is imparted by the Lord is wrought within him while he does not reflect from himself upon it. That is, while man remains ignorant of it, according to the Lord's word, that man is regenerated, he himself being unaware of the process. 1562. Concerning a common, or general, idea into which flowed the distinct ideas of others. Being in a common, or general, idea, which was, as it were, the idea of all, without determination to anything definite, there appeared to me an idea, which I am unable to describe. Inasmuch as it is only in the spiritual world that such an idea can be perceived. It may exist, indeed, with some men, in this world, but it is not perceived. Into this idea there flowed the particular or singular ideas of spirits, which I understood with considerable distinctness in general, remaining myself meanwhile in a general idea. In this way singular ideas from others would flow in, and I could understand them. It was said to me that such is the idea of certain spirits. 1748, March 20th. Hence it may appear that general ideas are in themselves distinct from singular ones, and yet the singular exist in the general, though singulars do not know that they are in the general. This general idea was not sufficiently determinate for singular things to apply themselves to it. 1563. Concerning bodily appetite. There are spirits who constitute what is called appetite, even that of the body. These appetites are various, as of eating, drinking, etc., since it is well known that man is prompted by a certain craving to enjoy the luxury of baths, of fine clothing, and the like. 1564. A certain spirit was so goaded by a longing for a linen undergarment, that he said he could scarcely live if I did not put one upon him. And when invested with it he had such a delight as nothing could surpass, and prayed that he might be left to enjoy his pleasure undisturbed. 1565. As to sense, however, as of touch, he said he did not possess it, so that while appetite pertains to spirits, sense or sensation belongs to man. I asked him whether he had a sensation together with mine when I touched the linen for which he so much longed. He said that he had no sensation himself, but he perceived that I had. 1566. There are spirits, therefore, who are called appetites, with which some are so inflamed that they can scarcely restrain themselves. Such spirits are of manifold genus and species, for the objects of appetite are innumerable, some of which are corporeal, or pertaining to the body, while cupidities are of the mind. Such spirits are called appetites, because they make man to crave, or excite his appetites, whence they have their delights, but sensation is proper to the man only. 1567. Such spirits have derived that peculiarity from their life in the body, inasmuch as they have cherished a craving desire for certain bodily things. 1568. For the sake of distinction, in the use of terms, appetite, or to crave, is predicated of the body, cupidity, or to covet, of the mind, while earnest desire, or to desiderate, pertains to the interior or rational mind. To be willing is of the still more interior mind, while to be affected, though the term is often employed in other connections, is properly to be understood only of the inmost. 1748, March 20th. 1569. Of the spirits which constitute the province of the small cutaneous glands. There are spirits who, while they wish to know anything, say some that it is thus, others that it is thus, and so one after another, and while they are speaking they observe whether what they say flows freely. without any check or spiritual resistance, in which case they take it for granted that their views are correct. This is a common occurrence with certain classes of spirits, to wit, speaking as if they knew, when yet the fact is not so, nor do they know how it is. Others, again, do not take such positive ground, but observe, as was said, whether there is any spiritual repugnance, and thus an obstruction in the flow, from which they conjecture, and say that it is not so. For while it flows freely they suppose that it is of course from heaven or the Lord, inasmuch as there is nothing there which is contrarious, but all is accordant. 1570. These are they who constitute the small cutaneous glands, of which there is a twofold kind, one with sensation, another without. Those with sensation are such as explore, from their own utterance and diction, whether the thing is so, just as the little glands examine whether the substances that come in contact with them are such as they may admit. The others who are without sensation are such as deal in affirmation, and supposing the case to be thus, and so do not scruple to assent with a kind of audacity. 1571. There are such in the life of the body, persons who desire to know everything, whether it concern them or not, as, for instance, what is going on elsewhere, in societies, or among particular acquaintances, which they are prompted to relate to others. They are thus, a kind of gossiping, informers, of whom some doubtingly, others confidently, throw out and scatter their reports. There are vast numbers, whole cohorts, of such characters. 1572. Such is the nature of those who preside over the province and function of the glands, and such is also the correspondence of their interiors and exteriors with these organs. 1573. Concerning those who are inordinately devoted to domestic cares. I saw a kind of small habitation considerably low down under the left foot a little in front, in which was a large chamber furnished with utensils, which, however, I did not see. The chamber led into a long hall, according to a common construction, and through the hall there went a woman of small stature and deformed person. 1574. Upon my inquiring the meaning of these things it was replied that such as were excessively devoted to domestic cares in the life of the body occupied this kind of habitations, and that they still remain engrossed by their wanted cares. It was also said that they are, for the most part, from the inferior classes of the people, consisting often of old women, who, although these cares do not pertain to them, yet still assume them, neglecting, like Martha, the better things, such as pertain to faith. 1574_1/2. They appear small from being in a low place, and deformed because such is the effect of the cares. 1575. How representations descend from the heavens. I saw a certain garden of large extent and embellished with shaded walks, in which the trees, as I was informed, were adorned with leaves, but without fruits. I inquired how the spirits could produce these and similar representations which are so frequent among them. 1576. I perceived that the angels of the interior heaven, while they are in their ideas, and, as it were, in parables, have inserted into these ideas corresponding objects or scenery, by which their ideas are aided. These things, when they are conveyed down among spirits, are immediately formed by them, according to their fantasies, into new representations on a larger scale, retaining, however, the idea of the angelic society, though modified by their own. Thus the original idea grows into a representation. 1577. A similar process of growth or expansion takes place when an idea passes from a more interior, intimiori, to a more exterior, interius, heaven, one although unconsciously to the recipients. For in the exterior, interiori, heaven are certain natural elements, to which their ideas adhere, and which govern their form. In the heaven of spirits, or the spiritual world, the same things become material, thus growing, as it were, from a soul into bodies, and these bodies enlarge themselves according to the forms, qualities, and states of the societies concerned. 1578. The same thing holds good of other representations also, as those, for instance, which are of the animal kingdom, and those, too, which pertain to terrestrial objects, as woods, fields, rivers, mountains. Of all which the souls, so to speak, are to be sought in the interior, intimate, and inmost sense. For from the celestial, which is the soul, is formed the spiritual, from the spiritual the natural, from the natural the material, of the threefold kingdom, the mineral, vegetable, and animal. 1579. Concerning those who forecast the future, and are solicitous respecting it. While asleep there was presented to my view a wooden house with a roof but without windows, in the third story of which were certain persons who, when I would fain come to them bypassing over a bridge, refused to admit me. Whereupon, being cast down, I attempted to climb up, not by ropes, but by twisted threads, along certain small interstices in the wall, which I used for the purpose of lifting myself up that I might succeed in a second attempt to reach the third story, though the attempt was attended with danger of falling. I still was not able to ascend whither I wished. On awaking I heard that another also was desirous of mounting to the same loft, concerning whom it was repeatedly said, now he enters, to wit, by an entrance under the roof. Those who dwelt there were unwilling to admit any one, and they were moreover said to dwell upon the roofs. 1580. Upon my inquiring who these were, or whom they represented, it was said that they were those who in their lifetime were prone to vaticinate concerning things to come, and again that those who are anxious for the morrow, and do not trust to the Lord's providence, seem to themselves to inhabit such houses, and indeed to dwell upon the roofs, and also in a dark story under the roofs, Merca I winden, too, while the house appears to be constructed of wood, and without windows. In the place of windows there are unclosed apertures, and those who would fain resemble the inmates scale the walls in the manner described, viz. by means of twisted threads or fascicles of such threads, and at the same time with much peril. 1581. That falsities hypothetically assumed are sometimes confirmed to such a degree that those who do it do not know what the truth is, and thus are unwilling to know. Let one fact be taken for an example. Spirits partly erring and partly malignant assumed a hypothetical position, viz. the falsity that a spirit could enter into the body of a man, and thus live corporeally. This they were prompted to affirm solely from the fact that a spirit with man thinks that he is the man. But when I asserted that such was not the case they were unwilling to pay any attention to the reasons, which I adduced, for having once assumed in theory the falsity, they were intent upon confirming it. When the fact is, that as the spirit then thinks, apprehends, and wills in like manner with the man, and the appropriate acts follow, the spirit therefore supposes that he is the man. But this does not last long. It only holds in those states, of the parties, which are analogous. 1582. Moreover, that a spirit should be able to pass into the body of another, and live in that body, is at once absurd and impossible, for the consequence would be that the form of one would be changed into that of another. The interior substances of the man would be entirely emptied out, and the substances of another applied, in their stead, to the fibers and vessels. While at the same time all that which had contracted a nature in the life of the body and been wrought into obedience to its proper form, would be assumed. 1583. That the qualities of spirits can be known at once by those who are interior, or who constitute an internal sense. A certain spirit, who would fain arrogate merit to himself from his acts and his doctrine in the world, proceeding to a great distance in front, came to those who constitute the internal sense or to the spirits of the earth Saturn, and said that he was nothing, and that he was desirous of serving them. But at his very first approach, they replied that, they saw that, he wished to be great, and that they being small could not be with the great, thus intimating how much he arrogated to himself. 1584. From this it is obvious that the quality of a spirit may at once disclose itself to the, above-mentioned, internal sense. There is a sphere, as it were, of spiritual effluvia which exhale, and produce a perception of the life of one's mind. This sphere I recollect myself to have perceived, and it has rarely, if ever, deceived me. 1585. Nor need this appear wonderful when a shrewd and intelligent man is aware from the face, speech, and actions of another of what quality he is, whether stimulated or sincere, and many other things, which are manifest to a man's internal sense. How much more perfect then must this power be with spirits, whose faculty of perceiving things of this kind so far transcends that of men, and with whom the quality of another spirit is at once revealed even from his mute presence alone, and much more from his speech. The manifestation which is from presence only I have often perceived. 1586. The spirit was made to pass into another state, in which he could reflect upon his life, and see himself as it were, in a glass, and he then confessed that he beheld himself deformed, defiled, overflowing with vilenesses, even to the point of utter self-loathing. In this manner spirits can be carried, as it were, out of themselves, or into themselves, and thus made to know themselves. 1748, March 20th. 1587. That the privilege of conversing with spirits and angels might be common and appropriate to man. Man was so created that he might hold interaction with spirits and angels, and thus heaven and earth be conjoined. Such was the case in the most ancient church, such in the ancient, and in the primitive also there was a perception of the Holy Spirit. Such was the case with the inhabitants of other earths, concerning which I have spoken before. For man is man because he is a spirit, with this only difference, that the spirit of man on the earth is encompassed with a body on account of its functions in the world. That heaven and earth are now separated, as respects our planet, arises from the fact that the human race has here, in the process of time, passed from internals to externals. 1748, March 20th. 1588. That certain ones in heaven call this earth a putrid well. When discoursing concerning a plurality of worlds, and, suggesting, that the inhabitants of this earth were too few to constitute the universal kingdom of the Lord, I perceived that this earth was called a well of stagnant water. 1748, March 20th. 1589. He that is led by the Lord is blameless. A man although foul and polluted with defilements, yet while led by the Lord is exempt from blame. For whatever of truth and good he thinks, speaks, and acts is of the Lord, and whatever of false and evil of the devil, for man then knows that he does nothing of himself. 1745, March 20th. 1590. It may be inferred that while one is impelled by evil spirits to thinking or doing evil, he then consents or is in concert with them, but the Lord takes care to prevent his being associated with them in perpetrating or thinking evils. 1591. He who is not led by the Lord not only acts in concert with evil spirits, but he also excites evil spirits to act in that manner, because he believes his cupidities and cogitations to be his own. But whoever is led by the Lord, he is excited by evil spirits, and yet the Lord so acts that he shall not consent. Such also is the faith of those who are led by the Lord. 1592. Evil spirits make no account whatever of such a man, and so speak of him, nor do they know otherwise. They hold him as a kind of dead instrument, for effecting their purposes, which they deduce from the fact that they suppose themselves to be the man. On other related points they are ignorant because they are not in true faith, for they believe no otherwise than that life is the special prerogative, proprium, of a spirit. And when this is affirmed, they suppose that the Lord is the cause of evil, when yet this comes from their form, which is properly theirs. But the form is merely organic, being in itself destitute of all life, and merely fashioned that life might actuate it, and because forms are such, they cannot, although they would, think otherwise, for faith is the gift of the Lord alone. Consequently the perception which is of faith. 1593. That a spirit when taken up into heaven is taken away, as it were, from other spirits. Distance, in the spiritual world, exists according to interior states, as the more interior spirits are, in comparison with others, the more distant they are. Apparent distance is another thing. When spirits are taken up into heaven they seemingly disappear altogether from other spirits, although they are in fact present to them, and lead them. I was, in my interiors, in some small degree in heaven, which I perceived from the angelic choirs. And though I did not understand these choral exercises, yet I perceived that my interiors were in heaven. I then heard spirits inquiring for me, and saying, He is not here, being ignorant where I was. During this time they spoke from material ideas, such as belong to the memory of material things, particularium, thus vocally. And thus, it was shown, that I might be intimately present, even in their speech, and yet they not know it. 1594. Concerning an execrable rabble roving through heaven. There is a throne of spirits wandering through heaven, who know not whence they are, though they say they are from the stars or the starry worlds. They come flocking in troops and seek to seduce spirits, with some of whom they succeed. 1595. They are not content with the things which they comprehend, or which are adapted to their comprehension, but they are fain to penetrate the deepest arcana, like some on the earths who are never satisfied to know what faith, charity, and the fruits of faith are, and how men ought to live. But they burn to penetrate divine mysteries, not the inmost, but the supreme, namely, the nature of the union of the Son and his Father. 1596. This crowd is detestable, for they insinuate into the minds of spirits such things as it is not allowable to write, lest offense should thereby he ministered to the inconsiderate multitude. But they are such as relate to the union between the Son and his Father, which they make visible by impious representations, thus seeking to compass divine things by a material sense. 1597. But being of such a quality, their motive in doing this is, that when they have succeeded in seducing the man or spirit, they may be able to say that he belongs to them. For while they are perverting his faith, they know that they are alienating the man from the Lord, wherefore with some, after having overcome them by persuasions, they assert a right to them, and make themselves their lords. 1598. The mode of representation which they employ in effecting this seduction is various. As, for instance, that they make their subjects pass under their feet, from the back to the front part of the body, then taking hold of them, turning them round, throwing them down upon their backs, like captives to be stripped and spoiled, and then going away. Others, however, adopt other modes. 1599. By means of representations addressed to the external senses, they show how the Son and the Father converse together in the manner of men, and the like, which are abominable. 1600. They are accordingly such as endeavor to comprehend inmost and supreme mysteries by their mere external power of apprehension. 1601–1650. 1601. I said to them when they would fain have induced their genius upon me, that it was sufficient to know what the Lord taught, to wit, that he was one, that he who sees the Son sees the Father, that the Son alone is the door, that he is the way, that he is the mediation or mediator, that he alone is the intercession or intercessor between the human race and the Father himself. And again, that he is our Father, and that no other is to be thought of than he, because he alone is the mediation, that these things are sufficient, and that it is useless to go deeper into mysteries. March 21, 1748. 1602. Concerning philosophy, both as useful and as useless, certain spirits suppose that everything which bears the name of philosophy was to be utterly rejected, perhaps for the reason that as philosophy or human wisdom is condemned, in general, so the terms also which savor of philosophy. And in order that they might make me know how much they abominated philosophy, they represented a wild boar, Will Swin, 3, sprinkled with blood on his back, and would have it that I was such. Because I had interspersed philosophical terms, in my writings, or had formed ideas after a philosophical fashion. 1603. But they were instructed that my philosophical works were nothing else than certain ideas pronounced in simpler terms, as when I speak of subject and object, and what each signifies. As, for instance, that the predicates or the things which are predicated ought to be applied to that which is signified by the subject. As when something in the prophets is treated of, it can be applied to a certain article of faith, to the more interior mind of man, to interior things in general, to the church, to heaven. Thus whatever is there assumed, or understood, is called subject, and the other things that are said and are applicable are called predicates, so that the predicates are to be applied to the subject. The same thing might be otherwise expressed without the use of such words, in like manner be understood, and afterwards announced, wherefore they are only true ideas, which are comprehended under formulas and terms of this nature. It is in fact a certain kind of philosophical speech, but more exquisite than any other, inasmuch as otherwise the same thing would have to be expressed in a circuitous manner, as is customary with those who are unacquainted with those terms. Indeed, the philosophical style is the most perspicuous, except when it flows directly from the subject matter itself. Thus too in other things, as, for instance, in respect to what form is, what quality is, and the like, which are merely ideas of truth subserving the purposes of those who would express prior and intimate things in a brief manner. 1604. But an abuse arises from the fact that philosophers abide in terms, and dispute concerning them without coming to an agreement, from which all idea of the thing itself perishes. And the comprehension of the man is rendered so limited that he at length ceases to know anything but terms. Accordingly, when such persons would master a subject by their terms, they do nothing but heap them up, obscuring the whole matter, so that they can understand absolutely nothing of it, and even their natural lumen is extinguished. Thus an unlearned man has much more extensive ideas and sees truth better than the philosopher. For such an one sticks in the mire like a swine, on which account he was represented to make the figure of an animal of that kind, of the wild species, for he becomes a wild boar in the woods, ranging about like such a beast. In truths which he mutilates and slays. 1605. When a man, therefore, dwells solely in terms, and ratiocinates from them, heaping up senses, so that nothing remains but scholastic terms conglutinated together. An ignorance is induced of everything supposed to be evolved, in the subject of inquiry, and it becomes more hidden to them than to others who have known nothing of any such formulas, and thus doubt arises concerning everything. 1606. Moreover, philosophical things which thus darken men's minds are such forms of ratiocinations as are reduced to artificial rules, although truths are in themselves so perspicuous that anyone without such helps can perceive them. These philosophers, therefore, so narrow and obscure intellectual things, that even truths clearly perceived are continually called in question. 1607. By philosophy or human intelligence are understood also fables and silly stories, especially such as have formerly and do still distinguish the rabbinical writers, which are innumerable. And the same is to be said of the magical matters of the Egyptians. 1748, March 20th. 1608. Because faith will be, actually or virtually the only principle in all things, pertaining to spiritual life, it follows that the Lord only will be in all and singular the things of man. It has been previously shown how the celestials perceive in idea the works of charity, charity itself, and faith in the understanding, namely, that there is nothing else, in them, than faith, other qualities not appearing. It hence follows that the Lord alone is in all and singular things, because faith is to be directed to him, faith is from him, and therefore the Lord is faith itself, hence follow the various things of faith, which few perceive. 1748, March 20th. It is at the same time hence also that the Lord alone lives, and heaven, the world, and the earth are, in themselves, dead, deriving life solely from him. 1609. Concerning the interior heaven. I was in the interior heaven, and certain spirits were at the same time with me in their own world. And although being in heaven, yet I was not in any peculiar ecstatic idea, but in the body, for the kingdom of the Lord is in man, and everywhere, or in every place, so that at the Lord's good pleasure a man may be conducted into heaven. And yet not be in an ecstatic idea. I was then just as I am at this present writing, but my interior man was, developed, in the exterior, which was the reason of my being associated with spirits in their world. For our ratiocination and our cupidities are in the world of spirits. Sensual things in the body correspond to them. 1610. The interior heaven is therefore in degree within the world of spirits, for the world of spirits is separated from heaven, because the world of spirits derive what pertains to them from corporeal things. Consequently they are conjoined with things corporeal and worldly, or rather, I may say, the world of spirit stands related to corporeal things as does the crasser atmospheric world to the terraqueous. Wherefore the world of spirits occupies the interiors of corporeal things. 1611. The interior heaven, however, is, in relation to the world of spirits, in an interior degree, for what spirits did in particular, that I could feel, and could hear, and thus distinctly perceive, but not what occurred in heaven. Except so far as they operate in common. 1612. They then spoke with me through spirits, who could not do otherwise than speak, although they reflected upon the fact that they were led by those who were in the interior heaven, perceived the compulsion, and desired to be separated from them. On other occasions reflection is dormant, and while thus impelled they suppose themselves to be under their own control, on which subject I also spoke with them. 1613. I perceived the operation of the interior heaven as manifestly as anything is perceived by the sense of touch, and that too for a considerable length of time. The operation was fourfold, first in the cerebrum in the region of the left temple, which is their common operation in respect to the organs of the reason. 1614. Another common operation or action of theirs was into the respiration of the lungs, to the left, which was such that if described it could scarcely be perceived, for there was a gentle leading of my respiration from the interior. So that I had no need of anything like voluntary effort in inhaling or expelling my breath. This was governed by heaven from the interior, so that not so much the substances as the animations of the lungs, from which arises their motion, were controlled by it. Thus the influence was in the interior, pulmonary, fibers that are not visible to the eye, for the animation was perceived to be ruled by heaven, without voluntary action on my part, so that I had no need to draw my breath or spirit. But it was drawn by heaven. The forces employed in this animation, as evinced by the intervals, between the pulsations, were such as seemed habitual to me. 1615. The third common action of heaven was in the systole and diastole of the heart, which was manifestly perceived, but was gentler or softer than at other times. Its pulsations were like the animations of the lungs, in softness, and within them, but the times regular like those of the heart, being about 1/3, yet such that they terminated in the pulmonic movements. And thus in a certain manner governed them. The times of the pulmonic respiration were common to them and to the heart, as composed of those of the heart. The terminations of the heart's times closed in the pulmonic beats, and were related to each other somewhat like the motions of the angelic gyres, concerning which elsewhere. But how it is precisely that the pulmonic motions commenced I could not perceive, but how, the influx, insinuated itself into the lungs at the end of every animation, I could in a measure observe. The heart, therefore, represents the celestial, the lungs the spiritual. The analogy lies in the manner in which the celestial inflows into the spiritual. The pulsations of the heart, which were soft and regular, were so observable that I could count them one by one. 1616. The fourth action was about the loins, which I was also able to perceive, though but obscurely. I can, therefore, say nothing on that head, except that they acted upon the loins. 1617. From these facts it is now given me to conclude that the interior heaven constitutes the interior man, and rules all the organic things of the body, from the principles in the brain to their entire extension, which extension is the body. It rules, I say, from the interior, so that the interior heaven constitutes man, commencing, from his interiors, or from, the region of, causes, and the rational things of heaven flow into organic things. As rational things are wont to flow into interior organisms, or interior organic substances. 1618. A similar principle holds likewise in regard to the world of spirits, but, in a reverse order, or, from the inferior or exterior. Which world being such as to have disjoined itself from the interior heaven, its operations accordingly are into the organic things of the body, but into those that are exterior. Whence the exterior man is of such a quality that it cannot be conjoined with the interior otherwise than as heaven and the world of spirits, are conjoined, by such spirits as may be derived from the interior heaven. 1619. In a word, the world of spirits, as well as the interior, or the more interior, and the inmost heaven, each by itself, constitutes man with his members and organs, but each one distinctly, namely, the world of spirits from the exterior. The interior heaven from the interior, the more interior heaven from the more interior, and the inmost heaven from the inmost. 1748, March 20th. 1620. The spirits who were acted upon, as mentioned above, were indignant, at being thus made use of. It was, moreover, an object of special aspiration with them to be in heaven, but when conveyed thither they said that they knew nothing, for they were in a general idea, and thus speech is uttered through them, but as it were apart from them. In like manner as it was previously with me, when I was in a general idea, and there was a speech within that idea which I perceived as emanating from others, and not from myself. Thus also the spirits round about, when admitted into heaven, say that the fact is, and even now affirm it. 1621. When heaven speaks through spirits, the flow of their discourse is gentle, and yet from the gentleness of the flow I could not conclude respecting the quality of the spirits, the cause I do not as yet know. 1748, March 21st. 1622. That spirits relate things exceedingly fictitious, and lie. When spirits begin to speak with man, he must beware lest he believe them in anything, for they say almost anything, things are fabricated by them, and they lie. For if they were permitted to relate what heaven is, and how things are in the heavens, they would tell so many lies, and indeed with solemn affirmation, that man would be astonished. Wherefore, when spirits were speaking, I was not permitted to have faith in the things which they related. 1748, March 20th. For they are extremely fond of fabricating, and whenever any subject of discourse is proposed, they think that they know it, and give their opinions one after another, one in one way, and another in another, altogether as if they knew. And if man then listens and believes, they press on, and deceive, and seduce in divers ways, for example, if they were permitted to tell about things to come, about things unknown in the universal heaven. About all things whatsoever that man desires, yet, they would tell, all the things falsely from themselves. Wherefore let men beware lest they believe them. On this account the state of speaking with spirits on this earth is most perilous, unless one is in true faith. They induce so strong a persuasion that it is the Lord himself who speaks and who commands, that man cannot but believe and obey. 1623. How induration appears. We read in a great many places that the heart is hardened. This hardening is also manifestly apparent, yea, it is felt, not indeed in the literal heart, for the heart signifies what pertains to the affections. It takes place, therefore, where first principles exist, to wit, in the brain. When the souls of the recently deceased appear after death in the world of spirits, the brains of some of them seem to be hardened, like things that you see elsewhere, so that the exterior or crustal portion is, as it were, hard and culminated. This is seen by a spiritual idea, and thus plainly exhibited, as also its softening. Thus it is without faith. Something similar it was given me to experience, namely, a hardness in the left region of the cerebrum, as if occasioned by somewhat large and hard lumps which were the seat of an obscure dull pain, and I was informed that it was thence perceived. Namely, from these hardenings, that there yet remains something not belonging to true faith. It appears hence that an actual hardness does exist in the organicals of the body, when faith is wanting, and that the greater the obduration, the less the conscience, so that those who have no conscience, manifesting itself in anxieties, seem to have their brain, after death, externally hardened, which was formerly soft, and this is attended with pains and torture. 1748, March 21. 1624. Moreover, when I apprehended only the literal sense of the word, there was a closing up, as it were, of the way to the understanding of interior things. Accordingly those who inhere only in the literal sense of the word have the brain hardened and, its functions, so clogged that the way is not open to an interior, interiori, much less to a more interior, intimiori, sense. And in this way a kind of crust or shell is induced, which is culminated from the corporeal or sensual things of the external man. The case is otherwise when a way is opened to the sense of interiors, or to the spirit, which way is opened by the Lord alone. While the mind dwells in the literal sense without penetrating beyond, then if it attempt to open a way from itself to interiors, continual scandals are present, which I am able to confirm from abundant experience. But such a man does not perceive what is implied in his opening a way to interiors, for he supposes that this is the only way in which it can be done. And accordingly he who is not led by the Lord can by no means perceive this and similar things, and therefore cannot believe it, which may appear from the case of spirits who lack that kind of perception. 1748, March 21. Some of them know, but yet are unwilling to know, those, namely, to whom it was given by a lively experience to know the fact mentioned, and who were afterwards remitted, into another state. When in this state of remission they have a kind of knowledge how the fact is, but they do not perceive it. 1625. Concerning the knowledge of the angels. In regard to the knowledge of the angels of the interior heaven, a single example may suffice, taken from their knowledge of the structures and forms of the human body. For while any one, no matter what, of the viscera of the body is under consideration, they are enabled to know not only its whole structure and operation, but also all the experience which anatomy is able to detect in the smallest particulars. As whether it be true or genuine. Not only so, but they know in an instant whether what is stated respecting each of the viscera be correct, besides many interior things which no one of the human race can know, as I have sometimes found by experience. They are acquainted, too, with the correspondence which these things bear to things spiritual. Indeed, their knowledge is such that if men were aware of it they would be astounded, although matters of this kind had never been their study in the life of the body. It flows, as it were, spontaneously from the fact that by reason of an intelligence bestowed by the Lord, they know how everything is with the grand man in general and in particular, and the knowledge seems to be innate in them. But such knowledge they could never possess were it not that the whole heaven represents the whole man, with all his several parts, and unless the Lord were the life of that man. And thus life itself and unless also the universal heaven were organic. 1748, March 22. They are thus in first principles, and from first principles, or things interior, and more interior, could comprehend the things which are without or below. 1627. That a true faith can never be given, or exist, in any man or spirit from knowledge alone, or from the application of one's own powers, in the attempt to make it his own. The things that follow, although extremely difficult to be understood, and such as cannot be believed either by man or spirit who is not yet in true faith, yet that they are true I have been instructed from lively experience. 1628. Certain spirits, from inbred curiosity, were desirous of knowing still more in respect to things revealed to me, and they knew if they were very solicitous on this head the knowledge would not be granted them. Wherefore, in order that they might know, they attempted to think that they did not wish to know, which attempt was immediately perceived, and it was said to them that in this way they could not attain their object. As they had made use of stratagem in pretending that they did not wish to know. The spirits affirmed the fact, saying that they made the attempt that they might gain the knowledge. Wherefore, it was said to them that they should not act in this manner, but should be without desire, and thus leave the matter to the Lord to grant what they wished, as it should seem good to him. This they then essayed to do, but they made the attempt from themselves. And inasmuch as the effort to leave the matter to the Lord was of themselves from themselves, and thus the will and the endeavor was a something artificial, which they affirmed, as it was manifestly perceived by a spiritual idea. They therefore inquired how they should act. It was replied that they should not do anything from themselves, thus should act without reflection upon themselves. And as they could not do this, they were disposed to renounce all effort, resigning themselves without any will at all, thus sinking into a state of passive expectation. But when they would fain do this, it was said again that even this was not a genuine act, thus to resign themselves up without any effort. But they replied that in this way they could never know how they ought to act, for whatever they did, still, according to what was enjoined, there was no genuine obedience. But the reason is, that they are not led by the Lord, but wish to lead themselves, and to endeavor, or to will, or to act from themselves, wherefore they ought to know that their every endeavor should be of the Lord, and nothing of themselves. Accordingly, whenever they made attempts from themselves, it was nothing but sin, which the Lord did not favor. To be actuated, therefore, and to live from the Lord, is something which neither man nor spirit, duly, perceives, and for this reason he is prone to imagine that such a life is no life at all, whereas it is the veriest life itself. Although one ought neither to make efforts from himself, nor yet relapse into apathy without attempting anything. These things are of a more interior nature, and therefore difficult of belief, because they are neither understood nor perceived. 1629. I was afterwards shown the mode in which they operate who would believe from themselves, and become angels, as also what is the quality of their faith and endeavor, as it appears to a spiritual idea. There was a certain choir which in its own gyral movements simulated, angelic, gyres, and celebrated in gyres the praises of the Lord, as if they were angels. The nature of these gyres was not understood by me, but it was by others, who said that the whole was simulated, and was not angelic, because those concerned in it were not in true faith. In idea, it appeared to me like something composed of close threads, or like a kind of net of which the threadwork was so closed up that there was no opening any farther than to the mere simple ideas of the words, within which there was nothing substantial, so that the ideas did not go beyond the words, and consequently, not beyond the representations or celebrations which the bare words expressed. So entire was the closure as to interiors and intimates, because they led themselves, and from themselves would fain celebrate the Lord. This net appeared as if white, inasmuch as there were truths involved, but they still implied self-justification. 1630. Afterward certain intelligent spirits, intelligent, however, from natural sciences and philosophical principles, spoke with me from the summit or zenith point of heaven, who were of such a quality that they would fain persuade themselves concerning the truths of faith from philosophical principles, and confirming sciences, though still from their own intelligence. The appearance in this case was somewhat similar, namely, that their ideas were closed, and proceeded not beyond the outward terms, for the Lord alone ought to operate, instead of their leading themselves. 1631. It was shown me by lively experience how their operations were effected, to wit, not by gyres, like the celestials, but by a kind of flowing, or river-like reciprocations hither and thither, by which were represented the common operations of their ideas. These, in order that they might be genuine, ought to be circumflected, and forms thus presented by means of gyres. By a lively experience it was signified to me also how the result was effected, namely, by an insinuation of such things into the lips, and thus into the mouth, and into the interiors of the head. By which was signified that such things flowed into their ideas by a way from externals, and not by a way from internals. Communication by the lips denotes ideas apprehended by a sensual way, but that which is genuine is as from the Lord, and thus, received, through an internal way. 1632. The innocence of such as study to be wise from externals was represented by an infant made of wood. For they suppose, or feign to themselves an innocence like that of infants who know nothing, and of a kind of wooden quality, whereas genuine innocence, such as is that of the inmost heaven, is conjoined with the highest wisdom and intelligence, which is represented by a naked body, and thus by something living. 1633. From these things the difference will scarcely fail to be apparent between true and imaginary wisdom, or between that wisdom which is the Lord's gift, and that which is procured by man's own endeavor, as also that the one is insinuated through the former way, and is thus full, or fully formed. While the other, is received, through the latter way, and is, consequently, constrained, closed, unformed. In a word, the difference may be perceived, between the faith appropriate to either kind of wisdom, and that one who is not in saving faith can by no means, even with all the force of his intellect. Perceive how the case is with saving faith in these and the like things, consequently, what the quality of heaven is, when yet these things in heaven are so known, manifest, and clear. That they, who dwell there, now say that they not a little wonder how the human race should be so insensate as to be unable to understand the true state of the fact, when it is as now described. Such is faith in the heavens, such the doctrine of faith, such the doctrine of those who are in faith. 1634. Nay, those who are of a quality to seek to be wise from external things, and thus to know truths, whether from the word of the Lord, or from sciences, by which they would fain enter into the knowledges of spiritual and celestial things. These can so imitate what is genuine, that one who is not in saving faith is liable to be altogether deceived, for to one who is in such a faith the Lord reveals by spiritual ideas, but in an ineffable manner, how the real fact is. 1635. Those who are not in saving faith can by no means know, or consequently believe, how revelations are made, and how man can, in his spirit, act in like manner with spirits, by means of ideas and representations. Nor how the life of spirits flows into their life, nor how spirits should suppose themselves to be the men, with whom they are, nor how there should be such a revelation as is at this day taking place. 1748, March 22. 1636. That persons signifying things are assumed. While visions and representations are taking place in the world of spirits, nothing is more common than for persons signifying things to be assumed, as was the case with many whom I knew as to their quality, while living on earth. The persons of these were assumed while certain things were to be signified, in order that I might know what they were, and, indeed, these persons were so inwrought into the representations, that I at first supposed they were actually present. In this manner such persons are assumed as were known to the man, to whom they appear. The same thing is also a very frequent occurrence with the prophets, as in the case of Elias and Moses appearing to the 3 disciples, at the Transfiguration, and so in other instances as to places. As the things, to be signified, are various, so are the persons also various. 1748, March 22. 1637. That a spirit can do nothing good of himself. I heard spirits saying among themselves that they would be made good. They said that they would pray to the Lord that they might become good, but this they were unable to do, because, attempting it, from themselves, and not knowing what they asked for. They then said they would think continually concerning the Lord, but this again would be unavailing, because from themselves. Then they said they would remain quiescent, and wait for deliverance, from their evils. But this again was impracticable for the same reason. Therefore, being astounded and confused, they knew nothing as to what they should do, remarking, moreover, that what they sought was granted to men, but not to spirits, who were in another state. From this it may appear that nothing of good pertains to what is from themselves, and moreover, that they can obtain nothing from that source, but from the Lord alone. 1748, March 22. 1638. That in one apparently simple idea more things are present than can be uttered. This was shown to me to the life, from the circumstance that I had merely one idea of a particular thing, and in which I barely supposed there was something remarkable, though of the how, or the how much, I was ignorant. An angel that was with me saw what was within the idea, and perceived that the contents were so abundant, to wit, of striking representations, that he was greatly surprised. These, however, I could not see. It was only given me to think, by a kind of simple idea, that there was something else included. 1639. The same was the case when I uttered the Lord's Prayer. Hence it may appear what is the quality of ideas that are not closed, but are such as flow in from the Lord through an internal way, viz. that they are exceedingly copious. But as to the quality of closed ideas, I am not yet certain whether they have anything thus within. It may be that the closure takes place in order that further penetration may be prevented, inasmuch as self-merit inheres in persons of this description, and when they would proceed further, their evil is to be turned into good, which is of the Lord alone. 1640. From this we may infer how little man knows of spiritual and celestial things, as also in regard to the joys and felicities of the angels, who have a fuller perception of these things. 1641. That the case cannot be otherwise, everyone may be convinced from his consciousness in regard to all things presented to his external sight, which sight, however acute it may appear to us, is yet dull and obscure to the greatest degree. As is too manifest to admit of doubt from the experience of that sense in relation to external objects. Our interior sight, which we think so subtle, is yet so gross, that, as I have often said to spirits, who imagine themselves capable of thinking so acutely as to baffle all attempts to apprehend their thoughts. If they should see what was comprised in a single idea, if its interior could be fully laid open, they would perceive whole cohorts of elephants, and armies, and regiments of serpents, representatively exhibited. This, however, the spirits cannot believe, as they, like many persons on the earth, regard their most acute perceptions as having relation to the most minute things, instead of objects so large. 1748, March 23. 1642. That to one who is of such a quality that he attributes no merit to himself, all things are granted, but that to those who arrogate merit to themselves, nothing is given. I spoke with spirits to the effect that nothing whatever, even of the most trifling nature, ought to be abstracted or stolen from another, and that thus the faithful, by reason of their fidelity, are made the recipients of many favors. Similar is the case with spirits. If anyone ascribes merit to himself, and in that way would fain lay claim to those things which are of the Lord only, to him nothing is granted for this very reason. Neither to him who abstains from pilfering from others or attributing merit to himself, with a view to obtaining much or all, as this savours of cunning. But those who are in faith, or the faithful, cannot take away from others or arrogate to themselves, because they are led by the Lord, and thus are incapable of such conduct. Consequently they are the ones who obtain much, and in fact all that they can ever desire. 1748, March 22. 1643. That no one takes aught of credit to himself in heaven because he has taught many things. The spirits of two individuals known to me in their lifetime, and who had been distinguished as teachers, and had labored with exemplary diligence in preaching, began to say that they were now also prompted by a similar desire of teaching. I perceive that the desire by which they were influenced in their lifetime has thus, as it were, revived, but the motive by which it was prompted was concealed from me. But when certain others, who were high above me, and who, as I presume, were teachers while in the world, on which count they were now exceedingly high in heaven, entered into conversation with me respecting a certain one who when living on earth had been actuated by an intense love of teaching, so that it seemed to constitute his very life, I thence took occasion for further converse. And remarked that I knew not whence their ardent desire of teaching arose, though I knew that they had been of such a quality in the life of the body. But there are some who are prompted to that pursuit from a desire of being accounted wise in the estimation of the world, this being in fact their grand incentive. Wherefore from such a pursuit or labor they can expect no reward in heaven, inasmuch as their motive is selfish, to wit, to acquire the reputation of wisdom. Others engage in it, with a view to becoming great and being promoted to honors. Others for the sake of gain, others forcefully, having an eye to the compensation, though their delights are rather in other and worldly things. Others again from a natural inbred love for the employment, so that they could reasonably expect nothing, by way of remuneration, therefrom. Indeed as to what concerns this zeal in teaching it is not their own, but the Lord's, as they themselves confess in their preachings. Wherefore if anyone places merit in such an occupation, he obtains nothing in heaven. 1644. Those who spoke with me from this exceeding high elevation, sought with avidity whatever of evil they could find against others, when yet, as I perceived, they themselves had been addicted to lasciviousness. Wherefore I inquired of them why they were so intent upon discovering things of this kind, and they did not seek to find out the good things of others, and thus excuse their evils, as is the way of the Lord himself. To this they assented. Whence the discourse fell upon those who seek out evils only, and nothing of good, that thus they may appear to be of superior worth to others. On this head also they acknowledged the truth to be as it was, and yet they could not act otherwise, as was evident, for they continued in the same conduct. 1748, March 22. 1645. That the celestials love words and letters that are soft, that they prefer vowels, and soften certain consonants. Whenever I discoursed with celestial spirits, I could scarcely find words that were agreeable to them. They were disposed to reject all such as had anything harsh or grating in the sound, consequently such as contained certain consonants that were harder than they loved to hear. They have a fondness for sounds that flow like a stream, and for this reason they affect the vowels, which are thus flowing, but if consonants are employed, they soften them, so that their harshness may not be perceived. 1646. The suggestion thence occurred, whether there were not something similar in the Psalms and the Prophets, and whether it might not be inferred from the words and the speech, as well as also from the gyres and the terminations. What classes of spirits spoke through them? 1748, March 22. 1647. That the things which I learned from representations, visions, and discourses with spirits and angels were from the Lord alone. Whenever there was any representation, vision, and discourse, I was kept interiorly and intimately in reflection upon it, as to what thence was useful and good, thus what I might learn therefrom. Which reflection was not thus attended to by those who presented the representations and visions, and who spoke, yea, sometimes they were indignant when they perceived that I was reflecting. Thus have I been instructed. Consequently by no spirit, nor by any angel, but by the Lord alone, from whom is all truth and good. Yea, when they wished to instruct me concerning various things, there was scarcely anything but what was false, wherefore I was prohibited from believing anything that they spoke. Nor was I permitted to infer any such thing as was proper to them, or akin to their proprium. Besides, when they wished to persuade me, I perceived an interior or intimate persuasion that the thing was so, and not as they wished. Which also they wondered at, the perception was manifest, but cannot be easily described to the apprehension of men. 1748, March 22. 1648. Concerning the preparation of the way, before the advent, of angels to men on the earth Jupiter, and concerning John the Baptist. A certain one of the spirits of Jupiter who strike fear and terror into man by their approach, applied himself to my left side under the elbows, and then spoke in his peculiar way, at first with a somewhat harsh, grating sound, as of the teeth. And afterward as of the lips, as he also said, so that the sound of his utterance was heard like that of one who sonorously compresses his lips. The words were not continuous, but very discreet, and accordingly the ideas or words of the discourse were not closely connected, but so separated that, it was necessary to wait for a considerable time in order to know what was said. He inspired also a degree of terror in connection with what he uttered, saying to me among other things that it was customary in the earth prior to the approach of angels to have one sent before as a herald, to prepare a man for their coming. To talk with him concerning them, and to admonish him to entertain them courteously, and to do them no harm. To whom I replied that this did not depend upon me, but upon the spirits of the earth where I am, whom, if they are present, I cannot control, but if they, the spirits of Jupiter, were able to do it, very well. 1649. Angels of that earth, namely, Jupiter, afterwards came, and I was enabled to perceive that they were of another genius, thus of another earth, from ours, from their speech. For their speech was such that they spoke not by words, but by ideas, which diffused themselves over the whole face, so that the face concurred, as it were, and at first. In such a manner that the origin of this expression in the speaking face was from the lips, thence extending itself to the surrounding parts, whereof I had a perception, although obscure. It was afterwards shown me that the ideas were, as it were, continuous, yet discrete into words, but the words were not so heard. They remarked that they spoke thus with each other on their earth, inasmuch as their speech is of the face commencing from the lips, concerning which see above. 1650. They afterwards spoke still more continuously, so that the words were scarcely perceived, but there was, as it were, a continuous idea. And although words were thence formed by me, yet so that they were scarcely to be found, as in the case of a man who, without reflection upon the words, attends solely to the sense, when the words appear as if they were not. In the present instance, though the case was similar, yet there was this difference, that I could perceive the words disappear, as it were, and the discourse was thus continued by means of ideas alone. And yet more intelligibly than if the words had been heard. This kind of speech, consisting of ideas still more continuous, or, as it were, of one single continuous idea, moved also the whole face, but commenced from the eyes and thence extended round about, but it was a speech interior to the former. They spoke also concerning such a speech as being in use with the men of their earth, especially with the better portion of them. 1651 to 1700. 1651. They then spoke also in such a manner that the face did not speak at the same time, or did not concur by a corresponding motion throughout, as before, but the face remained to my observation quiescent, and then they spoke in my brain. So that the brain was moved in like manner, as the face had been, which motion or convibration, however, I could not so distinctly feel, but it was a speech by ideas still more continuous, so that from many there resulted one idea, thus continuous. And yet it was intelligible to me. 1652. They afterwards spoke in such a manner that I understood nothing, while the angels understood it far better than I could possibly have done, for it was by means of a most delicate aura, which I plainly perceived. Although what was said was of too great tenuity for me to comprehend. They speak thus with the men of their earth who are almost angels. I remember to have heard elsewhere a similar speech, but what was said I could not learn, although some that were with me said that they could understand it well. This is therefore a speech still more interior. 1653. These different kinds of speech have somewhat the quality of fluid substances, the first resembling water, the second a fluid rarer than water, the third like a thin atmosphere, and the fourth as a most delicate aura, which transcends human apprehension. 1654. The spirit who was with me at my left side occasionally interposed a remark, saying, that he did not understand their speech, because it was so interior, and yet he spoke from time to time, and, according to his wont, chided me for dealing so gently with them, for they were spirits of this earth, who gave vent to certain things which were displeasing and vexatious, on which account I was appealed to put a stop to them. But I replied to him that spirits of this character were indeed from our earth, but that I had nothing to do with them. 1655. Afterwards, this same spirit who had thus chided me, observed that he could understand what they said, but he then came into a state in which he had the requisite perception. But he was then removed to my left ear, into which he poured his discourse more rapidly than before. 1656. From this it may be inferred how the case is in the universal heaven, and the whole orb of the earth, viz. That before the approach of angels a spirit is dispatched to prepare the way, to inspire, a salutary, fear, and to admonish that the angelic visitants be courteously received. And moreover, that such messenger spirit often speaks somewhat harshly, saying that he does not understand what the angels may communicate, though he is afterwards reduced to a better state, and then says that he does understand. That he is continually present, and continually preparing the mind, and endeavoring to avert whatever may be unkind or unbecoming. Hence it may appear that in the universal heaven, and the whole world, the custom obtains of a forerunner being employed, and that John the Baptist acted in this capacity as an announcer of the Lord's advent. And that the case was the same with John in respect to the Lord as it was with this Spirit in respect to the angels, to wit, that John also was in doubt from not understanding what the Lord declared, as we read. And that being afterwards better instructed, his mind was open to receive it, as was the case with the Spirit who was in contact with my ear. The similarity holds, too, in regard to the discourses of our Lord, which were such as to contain things more and more interior, as we read in the evangelist John, until at length he uttered things which they could not understand. From being still more interior, and which, therefore, were brought into close resemblance with what appeared to me as atmospheres and auras, as described above. Still there was at the same time an external speech insinuated through an external way. 1728, March 23. 1657. The speech of the spirits of Jupiter with me by means of the lips and the gums of the teeth. Spirits of the earth Jupiter, but of a different class from the former, also spoke with me, but in a different manner, to wit, by the tongue and the lips, so that the sound entered through the lips. Thus by another way than that made use of in discourse with the angels. 1658. They spoke, moreover, through my gums, so that the gums and teeth perceived it almost with a sense of pain. There was a peculiar constriction, and so manifestly sensible, that although the teeth did not actually ache, yet it came but little short of it. They said, indeed, that this kind of speech among them constrained the teeth in such a way as to cause a sensation of pain, and that it was the speech of spirits who had not yet become angels. Consequently of those who had recently come into the other life. The sound of the speech, as was manifestly apparent, flowed in through another way, to wit, through the eustachian tube. 1659. Those who were with me in the first instance were desirous of being called angels, because their speech was of this character, but it was shown them that this attenuated and almost imperceptible kind of speech could be made use of by evil spirits. For it is, in fact, their thought, which this class of spirits employ for perverting other spirits, and also for perverting the thoughts of men, as they repeatedly endeavored to do with me. But there is this difference, that the spirits of our earth are not able to determine their speech into the face. 1660. But inasmuch as the spirits of the earth Jupiter spoke concerning the Lord, and worshipped him only, it was said that they could be considered no otherwise than as angels. Wherefore, as it now occurs to me, they constitute the heaven of spirits, but not the world of spirits. 1661. Moreover, an angel spoke with me through spirits, which was done from the interior towards the exterior. This was observed by the spirits of the earth Jupiter, that thus they might know that the speech, as long as spirits are the speakers, is by a way from the exterior, while the speech of angels is by a way from the interior. 1748, March 23. Angels act from the interior, while I perceive, the operation, it is by the motion of the lips, but still from the interior. It is also from the interior when the left eye is affected, but this I do not perceive. 1662. That the memory of man remains unimpaired in the other life. Souls in the other life seem, indeed, to themselves to have lost the memory of particulars, or the corporeal memory, in which merely material ideas inhere, because they are unable to excite anything from that memory. While yet the full faculty of perceiving and speaking remains as in the life of the body. But this is owing to the fact that the Lord has so ordained that the soul shall not be able to draw forth anything from that memory, as then it would excite the same things as it did in the former life, and would live in like manner. And so could not be perfected. Still that memory remains, not, however, as active, but as passive, and it can be excited by others. For whatever men may have done, seen, or heard in their lifetime, when they are spoken of to them with a like idea, then they at once recognize them, and know that they have said, seen, or heard such things which has been evinced to me by such abundant proofs that I could, in confirmation, fill many pages with them. As such, then, is the state of the case. It appears that spirits retain all their memory of particulars, so that they lose nothing, only that, for the causes above mentioned, they cannot draw anything from it. As they are now led onward into their interior, life, and thus no longer act from their externals. Souls are not at all aware but that they speak from their own memory, and do, in fact, sometimes thus speak, as I have heard, but then it is from the interior memory, through which the things in their corporeal memory are excited. And how they can thus speak, and even preach, is a matter for investigation at another time. They confessed, however, that they had lost the memory of particular, or material, things, at which they were indignant. It was only given them to remember those things which they could excite from my memory. Spirits also do the same, and thus speak in a manner suitable to their own life, the life which they have contracted from the life in the body, for they can excite nothing else. But this they do, with variety according to the state of life in which they are, which state is induced by the societies they are conjoined to, as they then speak in an altered manner. As spirits speak from the life of their loves, and that life appears sufficiently manifest, many things can thus be excited by other spirits which they recognize, and thus what they have said, seen, and heard is excited, indirectly, in their own memory. But all these things are directed to the Lord alone. 1748, March 23. 1663. Concerning the punishment of lasciviousness. There was a certain spirit in a medium altitude above my head who in his lifetime had lived lasciviously and yet had been at the same time an assiduous reader of the word. I heard respecting him what his quality had been during his life, namely, that he had been in the delight of variety, so as to have cherished no constant love towards any, but spent his time in brothels, having intercourse with their inmates, and yet afterwards rejecting each of them in turn. As a consequence, he had defrauded many, making no distinction whether those with whom he had to do were married or unmarried. In this way he divested himself of all love truly conjugal, as also of the desire of having children. And as he eventually came to do what he did without rebuke of conscience, he thence acquired that unnatural habit, or, as I may say, contracted an unnatural nature. 1664. His punishment was after this fashion, in a region above the head, at a moderate height, and in full view of spirits and angels, he was driven towards an extended rope, upon coming in contact with which he stooped his head in order to pass under. When he was immediately caught by the back, and fastened to the rope, and then made to revolve round it like a linen garment, till at length I saw one of his feet adhering to the rope, and the whole front of his person, from head to foot, exposed to the view of spirits and angels, and thus was made to rotate, conspicuous to all around, and meanwhile racked with shame and pain. 1665. Being afterwards released, he came to my right side, and spoke with me, saying that he had been of such a character in his lifetime, but still making the acknowledgment with shame, so as scarcely to dare to look up, or to be willing to leave my side. He said he was so terribly bruised that he did not see how he could hold together, and yet he spoke modestly, and with evident tokens of penitence, in view of what his life had been. So that he did not suffer the same excruciating tortures with others who had lived that kind of lascivious life. 1748, March 23. 1666. Concerning the things situated on the left and on the right side of the brain. That the contents of the left side of the brain correspond to the right portions of the body, it was given me to know by experience. For spirits acted upon the left side of the brain, and a sensation was derived thence into the right nostril and into the palm of the right hand, and it was also said that such was the derivation. 1667. Spirits of the planet Jupiter said, moreover, that it was the intellectual principle on the right side of the cerebrum, just above the temple, into which the operation flowed, and to which also, from some unknown cause, I at such times applied my hand. From this it is to be inferred, that the right part of the brain is the seat of the intellectuals, and the left of affections, while in the body the case is the reverse. For the left eye is appropriated to intellectuals and the right to the affections. 1748, March 23. 1668. Concerning spirits from another earth who are altogether unwilling to admit that they have ever been possessed of a body. There is a class of spirits who have, during their bodily life, so despise the body that they come to regard it with hatred, nor can they bear to hear it said that they were once clothed with a body. There were some in this region who spoke with me, and said that they were not altogether willing to come hither, as they suppose that here are those who are clothed with a body, and by such they are contumeliously treated. As they are perpetually thinking of bodies, and represent the former as corporeal like themselves, whence ensues an appearance as if they represented serpents, and projected them towards the others, whom they, the serpents, approach. But not so as to fasten their fangs upon them, or to prevent their being easily cast off. Still they sometimes cause them to twine round each of their arms, while they, with uneasy promptings, aim to get rid of them. When I inquired into the reason of all this, they replied that the spirits of our earth cause them all this trouble, because they think themselves corporeal and call themselves men, but these spirits do not regard themselves in this light. Wherefore their thoughts are dissonant, and hence the kind of representations spoken of. 1669. The spirits above mentioned said that they had never been clothed with a body, nor did they appear to themselves in a bodily form, but rather in that of a cloud, in which the human form was scarcely discernible. Certain spirits were thus occasionally represented to me, to wit, as white clouds, with a rude and hardly perceptible resemblance to the human form. When I asked them the cause of this, they said they did not know. For they were unwilling to admit that they had ever been corporeal. I was hence persuaded, especially as they spoke well of the spirits of the earth Jupiter, that they were, in fact, from thence, inasmuch as the inhabitants of that earth despised their bodies, and would fain live as spirits on their earth. And not as invested with a body, wherefore they call those bodies worms, or the food of worms, and because they thus think, and that thought insinuates itself into the ideas of spirits. Therefore the above-mentioned serpentine ideas, so to call them, were formed. 1670. But whether they may not have been from one of the satellites of Jupiter, which, like our moon, are surrounded by a different kind of atmosphere, from their primary. And thus that these spirits are a different kind of creatures in such a little world, and possessed of another kind of bodies, I am not sure, though they intimated to me something of the kind. For as I could not have an idea of any sort of men except such as live on earths surrounded by atmospheres, therefore, although ignorant of the positive fact, yet I would not decidedly reject the supposition. For corporeal forms are governed entirely by the state of the atmospheres, and many other things pertaining to the earths in which they dwell. 1748, March 23. 1671. They said that they rarely came to the spirits of this region, or to others who think much of their bodies, but that they live to themselves, and that being fewer than others they cannot, like other spirits, represent to themselves that they were ever in such a body. 1672. They are upright to such a degree as to be called probities, and they suffer the infliction of injuries without any desire of revenge or redress. They flee as soon as ever they approach to spirits who think of their bodies, for no one of them is willing to think of his own body, or to hear anything respecting it, wherefore their societies do not agree with the societies of other spirits. Whence an anxiety exists, and of such a nature that I partook of it. I perceived, too, that it arose from the circumstance of the disagreement now spoken of. These societies afterwards spoke to me from a greater distance. 1672_1/2. I asked of them whether they walked erect or crept like worms. To which they replied that they walked erect. When I inquired how they could do this without feet, requesting at the same time that they should recall the idea which they had, on this subject, during their earthly life, I found that they were unwilling to hear anything of their having had feet. I then inquired whether they were not born of a father and mother. They said they were born. I asked whether they had human faces. They certainly had faces, and again they were handsome, nor could they bear to hear that I thought of them as without faces, but they still insisted that they were without a body, and when I would represent them as worms divested of their exuvii, and emerging as nymphae, this they liked, and would fain have the case to have been thus. I was thence able to conclude that they had been clothed with a body, but that in their lifetime they had so despised their bodies as to hold them as vile filth, and as the exuvii of worms, and that they wished to be divested of them. Because they were clogs, and that they had died after having lived as spirits during their lifetime. And also that hence arose the anxiety among them in relation to spirits that loved their bodies. It seems probable, therefore, that they were born on the planet Jupiter, where some are this character. 1672 1/3. They acknowledge our Lord like the spirits of Jupiter, and worship him alone, whence they say that they are upright. 1672 1/4. The anxieties which I perceived were caused by reciprocal aversions. The spirits of our earth are averse to them at their first approach by reason of their repugnance to all thoughts concerning bodies, thoughts with which the sphere of the spirits of our earth is filled. For such a sphere is formed from thoughts, see above, and aversion arises from the concurrence of contrary spheres, and from aversion, anxiety. Thence, also, originate the representation caused by our spirits of serpents twined around them, which they endeavor to throw off as a troublesome annoyance from the arms encircled in their folds. But while I write these things, they do not wish to have anything said which implies the idea of arms, and this again indicates that they were once possessed of a corporeal investment, but that they held their bodies in extreme aversion. 1748, March 23. In like manner that they were furnished with loins and feet, for serpents appeared about their loins, etc. 1673. Their opinion during the life of the body had been that they had existed as spirits from eternity, on which account they were very backward to receive the conviction flowing from the fact that they were born. Insisting that they had been spirits from eternity. But being still pressed by the conviction that the fact was not so, inasmuch as they would by no means deceive any one, they said that they now knew that they had not existed from eternity, but were born like others. But that they had, somehow, imbibed that opinion of their having been eternally spirits, and thus infused into bodies, just as certain persons on our earth, run into the same conceit. Still so upright are they that the indications of their penitence for having entertained such an opinion moved me much, seeing that they now know that they were not from eternity, as the Lord alone is from eternity. 1748, March 23. 1674. When certain ones, of these spirits, approached me my face grew hot, which is also a sign of their presence. Otherwise they remain at a very considerable distance in the plane of the head, in front towards the right, over against the right side of the forehead. 1675. A certain chiding spirit came to me, but in a different manner from those who were of the spirits of the earth Jupiter, and taking his stand at my side addressed me in that position. But still he seemed to hover somewhat above the head, about the region of the fontanelle, the fount of pulsation, and spoke with me. He was able to explore the minuter things, of my mind or memory, and to bring them forth, and that too in a skilful connection, so that he would restrain, even my own, restraining thought, nor did he withdraw himself thence. He brought forth the things which he discovered, in my memory, and chided me on account of them. Some things he was not permitted to produce. What he did produce were such things as he supposed to be mine, and for which he regarded me as the responsible cause. After having conversed with him for some time, it was given me to understand that he was one of the spirits of those of whom I am now speaking, who in their lifetime were chiders of their fellow men, though doing it in a subtle manner. From hence I was able to conclude that the men of that region or planet were distinguished by very profound thought, and that consequently this kind of chiding took place, wherefore it was granted to me to speak in like manner. He would fain also in a similar way become an angel. But when I remarked that it was not angelical to search only into a man's evils to the neglect of his goods, and without an attempt to excuse his evils, he still insisted that this was done for the sake of reformation, and therefore was a good. And when he heard me say that that was not angelical, he replied that neither was it angelical to speak thus with him and to detect his evils, to which when I answered that this was nothing more than declaring the fact as it showed itself to be. Inasmuch as I did not inquire into his evils, but he disclosed them himself and I had only said what had come from him, he was then unwilling to remain any longer, being still pleased, however, that I should say that he might become an angel. Provided he would not set his heart so much upon the fact of his becoming one, this produced an exhilarating effect upon him, concerning which also, we held some further conversation together. 1676. It was moreover shown to me what kind of form those spirits of the better class possessed, namely, that they were like a black cloud with something of white and human interspersed, destitute of any definite shape. As is usually the case with a radiated cloud. They said that they were white inwardly, then, that they hoped to become angels. Then, that this black color would be turned into a beautiful azure, a specimen of which of most splendid hue was shown to me, and from the whole I concluded that they were from that region, or from that earth. 1677. The spirits in question wondered when I said that the things, seen and heard by me, were written, and could thus be published to the world, so that by the writing alone they could be made known to many thousands. They remarked that such an art was not permitted, supposing it might prove magical. But when I replied to them that such an art existed in our earth, familiar to every one, and therefore lawful. And moreover that there was a necessity for it, inasmuch as there is no one, to my knowledge, on this earth with whom spirits converse, as they do in other earths, and therefore men could not be reformed through this medium. And when I further remarked, that though the inhabitants of our earth know from revelation that there is a heaven, that there are spirits and angels, and that there is a life after death, yet that very few believe these truths. Because they have not the privilege of conversing with those in the other life, then they were satisfied and, for persuaded that for those in this earth such communication was necessary, but not for them in their earths. As they are instructed in various ways by angels. These things from the, above are their words, written down from their own mouth or thought. 1678. I inquired of them whether they could see objects through my eyes. They replied that they did not see. And when I again pressed them for a true answer, they said that they did not wish to see such things, because they were material, and that they strongly withdrew their vision from them, that they might not see what they did not know. 1679. I spoke farther with them respecting their offspring, and they said they had at most but 3 or 4 children, that the house of each was separate from that of every other. And that they were content to live in small chambers, of which one was represented to me. It was of beautiful architecture, having in a kind of rotunda a hearth that supplied light to the whole apartment, in which was a table. Their sleeping places are at the sides, where there is one single bed continuously extended, like a wall, where they lie one after another. There was a coverlid of an obscurely golden color. 1680. The light in the rotunda was like a living flame rising to a considerable height. They informed me that it was not a burning, but only a shining, fire, and that they have such species of woods among them as when cut and disposed on the hearth diffuse around them a kind of lucid flame. In lucidity and color it resembled our flame, so that I took it to have been a burning flame, which gave light to the whole chamber. 2 pieces of wood were represented to me in which there was this kind of light. The appearance was as if they formed a fire of coals, or as if there were a mere fiery something glowing within, and which shone through. Such sticks of wood are cut and placed upon the hearth, and from them the luminousness originates. 1681. And when I represented to them the magnificent palaces of our earth, which our spirits admired, but those spirits thought little of because they were of stone and such materials, which they call monsters, being mere marble semblances. They remarked that there were still more magnificent ones among them, which they represented before the spirits of our earth, who said that they had never seen anything more magnificent. Some of them, but not the most magnificent, were represented, but only in a very partial manner, to me, more was not granted lest it should inhere in my memory. But they have temples in which they worship the Lord, made with tall trees, which they said were exceedingly lofty, and which they so dispose as to make the thick branches spread wide on every side around. These branches they bend, train, prune, lop, and extend in such a manner as to form palaces in a kind of series, by means of arches with beautiful entrances, one arched recess being joined to another, and so on through a large extent of space. In this manner a whole forest is formed, as it were, into palaces, with porticos long and broad, and with arched entrances and doorways. The visitors upon coming thither find the forest all laid out in walks, of which, however, the more interior portions were not shown to me, except that I perceived the folding doors or gates, valvas, and the overarchings. And that everything was effected by the beautiful disposition of the branches of trees. Splendid elevated grades or terraces are also formed, which lead upward by a winding ascent. Arranging and conjoining thus the branches of trees, they adapt them both to purposes of use and of ornament, and when they have mounted, to the highest parts, they then fall upon their knees and worship the Lord. The trunks of the trees below, on which these structures rest, stand 4 and 4, 4 on either side. And of these they dispose the branches this way and that, some for the flooring, some for the doorways, some for the walls, which are also furnished with doors, and some for the roofs, through which the rays of the sun penetrate and give light. While those that support the floor and those around the doors are stripped of bark in order to appear of a whiter hue. The walks underneath and the external adornings were such as inspired our spirits with the deepest admiration, and they described them as being of a magnificence that surpassed description. 2 or 3 of them were shown separately. These were colored, as they, the inhabitants, are greatly enamored of anything that reflects a bright and beautiful sky color. But beside this there were obscure golden colors, mixed with a slight infusion of white. Their habitations, however, are on the earth, and not on these elevated stagings, which serve them as holy places. Accordingly they commend, and value, and prefer to all others their own architectural arts, and the simple style of building conformed to them. 1682. I inquired of them how it was as to those among them who were evil, for they, as it was said, are an upright class of spirits. They replied that it is not permitted to anyone to be bad. And that if anyone does think or speak badly, he is first rebuked by a certain spirit, who says to him that if he repeats the offense he will die, and he does die in a fainting fit if he is again guilty of that which is thus prohibited. In this manner the people are preserved from the contagion of evils. A certain spirit of this class was present, speaking with me as with those to whom he then administered rebuke, and addressed me in a similar manner, and I observed that, he induced upon a part of the abdomen, some degree of pain. As was usually the case with them, to each one of whom the rebuker is accustomed to relate whatever of evil he had thought or done, and to punish him with pain in the bowels, saying to him that if he does thus again he will die. Which with us corresponds to remorse of conscience, for with those who speak with spirits there are manifest pains, and one said that they die in a fainting or swooning fit, per deliquium, and that they became such spirits as torture, chide, and admonish men. He was at the back of my head, and thus spoke in a kind of undulatory way. 1748, March 25. 1683. Concerning conjugal love, and the love of parents towards children. Whence the origin of love truly conjugal, whence the love of parents towards children, and the, perhaps, still greater love towards grandchildren, no one has hitherto known, when yet, as there is something celestial in those loves. Knowledge respecting them, ought to come from heaven, and thus to flow, as a universal principle, into the minds of all. Nothing of this nature can be without a cause in the inmosts and the supreme, nor could anything by any means exist without a cause in the inmosts and the supreme, for what is there without a cause and a principle of being? In this case, the principle is manifest, to wit, the Lord's love towards the universe of creatures, as well angels and spirits as men, as being of him, whence that love in itself is compared to conjugal love. And is predicated of the Lord as the bridegroom and husband, and of the church as the bride and wife. Apart from the Lord's love towards all and each of his creatures, and his manifest influx into the inner and inmost of human minds, there never could exist any conjugal love, consequently any love of good, which is in various ways derived from conjugal love. In like manner, unless the Lord loved all and each as a father his children, and the inmost heaven from the Lord, as a mother her infants, there would by no means exist any storage, or parental affection. The greater love or storage towards grandchildren cannot be a matter of self-origination, wherefore love descends, it comes from the source now indicated. 1748, March 25. 1684. Continuation concerning spirits who are unwilling to admit that they have lived in the body. Spirits of another earth. I inquired of them how they could so value and love the things by which they were surrounded, such as houses and buildings formed of trees. When yet they were so averse to corporeal things that they could have no interaction with such as were intent upon the interests of their bodies. They hesitated somewhat, scarcely knowing what to answer, but at length replied that the objects above mentioned are their celestial things, and that in their heaven they are delighted with similar things. For in the life of the body they had taken pleasure in these arboreal structures rising upwards from the earth as being celestial, because they knew there were such things in heaven. Since, moreover, they are not carried away, like the inhabitants of our earth, by any earthly loves, such as the love of possessions, wealth, fine mansions, pomps, luxurious living, and splendid garments. And since, too, they are not affected by the number of societies, as they live every family by itself, therefore they cannot value and love anything else than objects of the above kind. From whence it is not to be inferred that they place an undue estimate upon their bodies. 1748, March 25. 1685. Since, therefore, they had no other pleasures in life than such as are now mentioned, and inasmuch as they hoped, during their lifetime, for similar though more perfect enjoyments, in the life to come. It is not surprising if they are delighted in these things, and prize and love them. Similar but more perfect things are represented to them in their heaven, concerning which some said that they knew that their joy was not essentially in those things, but in the things that flowed from them, and are in them. And, moreover, that they held in aversion bodily things, even their own bodies. Whence again it was evident to me that my anxiety, as in a former case, arose from the mutual aversion subsisting between those spirits and ours, as has been already intimated. 1686. Their action was into the region of the left knee, above, and a little below, with a certain undulation or vibration quite sensible, from which I concluded that they do not love those corporeal things which pertain to the sole of the foot, but, simply, natural things. For that kind of movement above the knee, and midway of the thigh upwards, signifies that which is celestial, because thus are celestial and natural things conjoined. So that there are those in whom celestial and natural things are conjoined, as there are others in whom spiritual and natural things are conjoined. 1748, March 25. 1687. When the men of that earth are punished on account of evils, there appears to them a mouth with open jaws, rictus, as wide as that of a lion, but of a dark and livid color, at the sight of which they shudder, dreading that it should be either heard or seen. They call him the devil who punishes those, and those only, who in some way profane holy things. 1748, March 25. Such an open-jawed mouth, on approaching, seems to swallow the head, tear in it from the body, which is reported among them to be attended with extreme pain. 1688. Concerning those who constitute the province of the dura mater, there were a number of spirits above me at a medium distance overhead, about the region of the cerebrum, who acted by a sort of common pulsation, which was at first a reciprocal undulation, as it were, downwards and upwards with a certain cool kind of breathing upon my forehead. Their motion, as I have remarked, was a kind of reciprocal one, such as I have sometimes experienced from a multitude of spirits. From this species of up and down motion, I could infer that they were not of the more interior class, as their movement is that of gyres. 1689. These same spirits afterwards exhibited a flaming light, quite resplendent, under the left side of the chin, hack, 5 then under the left eye, but more obscurely, then above the eye, but still not clearly. Notwithstanding the light was of a flaming brightness, though not white. Spirits are accustomed thus to exhibit certain kinds of lights. 1690. When I afterwards held my left hand on the left part of the cranium or head, I perceived also an undulating pulse under the palm of the hand with the up and down motion. 1691. When I inquired who they were unwilling to speak. It was said they did not speak willingly, and when driven to it that they were still averse, saying that thus it would be detected of what quality they were. I perceived that those were of this character who constituted the province of the dura mater, which is a common integument, or rather a substratum, in the brain, of those things which are celestial and spiritual. For although the dura mater is extended over, and thus appears above, yet it is not overlaid but underlaid in respect to those things, since it comprises, tenet, the exteriors of the brain. While spiritual and celestial things occupy the interiors. 1692. Those that constitute the province of the dura mater were such in the life of the body as neither thought nor spoke of spiritual things, but were such as never supposed the existence of anything but what was natural. And even considered that which is spiritual and celestial to be natural, nor was it possible for them, by reason of the crassitude of their interiors, to have any other idea. Still they did not confess it, and if driven to confess what idea they had of spiritual and celestial things, they could say no otherwise than that it was a certain natural something. They went no further. At the same time they attend divine worship, and pray, and sing. In a word, those who constitute the province of the dura mater are not among spirits, but among genii, wherefore their motion corresponds to the pulsation of the heart. 1693. There were afterwards others who also caused a pulsation, but not up and down, but transversely, which I was enabled to perceive by the hand. Then again there were others, who produced the same effect, not so reciprocally, but more fully, so that the pulsation filled the hollow of the hand. Others again there were whose pulsation projected itself from one finger to another, thus by leaps, sub saltum, and these were perceived above the head, while the former operated within, thus with variety. I was not well instructed as to who they were, unless that they are such as speak and think somewhat of spiritual and celestial things, but only from the external senses, or from the experience of these senses, understanding in fact nothing else. In hearing I had an impression as if from the female sex, wherefore these constitute the province of the external skin of the head. For the more they reason from the bodily senses respecting spiritual and celestial things, the more exterior do they become. 1748, March 25. 1694. Concerning the punishment of lasciviousness. There are those who in the life of the body indulge in lascivious thoughts, giving habitually a lascivious turn to what others converse about, even when the subject is holy. Such a habit is wont to prevail with young men, when their minds, by reason of their age, are occupied with such things. But when the same thing occurs with adults and old men, namely, the turning everything they hear into this direction, or revolving it over, in their thoughts, these undergo such a punishment, as I am about to describe. 1695. For they do not cease to have similar ideas in the other life, which because they reign, and thus cause that whatever is heard to be turned into lasciviousness, and because their thoughts go forth into representations. And whatever they see they turn into obscene representations, that stand forth before other spirits, causing them great offense, therefore the angels are averse to such things, and abominate them. While these, filthy, representations fall upon the simple-minded, who are taken wholly by surprise by them. 1696. There is a punishment, appointed for such, which I saw, and grieved at beholding it. A certain offender, I know not who he was thrown down into a horizontal posture, in the presence of the spirits whom he had thus wounded and scandalized, and was made to revolve with a quick motion like a roller, from left to right. And then transversely in another position, and so on in almost every posture, and so as to be apparent to all. Sometimes he was clothed with garments with which he would fain conceal himself because such had been his character in his lifetime, and again he was half naked. In this manner he was turned horizontally towards several quarters and made to revolve in full view of spirits, till a degree of shame was inspired into him, which appeared from the circumstance of his not wishing to be divested of his clothes. Again he was made to rotate in a different manner, to wit, from the head to the feet as if round an axis, being violently whirled round not with his length parallel to the axis, but transversely or perpendicularly to it. He was then subjected again to a horizontal motion back and forth from left to right, and right to left. Then again with extreme pain towards the right, like a hinge, with resistance, for two forces are then acting, one roundwise and the other backwards, so that he was violently forced towards the part to which he was made to revolve. And as he was thus acted upon by two forces, and yet driven in one direction, the result was a kind of rending asunder accompanied with excruciating pain. The punishment thus evolved itself from the offense, and thence also the fantasy, which flows as a consequence from the crime, thus being an image of it, which is wonderful. 1697. He afterwards withdrew himself elsewhere, where he was ashamed of attempting to speak any more, the spirits meantime, tempting him by various methods, to see whether he would continue to indulge in the same kind of thoughts. But as he is then in the memory of his shame and pain he takes it were, in his own estimation, though they know where he is. 1748, March 26. 1698. This punishment was seen towards the front at almost a middle distance, in the plane of the right eye. 1699. Concerning the quarters in the spiritual world. It is wonderful that in the world of spirits, and also in the heavens, everything that takes place, and all the genera and species of things, wherever they may be, maintain their own quarters without ever changing them. So that while any spirit or any angels appear, or anything occurs, it takes place, in regard to each, in its own fixed quarter. These quarters have respect to the human body. When it is known where spirits are relatively to the body, it may be known who they are, and of what quality. And although dissimilar things may exist in the same quarter, yet from other signs it may be known what and of what quality they are, and that too without mistake. Thus wherever the lake is, wherever Gehenna, wherever unclean spirits are, or those who are in the tun, or who constitute the colon, their certain quarters are to be recognized, and so in all other particulars. 1700. So also in regard to distances in the different quarters, which are so certain as never to be subject to mistake. 1701 to 1750. 1701. The quarters exist relatively to the human body, or in the plane of the head or some of its parts, as the forehead, the temples, the right or left eye, or to the left or right side, or in the plane of the shoulder joints, the breast, the abdomen, the loins, the knees, the feet, the soles of the feet, then also particularly above the head, and thus in like manner above the forehead, the sinciput, or the occiput, at the left or the right, forward or backwards. Whatever spirits appear at these points, there is no mistake but that they will continue to appear there as long as they are of such a quality. Those who are under the feet are in the lower earth more or less deep, just as the former are more or less high. 1702. Spirits also change places according to the change that takes place in themselves, for they hold themselves according to their nature and genius. Some never change places, and yet pass into the same quarter, making excursions therein, but it can thence be known who they are. 1703. That they are actually there, where they appear to be, cannot be said, although such is the appearance. As it is with altitude and presence, so is it also with situation. They appear thus before the eyes, because the universal world of spirits, and the universal heaven represents and constitutes the grand man, which is the reason that they are thus presented to the view of man while he is as a spirit. And to every spirit and every angel. That all this is a bare appearance may appear from the act that if there are numbers viewing them at the same time, and the same object should exist within a given distance between them, still it would not appear any otherwise to one than to another, thus not from behind one and in front of another. 1703_1/2. It is wonderful that a position, situs, should appear such without any particular determination. For while a spirit reflects upon the position, it is then sometimes wont to be varied, while yet, by a certain spiritual idea, he knows its position relatively to the body. 1748, March 26. 1704. Whatever reigns predominant in the mind of a man, of a spirit, or of an angel, to it is bent whatever such an one may chance to hear. This is a common fact, and thus may be known to everyone, that when any thought, affection, or cupidity has the ascendancy in the mind, then everything which is done by others, and which is heard, by the party in question, is determined thereto. So that they, for instance, who are lascivious, such as we have spoken of above, turn everything that they hear into lascivious images, and thus into lascivious expressions. So also in other things. 1705. With those in whom good reigns, there is nothing which they do not turn into good, an excuse. Thus whatever is from the Lord, and whoever is led by the Lord, with such everything is converted into good. 1748, March 26. 1706. Concerning an indeterminate state of spirits. I, together with the spirits around me, was in an indeterminate state, which state was such that they could not reflect at all upon themselves, but became, as it were, reduced to nothing in the universe. Which accords with the popular idea of spirits. As relates to myself, I could scarcely tell whether I was in the body or out of the body, for I perceived nothing of the body, inasmuch as it was not given to reflect upon it. Thus the perception I had was independent of the body, for the ideas were determined to a vague universality, in universum, and thus, as it were, dissipated, having no determination in myself. Determination in one's self causes that the subjects of it should seem to themselves to be such as they think themselves to be. In a word, the state was altogether different from the ordinary state, nor was there anything but bare speech, for the Spirit spoke and I spoke, but the speech was as if it proceeded not from any particular man, but was a mere voice sent forth into vacuity. Above, there appeared nothing but the celestial blue vault, sprinkled with little stars. 1707. Hence it may be inferred that whatever spirits may appear to themselves, to be or to possess, they have it from the determination of ideas in themselves, and from reflection upon the things which they say, and that without such determination neither spirit nor man appears to himself to be anything. 1748, March 26. 1708. The existence and subsistence of human bodies from the Lord by, or through, the grand man. How life from the Lord is infused even into the evil. Spirits often upbraided me, as it were, as having no life, because I said to them, what is the fact, that neither men, spirits, nor angels live from themselves, but from the Lord, and that they are only organs of life. This prompted them to say that I was possessed of no life at all. And moreover, when I stated that whatever evil was excited with me pertained to them, and whatever of good to the Lord, this they were unwilling to comprehend, still insisting that, on this ground, I must be destitute of life. They have in fact a decided aversion to hearing such assertions, for they wish to live from themselves, and for this reason they often complained, and were indignant that I thus spoke. 1709. On thinking the matter over with myself, how the life of the evil is infused into them from the Lord, I sometimes remarked that inasmuch as they are organs, therefore that life is according to the forms, which for their better understanding was compared to the light of the sun. This, although white in color and one in nature, yet as it passes through forms, or flows into them, is so varied as to give rise to different hues, temperatures, tempors, and the like, to which they could offer nothing in reply. 1710. But now, it is to be affirmed, that the life of the Lord flows into all in the universe, for they constitute the grand body, corpus maximum, and heaven, with the heaven of spirits, which is his body, because it lives from him. As a man lives from his soul, i.e. from the Lord through the soul, wherefore all the members, and the parts of the members, cannot but live from him, just as in man the members and parts of members depend exclusively upon his soul. And according to the forms of the members and the forms of the parts, so they live, and so do they perform their functions, however diverse, in the universal body. And yet in such a way that they are led to uses and ends, like each single organ in the body, for there is a consent of all to uses and to one end, which is the Lord. Whence life flows into all and each, from one mediately into another, through a society of forms. 1711. Those, however, in that grand body, who are evil, sustain to it the same relation as do the vicious parts in the body, which by various methods are brought to act in conjunction. Wherefore they are, first, exterminated, dissolved, and made to pass into the blood, the noxious parts being rejected, and made to serve uses in this way to the blood, and thus are purified by innumerable methods. And because things are thus in the body, they cannot but have life also. 1748, March 26. 1712. Whatever inflows from the Lord flows into the grand man, but with variety according to functions, so that there shall be no spirit or angel wholly free from the effect thence produced. Just as in the human body there is nothing operated by the soul but it flows into its universal body. The case, however, is not the same in regard to what proceeds from men, spirits, and angels, for as they are external to each other, all influx from them is comparatively outward. It subsists within certain limits, for it does not go to interiors are without to it, nor does it reach to intimates, and so on, otherwise than with that which comes from the Lord, as this passes through intimates and inmosts. 1748, March 26. 1713. Nor could the soul thus flow into the forms of its body according to all varieties, and operate so diversely in each single part, were there not a grand man, of which the Lord is the life, and which corresponds in all its minute details with human bodies. From hence exist the varieties of common forms in human bodies, or of viscera, hence the varieties of the distinct forms in the viscera, hence the ordination of everything to uses and ends. Hence the functions of all things, of all and singular things from the Lord. 1748, March 26. 1714. Hence now also is the existence of bodies and of their operations, hence subsistence, which is perpetual existence. Hence conservation, which is perpetual creation, hence the existence and subsistence of all animal bodies, even of the minutest animalculae. Hence the existence and subsistence of all vegetables with their varieties, which in their own mode typically represent the bodies of living things. Hence, for the sake of correspondences, the representation of spiritual and celestial thing by corporeal and material. Hence the adaptation of organs to spiritual and celestial things, organs corresponding to their active potencies, to their uses of life, and apart from which no effect takes place. 1748, March 26. 1715. Concerning the effect of fantasy. Let it not seem wonderful that such things, which are merely corporeal, exist also in the world of spirits, namely, that the inhabitants appear to themselves to be bodies, yea, to be clothed with garments, that they should perceive pains. Consequently that they should possess the sense of touch, besides other things which are merely corporeal, and such as it would seem could never fall to the lot of spiritual essences, or spirits. Whereas that such is the fact is so true that all heaven is in the affirmation of it. 1716. Hence are their tortures in hell, hence their many pains and terrors, as also their cupidities, and other things which are corporeal. 1717. As it respects the causes whence such things exist, there, it is because spirits take with them fantasies from the life of the body, which because they are of the mind, and are such as are operative, therefore thence are their affections. 1718. Nor, supposing one to be possessed of any degree of sound judgment, has he reason to wonder at the fact now stated. For life, whether corporeal or spiritual, is not given without sense, and all sense refers itself to touch, even the intimate and inmost senses, as may be known to anyone from the sense of seeing and hearing. Since, therefore, there can no life be given without sense, it follows that those who think themselves to be corporeal, or who are in corporeal fantasies, and as long as they are in them, as is the case with many recently departed souls, carry those fantasies with them. Hence the effect above mentioned, or a kind of sense of corporeal things, for they imagine themselves to be living altogether in their bodies, nor can they be dispossessed of that fantasy, unless by living demonstrations. Of which see in abundance elsewhere. 1719. For these reasons let men beware of giving heed to those opinions which some persons would fain publish and inculcate, that spirits are altogether devoid of sense. Or that spiritual essences lack all that kind of affection which they enjoyed while living in their bodies. I know the contrary, which has been demonstrated to me by 1,000 most sensible proofs of experience, as I can solemnly declare and attest. And if men are unwilling to believe from the weight which they attach to their suppositions and opinions in respect to spiritual essences, let them take heed to themselves when they come into the other life, where experience will compel them to believe what they do not credit in this world. In ancient times there were no men of such a faith in regard to spirits, but they exist, at this day, when from the ratiocination of their own brain, and not from the word of the Lord, they would explain the nature of spirits whom they deprive, by their definitions and conjectures, of all sensual properties, denying everything of the kind to their interior and intimate principles, when yet these are the things which merely manifest themselves in externals and which are perceived. And although they appear in externals, yet it is no otherwise than as they believe the eye sees, the ear hears, when at the same time they may know that the eye is merely an organ which transmits visibilities. While the interior minds, of men, are what see and hear, the sensorial power being utterly dead without things interior, as may be abundantly shown. Hence now it may appear that there are senses in spirits or the spiritual essences of man, and moreover that they survive in souls after death, and that as long as a man is not in the truth of faith, he is made up of fantasies, which produce the effects before mentioned. 1720. Yea, I can assert that their torments, terrors, and the like are to them well nigh as sensible as in the body, which they have oftentimes confessed to me. And unless the Lord should take away their fantasies, their corporeal things thus remaining in their minds, they would be tormented with much severer anguish than in their bodies. For evil spirits and the diabolic crew not only have such fantasies, but they inflict the like upon the minds of those whom they torment, which unless the Lord took away and moderated, they would have a hell vastly more excruciating than would ever be possible from their bodies being held in the suffering of the most intense anguish. 1721. Of those who constitute the interior membranes of the body, as the pleura, there are spirits through whom others speak, and they scarcely know what they say, except, as they learn, a little from their prompters while in the act of speaking. They confessed that they did not well know what they said, but that yet they spoke, as in fact it was sufficiently evident, by hearing that others spoke through them, and that they thus became merely a channel of the speech of others, for the sound of their utterance made this sufficiently plain. Thus they have, as it were, no ideas, but simply voices. In the life of the body they were mere babblers, thinking nothing of what they said, and loving to talk of everything, whether they understood it or no. 1722. They said there were troops of them, and more numerous than could be conceived. 1723. They constitute the interior membranes of man, which are spacious, and on this account there are such vast numbers or troops of them. For the membranes are not otherwise, or do not perform any other use, than to act as passive forces, and to do whatever the active forces impress upon them. Concerning these spirits, it is believed that they constitute the pleura which surrounds the chamber of the thorax, and insinuates itself through the pericardium into the regions of the lungs, and that they thus pass into the pharynx and larynx, which is an organ of speech, as are also the lungs that are encompassed by the pleura, and to which it constitutes the covering. 1724. It was said also that they give way or flee when other spirits pursue them, and retire to a considerable distance, in a direct line from the face almost in front, but inclining to the left. Whence it happens, correspondentially, that membrane is so extended, and yields to the pressure of the lungs as to its active forces. 1725. They spoke above the middle of the head, at a moderate distance, but the place does not hinder them from constituting the pleura. For the interior membranes of the body are continued to those of the head, as, for instance, the pituitary membrane of the mouth, and thus to the meninges of the brain, wherefore they are heard above the head, when otherwise they would be in the plane of the breast, from which they were first detected at a distance. 1726. Such spirits are very numerous, for the membranes of the body are ample, and are continued around and over all the viscera, into which they enter. It is now insinuated that the greatest part of these spirits are women. 1727. Concerning those who constitute the pia meanings of the brain. There are certain spirits not given to speaking like the former, but serving to the further development of the ideas of others, and acting also as passive forces. They are quite modest in their temperament, and are heard still higher above the head. Their common movement was a flowing one, fluidus, in a transverse direction in the brain from the front part backwards. Differing from that of another class whose common flowing motion was transversely from one and the other temple towards the middle of the brain, so that the place of meeting should be that of the longitudinal sinus. 1728. I heard them speaking, they were modest and peaceable, and said that in the life of the body they were such as trusted but little to their own thought, or determined themselves but were prone to credulity. And easily suffered themselves to be persuaded by others to almost anything, acting from their suggestions, and not canvassing the quality of their advice. 1729. Through these other spirits transfer their ideas. 1748, March 26. 1730. Those that constitute the thin membranes of the brain perform a similar function in the spiritual world and in heaven with those membranes which admit the blood spirit into the interior parts, conducting it in their own peculiar way. And also serving to clothe the fasciculi of fibers, or the little nervelets, nervulos. 1731. For these were again represented to me as to the quality of their thought, and among other modes from this, viz. That they received in simplicity the things that were spoken, not indeed with a very intelligent sense either external or internal, but so that the angels could thence derive interior ideas. Such was their quality, as they appeared, while I uttered the Lord's Prayer, as their thought was then exhibited to me. For all spirits and angels, how many soever and of what quality soever they may be known from the ideas they have when the Lord's Prayer is pronounced, and these were all along represented to me on those occasions. The sense, therefore, of these spirits was such that the angels could thence derive fuller ideas, as they were of a milder genius and not mentally closed, as was apparent to a spiritual idea. So that they are a kind of intermediates between an exterior and interior sense of words. 1732. In speaking with them, they said they were such as often withheld me from thinking of interior things, and thus, virtually, prohibited me, and also that they supposed themselves to be in heaven. For they are, as it were, a kind of entrance into heaven, which is owing to the nature of their thoughts. 1733. From these things it may be evident how difficult it is to perceive the quality of those who are in the interior, and, still more, who are in the inmost heaven, as they constitute the membranes or meninges over the minute organs of the brain. And round about its more tender fibers, which, as they do not appear to the eye, are not perceived by man. While yet if we understood the nature of these meninges, we should be able to apprehend somewhat in regard to those spirits who sustain a similar relation to the interior and inmost heaven. As these minute organs with their coverings and interior contents are invisible to us, how much more those spirits who constitute, and, as it were, contain substantial realities. 1734. Those who constitute the meanings over the brain are genii, for that meanings is full of blood, in like manner those who constitute the meanings over the smaller organs of the brain. But those who invest the fascicles of the fibers and the interior nerves are spirits. For as the fibers spring from their organic principles, so also spiritual things from celestial. Moreover, as in the fetus every membrane is charged with blood, and its derivative fibers are, as it were, not bloody, so also it is with these genii, and so on. 1748, March 27. 1735. Concerning a spiritual idea, what its quality. It is permitted to adduce a single example in order to illustrate the quality of spiritual ideas, which are such, that, if barely one word is uttered as all words are ideas, then that word is, as it were, put on, by spirits. And thus they are accustomed to act inwardly within that word. As, for instance, a certain angel on hearing the word servant, immediately as it were put it on, and so prayed from it, signifying by such a representation that he was a servant, and accordingly prayed as a servant. For the sake of testifying humility. But that such a state of things can exist is perceived by no one except a spirit, or one who is in a spiritual idea. There are many things of this nature. 1748, March 27. 1736. Concerning those who constitute the external skin, and its coats. There are very many of such a quality that they constitute the external integuments of the body, with a difference from the face to the feet. With these I held much conversation, and even on this very subject, those who constitute the foul outermost skin are such as in the life of the body abide in the literal sense, but those who admit interior things, though they do not perceive them, but merely abide in them as in a kind of external sense, they are the interior coats of the skin. 1737. For there are those who abide indeed in the literal sense of the word, but yet from various causes admit an interior sense, to wit, while they seek to establish their own theories, theses, or articles of faith. For which purpose they draw, from the word, affirmative proofs whatever may be their opinions, and even such as are interior, which thus fall in with their theories. More especially do they do this where such interior and inmost things favor their cupidities and their opinions at the same time. Otherwise all such interior and inmost things, when viewed by them simply in themselves, they disrelish and reject, holding them almost in aversion, and becoming their enemies and opposers. Except so far as they can claim to have originated them as something new, for they love them in reference to their own glory and praise, though they do not understand them. 1738. They represent or constitute such things inasmuch as the external skin communicates by fibers and vessels with the interiors and inmosts of the brain, from whence come its sensations. The skin and its coats imbibe also the most subtle things of the world, and transmit them to the brain, to say nothing of their brain exhaling a very attenuated kind of feces, as appears from the Santorian perspiration. 1739. With these spirits it is not easy to form a connection, nor can they mingle with the angels, for they favor their own opinions and their own cupidities, and prefer themselves to others, nor are they willing to admit interior things, which are destructive to their fantasies and lusts, as when it is said to them that there is a special sense and perception of interior and intimate things, that a spirit does not live from himself, that he is a mere organ of life. This they are averse to, for they would fain live from themselves, as would all they also who constitute the coats. Some, however, can understand the fact to be so, but still they do not wish it to be so. 1740. There are also besides these certain spirits who constitute the interiors of the cuticular covering of tolerably upright character, who suppose that the things which proceed from those who constitute the external skin do really emanate from themselves, thus attributing many things to themselves, which do not belong to them. They were such in their lifetime as claimed a great many things as proceeding from them which yet were not theirs, not indeed from a self-love that led them to prefer themselves to others, but from a certain cupidity, and pleasantness, as it were, besides various other causes. I spoke with them, and found that, they were well-meaning, apprehending what was said, only that they raved somewhat in imagining things done by themselves which were really done by others. 1748, March 27. 1741. In a word, insanities, that is, fantasies, reign with all those who constitute the externals of man. For externals are such that they act against internals, and yet they are held by internals in their proper connection and order, although they do not wish to appear to be governed by internals, but by themselves. Such fantasies or insanities are very numerous, and arise from numerous causes, wherefore as long as they are in them they constitute such externals, especially skins and membranes, which act against internals. A very large portion of those from this our earth are of such a character, for our orb is in externals, and almost wholly rules internals. And as much as this ascendancy prevails, so much are its inhabitants tormented in the other life, until such fantasies are so far moderated that an equilibrium can be established, nor are they previously permitted to act as such membranes. But they are without or below the body of the grand man in the lower earth, and various places of hell, from which they are taken out and elevated in order to constitute such things as above described. While they are being perfected in these by means of the many vexations they there undergo, they are advanced to more interior states, and thus into heaven. For all the membranes become more perfect in proportion as they approximate what is more interior and intimate. Yea, there is nothing given in the human body except from membranes. From these are the organic forms which are actuated by blood and spirit, which are themselves also organic forms, but active in respect to others, though still void of any life but what is from the Lord. The active powers of life are called celestial, the passive, spiritual, and as celestial things or love ought to rule spiritual things and not spiritual celestial, so in like manner are things constituted in the body. The nature of the influx of the one into the other may appear in some measure from the organical structures of the body. But because the subject is one of so much vastness, it can never be understood except in its most general features, as far as may be necessary to serve for forming ideas, which the Lord fills and vivifies according to uses and ends. 1748, March 27. 1742. Concerning the entrance of spirits into the other life. When a man dies and passes into the other life, it fares with him like the food which is received by the lips, and then through the mouth, jaws, and throat is conveyed into the stomach, and thence into the intestines, that is to say, the lot of his life is determined according to his cupidities and fantasies, for he is at first treated very gently, namely, by the angels who stand by, of whom we have spoken before, which is similar to the case of food that is not seen. Which is first slightly touched by the lips, afterwards committed to the mouth, and its quality tested by the tongue as hard, soft, sweet, etc. It is treated in this way also, that it may be softened by the purer saliva, and thence be exhaled into the blood, and so conveyed to any particular organ, or immediately to the brain, when it is mildly castigated on the way. Thus with man's evils, his fantasies are thus, as it were, exterminated by various methods, while if any remain, they imitate the course made by the salivary fluid in the process of digestion. In which some articles are subdued with more difficulty, requiring the action of the teeth in breaking the hard crusts, which correspond with the products of the fantasies that have to be violently broken up. Thus there is a letting down, as it were, through the esophagus into the stomach, where a various treatment is undergone by the contents in order that they may be made to perform some kind of use. Those of a somewhat harder quality are thrust into the intestines, and at length into the rectum, where is the first hell, and such as are not yet subdued thereby are cast out like dung into hell, and remain in hell till they are effectually reduced to subjection. 6, 1748, March 27. 1743. Of the state of a man when governed by those who constitute the cuticle. There came a number of those who constitute the cuticle, I heard their approach in companies. And as they were so numerous as to prevail over others, it was thus shown to me how it is with the state of man when he is such as to have an undue care of the skin, which is the same as to have his mind governed by spirits of this class. 1744. When a man is in this state, he is withheld from all useful study, and at the same time there is insinuated into him a distaste to doing anything real, so that there is a certain reaction and consequent repugnance in relation to whatever is useful. Whether in civil or moral life, whether in matters of faith and charity, whether in action or in thought, for from all these he is held back, while at the same time there are certain blasphemies insinuated into him against them, so that he wishes, as it were, to bind himself to keep aloof from them. 1745. How the true state of the case is, in these instances, was also shown me. There is a certain one among the worst of their crew who adheres to a man from behind under the occiput, and through him as a medium that crew acts, drawing back the very nature of the man from things good and pious. making them a source of annoyance to him, and at the same time infusing blasphemies. Such an one was perceived by me by a most manifest sensation, and I spoke with him, saying that he was held there by that crew, in order that through him, as a common subject, they might perpetrate things like those above described. I was retracted not only sensibly by the neck, but withheld from the thought and understanding of what I was writing, and even from the affection thereof, and it was insinuated that I should desist besides, among other things. In order that I might perceive how the case is, it was represented to me in the person of a certain spirit, to whom such an one applied himself like a dark cloud, throwing himself upon his back, and adhering thereto under the occiput, causing a confession to be made of most grievous molestation. 1746. Of this quality are those who are unduly careful about the skin, or who are delighted with the things pertaining to the skin, and who, for this reason, are elsewhere termed delicate. Persons of this description perceive in every good and essential work a repugnance, nay, a positive grievance. For spirits of this class flock cajolingly around such an one and then consociate themselves, drawing him away in like manner, from all useful employments. As the care of the skin is multifarious, so there are genera and species of this class of men. 1747. These cuticular characters are averse to interior and more interior things, as remarked above, consequently to an interior and more interior life. They contend incessantly with their opposites, for they are external men who fight against the internal man, and hold him in aversion, as Paul writes of himself. 1748, March 27. The exterior spirits who actuate them are those that constitute the scaly and filthy skin. 1748. The spirit stationed behind, under the occiput, drew down the occiput, as it were, or the skin in that region, as if he would move the head, causing it to sway somewhat downwards. A thing of this kind is not, indeed, perceived with the inhabitants of our earth, because they are sensible to no operations of spirits, being such as to be in externals. It is otherwise with those who can be at the same time in the world of spirits also, just as are spirits, still it is known from the effects how the case is. 1748, March 27. Such spirits, like such men, are for the most part lovers of themselves, preferring themselves to others. And inasmuch as they treat with scorn man's interior and more interior things, they place their wisdom, as it were, in being able elegantly to vituperate or refute the doctrine of an internal man, nor do they care aught for the Lord. Nor if they dared would they hesitate at all to vituperate and persecute him openly, for they are external and give themselves up to the dominion of this kind of spirits. 1749. But whenever there is an equilibrium of these with others, they can then perform a use, as the skin does to the interiors. For man learns interior things by means of exterior, yet so that the Lord insinuates into externals those things which conduce to use. To institute an analogy, the skin serves not only as a medium for excreting foulnesses, but also for the insinuation of such things as serve for the nourishing of the interior. The skin, however, is disposed, for this function, by the interior life, and the inspirations through externals are made according to the affections of the interiors. 1748, March 27. 1750. Such spirits also, if it were permitted them, would desire to possess the whole man, so much so, that if it were possible they would fain cast out man's life, and thus enter and live in the body of another. It was shown me according to the fantasies of certain spirits, who lived, at the time the Lord was in the world, that they were prompted by this desire. I said to a certain one that was impossible, and plainly demonstrated it, namely, from the fact that man is an organ, and his interiors are organic forms, which can by no means be occupied by the organic forms of another, nor changed into those of another. They perhaps supposing that their interiors were life alone, like a flame, but they are immensely deceived. 1751 to 1800. 1751. They also close up the internal chamber of the ear, so that one can scarcely hear, which I manifestly perceived, nay, they oppress intervals as if by a siege from without. 1752. Concerning visions which are illusions. There are visions experienced by certain persons on the earth who say and boast that they have seen many, wonderful, sights, and they are also called seers, visionarii. This kind of visions is such that when any object is presented, be it what it may, certain spirits induce upon it such an appearance by fantasies, that when a cloud for instance, or a certain lunar light is seen by night, then spirits hold his mind, and thus his imagination, in the representation of some particular thing, whether of an animal, or an infant, or any monstrosity. And as long as his imagination is held in things of this kind, he is persuaded that he actually sees such things. In this way very many visions are brooded, which are nothing else than illusions. But such things often happen to those who indulge much in fantasies, and who thus labor under an infirmity of mind, which renders them credulous. 1753. That similar things exist also with spirits, inasmuch as they may be induced by spirits from the man's imagination, I can testify from abundant experience. It is in their power to represent buildings, gardens, meadows, and similar amenities, and unless the reaction is given them that such things are mere representations induced by others, spirits would not know anything else than that they were realities, and this they openly acknowledged. 1754. That there are those who inspire terror. There are some self-confident spirits to whom it is permitted to induce terrors, and terrors of such a nature that no one would believe that they could be inspired. Especially it is permitted them to represent an arm apparently naked, and in various positions, according to variety, of circumstances and ends. Of such an arm it is a peculiarity, that it impresses upon a soul or a spirit such a terror, that even those who were strangers to terror in their lifetime have confessed that they have received from this source an intimidation which could not be expressed. The same object was once shown to me, and I was smitten with like terror, which continued for some time, for it seemed that it could have crushed the bones and the marrow. Yea, if permitted, it would, however incredible, have produced that effect, because flowing from the world of spirits, still it is true, for the fantasy of spirits is competent to do it. Terrors of this kind are induced by spirits, who trust to themselves that there is nothing which they cannot do. But as these things cannot well be believed, they are to be prudently set forth, lest men should think themselves listening to fables or trash. 1755. The inhabitants of the world of spirits have peculiar skill in things of this kind. And if it were permitted them to exercise such magical arts, they could easily induce the minds of men to believe that they were miracles, for these things have an effect upon material and corporeal objects. Hence were the magical practices of the Egyptians, hence the diabolical arts everywhere spoken of, in the word, hence false miracles which are of the devil, and which were performed by the Egyptian magicians. The same holds true of many other things, and especially of those illusory visions just mentioned above. 1756. Unless a man be in faith towards the Lord, he is easily induced to believe that such visions are from heaven, and the like, when yet they are of the devil, for they cannot be distinguished from true visions and true miracles, except by those who are led by the Lord. But at this day such things are forbidden, for these rabbles, of spirits, are held in bonds, and not permitted to rove beyond the limits which for certain reasons are assigned them. 1748, March 28. 1757. That intellectual faith is a mere matter of the memory. I spoke with certain souls who, in the life of the body, supposed that they had faith, or that an intellectual faith would save, or was of a saving nature, salvifica. Nor were they willing to recede from the theory they had established to themselves, that faith alone saved, from which it would follow that the quality of the life is of no consequence, as is the opinion of many. It was given me to say to them that such a faith is by no means saving, that it is not really faith, because the life shows of what kind of faith they are possessed, and that such a faith is a mere matter of the memory, producing nothing. Whereas the life of faith is love from the Lord. When I read the passage in Mark 12 verse 28, where a certain scribe inquires what is the first or chief commandment, I asked them the same question, because the scribe believed the same thing, but yet only intellectually, and not in his life. For it is said that he tempted Jesus. It was then given them to perceive that such a faith was a mere cognition, which is far from saving, unless it so works as to cause a man to love his neighbor as himself. 1758. That the Lord knows and disposes all things, even the minutest, singularissima, in the universal heaven and in all the earths. This may appear also from the case of the human body, in the viscera, cavities, membranes of which, both within and without, there are sensitive fibers in such abundance that nothing can come in contact with them but they perceive it. That the same holds good in regard to the stomach, the liver, and the lungs, is obvious. The fibers are organically and variously formed, and by means of them the soul of man knows and perceives whatever change takes place. And according to that perception closes of everything and induces states adapted to restore health to those parts which are out of order. 1759. Since such things occur in the animal body, and there is nothing which does not come to the soul of the animal whence all things are conveniently disposed in general and in particular, what shall we not say of the grand man in heaven? And of those things which depend upon heaven, since the Lord is the life of all, and every particular is ordered as in the most perfect man. Wherefore the Lord is sole, and supreme, because he alone is life, and thus all in all, perceiving, disposing and ordering all and single things, so that they shall act according to fixed laws, upon which depends the well-being and conservation of all things in the universe. 1748, March 28. 1760. It is a fact of common occurrence in the world of spirits that those who are there are unable to believe that the Lord can know all and everything in all and everything, even things the most minute which take place in the universe. Whether in heaven or in the world, or in all the earths. For they, like men, view all things from a lower plane, because from their natural mind, which is extremely limited, and to which impossibilities are prone to suggest themselves. But when I often said to them, and by suitable ideas represented, that it could be predicated of the soul and the body that it did not know the things, transpiring in it. And if it did not know, it could not dispose all and everything in its own body, and minister healing, to diseased parts, which the learned ascribe to nature, but erroneously and perversely, inasmuch as they are all from the Lord. And when also it was said that the will of man alone could dispose, and, as it were, know what muscles and what motive fibers should concur to any one action, of which there are thousands and myriads distributed everywhere over the body. And when by this it was represented to them how the case is with the Lord who is the God of the universe, and the only life. Then they had nothing to say in reply, for impossibilities yielded, to such a view of the subject. 1748, March 28. 1761. Concerning sores, and foul tubercles which are naturally produced upon the pleura and pericardium, or what kind of spirits constitute them. There are some in the world who pass their lives in a course of mere artifices and lies. That is to say, that in order to attain the objects at which they aim they make use of falsehoods, from which originate evil, consequently they seek their ends through evil means. Thus it was shown to me by a living experience that they employ the services of the innocent for the purpose of persuading concerning those things which they intend and desire to obtain. As also that by lying in various modes they induce persons who are ignorant of their ends to say so and so, from whence arise enmities and aversions. For they act covertly and take various precautionary measures that those who serve them as tools should not understand their scope. This was shown to me by a living experience. They took for a subject a certain one who was of a genius unlike their own, in order that they might thus effect persuasion through an innocent medium. They then by means of mental induction and imitation brought into play things that are familiar in the world of spirits, but which this is not the place to describe. And all this in order that I might be persuaded concerning the objects at which they aimed. In order that there might be no suspicion as to the true source of their machinations, I may say, in a word, that they make use of evil means that they may attain to whatever ends they propose. These means are deceits, falsehoods, and artifices, from which very many evils spring forth. Self-love or pride are the prompting causes of these machinations, and those of this quality exercise similar arts in every single thing which they intend. 1762. Such spirits are those vicious affections which are called sores and foul tubercles, that break out upon the pleura and other membranes, which, if they become eradicated, the disease spreads far and near so as to vitiate and weaken the entire membrane, and thus gradually draw the whole body to death. 1763. Souls of this vicious stamp, though they come into the world of spirits, and have the power of insinuating themselves before their true quality is made manifest, yet they are not tolerated, there, as they would infect the crowd of spirits with their own vicious state. Wherefore they first undergo this peculiar punishment, to wit, that a number of such are made to rotate from left to right at the outset, in a plane orbit, which presently in the course of circumrotation swells out. And afterwards the swelling is depressed, so that the orbit becomes as it were hollow, and the celerity is increased. While in the meantime and during the circumrotation a process of exploration is going on, whether they will persist in being such as they are. This circumrotation takes place in the world of spirits above the head, a little in front, which is administered to those who were of the character described. And because they persisted they were rolled over, and projected to the back under the occiput. There was, however, still another mode of circumrotation in which the swelling or bulging out, tuberositas, was quite prominent, and was turned by flexure into one, and that one was again intervolved, thus rendering the revolving motion confused. In fact, the orbit was inverted to a perpendicular, and the celerity at the same time greatly increased, usque ut propter celeritatem, dum appararet, ita ad imitamentalium tuberositatem, seu apostematum. 7. 1763_1/2. It was afterwards shown that all such lie as if dead, with their face and belly downwards, and that they are subsequently let down into the lower parts of the earth. That they may there pass their lives, being thus detruded at once from the world of spirits and from the body into those lower regions of the earth, where they are to lead a most obscure kind of life apart from companions. Being then in fact as if dead. 1764. It was shown, moreover, how much of the truly human there is in such, by means of a representation in which they were, almost entirely, divested of a body, the portion that remained being exceedingly small. As was represented by a miniature human figure, whereby was signified how little of the human and of themselves they retain after that most obscure life passed in their hell, which is in a deep place beneath the right foot, a little in front. 1765. Wherefore let all such take heed to themselves, as in order to compass the ends which they propose make use of means that disturb societies, and cause enmities and hatreds between their members. And that too for the sake of promoting their own selfish views. 1748, March 28. 1766. These are rather to be called deadly imposthumes or abscesses wherever they are seated, whether in the chest, in the pleura, in the pericardium, in the mediastinum, or in the lungs. 1767. It was observed, also, that in their orbit-like circumrotation they attempted to draw others within their whirl, to wit, the harmless and the innocent, so that it gave them no concern whomsoever they might drag into perdition, provided they seemed themselves to perish. 1768. I observe that they perceive as in an instant what is capable of being perverted. They have their eyes intently fixed, and instantly lay hold of, or violently seize at the first glance those things which favor them either that they may pervert or vindicate, or assume as means. And that, too, before I could have the least idea that they had noticed anything pertaining to me, thus they are more acute than others, and are in the life of their self-love. 1769. Whosoever is in faith knows and perceives that he does not live from himself. As relates to perception, see elsewhere. But knowledge teaches the same thing, to wit, that man by no means lives from himself, as I also today demonstrated to spirits by a universal idea. For since man is a mere particle in the grand man, and there is nothing in the individual man to which there is not something corresponding in the grand man. It obviously follows that he lives not from himself but from the all and singular things of the angels in heaven and in the world of spirits, who excite the things which man thinks. And since all are merely organic beings, and the Lord alone is life, it obviously follows that man lives not from himself. Besides this, it is shown, by living experience, that when they with whom a spirit is most intimately associated are withdrawn, he is then, as it were, dead, and can neither think nor do anything. March 28, 1748. 1770. The exceeding fallacy of sense, involved in a man's thinking that he lives from himself derives its origin from the love of self, which when it reigns makes it impossible that there should be faith in the Lord, though this alone, inasmuch as the Lord is alone, causes the knowledge and perception of that fact. And in order that this might be more clearly evinced to spirits, for the genuine angels know it and perceive it very manifestly, to know is, as it were, without them. To perceive is within them, it was shown them by an experience which I scarcely dare produce, as scarcely anyone would believe it. But inasmuch as it occurred frequently, I would simply observe that when any spirit fixes his attention upon the walking of a horse and speaks at the same time, he is heard precisely as if the steps of the walking horse spoke, an experience at which the spirits were sometimes indignant. While the thought at the same time arose that the fallacy of sense in this case was similar to that in man supposing himself to live from himself. 1748, March 28. To whatever sound spirits apply their attention and direct their hearing and their imagination, whether to the strokes of hammers or other things, the speech is heard as having a similar sound. Not that the speech is actually there, but such is the fallacy that it cannot be known but that the sound does speak. Concerning the law of nature, jura naturae. The angels wonder that the learned on this earth, as they call themselves, should dispute and wrangle concerning the principles of natural law, and that many should derive those principles from themselves, consequently from the love of self, of kindred, and of their own possessions, and not, as does the universal heaven, from the love of the Lord, and thus from love towards the neighbor as towards oneself, when yet the Lord calls that principle the primary of all precepts. Not to say that everything in heaven, in the world, and on the earth dictates the same thing. 8. 1771. Concerning those who are in the lower earth, inferiorum terra. There are in the lower earth many mansions or many places where those are detained who are undergoing preparation. Concerning some of this class see elsewhere. Their position is, nearly under the left foot, a little in front, and rising up to a very considerable altitude. Many are held in a kind of obscurity, especially such as are in almost a middle state between the life of the body and its sleep. And there they think scarcely at all, barely remembering at times what they had done in their lifetime from a rash and evil prompting, but still not so that they are tormented by conscience on account of it. For those in that region are not such as have done evil with a clear conscience and of set purpose, but yet they have perpetrated evil, although it has been from imprudence, for they might have known in the life of the body that it was evil, as they were thus instructed from the word of the Lord. But the word of the Lord, after their principles were firmly adopted, could not penetrate, inasmuch as they persisted in the imprudence of their life. 1772. Those who are in the lower earth are not indeed within the grand man, but without, yet they live from the Lord's life. Concerning these it was said that there are great numbers there, and that some are detained there through long periods of time, even for ages, until they are vastated. 1748, March 29. 1773. The ancients seem to have alluded to this class of persons, see whether they are spoken of in the word, so long as they were not absorbed in the love of self and of the things pertaining to that love. Of these things the ancients had knowledge also who were without the ancient church, but still from the ancient church, and they called them the Lethean waters which were to be drunk, but yet there was no water there. 1774. Some of them perceive a tedium more or less according to their life in the body, whether they had acted, from imprudence or from set purpose. 1775. Concerning the impression with spirits that their bodies live. The spirits of this our earth have such an impression in regard to their still living in the body as will scarcely be credited, and it is with the utmost difficulty that they can be persuaded to the contrary. I pointed out to them in various ways that that was a fantasy, so that they at length acknowledged it, but they still fell back into similar fantasies, wherefore their mind remains a long time after death in the body, so to speak. Which is also the cause that when spirits from the earth Jupiter are present, who have an aversion to bodies, an extreme uneasiness arises, and is felt, on both sides. 1748, March 29. 1776. That spirits judge from man's persuasion. In conversing with spirits, I observed that they were persuaded concerning things of which they could have no knowledge. This persuasion evidently arose from my being myself persuaded concerning anything which I was demonstrating. This happened very often, and in regard to a variety of subjects, even scientifics, which they had not known, as also in a multitude of particular things. From whence I was authorized to conclude, as I said to the spirits, that they judged and affirmed from my persuasion. Consequently, if I demonstrated anything falsely, they would be persuaded concerning that also, for in respect to material things they cannot judge from themselves, though they still suppose that the knowledges which are in my memory are theirs. Thus they possess a man, even to the degree of being indignant when I said that they did not know themselves, but had it from me. 1778. 9. Hence various things may be concluded, as concerning Balaam, that if he had by imprecations devoted the posterity of Jacob, certain spirits in the world of spirits would have been so persuaded that they would have stirred up turbulent hordes against that nation, and the evil would have endeavored to pervert the good. The world of spirits before the Lord's advent was of this character, but after his advent they were powerfully restrained in this respect. 1779. Hence also it is given to conclude respecting interior persuasions from the Lord, that men are persuaded in faith, and concerning the thing of faith, from the Lord, and by no means from themselves. 1748, March 29. 1780. In respect to things, however, which do not agree with the life of spirits, the life which they have derived from their loves in the life of the body, they cannot be persuaded except by the Lord alone while being reformed. 1748, March 29. 1781. Concerning those who constitute deadly ulcers of the head, or within the cranium. There are some of such a quality, that when they approach they rush into the cranium, and thence into the spinal marrow, and intend and attempt nothing else than to kill the man. Spirits of this character flocked to me and rushed forthwith into the spinal marrow, saying at once, before they were at all provoked, that they would suck up the marrow and whatever was vital. And when they attempted it in vain, they still remained within the cranium, intent upon a variety of schemes, which, however, were abortive. In such cases they intend the taking away from the man all his intellectual faculty. I perceived them manifestly in the cerebral chamber, and their attempts also from the pain thence resulting. I spoke with them, and they were compelled to confess whence, who, and of what quality they were. 1782. They stated that they dwelt in dark woods, and were there of deformed aspect, having ferine faces and shaggy hair, and roaming about like wild beasts. They are quite numerous, nor dare they attempt any such thing towards their companions, to whom it is then permitted to treat them cruelly almost at pleasure, from which they shrink in horror. And then abstain from inflicting anything of the kind upon them. They also wander about solitarily, and are thus held in bonds. 1783. It was told me they were such as had formerly, in their lifetime, slaughtered whole armies, as is recorded in the scripture histories, having induced insanities upon them, for they rushed into the chambers of their brain. And then inspired such terror that one slew another. That they were able to strike such terror I was assured, but it is seldom done at the present day. It is extremely rare that the bonds are loosened to any of them at this day, and only takes place in the case of someone who is of such a quality that it were better that he should be permitted to perish as to his body than as to his soul. And in regard to whom, unless he perished bodily in this manner, by means of insanity and suicide, he could not well be prevented from perishing to eternity. 1784. These are those spirits who correspond to deadly ulcers of the head within the cranium, of which the effect is similar. 1785. Others, their associates, appeared considerably elevated in front, and they spoke and said that those who were within my cranium were their subjects through whom they operated. 1786. While they live in woods but little of life is granted them, which life was shown, such they said they had. 1748, March 29. 1787. How the life in the body is continued after death. There were certain ones who had led a lascivious life in the body, and who being infected themselves, had infected others also with their contagion and pest. Some of them, as I had reason to suppose, came to me not long after their decease, and ignorant that they were now in another life. I observed that they wished to live here as they had done in their bodies. Their life in the body was to inveigle wives and commit adultery without conscience, enticing other men's wives into this crime whenever they could accomplish it, and desiring the same thing now, inasmuch as they knew not that they were in the other life. 1788. When I informed them that the case was not in this as in the other life, they wondered at first that they were in the other life, but soon forgetting this, they persisted, in their evil promptings, asking where there were families, in order that they might continue their machinations. I said to them that if they had no regard to spiritual sins in matters of this kind, still they should not endeavor to sunder the love of a wife by such allurements from that of her husband, as this would be to act against spiritual order. But they paid no attention to this, neither did they understand it. I moreover urged them to desist by their fear of the laws and the punishment flowing therefrom, as it was now palpably manifest that they desired to perpetrate such wrongs. But for this they cared nothing. I then appealed to their regard for their reputation, as their good name would in this way suffer, but neither did they care for this, for their quality and what they cared for is at once perceived by a spiritual idea. But when I intimated that the facts might become known, and the domestics be employed to treat them with severity, and even to punish them with sorer stripes than they now dreamt of, this, and this only, seemed to strike them with dread. But forgetting even this, they held on in their purposes, and their interior thoughts were represented to me, which were most filthy. Then the wiles which they devised in their minds were declared, and these were of such a character as to make it improper to reveal them to anyone. It thus appears that their interiors are altogether laid open before spirits in the other life, and still more before the angels, who know their interior thoughts with the utmost exactness, while they are held after death in a similar state. And even all the devices of their hearts, for they were represented by them as to their quality, which was most foul. In like manner, they represented the quality of certain ones in the life of the body who supposed adulteries and the like to be nothing unlawful, when yet they so defile their spiritual life that the effects cannot be removed without punishments quite severe. Concerning these it was said to me that such in the married state afterwards conceive aversions to their partners, differently from those who do not live in such cupidity. 1789. As to their praying to the Lord, which was laid open to me to the life, they seemed to have no doubts whatever in relation to those things which they had learned from a teacher, but they had no other than a verbal or literal sense of the prayer, showing that they were corporeal, and not at all spiritual. 1748, March 30. 1790. Concerning the Lord's Prayer. When the Lord's Prayer, which comprehends all celestial and spiritual things, is read, there may be infused into each particular so many things, that heaven itself shall not be capable of comprehending them, and that, too, according to the capacity and use of everyone. The more internally and intimately anyone penetrates, the more fully or abundantly the things of heaven are understood. By those in lower states they are not comprehended, but are a kind of arcana to them, some being comprehensible solely by an intellectual faith, and some being ineffable, celestial ideas which all emanate from the Lord, the lower they descend. Or the lower the character of the men, to whom they come, the more complete appears the closing up, of the mind. till at length a certain hardness ensues in which there is little or nothing besides the sense of the letter or the ideas of the words. Whence it was given to know, from the Lord's Prayer, what kind of souls they had been in the life of the body, as to the doctrine of their faith, inasmuch as it was granted to them to have their former sense, of these things, when offering prayer. 1748, April 1st. Thus it is that the idea expands upwardly or inwardly from corporeal things, and indeed to indefinite extent in every degree, or in other words, through indefinitely multiplied expansions in the interiors, and so in the more interior parts. And in the inmosts. 1791. Concerning those who constitute the nasal mucus in the brain. There is a certain class of spirits, who, because they wish to domineer and alone to govern man, excite among other spirits enmities, yea, quarrels even to insanities. For those spirits whom they excite fight among themselves like the bitterest enemies, and those also whom they know to be present. I have witnessed such quarrels and wondered at them, and upon inquiring into the matter was informed that such contests were excited by this class of spirits because they wish to rule without competition. 1792. It was granted me to speak with them, when they immediately said that they would rule and teach everything, and far more than any others. To which I replied that such spirits were insanities, beginning, as they did, from angry quarrels and the like. They spoke with me from a superior to a middle altitude above the forehead. Their speech was such that from the speech I could not judge of their minds, that they were of such a quality, for they spoke rapidly, and as in somewhat of a stream. 1793. I was instructed that these are they who constitute the pituitary mucus of the brain, which is wont to obstruct the sieve-like lamina, or plate, making the brain to stagnate like a kind of excrementitious ground. Whence arise dullness and similar insanities. I was informed, too, that a like class of men are those who make it a rule to cause dissensions and enmities among all others, or who, as the saying is, divide in order to rule, and that, too, without conscience, like many politicians. Thus placing prudence in the enmities, intestine strifes, and hatreds which they can kindle among others. They are altogether external men, because they obstruct, as was said, the nasal respiration, so that it is determined through the mouth, and thus into the pharynx, entirely contrary to the natural mode of respiration, which is through the nostrils. By reason of the agreement of the brain and its animation with external things. Thus these persons break the communications between interior and exterior things. 1794. When I perceived that they had not a particle of true faith, I spoke with them, asking if they were aware that they were now in another life, where they would live to eternity. And one of them, having his eye upon certain others whom he perhaps wished to seduce, was reluctant to have that said. I replied that in the world, while they lived there, they might have been esteemed wise among the foolish, but that here they were insane among the wise, which greatly displeased them. I continued saying that the government of heaven consisted in mutual love one towards another, whence arose the order and subordination of so many myriads, while among such as themselves there were strifes and alienations. Inasmuch as such things as they had within them, these they produced without them. They said they could not be otherwise, to which I replied, that they had contracted this from their lives in the body, and that they could not be, or act, otherwise while they believed and practiced as they did. 1748, March 30th. 1795. Concerning the malevolence of certain spirits. The malevolence of spirits consists not only in their inducing thoughts and speech upon man, but also responses, so that the man knows no other than that he responds. That is, that he gives a response in their favor, which has oftentimes been proved to me by lively experience, and spirits have iterated it again and again. They learn this by use, for they thus know how to seduce men most easily, so as to act out the entire man, both in speaking and in answering. At the same time, they inspire also such cupidities as favor the response, so that the man can by no means know but that he is the one, who speaks and responds, for while he is in that cupidity he is in his life, and believes that it is he himself. Such is the malignity of certain spirits, which I can affirm for certain from experience, for they spoke with me for a long time, and I had much to say with them on these points. 1748, March 30th. 1796. How the natural things of the angels are represented before spirits. Those who are angels do not reflect upon the fact that they are clothed with garments as do those spirits, or recent souls, who, in the life of the body, delighted themselves greatly in beauty of dress. These in the other life from fantasy, while they reflect, suppose themselves clothed in like manner as in the life of the body, in which they took delight. These ideas are so vivid with them, that when I said to them that they were not clothed in garments in the other life, then all those who had recently departed from life wondered, and could only be withdrawn with difficulty from their fantasy. Nay, such was the fantasy of some, that they supposed themselves to be able by touch to perceive that they were clad in garments. But that fantasy is done away in time, and then comes another idea, which is that of almost no garments at all, scarcely of bodies, as they call them. 1797. Moreover, the angels of the interior heaven, while they are represented to spirits, appear to them in comely garments, like virgins, their dress being of white and black mixed and elegantly plaited, modest, and handsomely fitted to the form. But the angels of the more interior heaven are represented before the spirits in most beautiful garments, adorned with various kinds of flowers, and shining in blue and red as the prevailing colors, while the inmost angels appear naked as infants. Those representations are made to spirits, and signify the quality of the natural things of the angels, for such fantasies, as those mentioned above, do not exist in the heavens, wherefore garments appear to be laid aside at the entrance of heaven. From the garments and their color it may be known whence such representations flow. 1798. Concerning the punishments of those who represent stagnant humors in the brain. The humors which stagnate in the brain are mainly of a threefold kind. The first, which is the most gross, is that which flows under the dura mater, or between the meninges, and is forced through its circuit, towards the laminum cribrosam, sieve-like membrane. 1799. Another kind is that which stagnates in the mammillary processes. This is a humor collected from the interiors of the brain, or from within its fibers, and is in like manner determined towards the laminum cribrosam. 1800. The third kind is that which is collected in the lateral ventricles of the brain, and is discharged through the infundibulum, and so on. 1801 to 1850. 1801. While some of those humors stagnate or are without an outlet through which they may be discharged, they not only occasion inconveniences, but diseases, even deadly ones, which is a common occurrence in the body. When no opportunity is afforded for the discharge of excrementitious humors, as a stagnation, putrescence, corruption then ensues which destroys everything. 1802. Those who correspond to the first kind of humors are such as we have already spoken of, namely, those who instigate others to dissensions, hatreds, and strifes, and thus to various kinds of mischief, in order that they may obtain dominion. They are, as was said, at a medium altitude above the forehead. I spoke with them, and learned that, their punishment is, being tortured in a manner almost similar to that of the humor between the meninges by somewhat large fluctuations, which previously I had not observed. 1803. Another kind, namely, that which is from within the fibers, is forced into the mammillary processes, and there stagnates. Of this I think I have spoken before. Their punishment is almost similar to that of those who are tormented by rotations and resistances. 1804. The third class are those who cause the greatest injuries to man, namely, those represented by the stagnant humors within the ventricle, which are of a threefold kind. In regard to one of which it was shown me that they occupy a very high position, and speak as gently as if they were interior spirits, so that they can very easily deceive the unwary, as they actually did deceive those interior ones. Their speech is voluble and soft, and at the same time interior, for they think more than they speak, and while they deceive good spirits, they act by means of their thoughts. They were, in their lifetime, those who did not openly strive to rule, because that was for them impossible, namely, to be made princes or kings, or lords, but yet they plotted to render themselves so intimate with, and so necessary to, kings, princes, and lords, that they should do nothing without their counsel and dictation. Indeed, they boast themselves of this in the presence of others, but when they perceive that they are liable to be deprived of that power, they speak modestly, attributing everything to their prince. The blame, however, of misfortunes they cast upon this class of dignities, or they excuse them, while they claim for themselves the credit of whatever good is done. 1805. Those of this quality, because they study themselves alone, and are thus powerfully impelled by self-love, persecute and hold in aversion others who do not favor them. Such is the kind of humors which stagnate in the ventricles, and from which flow deadly damages. For these spirits, being collected together like humors, distend the hollow parts, and thus impede the operation of the nerves, depriving the blood of its liquids and spirits, and hence they are deadly. 1806. The punishment of such is, that they are subjected to rotation, now in this direction and now in that, towards the different quarters of the circle, of the horizon, in the first place from the left to the right. Being thus forced into gyratory motions. But these rollings or rotations are such as to be attended with resistance, being of a twofold kind, and attended with great torture, which continues for a long time, sometimes for several hours. This is one of the infernal punishments, for their thoughts and interior efforts labor and reluctate in this manner, but still they are violently driven on, while at the same time not only uneasiness, but anguish is experienced by them. 1807. Those who execute such penalties, that is, the deserters or punishers, were near me, about my head, and took great delight in inflicting the punishment, nor did they feel disposed, as they said, to desist. Even though they tried with all their might, and they remarked that even if they were permitted thus to punish to eternity, the case would be the same. They call this their function. It was given me to perceive their delight that I might know its quality, and it was evident that they would never desist if it was permitted them to continue. These are they who, like deserters and severe castigators of the external plane, constitute such functions of the infundibulum, into which, when such things pour themselves, then they torture out such a humor. 1748, April 1st. 1808. Concerning those who constitute, a class of, spurious spirits, and who obstruct the interiors of the vessels and fibers. There are many of either sex who were such in their lifetime, that wherever they came they sought by art and deceit to obtain rule, aiming to subject men in a kind of secret manner to themselves, especially the rich and powerful, in order that they alone might exercise dominion under their name. But they act so clandestinely that the man of wealth or power is not aware of it. 1809. They begin by removing others out of the way, especially the upright, whom they persecute in various ways, and yet not by vilifying them, as integrity defends itself, but by manifold other methods and procedures. As by taking advantage of, a patron's, simplicity to pervert his counsels, calling them evil, and attributing to him unfortunate results, and by many other means, as I learned by lively experience, since there were those about me of this quality, to whom it was given to obtain a certain degree of controlling influence over me. 1810. Such is their subtlety that oftentimes I scarcely knew that they were swaying me, for they act in a clandestine manner, so that while they were speaking with each other it was not granted to me to hear or perceive what they said. It was said bothers that their counsels were most nefarious, and such as no one could ever believe, inasmuch as it is through magical and diabolical arts and assistants that they manage to compass their ends. The putting to death of good men they think nothing of, and the Lord, under whom they would fain exercise dominion, they despise so intensely as actually to vilify and put the grossest indignity upon him. 1811. Concerning these I can say they brood over the mind, as if their thought was the interior thought of the man, so that the man, without the special mercy of the Lord, can by no means be aware that such spirits are present and controlling him. So covertly do they act. 1812. These, therefore, are they who are to be called spurious spirits, or such as have in them nothing of life except the harder conglutinated portions or the material things of the interiors, which enter into the purer blood, and that without order. They are thus rather, to be regarded, as sublimated and subtle poisons, than as animal spirit or the purer blood. Their effect is, that wherever they come they stiffen other things, inducing cold upon them, as also a torpor upon the nerves and upon all the other several parts, as the brains with their fibres, cavities, cavus. So also upon the organs of the body, whence arise torpors, phthises, interior obstructions, occasioning the breaking forth of very many and very severe diseases, of which they are the interior causes. 1819. 10. They act in a certain regular quadrupedal manner, but marked by slowness and heaviness. They seat themselves upon the back part of the head under the cerebellum to the left. Inasmuch as those who adhere, as it were, to the occiput act more secretly than others, while those who occupy the hinder part would fain bear rule. 1748, April 2nd. 1820. They reasoned with me concerning the Lord, affirming, that it was strange that he did not hear the prayers which they offered, and succor them in their supplications. I replied, by asking, how it was possible they should be heard when they had for an end such things as were contrary to the salutary state of the human race, inasmuch as they prayed, solely, for themselves against all others. Thus against the whole human race, which, however, they were not willing to acknowledge, for self-regard and the love of universal rule were all in all with them, and hence they could make no reply. As they perceived that in this state heaven was shut and not opened. 1821. I saw them in company with women, and they said that they could derive many valuable suggestions from them, as they were of a quicker genius, or discovered things quicker. They took great pleasure in the society of harlots, and I was made sensible of their delight. A multitude of women in company with them was represented in a long and spacious court somehow pertaining to an obscure city. 1822. It is wonderful how intensely such spirits apply themselves to secret and even to magical arts in order that they might fascinate, as it were, those with whom they wish to stand high, and to rule under their auspices. Thus they shrink from nothing, however abominable, for they are poisoned in their interiors, which is itself a most nefarious thing. They are wherefore like interior poisons which penetrate the pores. The same is to be said of such a spurious spirit or blood. 1823. I spoke with them through a certain interior speech, when they wondered that I gave to the poor, supposing that that would be meritorious, and therefore not to be done. I replied that it was done solely for the sake of conscience, for conscience dictated it, and if it were contrary to conscience it would be sin, which would carry its punishment with it, as there is, always, punishment in sin. But, in the present case, there was no expectation of reward, and so nothing meritorious. Indeed I then perceived by a spiritual idea that if even the least degree of the meritorious was present in what was done, nothing of reward would accrue, for all reward is of mercy, to which everything of self-merit is repugnant. Wherefore certain spirits wonder much that they obtain nothing, inasmuch as they performed good deeds in their lifetime, but the reason is, that they did everything from a selfish motive, for the purpose of obtaining a reward. The case, however, is different when one acts from simplicity and innocence, not being aware but that the hope of reward is a proper motive of action. 1824. Nor was there anything which they perceived in others which they did not seize upon, and draw, within themselves and endeavor to pervert, and so with whatever there was that was agreeable to me, but which they were not inclined to favor. The case with spirits is such, that all their endeavors come forth into the light, for they then act from their own genius, which is manifested, and in virtue of which they are of such a quality, and they act as spirits with so refined a subtlety as to stagger belief. The reason is that externals do not then stand in the way. In a moment they see, perceive, pervert, favor. Whatever has in it nothing of life, whatever is deceitful, whatever is cunning, is so manifestly open to good spirits, still more to angels, that almost nothing can be hid, for spiritual vision involves that in it. 1825. That all the things of faith are filled from inmosts. It was said to spirits that the nature of heaven, or of celestial and spiritual things, which are of faith in the Lord, can by no means be otherwise than is the case with everything which is in the animal. And everything which is in the vegetable kingdom, to wit, that each particular proceeds from inmost things, or from those which are most remote from the senses. And these particulars in either kingdom are such that they can never be adequately conceived. However deep the keenest eye may penetrate, it still detects increasing wonders, and yet these are only in the lowest degree advancing but little way into the interior. Without principles derived from inmosts, which are all in all lower things in orderly arrangement, nothing would ever exist or subsist, nor would there be anything such that life from the inmosts could enter into it. The case is the same with each one of the ideas of men, spirits, and angels who are led by the Lord. The wonderful and incredible things begin first in the interiors. 1748, April 2nd. 1826. It is wonderful that ideas are more filled by the Lord while man does not particularly attend to them or does not aim himself to fill them, and so does not advert to them. Thus I think the ideas of little children are much more filled than those of adults while praying the Lord's Prayer, for the adult is liable to be disturbed in his ideas, so that they are less easily filled, the things of his proprium interfering. Which will indeed sound like a paradox, while I have learned it by lively experience. 1827. Concerning the interiors of man. I spoke with spirits concerning the interiors of man, observing that the learned of this age know nothing beyond the distinction of man into internal and external, and even that is not a truly scientific distinction, but one founded simply upon the letter of the word of the Lord, as they distinguish only between the body and the mind, and even concerning these they dispute as to what the body is, and what and which the soul is. Being ignorant that in respect to every single thing in man the case is as in heaven. It is said, for instance, that to the body only pertain the external senses, together with the pleasures and appetites of the senses, that such is properly the nature of the body. They are ignorant that a certain natural mind is given, which is almost similar to the mind of brutes, for to it belong cupidities, fantasies, and imagination, a mind to which philosophers have attributed material ideas. This, however, is distinguished from the corporeal principle. There is, moreover, a mind still more interior or intimate, which is truly human, for it is not given in brute animals. To it belongs the understanding and the will, and that this is interior and superior appears from the fact that a man can think and thence will, which a brute animal cannot. And also from the fact that that mind can govern the concupiscences of the natural mind. Everyone knows that while cupidities are bearing a man away, he can still reflect upon them, and thus restrain them, that is, govern them, whence that mind is more interior. There is, moreover, given a mind still more interior, intimior, such as there is in heaven, the inmost heaven, which mind cannot be described, for it is well known that those things which are of thought are ruled from inmosts, the quality of which cannot be expressed, and which give to thought itself its faculty. Thus man corresponds with the heavens. But as these things are remote from the ideas of the learned, who dispute only, as to these matters, whether there be a soul, and what it is. And therefore, as long as they are engrossed with these debates, they can have no idea of the principle in question and its quality. 1748, April 3rd. 1828. There are, therefore, 3 degrees of life within man, as there are 3 degrees of life in heaven, which, for the better understanding, may be distinguished into interior, or what is of the natural mind. More interior, intimior, or what is of the intellectual mind, and inmost, or what corresponds to the inmost or third heaven. 1829. Those who are corporeal spirits, as well as men, namely, those with whom the fantasies and cupidities of the natural mind cohere with corporeal things, are not willing to know that an interior life is given, for they do not perceive it. As lower principles cannot recognize such as are interior or superior to themselves. Thus, also, some of those who are in the interior heaven do not wish to know that there are things still more interior. Some, however, wish to know them, and do know them, but they do not perceive them, etc. For that which is inferior has not the faculty of ascending to that which is superior, because the superior is imperceptible to such persons, wherefore they do not suppose it to be given. Accordingly, the things which are interior cannot be perceived by those which are exterior, neither can they believe the things which are to be believed unless they be gifted with faith, for they are imperceptible to them. 1748, April 3. 1830. That universals correspond with the things which are in man, and that otherwise singulars could not subsist. It may be known that the organs of the body correspond entirely to their atmospheres and their modes of action, as the eye to the ether, the ear to the air, the tongue to the things which swim in the water and excite, the taste. The nostrils to the odors in the atmosphere. And thus the singulars are formed to the modifications of their universe, or whole, and become in this way their conforming organs. 1831. Man, in like manner, could by no means subsist, unless he, as a part, should correspond similarly with the grand man as to all his forms of life. So unless this universal man existed, or the universal body with its organs, particulars could not subsist or consist. Which body, or which man, as a universal, is in itself merely organic, having its life from the Lord, and thus man is ruled by the Lord, otherwise no life whatever, either of man, spirit, or angel, could be conceived. Whatever is particular lives from what is common, because it is a part of the common, and whatever is singular lives from its universal, for it is a part of the universal. 1832. These axioms are true. And if anyone receives them as principles, he will see an indefinite chain of truths, otherwise he will see nothing but falsities and fantasies. 1748, April 5. 1833. In like manner, it is to be observed, that in all universals, and between universals, and thus between their singulars, there reigns a species of love, by reason of which they esteem themselves of no account, but are for the sake of others. Which is a sacred law in all universals, as also in all kingdoms. 1834. There is, moreover, one sun which gives light to all its universals, from which they live, and all and singular things are its organs. 1835. Then, again, nothing exists and subsists without the heat of that sun, in the absence of which all things grow torpid. 1836. It is also to be remarked that posteriors recognize their priors as a kind of parents from which they exist and subsist, besides other things. Which laws are most manifest in all kinds of created universals, from which, if assumed as principles, an indefinite succession of truths will open up, for in the fact now stated is the agreement of all things, and the conservation of all things. 1748, April 5. 1837. Once more, we observe that all true harmony in universals derives from hence its beauty, to wit, that it is not beautiful in itself but from others, and so from the contributions of all. Thus all and each, singula, conspire, wherefore if one thing does not regard another, instead of regarding itself alone, there can never exist anything harmonic. 1838. That there is such a thing given as being rightly indignant. It is also given to be properly indignant, or fortrite got, i.e. to have a good grudge, which is peculiar to love, as of certain infants or innocents when they are indignant. This was shown to me through a certain class of spirits who were good, but still indignant that they did not come in for a share when something delectable was obtained by others. But whence those spirits were I do not yet know. I spoke a little with them, and they are good, whence I knew that there was such a thing as being properly indignant, for I perceived their indignation, and they induced it on my face. 1748, April 5. 1839. Concerning a circumfused spiritual sphere, and its operation upon spirits. That every spirit possesses a sphere of its own activity, may be seen elsewhere, thus several spirits together, or societies of spirits, form a common sphere. There were certain societies of good spirits, angels, I think, that formed a sphere which I very plainly perceived, because I was led into it by the Lord. I had no distinct perception of their thoughts, though it was evident enough that they were good, but how such spheres are perceived, inasmuch as it is by a spiritual idea, cannot be described. Nor, in fact, can it be understood, except by those who have experienced it. 1840. Into such a sphere, which was nothing else than as a sphere of purer thoughts, surrounding my mind even to manifest perception, certain classes of spirits were admitted who spoke with me, and they were similarly affected by that sphere. So that they spoke in a manner that was not usual with them, to wit, in accordance with the activity of that sphere. Their discourse was more flowing, fluidier, than ordinary, and there was a more full understanding of things by them, for such is the operation, affectio, of spheres. Those, who are in them, are in a more intelligent state, or, as I may say, in a more intelligent aura. And that I might be more fully assured on this head, certain spirits of a duller and harder discourse were admitted into the same sphere, and they likewise spoke in an unwonted manner, being affected by the sphere. Not only as to the flow of the speech, but as to the understanding of the subject. 1841. That such spheres act upon men appears at times from their speech, as also from a better and keener understanding of the things which they think and speak. The same fact appears also from the animus, by which they are promoted, as the singulars of the sphere apply themselves, and produce effect. 1842. Others were also admitted into that sphere that I might perceive the result, as, for instance, those who would fain be innocent from themselves. And as the sphere was angelic, their state was represented to me by an infant, signifying innocence which vomited milk from its mouth. Such is the state of those who, in that kind of sphere, simulate innocence, or would fain be innocent from themselves, a character, however, which they no more sustain than do the little stomachs of infants bear to be gorged with milk. Which they nauseate and reject, as is the case with the stomachs of those who indulge too much in intoxicating drink. 1843. Afterwards those were intromitted into the same sphere who would fain make themselves intellectual from themselves, but the quality of their state was represented by their faces. They appeared as having faces that were sharp, though quite comely, and wore upon their heads sharp-cornered hats, from which darts projected. These faces appeared, however, not so much human as they did as sculptured faces, void of life. Such is the state of those in a sphere of this kind, who would voluntarily intrude themselves, and be spiritual from themselves. 1844. That the universal heaven and the earth, in general and in particular, are ruled by a sphere emanating from the Lord, may hence be manifestly apparent. And that thus iniquities and malignities may be driven away and their force enfeebled, so as to be unable to effect anything, may be abundantly evident. There were certain evil spirits, who, while they came within such a sphere, were wholly unwilling to remain there, as it was irksome to them, and put them into a kind of anguish, when they were prompted to retire. From this it may be known how it is that evil spirits are driven away, lest they should universally enter into man, besides many other things. 1845. While speaking, thinking, or, as now, writing in such a sphere, each single thing acts in conformity with the action of the sphere, nor can anything be said, thought, or written, not even the minutest iota, which is not conformed to the sphere. 1846. That the activities of spheres surround men may be inferred from a multitude of things, yea, even from natural things, which are encompassed by spheres, and which could neither exist nor subsist without them. And it is wonderful that the learned have not directed their thoughts to the subject of spheres, inasmuch as they are of such a nature as to manifest themselves in a variety of ways, and that, too, in every department of the threefold kingdom, mineral, vegetable, and animal. Indeed, not even the smallest particle exists, which has not its own sphere around it, and conforming parts constitute a common sphere, itself also conforming to the parts. There are given spheres of all things, as well in respect to their activities as to their torpidities, as, for instance, spheres of heat and of cold. In things spiritual and celestial the matter is still more distinct, more extensive, and more manifest to those who are themselves spiritual and celestial. 1847. The sphere of the Lord, which is the truth itself and the good itself, extends itself into the universe, embracing, cherishing, vivifying, and thus arranging, all and singular things. But the subject is too extensive to be treated in the most general manner, even in the compass of innumerable pages. 1748, April 6. From spheres arise sympathies and antipathies, which are numerous. From spheres, too, are the vegetations and growths of seeds and roots in the earth. 1848. There was represented to me an infant which vomited milk. It was under the plane of the right eye. A face as it were sculptured, as intimated above, appeared in the plane of the head in front, somewhat higher than the forehead, at a moderate distance in front. 1849. In the same sphere there was represented to me, or seen by me, an infant, or an angel as an infant, clothed with a little crown of flowers of splendid blue color, and having similar floral crowns of other colors about the breast. By which was signified the quality of the sphere. 1748, April 6. 1850. How those are represented who think heaven is to be merited by humiliations and supplications. There are those who think that heaven is to be merited by supplications, yet they pray not for others, still less for all, but only for themselves, and thus their prayers are not heard, except, perhaps, in regard to earthly things. One of this character, a female spirit, was represented standing erect above the plane of the right eye, at a moderate distance and a little to the right, covered from the head to the feet with a kind of dirty linen robe. So that the face and head did not appear. From a standing position she threw herself prostrate, and then crept upon the ground, but this was a humiliation prompted by selfhood, and very similar was the humiliation by sackcloth of certain ones in former times. 1851 to 1900. 1851. Another, a male, was represented lying in a bed, and deeming himself innocent, wherefore he was supplicating with his body naked. 1748, April 8. 1852. That spirits know no otherwise than that they are man. Apart from numerous other proofs, the truth of the above proposition may be evinced beyond doubt from the fact that a spirit who spoke with me positively affirmed that he did not know otherwise than that he was I myself. Especially when he did not reflect upon the subject. But my own reflections were that spirits did know themselves to be spirits separate from men. In a word, without reflection they know nothing else, nor is reflection given except with those who converse with them and give responses, and then converse with others also. Reflection is indeed given without the speech of man with spirits, but this is effected by the Lord. 1748, April 6. 1853. That spirits from externals are persuaded concerning internals. Whatever there is in the fantasy of man comes also into the fantasy of spirits, and, they are persuaded that the fact is so and so. As now I have learned by experience, namely, when I only supposed that I had a fur cap upon my head en la den massa pa hufwidet. 11 By which they were prevented from seeing the interiors of the brain, or its thoughts. They immediately said that there was nothing apparent, thus that their vision was impeded. Presently after, however, good spirits, from thinking that they were shut in between the fur hat and the head, and that they then grew warm, said that they did, as it were, perceive what was within, but still saying that fantasy thus bore sway. So also in very many other things, whence they were persuaded from external concerning internal things. 1854. Similar is the case of certain spirits who were induced to believe that Aaron and his sons, however really defiled, were holy when they washed their feet and hands, and were clothed with the priestly robes. The idea of sanctity in this case was a mere persuasion concerning internals drawn from externals. Indeed, everything, in that dispensation, was thus externally instituted that spirits might, if they would, be persuaded by them. 1748, April 6. There was in everything which was done, whether in respect to the garments or other things, a representation of the Lord. 1855. Concerning the heat of spirits and angels. I have before spoken of the chills of evil spirits, which I have often experienced to the life. It was also given me, by a living sense, to experience the heat of good spirits and angels. 1856. Spirits who in their lifetime took delight in the word of the Lord, and who had a somewhat vivid perception of that delight, enjoy in the other life a certain celestial and pleasant heat, which it was given me to perceive by the essential approximation of kindred spirits. The heat of spirits is indeed external, but still radiating from internals not very clearly perceived. It warmed me very much, after the manner of summer heat, beginning from the region of the lips, and diffusing itself round to the cheeks, even to the ears, and ascending thence to the eyes. Below it spread itself downward over the breast, to the mid-region of the body. The higher parts of the head, and the lower parts of the body, had then some degree of heat, but not so sensible. Wherefore the true province of the heat is from the mouth upwards to just below the eyes, and downwards to the middle of the body. 1857. As to those who are delighted with the interior things of the word, it was given to perceive their heat also, and it was interior, beginning from the breast, and proceeding upwards towards the chin, and downwards toward the loins. But it was still interior, and perceived as such. 1858. Those, again, who are delighted with the inmost things of the word, their heat is yet more interior, or inmost, which it was given me indeed to perceive, but very slightly, inasmuch as my sense, in relation to these things, is too obtuse to allow of their being perceived as they are. For it was said that if I should perceive that heat, I could not subsist in the body, as it takes possession of the inmosts of the marrow, and because such is its quality I perceived rather a slight degree of cold externally. But within I had at the same time some kind of idea of heat. Its region is from the loins, or from the middle of the body between the loins, and thence extending upwards towards the breast and the left arm to the hand, and downwards into the left foot. 1859. When it was given me to perceive these heats, which I did to the life, angels meanwhile spoke with me through spirits, and they instructed me as to the true state of the case, saying that it was their approach which insinuated these heats. Because they had it in them, though they were no more conscious of it than is one who does not possess it. 1860. Hence it may appear that man is an organ, for he is affected by heat as to his interiors and inmosts, while yet it flows from love, as here from the love of the divine word. And this love which produces such heats in organic substances is virtually a principle of life, and thus from the Lord alone. 1861. It was moreover given me to perceive also the heat of those who are delighted in the word of the Lord, but care little about understanding it. It was perceived only in the left arm. 1862. There were spirits also who would fain counterfeit such a heat, and there was a certain degree of it above the eyes, but I could not perceive it. For it was given me to know that they were able by their art to feign or pretend something of the kind, as they had done in former instances in regard to delights, but it was merely an external sensation, having no origin in internals. And such a heat, because simulated, is noxious, and is a mere tepid something which causes vomiting. It was given me to say, that in such a heat, as in spurious delight, worms are engendered, for it becomes putrid. 1748, April 7. 1863. Concerning those who in their lifetime treacherously slay men. There are those who, living their earthly life without conscience, are guilty during the life in the body of murdering their fellow men, as with daggers or ether deadly weapons, and that, too, by attacking them from behind. 1864. One of this class came to me, clothed like a nobleman, though I could not see his face. At his first approach he insinuated, by suggestions and simulated faces, that he had many things which he wished to communicate to me, and inquiring whether I was a Christian. Upon my reply that I was, which he said he knew, he asked if he could be alone with me, for he had something to impart to me which he did not wish others to hear. But when I answered him that in the other life there was no such thing as one's being alone, with another, as one man may be with another on earth, and that one could not speak without many spirits being present to hear, he approached nearer, and entered under the occiput behind, whence it could be perceived, as in fact it was said, that he was an assassin. While he was there I perceived, as it were, a stroke through the heart, and then afterwards in the brain also, such as would cause speedy death to any man living. By what art he effected his purpose I know not, as I only perceived something deadly. He supposed I was dead. But as such was not the case, he said he had just come from a man whom he had killed in that manner, that is, by a poignard from behind. Saying that he was skilled in the art, of taking life in such a way, that a man should not know that anything had hurt him before he fell down dead, and that he should be reputed no otherwise than as innocent, nay, that not even a wound should appear. But inasmuch as I was safe, being preserved by the Lord from all such assaults, I feared nothing, from his malice. 1865. I afterwards inquired of those who spoke with me what kind of punishments such persons underwent in the other life. For I am now able to know that the individual in question had recently departed from life, and soon after having perpetrated such a deed, which was indicated by the fact of his saying that he had come from the man he had killed. In consequence of which something of a murderous taint still adhered to him, which it was proper should be divulged. Of this the other spirits had a perception, wherefore there was some delay before they were willing to admit him to me, they withholding him in the meantime. But as to the punishments, it was said that such wandered about in deserts and forests, like the homicides before mentioned, and that it was not permitted them to be with others. 1866. What they eventually become was shown me, namely, that their faces become loathsome, not having, in fact, the appearance of faces, but of something emaciated, of hideous hue, resembling woody fibre, having scarcely any sign of a face. And so exceedingly monstrous, that they could never be recognized as having been the faces of a man. Around the cheeks was a kind of woolly appendage maize wit. 12 They at length assume, it was said, such a face that everyone is horror-struck who beholds them. For such as they are in society, or towards their fellow creatures, such they are in themselves, so that they do deadly violence to themselves, or to their own interiors. 1867. Indeed, it may be set down as a rule, that such as a man is in his life among his associates, such he is in himself, whence vices and atrocities carry their own punishments with them. 1748, April 7. 1868. Concerning the imputation of justice, or righteousness, by faith. Since such is the condition of all in the heavens and the earth that they live in society, and there is no life without associates, that is to say, everyone lives from the life of all in general and from that of his associates in particular. It thence follows that the life of everyone is by others, which in fact is so manifest in the heavens that no one will deny it. Only spirits not yet made angels, especially evil ones, deny it, attributing their life to themselves, a point concerning which I have often disputed with them, and the truth has been shown them to the life. For while they doubt and deny, their associates sometimes confessed that it was they who spoke through them, and so in other cases. 1869. Since such is the condition of life both with spirits and with men, it follows that to those who are in faith towards the Lord evil is not imputed, because such an one is held by the Lord in the faith that evil is excited by evil spirits. Which is most true, and thus he is in the verity of faith. Whatever, therefore, enters, does not defile the man. In like manner, though a particular act is sometimes excited by the evil, yet it is not imputed for the same reason. But this is a case of very rare occurrence, owing to causes which, by the divine permission, I shall treat of elsewhere. 1870. Whatever of good is done by the man who is in faith, as he does not believe it to be his own, inasmuch as everything true and good is of the Lord. So neither does he believe that the genuine good which he thinks and does is imputed to him simply from his doing the good, because he does not recognize it as his own, but as of the Lord's mercy. Consequently that he is no otherwise saved than from pure mercy. For the Lord has need of no one, he possesses all things, and if it should please him to create anew innumerable heavens and stock them anew with countless hosts of angels, what should hinder him, seeing he is omnipotent? Wherefore all is of mercy alone. 1748, April 7. 1871. There are three things which constitute the principal heads of faith, to wit, that the Lord rules the universe, that the Lord is the life of the universe, and that all salvation is of mercy. 1872. These three contain within themselves indefinite particulars, this is the faith of the heavens. 1873. A fourth is, that it is acknowledged in the universal heaven that in man, spirit, and angel the proprium, what is especially his own, is nothing but evil, while whatever is good with all, that is, all of the Lord alone. 1874. Evil spirits deny all these things, some do not know the truth, and some who do know it are unwilling to acknowledge it. Good spirits believe all these things with an intellectual faith. Angels perceive them, and with a more manifest perception the more interior they themselves are. 1875. The principal intellectual point which it is given to the angels to understand is, that the universal heaven forms a grand man, with all its parts, to which angels, spirits, and men correspond, and of which the Lord is the only life. 1876. That spirits converse among themselves. Certain spirits confess that they converse together as men do with each other, but with the difference, that it is permitted to no one to speak in any other than his true character, as otherwise he has to undergo a penalty. 1748, April 8. 1877. Concerning the word of the Lord. The word of the Lord is in itself dead, as it is bare letter, but in reading it becomes vivified by the Lord according to the faculty of intelligence and perception granted to each one by the Lord. Thus it lives according to the life of the man who reads, on which account it is marked by an endless variety. This is written in the presence of angels. 1748, April 9. 1878. Concerning liberation from evil. The Lord is never the cause of evil, consequently he never expels evil by evil, but does away evil by good. This law, which is acknowledged in heaven, is difficult of comprehension to those who are not celestial. This was given to me while engaged this day in praying the Lord's Prayer. 1748, April 8. 1879. Concerning those who live only in externals. It was vividly represented to me in sleep that I was in some other place, to wit, in Sweden, when yet I knew that I was at Amsterdam, which caused me much wonder that I could be in both places at once. And could appear before the eyes of others as being there when I was here. This fact, however, I detected in sleep. 1880. There appeared as if at Uppsala a theatre formed consisting of statues of brown color, which were placed around in the fashion of a theatre having a somewhat handsome appearance. While looking upon the scene, one or two of them, as if they had been brown-colored skeletons, moved themselves, and made a beginning as if they would have instituted a theatrical play. And I wondered whether all the statues would be made thus movable and enter upon the play. 1881. While I was there in a somewhat elevated position, where the statues stood in front, and being about to witness the performance, I seemed to myself to be ordered to go out, which I did, and awoke. 1882. Being awakened, I spoke with the spirits respecting the dream then so vividly impressed upon me that evening seemed as if it happened in a waking state, nor could I believe otherwise. At this the spirits marveled, because they in like manner supposed that they had been in a wakeful state, and some of them acknowledged the parts which they had acted. It was then said that such spirits appear, thus, at times to the eyes of certain ones, both those who are of a pretty good life, and those who have lived in external things as in theatricals. They supposed also that those who are devoted to the theatre, and love that kind of life. And those who are of a kindred spirit with them, inasmuch as there is very little in man's externals, and consequently the case is the same with them after death. 1748, April 9. 1883. Concerning the punishment of certain ones who are plunged, as it were, into deep clouds. I beheld the punishment of one who said he was tempted as to whether he could, by means of evils, obtain power for himself so that by evil doing he might strike a terror into others, and thus rule, as such is the opinion of many, to wit, that it is the best way to rule among fellows and over subjects by fear, and not by love. Inasmuch as this one was of such a quality, he began to perpetrate evil, which was represented by an axe wherewith he would strike a beam, but his intention was to strike men, the beam being substitute. While engaged in this atrocity he was suddenly let down into a cloud, as a kind of cloudy sea without a bottom. Such, it was said, was the punishment of this kind of offenders when possessed of but a feeble degree of life. 1748, April 9. 1884. Concerning a certain species of perception by which it is known how much and what kind of life pertains to any one. There is a certain kind of sensation, or sensitive perception, which cannot be described, for it is a something granted in a spiritual way by the Lord alone, by which it is perceived how much of life is present, to any one. There is, with some, a certain non-vital principle, not unlike a mass of chalky substance, from which it is inferred that a similar kind of life inheres. Thus when it seems good to the Lord he grants to the angels to know how much of life pertains to a spirit or a soul, and that with much variety. 1748, April 10. 1885. Concerning Providence. Conversing with spirits concerning providence, some would have it that it was predestinated that they should live as they did in the world, and that afterwards they should undergo such punishments as they did. As also that some should be inferior to others. But the case is this, that nothing occurs but what is provided to happen just as it does, because man is of such a quality as he is, it being foreseen that if the case were otherwise he would perish. Wherefore it is provided that that should be permitted, in order that the Lord might bend everything to a universal end, or to the greatest good. This also I have learned by lively experience. 1748, April 10. 1886. Concerning the sphere of hearing. Certain angels and spirits who were within showed me experimentally the quality of the sphere of hearing, for when I spoke with spirits on a former occasion, I was heard both by those who were within and those who were without. It was evident to all who were around me. But I then perceived a certain one to be attracted in a more especial manner outwardly, which I was informed was done by a spirit above and around me, in order that such might perceive everything which I thought and spoke. Thus there was an open communication and a sensible attraction, and indeed at times with a sensation of pain. But on this occasion there was an attraction effected by angels and spirits towards me, thus inwardly but not outwardly, there being no such relaxation as there was before, which it was given me distinctly to perceive. Whence there was no hearing or perception as to what I said or what I thought on the part of the spirits above or without me. On this account they complained and confessed that now for the first time they perceived and heard nothing, they only knew that I spoke with those who were within. Hence it may be concluded how the case is with the sphere of hearing, as also that those who are without the grand man cannot perceive the things which are perceived by those who are within. 1887. Their speech addressed to me was heard, but still as if absent, and not as when the communication is open. 1748, April 10. 1888. The kinds of spirit speech. There are very many species of the speech of spirits. The particular kinds are indefinite, as numerous as the spirits themselves. Every one, like men, may be recognized from his speech. The distinctive peculiarities of each one are in like manner multifarious, being changed according to spiritual states, and the states of the affections. 1889. The kinds of spirit speech in general, as well of the evil as of the good, as now observed, are these: 1. There is a common speech pertaining to spirits formed solely from ideas with little or no affection. 2. There is a kind almost entirely devoid of spiritual ideas, and thus of sonorous words, but tacit only, and of the affections. Such is usually the speech of evil spirits, or genii, who rule the affections or cupidities of men, and pervert them in such a manner that a man is not aware how he is led, as they latently reflect or bend his good affections into evil ones. 3. The third kind is like a flowing stream, but occasionally varying itself into a sort of pulse or stroke, which is their interior, in which they can speak, and their speech exhibit itself in that kind of stream. 4. The fourth kind is a speech of ideas without the fluent quality, but which is yet perceived as something tacitly creeping, which is their thought. This did not come to the perception of my thought when they conversed with each other, neither did they wish me to be present. When I was present, the course of their thought was directed according to mine, otherwise according to their own. 1748, April 12. 1890. That spirits press on to obtain dominion over man. There was a great dispute among the spirits growing out of the fact that they wished to rule me, for it is their aim to obtain the utmost stretch of power, and this was manifested so many times that I could scarcely number them. They burn to have man subjected to them, and that sometimes with such pertinacious eagerness that they can scarcely bring themselves to desist. Yea, they had recourse to insidious wiles and were indignant towards certain others who approached, for the reason that they supposed they were designing to rob them of their dominion. 1891. Such are their efforts in regard to men of all classes, but with this difference, that when they are intent upon their object and yet cannot effect it, they are driven away. But with me, inasmuch as they knew that they were spirits and not me, they could reflect upon the matter, wherefore there was a bursting forth into open indignations and hatreds. With others this open outbreak could not take place. 1748, April 12. With good spirits this course of action is not allowed. 1892. That neither man nor spirit know even the most general, communissima, things which are in the heavens. It was shown me today by spiritual vision that we do not know even the most general of the things which are in heaven. As, for instance, that one single point of thought, which man esteems most subtle and complete, contains within itself, if I may so say, the universal heaven, for something enters into it from singular the things in heaven. Which indeed appears wonderful, nevertheless it is so, just as in every the minutest part of the body there is a communication of singular the effects which are wrought in the whole body. 1748, April 23. 1893. In like manner that faith alone in the Lord saves, that the Lord rules the universe, and the most singular things of the universe, that the Lord is all in all. Besides other things which are most general and comprehend indefinite particulars within them. Those most general things in man are as nothing compared with the knowledge of their particulars. So also that which is called hell and that which is called heaven is most widely general, and as it were nothing compared with what they severally comprehend. 1894. Concerning angelic modes of speech. It was given me today to examine very closely how the case is with angelic modes of speech, which are exceedingly difficult of comprehension to man in the body. So much so indeed that I should scarcely suppose them capable of being generally grasped by the human intellect, as they are virtually inexpressible. There are many knowledges with which the human mind ought to be imbued before it can perceive them even by a general idea. In order to convey somewhat of them I would observe, that in one simple idea of the human mind there are things indefinitely various which are apprehended by man as a kind of most general one or unit. The interiors of this idea being perceived by the interior angels, and the still more interior and inmost things by the more interior and inmost angels. Thus while the general of the idea appears to the interior angels, forming a scarcely appreciable element of their thought, this unfolds itself into indefinite particulars comprehensible by the still more interior angels, and so also by the inmost. 1895. The case is similar in regard to spiritual and to celestial ideas, or those which are merely the ideas of things, and those which have relation to the affections, for they are distinct. 1896. Thus, for instance, while the Lord's Prayer was being uttered, there was in each single idea, though understood simply by man and sometimes according to the terms as they conveyed a merely human sense. A sense perceived by the angels replete with interior, more interior, and inmost things. 1897. Things corporeal and worldly serve the spirits for a subject or receptacle, as it were, of the idea. Natural things, such as the significations of ideas or words, to the angels of the interior heavens. Spiritual things to the angels of the more interior heaven, and celestial things to the angels of the inmost heaven. There is, therefore, an ascent through degrees, and through correspondences, such as I believe no mortal understands. On which account a great many things are to be previously learned before one can comprehend even a very general idea of the modes of angelic speech. 1748, April 25. 1898. Those most general or unitary things which are the least elements of ideas or the simple perceptions of every man, spirit, and angel, are the recipients or receptacles, as it were, in which indefinite varieties of higher ideas are comprehended. And these, as was observed, are in men and spirits corporeal or worldly things, in the angels of the interior heaven natural or spiritual, or lower celestial things, and in the angels of the inmost heaven, things spiritual, and so on. 1899. An idea, on the subject, may also be gained from the objects of sight, whether of the animal or vegetable kingdom. In these it is only the very outmost things that come within the reach of the eye, while yet everything exterior originates from inmosts, and yet the eye has no access to these inmosts, except through various degrees. 1900. Concerning the spheres of spirits. I have formerly spoken, if I mistake not, of spheres, but only of their extension and power of action. Much remains to be said of their nature and quality, but at present I remark simply that they possess very wonderful properties, and may be compared to other spheres, or atmospheres, which either agree or disagree, and, as it were, coalesce or clash with each other. Those spirits which are at variance with each other perceive in an instant what is opposed to them, and by their sphere, as it were, convert it into such things as agree. Nay, this holds even in regard to the minuter things which enter into the composition of the spheres of others. Spheres of this kind appear in men, but of a somewhat gross quality. The spheres of malignant spirits pervert so insensibly good thoughts into evil ones, according to every variety of circumstance which is present to man's idea, that neither man nor spirit can by any means know that such is the fact. And unless it had been given to reflect upon the subject, and to array it distinctly before the mind, and to know who the spirit was and where he was, I could never have known that facts of this nature existed. Provided a man knows what is good and true, and what is appropriate to these principles, and they will turn all that according to their genius, so that whatever is in the memory of a man they will bend it, to suit their purposes. 1748, April 29. 1901 to 1950. 1901. The sphere of anyone who is in knowledges can by no means be amended, unless he be in faith towards the Lord. Especially unless he believes that the Lord rules all and everything pertaining to him, and that there is no life except the Lord's life, otherwise the sphere of the man remains as it is, and he is governed by a similar kind of spirits, etc. etc. 1902. That very little credit is to be given to spirits speaking. Nothing is more familiar to spirits who speak than to say that a thing is so or so. For they think that they know everything, and indeed solemnly assert that it is so, when yet it is not so. From experiments made several times, it may be evident of what quality they are, and how they are to be believed, when it is asked, of them, how this or that is, then one after another says that it is so, one differently from another. Even if there were 100, one would say differently from another, and indeed for the time with confidence, as if it were so, when yet it is not so. As soon as they notice anything which they do not know, they immediately say it is so and so. Besides very many other proofs that they speak as if they knew, yet they do not know. 1748, May 3. 1903. That souls after death do not know that they are in the other life, unless by means of reflection granted them. That souls lose nothing of the things which they had in the life of the body, you will see everywhere affirmed. Thus they neither know nor can know that they are in the other life, but, suppose, that they are in the world, inasmuch as they are without that reflection which is excited by things stored up in the memory. Nor is that which is in the memory excited except by means of objects, and objects are not presented unless by those who are in society together. Reflection is also given, but by the Lord, that they are in the other life. 1904. Moreover, that without reflection they cannot know that they are in the other life may appear from the nature of reflection, as man does not know the distances of objects without in the same manner. And so of many other things besides. For reflection enables a man to know the quality and quantity of anything. 1748, May 7. 1905. Of what nature the reflection of spirits and angels is, and upon what subjects exercised, it would be endless to speak, for without reflection there is no life. 1905_1/2. By means of reflections given, spirits saw through me, as they oftentimes confessed. Whenever it was granted me that they should reflect upon objects, they confessed that they saw them, as they are seen among men, but not otherwise than through me. Inasmuch, then, as men do not, generally, believe themselves to be governed by means of spirits, such a reflection cannot be given them, wherefore spirits do not see through man, but only know from his interiors. This was very often made manifest to me, so that spirits could see each particular object that was in the world, as well as what was in the imagination and in the thought. While the gate of the mind is thus open towards heaven, there is given a certain continual reflection, whence is a communication of spirits with man, and thence they know that they are not the men with whom they are. 1906. Concerning the love of infants, or storge. The reason that the love of infants and the storge is so universal in everything living is, that such a sphere from the Lord, passing, through the inmost heaven, where infancies are, surrounds, and especially affects, both infants and their parents. Particularly the mothers, inasmuch as they are affections. Infants are affected in the first instance, which may be seen from their innocence, manifested in the face, speech, gestures, and from its effect upon adults, not to speak of the universal sphere, of love. The affecting cause, wherever it finds a receptive faculty, affects, then springs a union, especially of parents and their infant children, yet this feeling grows weaker as children grow up and become their own masters. 1748, May 8. 1907. Concerning the will. I perceived within myself something that may serve to illustrate the working of the will. The spirits around me disagreed as to which way I should go, whether forwards or backwards, which it was given me to know. Thence the affection of the will, when I would advance, was not only a resistance, but even a kind of grave difficulty in the way of my progress, such as is apt to produce fatigue. As soon, however, as they agreed that I should go forward, there was an alacrity in the motion, so that my steps were entirely easy, which it was given me to perceive by living experience. Moreover, when leave was granted to spirits of leading me by their will whithersoever they pleased, they would lighten my steps, so as to make the progress easy. And in passing over steep places, I would be, as it were, lifted up by them, which has hitherto happened to me in repeated instances. 1748, May 8. 1908. A state of mental quiet, concerning celestial states in general. A state of peace is in a higher degree, a state of mental quiet in a lower. Today, from an early hour in the morning, it was given me to learn from experience the nature of a state of mental quiet, and, indeed, by a species of attraction or subtraction towards the interiors, and towards spirits who were in this quiet state. And that, too, for a whole night, the state continuing till morning, and afterwards for more than an hour. It was thus given to know how sweet the state is, and how indefinite are the states of joy in heaven. It was also given me, in that state, to reflect upon those who desire to live in cares and solicitudes pertaining to corporeal and worldly things, how miserable they are, though they imagine they are in their fullest delight. It was given also to reflect how this state, of quiet, might be supplanted by a state of solicitude, which are like clouds in a serene sky. States of this kind, however, together with many others which are peculiar to the celestials, cannot be perceived, by every one, for they are unknown to the unknowing, neither can they be so expressed in words as to be credible. A certain degree of knowledge may contribute something towards credence, but I can affirm that the states of joy are indefinite as to all things that are pleasant and delightful in the heavens, which yet no one, as a mere man, on the earth, can apprehend, but which still are such that, if one had a sense of them, even of the least, he would never more desire to be in the body, or in corporeal or worldly cares. 1748, May 9. 1909. While engaged in reading the passage in Leviticus respecting the Feast of Tabernacles, certain ones of the spirits were very much delighted, as I could perceive, both from their discourse and from the communication, of their delight. They thereupon earnestly desired to celebrate that feast, which was also permitted them, by forming to themselves tabernacles in effigy in the usual mode, together with the appurtenances, in which they labored with vast delight. For some of them said that was what they had greatly desired in their lifetime, to wit, to celebrate the Feast of Tabernacles in the other life. But, inasmuch as they did it from cupidity alone, without a view to interior things, or the things signified, their joy was turned into grief, which, by a communication, I could perceive in myself. Afterwards, there ensued a coldness which affected rather strongly my feet and my knees, for they desired only natural things, and not the interior which they signified. Thence arose the cold, of which some of the spirits also complained. Such is the case with merely natural joys. 1748, May 9. 1910. That the thoughts and deeds of man, which originate in faith, are not his. Through the abundant experience of many years, I have become most certainly assured that the thoughts of a man who is in faith are not his. But if evil, that they are the product of evil spirits, who believe that they think from themselves, and to them they are accordingly imputed, just as they are to men who cherish the same belief. On the other hand, if good, they are of the Lord alone. All this it is given me most assuredly to know, from daily and hourly experience and reflection. 1911. When at length I had become accustomed to the fact of my inability to think anything of myself, then I found a certain pleasure in it. For I could thus reflect upon the things that were introduced into my thoughts, knowing all the while, that I was free from the blame of evil thoughts. Yea, it was given me to know who were the particular spirits, and where they were, that injected these evil thoughts, and with whom I have often conversed upon these very points. Yea, it was given me to know even the minutiae of thought, from whom and whence, and thus those reflections were pleasant. 1912. But the spirits who insinuated evil thoughts supposed that I had no thought at all, concerning which I often held conversation with them. Wherefore they are unwilling to be of such a quality, as they suppose that would be to lose everything of their own, and thus to become nothing, which they dread and shrink from, though the fact is not so. On this subject, as it is an extended one, I shall, with the Lord's permission, speak elsewhere, and indeed, if I mistake not, I have spoken already. 1748, May 9. 1913. That wild creatures, Fieri, of many feet, and such like insects, signify the insaner classes of devils. When they inspect any spirit in heaven, as, for instance, in his speaking or thinking, it is then given them to know his interiors which speak or think, so that they immediately know his quality. In whatever thought he may be engrossed there is a certain image of him represented, which appears in heaven, but not in the world of spirits, for, there, they know only those things which flow from the series of thoughts and speech. As, moreover, also from the ideas or utterances, whether they are open or closed, and from various other indications by means of which it is given them from the Lord to know of what quality a spirit is. 1914. When those who are in heaven are in the ideas of anything, and perceive aught that is unpleasant, loathsome, atrocious, then that is immediately perceived within by a spiritual representation, or a spiritual idea. When by a spiritual representation, there is thence continuously formed in the spiritual world a certain species of beast, wild beast, or insect in its appropriate form, color, size, entirely corresponding with the representative idea which thus falls into the world of spirits. No one who is in the body can receive a representative idea of angels, but in the world of spirits it exists visually, as it has before me in innumerable instances, while I have been in vision. In which visions it was said to me that there was nothing embraced that was not formed from an angelic idea. But otherwise. 13. 1915. This night there was represented a wild creature, Phara, or an insect with many feet, not unlike a louse in shape, of a brown color, and of a size to inspire a degree of horror, insomuch that I shuddered at its bare presence, or, in other words, from the sphere of its thoughts. Afterwards a certain spirit represented by such an insect came and endeavored to infuse direful and abominable things into my ideas, things in fact so abominable that they are not to be described. Hence I was able to know what ideas the celestials had of that spirit, in whom there was nothing that was not unclean and filthy, not excepting his interior ideas, which could scarcely be apprehended. He seemed to have been a man who had not long since departed from the life of the body, for he knew not whether he was in the other life or not. 1916. Hence also it may be known whence the diabolical crew, as I in fact said to him. 1748, May 10. 1917. Concerning angelic speech and the speech of infants. Angelic speech not being to be understood in its true nature, and consequently ineffable, it is permitted barely to deliver some reflections upon the subject. 1918. Namely, that there are not present in it ideas such as pertain to the words of the corporeal memory, such as those which involve locomotion, distances, time. 1919. That it relates only to the interior things of words and ideas. 1920. It is of such copiousness that one simple, corporeal, or sensual idea, or an idea of man's affection, involves indefinite things, and that too however simple it may appear. 1921. And indeed such things as are true are not intelligible by those who are not angels, because they are not credible to them, they are therefore as nothing. What is involved in their being indefinite, this none but an angel can understand. Such an one will stick in the word nothing, when notwithstanding this nothing is really something of prime moment. 1922. So as to any and everything, provided only something be expressed, as, for instance, any affection, as hatred or love, then the angels comprehend in their ideas indefinite things, which can never be described. Not only because so many things concur in the same moment, and that too harmoniously and pleasantly, but because they are remote from corporeal ideas, and, in a more interior heaven, from natural. In a word, because they are things true and good which cannot be apprehended by corporeal ideas. 1748, May 10. 1923. A fact that may seem wonderful to others is, that the angels receive a much better understanding of things from infants, their thoughts, prayers, and words, than from adults, who deem themselves possessed of a fuller sense of words and things. This fact is most unquestionable, and the reason is, that in the ideas of infants there is nothing as yet closed by falsities, nothing defiled and filthy by means of cupidities and hatreds, nothing corporeal, as there is in adults. But all is innocence, and thus their ideas are open, though not to themselves, yet to the angels, who therefore take much more delight in an infant than in any adult who is in falsity and in cupidity, or who is immersed in worldly and corporeal things. Hence most true is it that the praises of the Lord are proclaimed by the mouth of infants. 1924. In proportion as a man advances in age and becomes immersed in worldly and corporeal things, all his ideas are more closed towards heaven, nor are they opened except in those in whom the Lord is pleased to open them. Whence is to be understood what is meant by Adam's being expelled from paradise, and guards being placed at the entrance and at the tree of life. 1924_1/2. In my own case, I have observed through a living and most manifest experience, that the angels had a more distinct perception of my ideas when I did not mix up or complicate my thoughts, but barely perceived that the ideas were open towards heaven, whence the angels could perceive interior things. I say, I have observed, that then my ideas were more open than when I seemed to enter at the same time into their interiors. 1925. I have wondered also that while I had no understanding of certain things, or paid them no attention, I still perceived that the angels had a, proportionably, fuller sense of them. Which may appear from the fact that the angels have a clearer perception in the case of infants, who do not understand what they pray for. This will no doubt appear wonderful to most men, but it is most true, having been testified to me through a living, manifest, and sufficiently long-continued experience. 1748, May 10. 1926. When it is given of the Lord to the angels to flow into ideas, there is then such a universal sensation of delights in all their plenitude, that they can never, even to their least parts, be declared. This I have very often observed, but of the multifarious experiences vouchsafed me, I cannot relate even one, as much because they cannot be expressed in words, as because they are incredible. For they do not penetrate into corporeal or sensual ideas, but are regarded by such ideas as nothing, or a kind of shadow without substance. 1748, May 10. 1927. Hence it may appear how it is given to the angels to know the interior thoughts of man, when yet he does not believe that the angels are cognizant of even his ruder and more compound thoughts, which even spirits know, and that too better than man. Because they are in the world of spirits. 1748, May 10. 1928. That spirits are excited by a man, who are of similar quality and affection with the man himself. It appears that a man's states undergo changes not only every day but every hour, and, in fact, every moment. Wherefore, there are many states of understanding and states of affection, besides which there is, in every man, something which predominates. Into whatever state a man passes or comes, correspond and cooperate. Thus not the same, always, but a succession, and these all think themselves to be the man, but as to myself, that they are, merely, present with me. That such is the fact it was given me today to know by experience, as I observed the changes of state, and at the same time the utterances of the spirits, which corresponded, with those changing states. I spoke with these spirits, who confessed their identity, and were indignant at being such, for they thus recognized themselves. 1929. Indeed, I noticed the joint operation of several of them at the same time. For there are societies of such disposed by the Lord, so that they may correspond with each particular, and yet still be held in bonds to prevent their going beyond the proper limits. 1930. The case is almost wholly similar in the human body, where whatever any particular part or member, such as a little gland or the like, may require, it excites, according to all the changes of its state, somewhat similar in the neighboring parts. And thus everywhere in the body, yea, even from the blood and the fluids it educes something similar, which is suited to it at the time. 1748, May 10. 1931. These things take place, in the world of spirits, in heaven, among the angels, the case is similar, but the variety and the correspondence is infinitely superior. 1932. That souls, recently departed, recognize the things which were unknown to them in the life of the body, while they are being represented. It has often happened that souls known to me in the life of the body recognized everything that was known to them in the life of the body, as well the things which they had spoken as those that they had done, as also their acquaintances, friends, relatives, wives, children, and the like, so that the memory which they had in the life of the body remains, but for many reasons it is not permitted to exercise it, or to draw upon its contents, unless when specially granted by the Lord. And when the acts of their lives are to be called to mind, of which each single item may be drawn forth, and recognized by them just as in the life of the body, with all the series, causes, and other circumstances pertaining to them. So that they cannot but be perfectly convinced thereby. 1933. A certain one, whom I had not previously known, and who seemed to have but recently died, was with me today. And when it was permitted to inquire whence he was led, by my memory, through various unknown cities, of which he said it was not there. But when he was conducted through his own city, then he recognized the streets, and everything connected, and if I had known the situation of the houses, I could also have found the house where he had lived, but this was not permitted. 1748, May 10. 1934. To lie down securely, with none to make afraid. Leviticus 26 verses 5 and 6, etc. This was experimentally confirmed on a night of this month, when evil spirits from malice would fain have terrified me while reposing on my bed. They shook the joints of my whole body with trembling, so that there was a universal tremor, such as I had occasionally experienced at other times, namely, an invasion of all the joints and fibers, and the striking me with a trembling so sensible, that it seemed as if the souls of the dead had taken entire possession of me, and that, too, accompanied with terror, from the suggestion that they had died or were killed in that place, and that I should betake myself elsewhere. I beheld direful visions and visionary beings, speaking with me concerning these spirits. But in the midst of this inwrought terror, I was so secure as to be afraid of nothing, notwithstanding such a lively tremor pervading all my fibers as I am no ways able to express, coming as it did from evil spirits. Had any other one experienced what I have occasionally done of this nature, he would have supposed he was possessed by demons. 1748, May 10. 1935. That the knowledges of truths with man are a kind of vessels. It may be sufficiently known that we have only the most general knowledges of things, although they seem to us exceedingly subtle. For every single notion, whatever it be, contains an infinity of particulars, as every truth, be it what it may be augmented to infinity. Thus the knowledges of truths with men may be called merely vessels or recipients, and that too of a rude, yea, of the rudest kind, into which are poured from the Lord those things which they were designed to contain. For without the most general truths as vessels nothing of higher truth can be insinuated. These things were said in the presence of angels, and, by them, confirmed. 1748, May. 1936. That some persons are more easily led by the Lord than others. Although all can be led by the Lord whithersoever he pleases, yet some more easily than others. The reason is, that the Lord leaves to everyone the liberty of thinking according to his inclination, which liberty he does not break. Those, therefore, who are in faith, who believe that the Lord governs everything, and who do not suffer themselves to be acted upon by cupidities and falsities, are easily led. This also is said in the presence of spirits. 1748, May 11. 1937. There was a debate on this subject among the spirits, some of whose reasonings and responses I heard and received, though many I did not hear. They were, in my judgment, so subtle that men would wonder how a controversy could be carried on by such exquisitely framed arguments. But I observed that the minds of some, after the discussion, were so obscured that they knew not what was true, as often happens in regard to truths which are long disputed about, they become obscure. So that the disputants at length stumble in the light of the very truth itself. With some of these I was present. As far as relates to the effecting of the thing through the agency of omnipotence and miracles, it were as easy to the Lord to lead one as another. But when it pleases the Lord to lead one according to order, then it is easier for him to lead one who is in order than one who is not, for such an one is first to be brought back into the right way, or into order. Which is necessarily a work of time, that the spirit may not be broken, whereto I might add many confirming considerations, which, if they were adduced, would come into discussion, and thus into obscurity and ambiguity. This the Lord has seen fit to teach me by an abundant personal experience. 1938. Concerning the spirits who are with men. The spirits who were with me were oftentimes moved to wonder and astonishment that they were in such a way with men in general, and in a still more peculiar way with me, almost, in fact. As if they had been living men, in the world and in the body. Some of them experience this wonder today, for they cannot realize but that they are the men with whom they are, so little are they conscious of a difference, for they come forthwith into the possession of everything that belongs to him, that is, everything of his memory, when, notwithstanding, the man is, apparently, left to himself, as he is himself a spirit, and thus in the society of spirits, as it was often given to me to show them. 1748, May 12. 1939. Souls are spirits, for when a man dies, he becomes a spirit. Thus he can also be present to man, which was evinced to me by much experience. For there were with me many of those known to me in the life of the body, and that, too, for a very considerable period, even for days, weeks, and months, which they in like manner confessed. Supposing that they thus returned into the body or into the world. Without reflection granted them that they were spirits, and were separated from men in the flesh, and that, upon their removal, others had succeeded in their place, they would not be able to know that they were spirits. Very many who had departed life but a little while before, were with me, which I could discover as much from their stupor as from other indications. 1748, May 12. 1940. When evil spirits intend evil to the good, there is an immediate closing of the communication. It is something wonderful and worthy of observation, that whenever it is permitted to evil spirits to intend any special evil towards the good, that the evil entirely fails to reach them. All and singular the things which they intended are forthwith closed in. This fact is also represented by a spiritual idea, namely, by the sudden closing up or closing in of lines or radii, so as to embrace nothing within. In like manner, the threatened evil does not reach to the good. 1941. This may be illustrated by things pertaining to the human body. When, for instance, any offending substance touches the fibrils, or the sensitive parts in the organs, or the insensible in the viscera, the fibers instantly constringe, and put on such a form and quality that they cannot be injured, although assailed by that which is painful, foul, and disagreeable. The effect is similar in the case of evil spirits attempting to injure the good. 1942. Evil spirits cannot even intend the least of evil against the angels, inasmuch as they are in an inferior degree. For if nothing of evil can befall good spirits, much less can it the angels, just as nothing of evil, or injury, reaches to the yet purer fibers in the organs or the organic parts of the body. 1943. As to the unpleasantnesses and pains arising from this source, I do not as yet know much about them from reflections, only that both unpleasantnesses and pains do exist, and that for a variety of reasons they are permitted. 1748, May 12. 1944. That the permissions of evils flowing from spirits are represented by a remission of their efforts. In a spirit, as in a man, there is nothing but evil, with an indefinite variety according to subjects. Wherefore they are continually attempting evil, although they do not perceive it while they are held in bonds, and according to the strictness and quality of the bond. Wherefore, when it is permitted to evil spirits to do evil, it takes place by a remission of their endeavors, for such it is represented. They then immediately rush to the thinking and acting of evil, according to the natural genius of each one. 1748, May 12. 1945. Thence is their genius known by others, and the fact is recognized by themselves by means of reflection at the same time given. 1946. The perversion of order the general cause of permissions. I have sometimes wondered that it was permitted to spirits to do evil and to infest me so frequently. I knew, indeed, that such a permission was granted them for many reasons. But the evil spirits inferred from the Lord's permitting it that he was the cause of it, which they continually insinuated, when yet it was false, for the Lord never by any means wills that a man should be infected by evil spirits. 1947. But when a man or a spirit passes through many states of the intellect and the affections, which states ought to be in their own order, but are not and yet are to be reduced into order. 1948. 14. Concerning liberty. I remark to spirits that the man who neither thinks nor acts anything from himself, that such an one does really think and act much good, while he that does everything from himself, he does nothing good, but much evil. The one is free, while the other is a slave. This seemed a paradox to the spirits, but yet it is most true, and is confirmed by the angels, as also by much experience of my own. 1748, May 12. 1949. 15. 1950. The character of mere critics in the other life. Certain spirits, who in the life of the body had devoted much labor and time, not to the sense of words, but to the words themselves, and who had consequently devoted themselves to the art of criticism, of whom also several had labored in translating the sacred scriptures, were with me. But I can declare, that whilst they were present, all things whatsoever that were written and thought, were rendered, by their sphere, so obscure and confused, that I could scarcely understand anything whatever, yea, my thought was kept, as it were, in a prison, because they determined all the thought solely to the words, abstracting it from the sense of the expressions, so that they wearied me extremely, even to indignation. Whilst, nevertheless, they thus imagined themselves to be wiser than others, whereas, such as are from the lowest class of the people, and even children, are much wiser, and can more wisely understand the sense. Hence of what quality such erudition, or such human wisdom is, abundantly appears, namely, that it is much inferior to that of rustics and of children, inasmuch as they thereby close the way to interior things. 1951 to 2000. 1951. Such, also, although they are most skillful in languages, as in the Hebrew, have, nevertheless, much more blundered, hallucinati sunt, and do still blunder, in translating the Holy Scripture, than those who have not been critics. Although they may have less understood grammatical points, which can be demonstrated by very many considerations, although, I am aware, that in human minds there is a settled opinion to the contrary. 16 to 1748, May 13. 1952. The thoughts of critics, and of those who have devoted much labor to languages and to grammatical studies, were also, on a former occasion, represented to me as closed lines, within which there was nothing. 1953. The case is similar with those who labor much in controversies. For they propose, imagine to themselves innumerable things as difficulties, and things which suit their thesis or propositions, and thus they more and more close up the interior sense, or the way to the understanding of truth and goodness, and consequently to wisdom. 1954. For the more the sense of words is regarded, the less are the words themselves attended to, as may be known to anyone in conversation, and in the reading of authors. So that the more anyone attends to the words of a speaker or of a writer, the more the perception of the sense perishes, as may be known to everyone if he attend to the subject. Which happens in the degree that the attention is directed to the sense or to the words, which it has often been given to know in the case of spirits, who confessed it to be so. 1955. The case is similar in respect to controversies. For, in proportion as the mind is intent upon controversial disputes, the truth perishes, except the proposition which a man wishes to defend is derived from a general truth, which, however, is obscured when the mind is too intent upon controversy. For in such case the truth is obscured, inasmuch as all difficulties in a general truth cannot be shaken off, because some of them bear more remotely upon the subject, which, however, the human mind presents as very nearly connected with it. And some bear more closely upon it, which can be known if one truth only is exhibited, as this, that the Lord governs the universe, both heaven and earth. That he does no evil to anyone, myriads of objections which the human mind of itself cannot shake off, may be alleged against this truth, and if the mind remain long in objections it is obscured so as to doubt, and at length to deny, the truth itself, which it has been often even to learn from spirits. For in every universal truth there are myriads of truths, and as many objections. Because there are as many things contrary thereto, since every truth has its contrary, which the mind, when seeing from inverse order, favors, and is thus blinded. 1748, May 13. 1956. With is meant by the body's being purified. There are some who hold that man rises after death even as to his body, and that the body undergoes a purification, and respecting which I was today in conversation with certain spirits. And it was acknowledged that man knows no otherwise than that he enters into the other life clothed with a body. But, they remarked, that this corporeal principle thus remaining would die, and thus the natural things, pertaining to him, become wholly obsequious to the Lord, for which reason it is said that the body would be purified. 1748, May 13. 1957. Concerning the speech of spirits with Moses and the prophets. Conversing with spirits concerning the speech, held, with Moses, they assured me that it was merely a simple speech, and not an interior thought, for it was solely in externals, such as was enjoyed by others also in the Israelitish people. Which is sufficiently evident from their writings, and other indications. Interior things were unknown to them, for not being in their memory as in a common vessel, they were not within. So that they had nothing but a mere external, and such accordingly was their speech, as also their vision, that is, purely imaginative, pertaining wholly to exteriors. It is permitted to no one to penetrate the interiors, and thus by thoughts of the interiors to communicate with spirits and angels, unless in the case of those who have been previously instructed by the Lord, and are in faith towards him. 1748, May 14. 1958. When a communication of interiors is also given, there is not only a speech of spirits, but a knowledge also of their thoughts and affections, and at the same time a knowledge of their quality. Together with a certain thought still more interior and more universal. Thus the common receptacles, called vessels, are filled, but variously, some more scantily and some more fully, according to the good pleasures of the Lord. The interiors are in like manner purified even to communication with the angels. In which, however, nothing is perceived distinctly, but only that a thing is so, and that a vast multitude of such and such things are comprised in it. Thus they contain indefinite things, as do also the common vessels, so to term them, for the comprehension of the more interior angels, etc. In this way, there is a transition made from the world of spirits into the angelic heaven, for spirits are unable to know what the angels think unless it be communicated to them according to the Lord's good pleasure. 1748, May 14. 1959. That the opening of heaven to any spirit, and still more to man, is full of danger. A certain not badly disposed but serious spirit spoke with me, and I perceived that heaven was opened a very little into his interiors, so that he could look in and see what of good there was there. He then began to lament and to be tormented, praying that his suffering might cease, as he could not remain in such a state on account of the anguish he experienced. From this and from certain other experiences, it may appear how dangerous it is for heaven to be open to man, for he is liable to be tormented with remorse of conscience even unto death. 1748, May 14. 0017. 1960. 18 which was denoted by the fig tree leaf, with which Adam girded himself. Conversing with spirits concerning the fig tree leaf, with which Adam girt himself around, it was confirmed to me that it signified their natural thoughts, or rational, or intellectual faith. Under which were the nakednesses or filthy loves that were covered by such a fig leaf. 1748, May 14. 1961. 1900 It is a wonderful fact, and one passing the comprehension of most persons, who regard it as a paradox, that when the heaven of the Lord looks directly upon evil, it produces this kind of torture. That is to say, when the Lord's special presence manifests itself, this kind of anguish and torment ensues, and, as Moses says, Numbers 10:35, then his enemies are scattered, and they that hate him flee before his face. When yet that manifestation brings nothing of evil, but good only, being of the most abundant clemency. Hence it may appear that man or spirit himself is the cause of his own evil, torment, and death. 1748, May 15. 1962. Concerning a certain spirit who desired to come into heaven. There was a certain spirit of this earth, who applied himself to my left side, and said that he earnestly desired to come into heaven. And inquired how he should get there, to whom I replied first, by asking him, whether he had spoken with good spirits, and was able, as a first step, to come into their society, as he could afterwards be admitted into heaven. To this he replied, that they would not admit him into their society. I then said that admission into heaven pertained to the Lord alone. Concerning that spirit I was informed by others, that he belonged to a class composed of those who, when they die, and come into the other life, desire nothing else than to come into heaven, however they may have lived. Or whether they have had any faith or any knowledge of faith, thinking only that because they desired it they would be admitted, and considering that to be the essence of salvation. But all such are as it were infatuated, having nothing else in mind than heaven and heavenly joy. But they know nothing else, and in their lifetime were inflamed with this desire, regardless whether they had faith or not. And even if they could have been admitted, besides being incapable of companionship with the celestials, they would have longed for nothing else than joy, and would never have been content, because they could not have been affected with true joy. Those of this character, therefore, suffer for a long time, till at length they forget this cupidity, and when they have forgotten it, then it is first insinuated to them what heaven is, to wit, that it embraces indefinite things in one complex. And then what heavenly joy is, to wit, that it is mutual love, whence flows the multitude of other joys. 1748, May 15. 1963. Whence the diversities of pleasures. In conversing with spirits on the origins nature of the great diversity of pleasures, which are so various as to be almost indefinite, some even experiencing delights in things of a contrary nature. It was said that it originates in no other source than harmony, and the harmony results from the habitual course of life from which the delight is derived. A harmony contrary to true harmony is acquired by habit, for there are those who take pleasure in discords, as there are those who delight only in concords, as is evident from a multitude of proofs. Hence whatever results from acquired harmony is a pleasure, and soothes, and from the force of habit one loves to return into it. 1964. It was shown in various ways how spirits, from their life in the body, have acquired to themselves harmony from different sources, as from contradicting, from plotting against conjugal love, from attempting to destroy it. And especially from various abominable things in which they take such delight that they can conceive of nothing more exquisite. These delights of theirs were occasionally communicated, as I have elsewhere remarked, being made known at one time by means of opposite tediums and unpleasantnesses, at another by the confessions of those who had been in them. Thus evincing by lively experience in innumerable instances that their life is in acquired pleasures. Thus there are as many diversities of life as there are, and have been, and will be men and spirits, and if they were to be multiplied to eternity, still the diversities would be distinct. Which was also confirmed by its being manifest from their faces and speech alone. 1748, May 16. 1965. As to what pertains to celestial joys and pleasures derived from genuine goods and truths, they flow from the Lord alone, as the only fountain. And unless the good and true should proceed from this only fountain, i.e. the Lord, no goodness nor truth could be given, nor could any society exist, for the universal is that which rules all the singulars and conjoins them. From which, as well as from many things besides, it may appear that the Lord alone is the good and the true, which was spiritually confirmed in me by the angels. For they are held in that delight and that heavenly persuasion which was communicated with me, with a view to persuasion. 1748, May 16. 1966. That evil spirits cannot be with those who believe in the Lord. It was previously shown that evil spirits are pained and tortured by the angels looking intently upon them. The case is very similar with the man who is in faith, or who is held in faith by the Lord. Evil spirits cannot then approach. If they attempt it, they begin to be tormented in like manner, and desire to fly away. I have several times heard them complaining and lamenting when in the presence of faith. 1748, May 16. 1967. Natural truths, or truths drawn from corporeal, worldly, and natural sources, are, as it were, a kind of earthen vessels for the reception of spiritual truths. I conversed with spirits respecting natural truths, intimating that men at the present day have very little concern in regard to truths, but were intent solely upon experiments, from which, for many reasons, they were unable to elicit causes. And that the truths thence deducible were not acknowledged, inasmuch as they are hidden from those who are in the extremes of the corporeal and sensual, to whom hypotheses and falsities are more congenial. 1968. It was said, moreover, that natural truths are vessels in which spiritual truths may be contained. For unless the objects or instrumental causes are adapted, the spiritual causes cannot be applied to them, as appears from many considerations, especially those drawn from the containing vessels of the whole body, as, for instance, that unless the blood vessels with their membranes agree with the nature of the blood contained in them, they cannot hold the blood, much less can it act or be acted upon according to its nature and design. So likewise neither unless the blood globules were such as they are, would the animal, spirits and the life of the spirits be able to abide and live in them according to their nature and end. And thus also in all other things in the threefold kingdom and in the world. 1748, May 16. 1969. In like manner, the heart is such a vessel of the blood and its operations, according to the whole nature and scope of its forces. And so also are all the viscera of the body, which are mere vessels formed entirely in coincidence with the nature of their operations and uses, and thus of their ends. 1748, May 16. 1970. That truths cannot be apprehended, but are rejected among idle conceits, is evinced by one example which, though a natural verity, would scarcely be believed, to wit, that the least degree of thought and affection produces an effect upon all the organic principles of the brain which are in front of the fibrils, namely, the cortical substances. And because it affects the principles, it affects also all things of the fibers arising from them, which are myriads of myriads, and thus the whole body. Moreover, that of all those myriads, there is no portion of cortical substance, no fiber, no point of a fiber, that is altogether like another, but a continual variety reigns throughout. And thus the whole brain and the whole body with its innumerable varieties constitute one single and most subtle act of our thought, which we indeed suppose to be of infinite subtlety, but which nevertheless consists of countless varieties of persuasion and affection in each minutest point of thought. Yet who would believe these things, when notwithstanding it is simply the statement of a natural truth, which can be demonstrated as well from known philosophy as from manifold experience. 1748, May 16. 1971. Hence it is evident how rude, obscure, and most general is everything we think, and which we deem sublimely particular. 1972. Yea, if the matter be stretched still farther, inasmuch as the human body, and every part of the body, corresponds to the spiritual world and to heaven, it may thence appear that there is an influx into the very least of thought. But I will not ascend to these incredible heights, because man is immersed in the depths of obscurity, but I have spoken on these points with spirits and angels, and they have confirmed them. 1748, May 16. 1973. What is meant by evening and morning, and day? Gen 1. I spoke with spirits as to the import of day, and of morning and evening, Gen 1. That day signifies time in general may be most clearly shown from the usage of the Scriptures, for that word signifies time. 1974. As to evening and morning, it is to be known, that in all things pertaining to generation both in general and in particular the commencement is from the evening, and the progress onward to morning. As in general with those who are regenerated their evening is, a state of, misery, temptations, and despairs, from which, however, the coming forth is to the morning. The case is similar in particular instances, for in all things of regeneration the start is from evils which are turned into goods. And it is remarkable that evil spirits begin from their fantasies and cupidities to excite men, though these influences are in various modes turned into goods, as has been made known to me by a daily experience of 3 years' continuance. This is evening and morning even in most singular things, whence not only is regeneration, but the perception of goodness. 1748, May 16. 1976. 20 Concerning a most nefarious fellowship. Certain female spirits came to me, who were, I think, recently from the life of the body, for they were still ignorant that they were in the other life, but when the fact was shown them they could then look back and recollect. Their quality appeared at first to be good, for they assumed such an air. But when they had retired I learned from others that they were abominable, and belonged to the class of those who hold the intercourse of men and women to be not only lawful, but even holy, saying that they were born in sins, and could not refrain from this kind of indulgence, although to have such intercourse with any others than those who are wholly like-minded they regard as unclean. Yea, being unholy themselves, they went so far as to revile marriage, and to represent such connections as impure. It was said to me that there are such persons of either sex in human societies who hold to this kind of intercourse without an end of marriage, of conjugal love, or of offspring, but solely for the sake of lewdness, saying that they had thus lived a most delightful life from childhood. 1977. When I inquired as to the kind of punishment that awaited such, it was said that they were punished most severely, but the nature of the punishment they were unwilling to divulge, remarking only that it was excessively severe. Being carried to a point at which they did not, as it were, live, that is, they were scarcely conscious of living, so completely had they forgotten the perpetration of such vile acts and abominations. For under the guise of sanctity they work confusion, and with the same pretense extinguish universal and principal ends, which are those of the procreation of the human race. From such confusion a grievous punishment cannot but result, and the extinction, as it were, of their spiritual life. Indeed, it was said to me that they were not far from being sodomites, wherefore let those who are conscious to themselves of such a course of life beware, for they are not spared in the other life. 1748, May 16. 1978. What kind of punishment this confusion and commixtion of holy and profane ideas draws after it everyone may divine, for conjunctions of ideas form the mind. 1748, May 16. 1979. One of these punishments was made manifest. It consisted in the burning of their lascivious members, as it were, in fire, and that with excruciating pain. 1980. The fact of this burning, as it were, with fire, will be considered as a paradox because it is predicated of spirits. But as all a man's susceptibilities remain, in the other life, so also his sensations, as I have said and shown elsewhere. This holds even of the sensation of fire, which a certain spirit was at first unwilling to believe, but he learned it to be so through a special experience. 1748, May 16. 1981. That the way to the interiors is immediately closed as soon as anything comes forth from the cupidity and the memory by means of one's own effort. It may be said, but can be understood only by a spiritual idea, of which I have been abundantly conscious, that which proceeds from evil and from the memory, in other words, that which is drawn by voluntary act from a man's cupidity and science, that this stops short forthwith and fails to reach the interiors. The case is the same with the sciences of the memory as with the cupidity of the body. 1982. By a spiritual idea it is perceived also how innumerable things are drawn from the memory and the genius of a man when still the man does not act by his own proper effort. And how fatuous and short-lived are the things which originate in a man's own endeavor. 1748, May 17. 1983. Concerning memory. I have learned from experience that there is an interior from which is excited the memory of material and corporeal ideas, and that such a memory remains also with spirits from which, at the good pleasure of the Lord, those things that have been stored up in the memory of sensual ideas are excited. That there is such a memory, and that it is more perfect than the memory of the body, is a fact which has been forced upon me by many proofs, yea, even that which man supposes forgotten is still lodged in that memory, though buried up in sensuals. The same thing may be inferred from dreams and other indications. But beside this memory, there is a memory still more interior, namely, of spiritual ideas, by the end of which thought and speech may be carried on, and this it is by which that, first, interior memory is excited. By means of that spiritual memory spirits possess a great advantage over men, so that they can think much more subtly and distinctly, thus their faculties are vastly augmented in comparison with what they were in the life of the body. This was confirmed by an abundant experience, concerning which elsewhere. 1748, May 17. 1984. And because a spirit can speak in, or in connection with, a man, and does not know other than that he is the man himself, he cannot possibly know otherwise than that he has the memory of sensual things which he had in the life of the body. On this head I have several times conversed with spirits, and because they knew not otherwise, they insisted that it was so, of which see elsewhere. 1748, May 17. 1985. That the place or situation where spirits are seen is apparent only. I have observed that spirits according to their genius and disposition, and also according to their state of mind, animi, or mind, mentis, obtain a situation relative to the human body, as, for instance, at the right, at the left, on the sides, above, below, afar off, nearby, all which are mere appearances, as has been often shown me, and likewise today while speaking with spirits on that subject. For I noticed, that while I turned myself to the same side relatively they appeared present, and so everywhere, when yet they were, in fact, only in one place winky face. It was said also that myriads could appear in the same place, when yet there was not a single one of them there. It was moreover observed that those who were at a considerable distance from me, either below or above, sometimes seemed to themselves to be in a moment in the nearest proximity to me, at which they greatly wondered. As also that those who were below seemed suddenly above, and so on. 1748. May 17. 1986. It was observed that neither spirit nor angel was in the least degree, or for a moment of time, out of the place which was allotted him by his genius, quality, and state. Which allotment was so accurate that there was no error in the minutest point, which is an arcanum of the Lord. 1748, May 17. 1987. Concerning those at this day who are, as it were, a remnant, of the ancient church. There are still some who retain and preserve much of the ancient church, and who are especially distinguished by that feature of it by which they perceive whether anything is good. For this reason they are also rejected of others, who suppose that they are to be classed with enthusiasts, when yet this was a peculiarity of the ancient church that they had a perception of what was good, and thus of what they should do. Acknowledging the operation of spirits, but recognizing in themselves that only of the Lord's Spirit, and rejecting others. These persons, however, are mostly of an inferior condition, not easily admitting learned men among them, wherefore they think in simplicity, and give but a limited range to their thoughts. These are happy in the other life, and they were seen by me in front, towards the higher part of the forehead, at some distance. And they could perceive more fully and profoundly what was thought than other spirits, so that I could not converse with them in a like manner, as with others, but only by means of a greater fullness of thought. Which the others said they did not understand. Indicating that they are not far from heaven. 1987_1/2. How it was with them in the life of the body was shown me, as usual, by their utterance of the Lord's Prayer, in which their understanding of it was communicated to me. This was so simple as hardly to extend beyond the sense of the letter, but yet such as not to be closed as with others, but still soft, easily opened, and thus intelligible to the angels, as if each idea, though sensual as to the words, could serve for a vessel. 1748, May 18. 1988. I conversed with them concerning perception, from which it appeared, that to those who are in true faith it is such that they not only acknowledge that they neither do nor can think of themselves, nor are disposed to, consequently neither to act, from themselves. For action follows entirely the will, but also they perceive that each single thing is from the Lord, for they are continually held in that thought, wherefore according to the Lord's good pleasure they perceive what is in any thought, whence it is. From what spirits, of what quality they are when it is suggested, what are their cogitations, what they speak or think with each other, what are their affections with their varieties, what the influxes of the angels. Besides innumerable other things. For they are altogether like spirits in the other life, which the spirits often confessed concerning me, not knowing that I was in the body. 1748, May 18. 1989. That external senses disappear in the heavens. It was represented by a spiritual idea that external senses perish in order, or one after the other, as they penetrate interiors, or, which is the same, as they ascend toward superiors, insomuch that if a style is filled with mere poetical names, as Parnassus, its fountain, Pegasus, and the like, those who employ those terms in writing know that they signify things pertaining to scientifics, which sense when it passes away, then comes the sense of the letter, which sense also perishes, and is succeeded by a higher, and when this disappears then comes one still more interior, and so on. Such is the penetration and ascension of senses while they penetrate or ascend towards interiors, until at length nothing remains but the pure, true, and good in the inmost heaven, originating from the Lord, who is the essence of all things. 1748, May 18. 1990. Concerning the state of certain souls after death. The greater part of mankind, and indeed nearly all, are ignorant of what constitutes the happiness of the blessed after death, because they have no perception on the subject. Within their ignorance lies entirely concealed the nature of interior and inmost blessedness and felicity, so that it is only from corporeal delights and joys, from sensual and worldly things that they have any perception. Hence they regard the things of which they are ignorant as of no account, when yet corporeal and worldly joys are worthless, foul, putrescent, and the like. 1991. Just to mention the simplest forms of the blessedness of certain souls, I may remark that some who in their innocence and simplicity have delighted in pleasant gardens, groves, and the like, where there was nothing lascivious to occupy their minds. Those in the other life seem to themselves to walk in similar pleasant scenes, and to enjoy exquisite delight in connection with numerous associates. From these things a conclusion may be drawn as to others, but this is the first degree of the delight of the blessed, which contains within itself innumerable interior delights. 1748, May 18th. Other enjoyments succeed afterwards, thus in order and through degrees. 1992. How good is turned into evil by spirits. Some turn good into evil from deceit, some from some other prompting, so that there is a variety of causes. But I may here just allude to one method by which good is turned into evil among spirits who are scarcely aware of the fact. That is the case of those who have become weary of their wives, and thence have taken, as it were, a disgust even towards conjugal love, as when something of a delightful or pleasant nature which is of conjugal love comes to them, and of which they weary, then immediately that pleasing and delightful thing is turned with them unconsciously into what is tedious and nauseating, thus into the contrary, concerning which I conversed with spirits. The case is the same in regard to other pleasures and delights. 1748, May 18th. 1993. Wherefore there are three general causes, so far as I have yet learned, by which good is turned into evil, to wit, from deceit, from art, and from a nature contracted, as has been made known to me from experience. 1994. The case is the same in regard to the false and the true, namely, that the true is turned into the false, which takes place either from deceit, although they know the truth, or from art, in that a peculiar delight is taken in being able to pervert, which is accounted a sign of ingenuity, or from nature, inasmuch as in the life of the body they were persuaded concerning falsity, and had acquired a faith of the false, as the Gentiles, who are much more easily saved than those who act from deceit and art. 1995. How the angels are affected by those things that are evil and base. By experience it was given me to know and to perceive how the angels have a sensation of those things in man which are vile, and consequently evil. For when I read respecting the scortation of the people with Balpior, number 25, an angelic perception was given which was communicated to me, and which was such that I perceived nothing foul or filthy, but only somewhat mild, which cannot be described. Compared with earthly things it resembled those that are sharply angular, and thus pungent, when their sharp angles and points are rubbed off. 1748, May 19th. 1996. Concerning music, what kind of effect it produces upon spirits. It has twice happened that I have heard in the streets music from stringed instruments, viol och hackbraid, i.e. violin and harp, which so soothed the spirits that they scarcely knew but that they were in heaven, for they were exhilarated to such a degree as to be, as it were, transported out of themselves. I perceived their delight, which was abundant. And even now, while I write, that music of strings and pulsatile chords is continued. The spirits are so changed by it that they seem scarcely the same. 1997. Wherefore, speaking jocularly with them, I said it was no wonder that the evil spirit that infested Saul was so changed when he heard David playing upon the harp, seeing how much they were changed, from a similar cause. They replied that they were in such a state that they could now neither think nor do anything whatever of evil, because the delight they experienced penetrated their interiors. 1748, May 19th. 1998. And it is remarkable that the angels were affected with pleasure from the same cause, but only when I paid less attention to it, so that I did not mix with it the delights of the spirits communicated to me, but when I, as it were, heard nothing. So also in other things, I noticed that, the angels paid greater attention in proportion as I paid less. 1748, May 19th. The reason was, that corporeal things were then conjoined, as the thoughts of the spirits were almost corporeal. 1999. How the case is in regard to the excitements of cupidities with those who are in faith. I conversed with good spirits who supposed that I might be thinking something of evil, saying that such was my quality, consequently that I was not pure. But it was given me to reply that the truth of the case was like that of an image in a looking-glass, which is supposed by those who know no better to be the very person himself and not an image, when still the fact is not so. For cupidity in evil is excited by evil spirits, and when one is in faith nothing adheres or is imputed to him, but, evil, is turned into good. For nothing of this kind is excited with him who is in faith except for an end, namely, of reformation and regeneration. The idea is, as it were, an image which works an illusion, and presents an appearance of the person himself, when yet it is nothing else than the fantasies of spirits which are communicated, and thus form a semblance of the person himself. With this response, as the spirits were good and faithful, they were abundantly satisfied. 1748, May 19. 2000. That not the very least motion is ever made by man apart from a stated law. I have sometimes observed that nothing ever existed but by the operation of a fixed law, not even the least thing, as, for instance, the casual occurrence of anything to the eye, the movement of my hand, etc. But I then perceived also that I might be persuaded concerning it by an influx from heaven, so that in fact I was persuaded. For the heavens are in such a persuasion, and that nothing, not even the slightest occurrence takes place but in consequence of the will, the good pleasure, or the permission of the Lord, thus perpetually from a fixed law. As may be sufficiently manifest from one experience only, to wit, that there could not appear to me any representative image, nor could any voice be heard. Unless entirely according to a law from which there could not be the least imaginable deviation. Thus all and singular things are ordered with reference to ends, and those ends to a, still ulterior, end. 1748, May 19. 2001 to 2050. 2001. Concerning the general principle, communi, which governs man's thoughts. There is a certain general something, quadam commune, which governs man's thoughts, which holds those thoughts within certain limits which they cannot transgress, nay, which governs the singular and most singular things of thought. What is the nature of this general principle cannot be so well expressed, because men have no knowledge of it. It was represented to me by a waving sphere, which I perceived and felt, containing within itself thoughts, and holding them within limits, as already remarked. 2002. This is sufficiently manifest that there can never be given any particular without a general, and that the particular is governed by the general. So also the singular, and the most singular by its own universal, which not only assigns limits to thought, but even to the singulars of thought. Thus it is the common sphere which affects and which persuades. Neither can man speak, or bring forth his sensations, unless there be a certain universal sphere of thought which governs and limits all and singulars, so that each word or idea shall flow fitly and spontaneously as derived from that sphere. And yet in such a way that man shall not know whence their source. Unless such a sphere governed, man could by no means think or speak distinctly according to the state of the sphere. 2003. In natural things thence originating there is nothing given without a general sphere which governs singulars. Not in the atmospheric world, where are sounds, sights, and the like, neither in musical matters, unless there be a co-sounding and equably accordant body. Nor in the kingdoms of nature, as the vegetable and animal, yea, in all the organs of the body. But those general spheres are not so well known, because they are little reflected upon. 2004. But whence are derived the spheres that govern the thoughts, and whence the things mentioned above, may appear if it be admitted that there are spheres of persuasions of the false, and of affections of evil. And that they are derived from the general operation of evil spirits, to wit, from their thoughts and cupidities. 2005. But the spheres of persuasions of the true, and of affections of the good, are all from the Lord, as their appropriate and genuine origin. 2006. There are given, moreover, indefinite varieties of general spheres, which cannot be defined except by being referred to genera and species, according, for instance, as the spheres of angels and spirits are present. Whatever are the appropriate spheres of angels and spirits, they are not commingled with the spheres of the Lord, but are tempered and are in themselves most distinct. 2007. The spheres governing the thoughts of the man who is in faith are of the Lord, and peculiar to him, so much as they have in them of the true and the good. As to the others combined with them, they pertain to angels and spirits who are ruled and ordered by the Lord with reference to uses and ends. 1748, May 20th. See concerning thought in what follows. 2008. By means of an almost similar general sphere, others are otherwise governed, everyone according to his nature and genius, but yet within his proper limits, beyond which he cannot roam, for the general prescribes limits. These things were observed by a various experience in regard to spirits, some of whom were at the time, as it were, pained, saying that they seemed to themselves to be in bonds, because the facts were reflected upon. Which reflection produced a general sphere that they were unable to sustain, inasmuch as the reflection disclosed their faults. 1748, May 20th. 2009. Concerning the thought of man, how slow and obscure. It is known that man can think in a minute of time what he is unable to express by speech or writing in the space of an hour. For when he thinks he concludes all things within the compass of a general idea which governs, and everything accordant flows consistently from his memory, and from parts of his general idea. Yet this general is of such a quality that he sees the series of consequences, though obscurely, still he sees them and connects them, because he draws a conclusion. From this it may be seen what is the nature of that general principle which governs singulars. 2010. But this general, which appears to men so quick and momentaneous, is yet in itself so slow, that the angels of the interior heaven can think more rapidly and distinctly in one moment than man can within many hours. During which he will still think obscurely. This was said to spirits, who were highly indignant thereupon, although, as it was confirmed, it must stand for truth. 1748, May 20th. There is, however, a very considerable difference among men as to thoughts. With those in whom memory predominates, while there is otherwise a certain closure of the mind, there is less of thought. While with those in whom the mind is open, and more of the interior memory prevails, there is so much more of thought, because there are more things inserted into it by the Lord, according to his good pleasure. 1748, May 20th. 2011. How the passions of men are bent so that they may not be broken. What it is to bend without breaking a man's affections, in which consists his life, everyone may know from experience, since friends and wives, when companions become incensed, study to appease them by various blandishments and compliances. Until the enraged party is turned or bent from his passion, which anyone may confirm by a multiplied experience. 2012. This is still better known among spirits, inasmuch as communications are made by spiritual methods, so that affections and their effects may be, more fully, understood. This is done by means of their intuitions, and at the same time of their perceptions, and of the same character are their spiritual ideas. Certain spirits were indignant when their anger was suddenly snatched from them in a spiritual way. Still the indignation excited by the act remained, though they could not be enraged. There was then insinuated something that flattered their self-love, as of praise, administered in a spiritual way, when their resentment was bent into concord, so that the anger would recede. Hence conclusions may be drawn as to other things as, for instance, how it is that the Lord bends without breaking the cupidities of men. As also, that man is sometimes permitted to be led by his concupiscences, while yet they are bent in a wonderful manner to good. 1748, May 20th. 2012_1/2. That evil is attributed to the Lord. Nothing is more common in the word than the ascribing of evil, wrath, vengeance, and the like to Jehovah, when yet nothing is farther from being the case. The reason is, that as man does not know more than that the Lord rules the universe, so he is of course ignorant how it is that he permits evils, and indefinite things of a like kind. Wherefore, from this simple, most general, and most obscure idea, the obvious result is the idea that the Lord does evil, as is read in a multitude of places in the Word. 2013. The cause, however, with the wicked is, that they derive all evils from themselves, and yet cast the blame upon Jehovah, which is their constant wont. To this we may add that some do not know otherwise, inasmuch as they cherish this persuasion in their lifetime and, moreover, they are not such as penetrate much beyond the surface, and thus do not grasp the nature and origin of permissions. Some again do it out of mere malice, which it has been given me to know by much experience, as oftentimes when anything of evil has occurred, they have laid the blame upon the Lord, and what their thoughts were on the subject was communicated to me. 1748, May 20th. 2014. That there is a variety of all things. Very many persons, indeed nearly all, are persuaded that hell is the same to everyone, and likewise heaven, thus they have respecting them only a most general and obscure idea. Consequently, they close to themselves the way to a knowledge of what hell is and what heaven is, when, in fact, the varieties both in hell and in heaven are so indefinite, that if souls should be multiplied to eternity, there would never be one that should have precisely the same hell or the same heaven with another, but there would still exist an indefinite variety, nay, an indefinite variation of varieties to all eternity. 2015. Thus there can never by any means be one soul precisely similar to another, which it was given to me to know by the fact that when I thought, in a spiritual idea, that if any two souls were one, they could not be conscious to themselves of a distinct existence, but would seem to be one. When, I say, I barely thought of a plurality being one, then the world of spirits and the angelic were so abhorrent to the idea that it was evident it was contrary to the truth of things. 1748, May 20th. 2016. But everyone, unum, is formed from the harmony of many, and the one is such as the harmony is, nor can there ever be an absolute one, but only a harmonic one. 1748, May 20th. 2017. Concerning the dragon. He has been already described, I think, as being able to convert himself into a variety of forms, so as to appear as a good angel, to weep, and, as it were, to repent with a great semblance of sincerity, to speak to others, as to me, with apparent indifference, and at the same time to contrive deceits with others, but that was gathered from the indifference of his speech, in which there was infused an air of absence, and other like things. 2017_1/2. But that he is tolerated, and not forcibly thrust down, which could be effected in a moment, as has often been done, one reason is, that those who worship him in the world are, after the life of the body, or rather after the death of the body, similar to themselves in the other life, nor do they know otherwise than that they are living in the body, so that they are struck with astonishment when otherwise informed. Such, therefore, having in their minds a veneration for him as for an idol, they are permitted at first to approach him, for cupidities and falsities are not taken away in a moment. Inasmuch, then, as souls are in such a state that they would be broken, by a sudden and violent change, therefore the process is gradual, and toleration and permission is allowed, till at length they are step by step drawn out and led forth to other places. The case, indeed, is not unlike that of the Gentiles, who also resort to their idols, but according to their states of life in the world they are called away from them as soon as their peculiar corporeal principle is somewhat worn out. 1748, May 20th. 2018. It is a matter of most familiar habit with him, as also with evil spirits, continually to persecute the faithful, or continually to accuse, blaspheme, and injure them, as far as it is permitted, while the faithful on the other hand never injure him. He often makes complaint, as he has just now, that he is so infested by those who are in true faith, but it is answered that they never infest him, but that, on the contrary, he infests and impugns them every moment. Upon which he ruminates, not knowing what to say, as he acknowledges the fact. Thus he is the self-procuring cause of his own harm. 1748, May 20th. 2019. The different states of men and spirits in general. There are many differences between the states of spirits as spirits and those that distinguish them as men, concerning which I have treated fully elsewhere. This only is to be observed here, that men have various external objects which move, modify, and bend their internal senses. But with spirits it is not so, that men live in such societies as they can, from various causes, associate with, even when their associates are dissimilar to themselves. It is otherwise with spirits, who associate only with their like. Men are distinguished by the possession of a corporeal memory, by means of which their acquisitions are made, but not so with spirits. Men also from the past conjecture the future, but not so with spirits, who have no memory of the past, except when it is excited for certain ends. Men have comparatively little penetration, spirits much more. They see the thoughts of others, but with a difference, from the perceptions of men, in that they see in others the things that flow from them. The thoughts of men are bound, as it were, to corporeal things, like their organic substances. But not so with spirits. 1748, May 20th. 2020. That the Lord rules all and single things. While speaking with evil spirits, who would fain arrogate to themselves the rule of all and singular things, I perceived around me innumerable spirits, who all contributed somewhat to the train of thoughts, which, as usual, were connected in a series. I then perceived that while there were such vast numbers all concurring to the train and connected series of thoughts, it could not be otherwise than that one should govern all, and dispose them into series, and that others, who continually dissented and opposed, ought to agree, so that so many repugnances may not exist to create impediments. So that, unless there were one, supreme ruler, who is the Lord, because the great object of faith, nothing whatever could be thought, but from so many, and even countless diversities, nothing but utter confusion and chaos would exist. And this they could not do otherwise than acknowledge, because it was given them to perceive it by a spiritual idea. Hence it may be known that the Lord rules all things, both general and most special, and that without his control the whole system would collapse. Those who arrogated to themselves the rule, inasmuch as one was opposed to another, were challenged on this score, but they retorted that they were competent to do it. It was replied, by asking, who could rule them, consisting, as they did, of legions, and mutually contrary to each, inasmuch as hatred rules all, for the love of self is predominant. May 21st, 1748. 2021. That the Lord can enable anyone, by a spiritual idea, to perceive interior things. Certain spirits suppose that I only was in such a state as to be capable, by a spiritual idea, of perceiving interior things, and of being as a spirit, from whence, as usual, they drew some kind of sinister inference. But it was said to them that all could be such if the Lord pleased, even the most stupid, and I was then reminded of a certain stupid individual whom I had known many years before. This man was accustomed at certain times to make public addresses, and he could then recollect a multitude of things which he could not possibly at any other time recall to mind. It was then, moreover, shown to me by experience that upon the withdrawal of such a spiritual idea, I was altogether like any other person in thought, which was a matter of wonder to spirits, and that, according to the Lord's good pleasure. Not only was this faculty opened with me, but also with all spirits, to whom the Lord should see fit to grant it. By experience, moreover, I had previously learned that spirits, when reduced into a similar state, would communicate to me such things as pertained to them, that I knew no otherwise than that I myself had once known them, and thus recollected them. When yet, afterwards, I knew that it was owing to the operation of spirits upon me, similar to the operation of man upon spirits, who suppose that they know what the man knows, the effect being thus reciprocal. From these and many other facts, it may be concluded that, with whomsoever the Lord pleases the mind may be opened, so that by a spiritual idea things may be intuitively perceived, in an orderly manner with those who are in faith, and in an extraordinary and miraculous manner with those who are not in faith. 2022. Additional confirmation was afforded by the fact of the prophetic spirit in the representative church, which spirit was given to whomsoever it seemed good to the Lord, thus to the 70 elders by the spirit of Moses who prophesied. As did also Saul. Which prophetic spirit was no other than an influence prompting them to speak and act by words and ways that were unknown to them, the things, said and done, being external, but signifying what was internal. So, if it pleased the Lord, a similar spirit could now be given, and one intuitively penetrating interior things, inasmuch as at this day men are more in knowledges, and in the faith of verities. Only there are certain corporeal things by which spiritual actings are embarrassed and hindered, upon the death or separation of which the remains of spiritual things may be excited. 1748, May 21. 2024. 21 How the passions of spirits are moderated. A certain spirit was in the cupidity of having something. Indeed, he burnt, as it were, with the desire, but his state did not penetrate to my perception, as I experienced at other times, but it was exhibited to the internal sight. There appeared, as it were, a sphere somewhat inflamed, which was the sphere of the cupidity wherein he was held. Nor did he then appear to me otherwise than as a very diminutive something, floating about, as it were, in that sphere, the sphere of cupidities being circumfused around him. He in that state lamented, saying that he was in extreme pain from not obtaining what he longed for. It seemed to me that he would perish. But just at that time another more subtle sphere entered from the Lord, which was a sphere of uses, whereupon his pain was mitigated, which he confessed, saying, that he could receive consolation. And that in the degree in which the rays of the sphere of use extend. He was thus instructed that nothing should be covetously desired except from use, and that use ought to excite affection. 2025. Moreover, the cupidities prevailing with some of possessing without regard to use, which they afterwards defend by feigning uses, are also communicated, a common case with women, respecting which I spoke with them. 1748, May 20th. 2026. That men are worse than wild beasts. I converse today, as I have done before, with spirits respecting the human race, that they are worse than wild beasts, because that men live according to inverted order, and wild beasts according to true order. For men are prompted to extirpate all society for the sake of self, whereas with beasts it is not so, unless in the case of certain species when urged, under the goadings of hunger, their nature being such that, according to order, one species should feed on another. In a word, it may be demonstrated by many proofs that the human race, viewed in itself, and when left to itself divested of restraint, is worse than fierce wild beasts of the forest. 2027. That fierce wild beasts do also live according to the order impressed upon them, and not contrary to it, may appear from the fact that such as their soul is, such is the nature thence derived, wherefore they live according to order. But as to man, his soul, in his interior and inmost, is such that he loves his neighbor as himself, but his exterior or his natural mind, and his corporeal promptings, are altogether contrary. He does not love, but desires rather to destroy all those who can be termed near to him, and the nearer they are the more intensely does he feel opposed to them. Wherefore he does not live according to the order of his soul, but against it, and in a way altogether contrary to that of the wild beasts. On which account, as I said to the spirits, if the natural mind of man resembled the wild beasts, it would be much better for him, but now he is much the worse of the two, to which the spirits listened, but made no reply. 1748, May 21st. 2028. Certain species of beasts and fishes eat beasts and fishes of the same genus and species, but that is when they are pressed by hunger, in which case they are furnished from this source with food, thus preventing a too rapid multiplication. But when they are satisfied, they betake themselves to repose. Man, the more blood he sheds, the more he filches of his neighbor's goods, the more he desires, being never satisfied. His cupidity grows and increases till he comes to aspire at the possession of heaven itself, which desire is in fact involved in the least spark of self-love. 1748, May 21st. 2029. Hence it may appear that all who have been and are men tend backward, or, what is the same, tend downward, consequently to hell. Unless the Lord were to raise them from hell, all would fall headlong hither, which, when it was said to the spirits, they remained silent. 1748, May 21st. 2030. Concerning a certain one lately deceased. A certain spirit came to me at evening, and spoke with me, and from certain indications it appeared that he was recently from the earth. And as spirits are covetous of knowing everything, they were variously desirous of exploring his quality, and if they found anything discordant, then they were disposed forthwith to infest him, but were as often withheld from so doing. So that he was continually defended, and more especially from the fact that he was a stranger, to whom it is commanded that good shall always be done. He was therefore shielded from assault by good spirits, by angels, and by the Lord, although the spirits sought by various methods to associate him to themselves, and thus to do him harm, as usual. Indeed, they had recourse to their peculiar arts, but in vain. He was at first above the head, afterwards under the cerebellum, so that they were unable to ascertain his quality. 2031. He knew not at first where he was, supposing himself to be in the world altogether as if living in the body, for of this impression are all souls recent from the life of the body, inasmuch as they are not then gifted with reflection upon place. 2032. Time, the objects of the senses, and the like, of which I have spoken elsewhere, and which would enable them to know that they are in another life, only that they live as it were in the body, and think accordingly. 2033. When it was afterwards given him to know that he was in the other life, and that he had nothing, of his former possessions, such as house, riches, and the like, but that he was, as it were, in another region, where he was deprived of all that he had in his earthly life, he then began to be affected with a certain anxiety, not knowing whither he should betake himself, where he should dwell, etc. When it was said to him that the Lord alone provided such things for him and for all. 2034. He was then left to his own reflections that he might think, as in the body, what he should do, being now deprived of all things essential to life. And inasmuch as he was now in the society of good spirits and angels, his thoughts were so directed that he should entertain no idea of evil, from which evil spirits could derive a cause of infesting him. And in this state he remained for a very considerable time. Hence it was observed that souls think altogether as they are accustomed to do in the body, and by means of these agencies an exploration was effected, going to show that the spirit in question could be in the society of the good, and that he had been a man who was in faith towards the Lord. 2035. Then, although evil spirits were disposed continually to infest him, and to draw him into their societies, aiming by their arts to pluck him from the fellowship of the good, yet he was still protected. And it was permitted to these evil spirits to persist in their machinations even to the point of producing in him a certain degree of fear and anguish, as is wont to happen to those who are in faith, that they may think that it is the Lord alone who protects them. For without such a fear and anxiety they would scarcely acknowledge that fact, etc. 2036. He was afterwards transferred to another place, even to the province of the heart, and their good spirits and angels defended and screened him with much solicitous care from the evil, that they might not know where he was. This was committed to angels who were then especially in that solicitude, aiming by every method to defend him, and for that purpose forming, according to spiritual ideas, a kind of guardian circle around him. From the same solicitous care they performed a great many other kind offices in his behalf, from whence it was given to know how the angels defend good souls, and they in like manner are formed to the exercise of a similar compassion. 2037. They also rendered to him every assistance, and whatever he was prompted to wish and long for in his thoughts, that they gave to him, thus everything that entered into the range of his thoughts and desires, for they can give whatever is desired. Inasmuch as such things can be represented, and thus can be made to appear to the person altogether as if he possessed them in the world, for the possession of goods in the world is nothing else than imaginary. And when the imagination enjoys them to the full and has them in its eye, then it possesses them as in the world, and is delighted with them. 2038. Being afterwards left to his own cogitations, he began to reflect how he could be sufficiently grateful for such favors, from which the conclusion was easily drawn that that soul had been led by the Lord, and that almost immediately after death he would come among the celestials. 1748, May 22. 2039. From the Lord's Prayer which he prayed with me, I perceived that hitherto he had not advanced beyond the literal sense, thus that he prayed in simplicity and faith, and that still his interiors might be immediately opened in the other life. 1748, May 22. 2040. That critics know nothing in comparison with others who are not critics. It has often been shown me that critics, or those most skilled in languages, as the Hebrew, for instance, even those who have constructed lexicons, and been translators of Moses and the prophets, were much less intelligent than those who were not critics. For the weighing of words has the effect of distracting the mind by the various senses assigned, causing it to adhere in bare words. And when such critics have seized upon any particular signification of a word, they hold on to it wholly regardless of the genuine sense, which they impel hither and thither, and urge with violence, in order to make it coincide with their views. Which, when once the signification of a word is assumed, they are enabled to do in 1,000 ways. All this was shown me by a living experience. 1748, May 22. 2041. It hence results that not only are they less intelligent in regard to spiritual things from their inhering in material ideas or words, but some may even be led astray in dealing with the word of the Lord, which from the bare words alone they gather some other than the true sense, and defend and distort it from the love of self. For when the signification of a word is assumed, they then torture the sense into accordance with it, which can be done, as before remarked, in 1,000 ways. Hence the spiritual ideas that are falsified by being mixed with material ideas, and which in the other life occasion them impediment and detriment, inasmuch as falsities inhere in material ideas, are to be dispersed. 1748, May 22. 2042. Concerning souls, principled, in faith, that in the other life they can be at once present with the celestials. The reader may refer to what was said concerning the recent soul above mentioned. He was now among celestial spirits, and could, without delay, make one in the general stream of their discourse, nor was there perceived aught to hinder his advance from anything false inhering in his ideas, nor anything repugnant from the love of self. For there are falsities and selfish and worldly loves which hinder the introduction of souls into celestial associations, as into these no one can be admitted except as he is in certain states, that is, before falsities and cupidities are vastated, and, as it were, worn away. These may be compared to sharp angles which prevent the easy volubility of the gyre in the unanimous discourse of numbers. 1748, May 22. 2043. What is signified by being nothing? Spirits who did not understand what is implied in its being said that we are to undergo a process of annihilation, or becoming nothing, inasmuch as they supposed that by losing those things which were most peculiarly their own, they would be left so entirely destitute that neither man nor spirit would be intelligently master of himself, but be like a machine, devoid of all sense and reflection. Such spirits often said to me that I should be nothing, should become nothing. But in a jesting way, as they did not understand what was implied in being nothing. But it was given me to reply to them that this was what I desired, to wit, to be nothing, absolutely nothing, for then I should first begin to be something. 2044. They were afterwards instructed that by nothing, in this case, was meant that a man should lose all that was his own, that is, his cupidities, and so his iniquities, and thus that he should come to exist as another person. And that they could never be anything until they had lost that which was theirs, and that in proportion as they experienced that loss, or was reduced to nothing, they would begin to be something. And that then they would have whatever they desired or thought, like the soul above mentioned, for it is given to him by the Lord to desire such things as are suitable, and those also he obtains in abundance, enjoying them with delight, and without cessation, so long and so far as he is nothing to himself. On this ground he has indefinite favors granted him, which he enjoys with inmost joy and delight, and with a perception vastly fuller than that of which other men are conscious in the possession of their delights. To say nothing of the boundless variety which attends them. The sensation and perception, which they thought would be extinguished, are infinitely heightened when self-love ceases to be the ruling principle of their delights. Thus instructed, the spirits began to reflect and to desire. And although they were not good, yet they were in a certain species of sleep, in which their evils were in abeyance. 1748, May 22. 2045. But when they came into a state of wakefulness, they began to return again to their nature, which was given to the contrivance of subtle deceits, wherefore it was said to me that they could be of such a quality in a state of sleep. But not so well in a state of waking, in which the perceptions and sensations are also awake, and of greater vividness, for they are observant of everything, and are vivid according to the common state of wakefulness and light. 1748, May 22. 2046. It is remarkable that it can be manifestly known what state they are in from the hearing of their voice when they speak, as, for instance, whether they are more or less in a state of sleep. So, also, whether they are deceitful, which is manifested in the speech itself, although otherwise no deceits are perceived. And this according to the diversities of the ill intent, so that all the affections may, through the loving kindness of the Lord, be known by the angels from the speech alone, and apart from any special explanation. The speech of the deceitful is tacit, there being in every tone an image of deceit, which is recognized by those to whom the Lord gives to perceive it winky face, and in other things. 1748, May 22. 2047. It may also be known if one spirit who is deceitful prompts another to speak, and whether the deceit belongs properly to him that speaks, or to the other, as nothing is more common among spirits than for one class to speak through another. The latter being made the subject speakers of the former. These things, and what I have previously said respecting speech, it was given me today to know by lively experience. I had indeed the opportunity of knowing the same things before, but am not aware that I bestowed upon it the same degree of reflection. 1748, May 22. 2048. In their minutest actions their genius discloses itself, for their most singular things are effigies of themselves. 1748, May 22. 2049. Concerning a spirit who was disquieted from ardently desiring heaven. A spirit like-minded to the one before spoken of, and capable of quite a subtle perception, addressed me on the right side, under the arm, saying that there was nothing he so much longed for as heaven. That he had often desired, the enjoyment of, heaven, but that they were unwilling to admit him, and begging that if I knew by what means he could gain entrance thither, I would inform him. It was given me to say in reply that he could not come into heaven till he had laid aside the cupidity of entering it, for such an engrossing desire, even if he was in the height of felicity, would hinder his perceiving it. And thus he could not enter heaven till he had got rid of that cupidity, and all the more because he did not know what heaven really was, as to which being interrogated, he said that it was a joy and felicity greater than could be expressed. He resembling in this respect the mass of men who have no other than a most general idea of heaven, as being a state of joy, but in what it consists, and what is its nature, they are utterly ignorant. 1748, May 22. 2050. As long as such a cupidity inheres, in man they can never come into heaven, for if they were even in celestial joy, they would not have a sense and perception of it, by reason of that cupidity, and therefore they would never be content. 1748, May 22. 2051 to 2100. 2051. That spirits can also produce odors. It has sometimes happened that spirits have produced odors, just as if the objects of the odors had been present, concerning which, if I mistake not, I have frequently spoken before. Today, while discoursing of flowers and lilies, they produced a very perceptible odor of flowers and lilies, as to which, however, it is only necessary to notice the fact. 1748, May 22. 2052. That those who are in society mutually know or recognize each other. There was a certain society of spirits of whom I inquired whether they knew that they were many, for one only spoke, as is usual, and he replied that everyone recognized with great accuracy every other one, whether it were from the speech, or from some other observable peculiarity. 1748, May 22. 2053. Concerning a certain one who was rapt and borne away to heaven. There was a certain spirit with me, and that not long after his departure from the body, as might be concluded from the fact that he did not know that he was in the other life. For no one can know that without being gifted with reflection, as anyone may be satisfied from various considerations. This person seemed to me to have been devoted, during his life in the body, to studies. But farther than this I could not speak particularly of him, notwithstanding I conversed with him for some time. But he was suddenly caught up on high above me, which led me to suppose that he was one of that class who in their lifetime had cherished lofty aspirations. And then when he came to speak with spirits as a spirit, being in this aspiring state of mind, he was suddenly caught away, so that he could speak with them no more, whereupon they wondered whither he would go. For he went into a society of celestial spirits, and consequently out of the sight of mundane spirits. I felt therefore authorized to conjecture that he was thus rapt on high, for the reason that in his lifetime he had supposed that heaven itself was supremely elevated, and not among the lowly or near the earth, and that being led by this opinion, he appeared to be borne upwards, for everyone's opinion follows and controls him. From the society of the celestials he spoke with me, and said that he saw things high and sublime, and so magnificent as to surpass the utmost power of the human mind to conceive. 1748, May 23. 2054. When he was there, I read in Dut. 1 respecting the Jewish people, how they sent messengers to explore the land and what was in it, all which were turned by the celestials into a spiritual sense, so that they perceived nothing from the literal sense, but only from the spiritual. The spirit in question then said to me that he knew nothing of what I was reading, but that he heard wonderful things. For there was an interior sense, namely, that by the mountains of the Amorites was signified the world of evil spirits, through whom the way led to heaven, and by the river of Eshcol, where there were fruits and clusters of grapes, was signified the interior heaven. This, he said, was the true sense of the words in that passage, and not the literal sense, of which he could perceive nothing. From this we may judge how the sense of the Lord's word is elevated towards the interiors of the heavens, so that nothing of the literal sense remains. Which he acknowledged, saying to me, with a clear voice, that the things which he saw were truly magnificent. 1748, May 23. 2055. It may hence appear by a living experience what life and glory pertains to the Lord's word, viewed solely in the internal sense. Some spirits in the world of spirits, when they perceived that such was the glory of the interior sense of the Lord's word, began to repent that they had been unwilling to believe in the existence of such a sense. Although they had scarcely been able to do it, saying that in the state in which they now were they were ready to believe. Apart from that state they could neither understand nor perceive any of the things which this spirit saw and heard, for he saw and heard, and perceived. Some who were unwilling to believe, supposed or said that they were fantasies. But when it was solemnly affirmed that he saw, heard, and perceived, what more could be said? Those also who were elevated to that heaven, at length confessed that they were anything but fantasies, for they perceived them as realities, and with a perception vastly more exquisite than that of the body. 2056. It may hence be known that the sense of the letter is far more penetrative when the mind does not inhere in that sense, as the Lord then flows in with an interior sense, which illuminates and makes perspicuous the literal sense as to what it signifies. Which is not the case while the mind, as with critics, inheres in letters and words. 1748, May 23. 2057. In fact, from the interior heaven they not only saw my thoughts, but also the things which I was about to think and to do, together with their causes as far as it was given of the Lord, so that not even a winking of the eye, or a step of the foot occurs, except it be provided of the Lord. 2058. There were still others who were also raised up into heaven, and especially one from among those whom I had known in their lifetime, who, from utter amazement, was unable to describe its glory, saying with emotions of pity that it was strange that men had not the least particle of knowledge of these wonderful things. It was given them to look into my thoughts and affections. And they said, and I also perceived that they took cognizance of many more things in thoughts than anyone could imagine, as also of causes, which man would attempt in vain to grasp, and to which he does not attend. Together with the sources from which this and that proceeds, and other like things. As, moreover, in regard to my present writing, how the things written are suggested, whether by leave or by permission. 20:59. Concerning a certain one who was rapt and borne away to heaven. They perceived also how the ideas of a man, that are mixed up with those that are contrary and foreign, are to be entirely separated and distinguished, for they recur in all their train of thought. And since there are so many spirits, some excite one mixed idea, and some another, whence confusion arises, which, however, is not so hurtful in corporeal and natural things as in spiritual, where spiritual ideas are mixed up and infected with foul, terrestrial, corporeal, and natural ones, as this hinders the soul from being transferred into celestial societies. For the societies at once perceive those things which they abominate, and they are filled with abhorrence, inasmuch as there is a communion of ideas among many, and whatever there is of a mixed nature in any one idea. Though it may be thought to be concealed, yet it is manifestly perceived, wherefore it cannot be otherwise than that it should be removed from that society, and the pollution occasioned by it be removed. For a most exquisite perception is given to the celestials of all composites, which if they are not perceived in one state they are in another, and the more manifestly, the nearer to the state which is contrary to defiled ideas. In this way a soul may be admitted into heaven, but only in certain states and among certain societies, with numerous precautions effected by the ordering of spirits, 1748, May 23. Which they who were raised into heaven acknowledged and in a voice that indicated a full persuasion. 2060. 22. Why a man or a spirit ought to know nothing from himself, and that when that is the case, he then first begins to possess wisdom. It was said to spirits that he who knows little, and, as it were, nothing from himself, begins then to be wise, which is equivalent to the saying that he who is nothing is something, or, as far as he is nothing he is more than nothing. Because then first the Lord is with him, and then first he becomes wise, for this wisdom is not his own, but the Lord's. And so also in other things. The spirits wondered why I said these things to them, and they are now pondering the matter in silence, when yet it is the truth, and it amounts to the same as the saying, that the less anyone has from his own proprium, the more he has from the Lord. 1748, May 23. 2061. 23. Certain spirits who had been raised up to the interior heaven while I was reading Dut. 3 from beginning to end, and while they understood the contents in a spiritual sense, said at the close of my reading that there was not even a tittle, apex, of it which did not contain a coherent, spiritual sense, so that each single thing, even the most minute, was inspired, and that the several words and names of persons signified things, altogether according to the series of the word, which was confirmed by the spirits. And that so strongly that they said they were willing to testify it upon oath, but this was not permitted. 1748, May 23. 2062. That each and all things are regulated by the Lord, so that there may be present in every idea and affection indefinite things. This morning it was shown me manifestly that in every man's idea and slightest affection, affectionculo, there are present indefinite things, yea. If it were lawful to speak things above human belief that a similar state occurs in the universal world of spirits. I was in a certain affection, and hence in its idea, for some time almost continuously. Afterwards it was shown me how many societies of spirits concurred in the idea of that affection, which some would regard as a simple, yea, very simple idea, for societies of spirits who proximately concurred, manifested themselves by living speech, saying that they were the ones who willed and urged this, and also from what cause and what end they so acted. Thus did one society after another, and yet from the ideas of so many societies springing from their cupidities, desires, and ends, one common thought or idea existed with me. How many there were in each society I could not discover. But 4 or 5 societies, if not more, manifested themselves by open speech, and openly acknowledged that they were in the cause of that idea, and on account of what end it occurred. 2063. From this and many other facts it is manifest that in a single idea innumerable others concur, at which, indeed, those who could not receive it were indignant, and thus admitted, as might thence be inferred, that they cogitate nothing, but that it was others who concurred in their thoughts. 2064. Hence it is also manifest that in one idea are innumerable varieties, and in truth such as are opposites, and that innumerable varieties of spirits are exhibited. That without such variety no one could subsist, and that these varieties are directed, tempered, and inflected by the Lord alone, on account of the end present to the Lord. 2065. Wherefore unless the Lord ruled the universal heaven and universal world, and produced those innumerable varieties, from which as mediates arise ends, and from ends the first and last end, and then from divine power disposed of them in each and all things, no one could by any means subsist. 2066. Yea, hence it also follows that when the Lord disposes, the more men spirits and angels there are who accord with his will and good pleasure, so much the better as to mediates. For without mediates he can also operate each and all things, but because he pities the human race he produces it as a medium, and disposes so that all may be in himself, and everyone out of pity may enjoy heavenly gifts. 1748, May 24. 2067. What damage ideas cause when profane things are mingled with them. Since, therefore, there concur in every idea of man and spirit the ideas of so many societies of the world of spirits and heaven, it follows, if anything filthy or profane inheres in ideas, that clean things must be polluted by unclean, or sacred by profane things, because simultaneously present. They cannot but defile the purer societies, and occasion them disgust and nausea. Wherefore they cannot be in the societies of good spirits, still less of the celestials, before the Lord has separated these things, as when they are in societies he separates them. 2068. A slight experience only has also confirmed it. A vessel nothing but earthenware was praised by a certain one, and he caused that this vessel previously, considered, in my idea good, from persuasion, induced, should appear as a fair and desirable thing in the ideas of spirits. And if from any cause I had contracted aught of defilement from it, the contrary would occur. 1748, May 24. 2069. It was also granted to fix the sight upon certain objects, and so observe how many varieties of ideas there may be, which were obscurely perceived to be innumerable, and that no one has a precisely similar idea of an object. Some being in one variety of the object, others in another. 2070. As there are active powers, so also there are similar efforts, conatus, for efforts, conatus, result from living powers, and efforts, conatus, produce upon objects active powers, as may be manifest from experience and the rules of human wisdom. 1748, May 24. 2071. It was shown me by living experiences that the Lord, who alone is power or life, maintains such an equilibrium between the efforts, conatus, of all angels and spirits, in common and in the minutest particulars, that not the slightest aberration may occur. The slightest error would produce the greatest confusion in the sequel, as was shown by living experiences. 1748, May 24. 2072. That ideas, whatever their quality or contents, are communicated by spirits and angels. From this single example it may also appear how it is with ideas in which are falses or profane things. There was a certain tract of garden, for which spirits inspired me with a certain horror, by reason that they were not willing it should appear to the mind, and indeed they then presented before me dire things, though the tract was a beautiful one, planted with trees. This idea remained. And when I represented in spiritual idea that garden tract 2 years afterward, then did the spirits who are now about me begin to be filled with horror, and, as it were, to suffer dire things. Because those dire fantasies which were formerly stirred up were again excited, and they became so filled with horror as scarcely to endure it. Wherefore I represented to them how the thing was, and that it was only the illusions of evil spirits who induced these dire things. Being thus instructed, they began to feel otherwise, and that horror departed. 2073. Hence it is manifest of what quality are the ideas of such as have mingled the false with the true, and the profane with the sacred, for whatsoever is in the idea is immediately evoked, as, for instance, the profane in what is sacred. At which good spirits and angels are horror-struck, as also the false in what is true, for the chief part of such things as are in ideas are evoked, and evil spirits do defile them still more, so that they appear so utterly abominable, that they fly the view of such an idea, for to good spirits and angels is granted the faculty of viewing single ideas as to their quality, and hence it is given them to know of what quality is man or the soul. 1748, May 25. 2074. Spirits who conceived a horror from the first representative idea of the garden tract could scarcely throw off that horror till they were told that should there have been any other such thing there presented as being a certain unclean thing, still that no one could contract aught unclean when possessed by another. As, for instance, the temple at Jerusalem was sanctified so long as true worshippers came to it, though it was profaned by idols. 1748, May 25. 2075. Concerning the more subtle spirits. There was a spirit who acted in a more subtle manner than others, by entering good affections, appropriating them to himself, and thus deceiving, which was natural to him and to those who were with him in company. But never could his subtlety avail aught. It was immediately discovered and perceived by good spirits, much more by angels. He is now undergoing examination. 2076. Meanwhile he was supposing that as regards all wicked spirits, they by themselves could effect any and everything, which he also admitted that he had supposed. And when it was pointed out to him that he is one among myriads of myriads who are ruled by the Lord, and that therefore he could never effect anything, he began to think so and to repent. 2077. Then also there was discourse concerning reflection, as that such spirits are not in a state of reflection, because then they are led by their own nature, and that should reflection be granted to them, that then unless the Lord permitted there would be no reformation, because they would then wish to act from their own strength, which would be to make themselves worse, and to force themselves not to appear so, which is not allowed. Other disadvantages also would ensue. 2078. After the examination of that spirit, it was said that he could not be inclined to aught that was good, therefore that it was his innate nature so to act, which must first be extirpated. To extirpate this would require much time, for it is a subtle poison, which to him seems the sweetest thing, wherefore he cannot desist, as is manifest from his treacherously acting in, as it were, appropriating to himself the delight of another. 1748, May 25. 2079. It is a wonderful thing in such that immediately they seize and perceive what delights another, for they penetrate these things quickly. With others it is not so. It is said it is about 2 years since he departed from the life of the body. 2079_1/2. That more subtle spirit was a species of those who in the life of the body are deceptive, and devise evil concerning all that they see belonging to others. They cannot think aught but ill, and hardly ever what is good, concerning others, and this from a certain innate malice, especially from hatred, and that they insinuate themselves into the pleasures or delights of others arises from this cause. That in the life of the body they insinuate themselves and agree with and flatter all by the countenance, gesture, and words, but inwardly cherish specially such as thoughts arising from hatred. Hence that spirit insinuated himself into all agreeable things, but did so on account of a nature ruled by hatred, which was inwardly cherished. This in the other life is not hidden, but becomes active and bursts forth. Such spirits endeavor to destroy each and all of the pleasant things of another, and to make out of their pleasant things unpleasant things, so that those with whom are such may be deprived of their delight. For the external countenance after death is removed, and the thought is present which is perceived otherwise, than is the case in the life of the body. 2080. There are other species of this kind of hatred, for there are companies of them. But, on the other hand, are other sorts, which it was not granted me to observe. They were filled with hatred that any should enjoy pleasantness, which some attack more openly, others more secretly, some by insinuation into the pleasant things, others by the destruction of that which they hate. 2081. This spirit supposed himself adequate to all things. For they greatly confide in themselves, and think themselves alone to be wise, inasmuch as they despise others, as is apparent from their thinking ill of all others, thus preferring themselves to all others. But this inwardly or in thought, therefore they are, as it were, pests in the societies of good spirits, and can hardly be tolerated in the societies of the angels, in which everyone must from the heart or affection favor the enjoyment of another, and increase it manifold, and deem himself less than others, thus prefer himself less than others. Consequently must not hate anyone. 2082. Secret and inward hatred, or hatred in the thoughts, is much more pernicious than the hatred which comes out, or bursts forth in hatred, odium, or anger. This latter can more readily be removed. For secret or internal hatred, or that of the thoughts, is also attended with this, that in thought it penetrates such pleasant thoughts of spirits as are interior, snatching them to itself, and immediately, and indeed in a moment, destroying them. 1748, May 27. 2083. Concerning a more recondite representation of spirits. There were displayed species of representation, such as cannot be described in words nor received by human idea. For things are joined to such ideas as are not expressible nor intelligible to man when awake, but only when he is in a state of sleep or ecstasy, in which state they are perceived by man fully as well as when awake. But when he comes into a state of wakefulness, he does not at all know how to express these things, namely, the ideas to which are connected things which are more easily of comprehension. Such ideas were also shown me now, in a state verging more towards sleep than wakefulness. The representations, related to dancing at marriage festivities, how far allowable or not, and the like, but I could not understand the things. They were in a series and connection, nexus, that there was in them something of a celestial arcanum, I do not doubt, for they are representations of spirits whilst in such a state, and are derived from differences of angels. 1748, May 27. 2084. That there is observable a sort of repugnance amongst those who live on food for which they have not a taste. It is known that infants love milk, and that adults are unaccustomed thereto, so that some will not indeed admit but that it does them harm, wherefore also it is a rule of the physicians that milk is injurious in case of sickness. The reason why it is hurtful, although it is the simplest diet, and above all things free from harm, is that men accustom themselves to drinks for which they have not a taste, especially to malt liquors. Hence their stomach and bowels grow accustomed thereto as well as the blood, which therefore cannot bear a milk diet. When such persons are first associated in the other life there is a sort of repugnance, for I perceived manifestly the odor of ale from certain of them, when I drank milk. 1748, May 26. 2085. That in every idea are infinite things. This is sufficiently manifest from spirits, of whom everyone has his own idea when anything is said. The idea in itself is a certain general, commune, something, a most general vessel, of indefinite ideas. Wherefore there can never be given as regards one and the same thing a similar idea, however simple the idea appears. Thus the idea of the human form, mind, animus, and mind, meus, appears indeed simple, but there can be therein as many things as can be conceived, because it is in an infinite field. This can be manifested by many facts. 2086. Hence it appears that there are indefinite varieties of souls and their ideas, so that there never can be displayed one that is similar to another. However very simple the idea appears, hence their varieties are arranged by the Lord in fitting forms that there may be no conflict, but that they may harmonize in one consentaneous body. 1748, May 26. 2087. Concerning the sphere of spirits round about man. It was manifestly represented according to a spiritual idea, not only that there is, as it were, a sphere of spirits round about man, and that man is one of those who are in the sphere, but it appeared to me as if man was, as it were, a certain solid point, around whom was that sphere. For while man is in the body, then are his terrestrial parts represented by such a solid point, like as terraqueous globes are surrounded by their atmospheric spheres. But when his corporeal parts are laid aside, he becomes as one of the spirits, and is in that sphere like as a spirit. That such a sphere of spirits is diffused about, of greater or lesser extent. A sphere of powers acting through spirits, or one of efforts, conatus, was also manifestly shown to the spirits around me, who acknowledged and perceived such an arrangement, and said that they plainly perceive it. 2088. Nevertheless there were some spirits who denied it, but it was perceived by others that they said so out of malice, because they were unwilling to acknowledge and see it, and that thus they spoke contrary to the truth of the matter. Which they also admitted, saying that they desired to exercise unbounded license of speech and denial. This they derived from the life of the body. 2089. But it was then represented that in the sphere surrounding the world, that is, in the atmospheric sphere, it so happens that such things as do not harmonize are dispelled. And thus the sphere by its own power reduces everything to equilibrium, which is sufficiently evident from turbulent atmospheres and waters, that they are by degrees brought to serenity, and that this derives its cause from the spiritual spheres. As do each and all natural and mundane things. That this might be shown, all those spirits who did not harmonize, and contradicted the truth from innate license, were expelled or ejected, so that that sphere was, by their removal, made serene or purged, which they complained of, saying that they were expelled. It was said to them how matters were circumstanced, and that those who were not accordant in societies were expelled, and this with indefinite variety, according to the state that exists in the spheres. 1748, May 26. 2090. What impression is made upon spirits and angels by harmonious singing and music? It happened twice or thrice that there was heard harmonious singing, like as previously had been heard instrumental music, and with that singing were the spirits so delighted, that they became as it were spellbound. The sweetness thereof penetrated their interiors. The same was the case with angels. Could perceive their enjoyment by a certain sense. 1748, May 26. 2091. How spirits and angels are in various societies. Spirits and angels change societies according to all the Lord's good pleasure, therefore from one society to another, so into thousands and myriads, all which are suitable in this or that respect, and according to their desires. And what is worthy of admiration is, that according to their affections, therefore the variations of their desires. Societies are formed thus, continually to their delight and joy. And that they then perceive themselves to be in another delightful state, for their delights and joys are according to their societies. 2092. In those societies it happens that because they are unanimous, and when unanimous their felicities are increased and diminished, which are circumstanced wholly according to societies, and the affections of these, springing from other societies. 2093. The changes of societies are the changes of the state of them, and spirits and angels are circumstanced in societies according to state of affections, therefore according to mutual love and varieties of love, which are indefinite and disposed by the Lord alone. 2094. I have compared changes of societies with changes of the faces of them, for I have seen when angels render themselves visible, fully as in open day, and indeed more clearly, that they can change faces, one after another. And indeed according to every variety of affection. So that all the varieties of an affection appear in order, there remaining only the affection that is, as it were, proper or fitting, which still is distinguishable among so many varieties and changes. 2095. Yea, it was also granted me to see the changes of faces, therefore of affections from infancy to old age. And these changes were there effected among the spirits so that I perceived how the affections of infancy remain, or how they pass into others. 2096. Thus can an angel converse with all throughout the whole of heaven, with indefinite joys and varieties of joys, which can never be lessened to eternity, but that new varieties will occur, because they are indefinite. 2097. Concerning those who from Christians have become Jews. Such as are born and educated Christians, and betake themselves to Judaism, either openly or secretly with themselves, in another life becomes, as it were, insane. Amongst spirits cannot be displayed such insane persons as exist during the life of the body. But the insanity of those who are among the spirits consists in this, that they are insane with such fantasies, as occur with such as are regarded sane in the body. But those who betake themselves to Judaism are like insane persons when they come among other spirits. They are thrown into a similar state, and this no matter whom the spirit that they strike against, sees and project, offendant, horripient, progicient, thus are they wholly like such as are captivated in mind. Today I saw a certain one, from the anterior part a little above in front, nevertheless at a distance, who so conducted himself, nevertheless such are immediately expelled from the societies and drowned, demergunter. He seemed to himself to seize hold as it were of another spirit, and to turn him about. Whither the drowned one went I do not as yet know. 1748, May 27. 2098. That the Lord saves man from mercy solely. It is plain from many things that the Lord saves man from mercy solely. And that he does not demand any praise and rendering of thanks for his divine benefits is evident from the state of souls, spirits, and angels, to whom is granted to think, say, and do nothing unless the Lord permits or gives leave. Of themselves they can do nothing, and because those things which proceed from themselves, or from what belongs to their nature, are evil, for which no praise or thanksgiving should be made. If a spirit purposes to give thanks, he can by no means do so unless from manifest permission and leave, thus are those things of the Lord. But this was made more manifest to me in spiritual idea, that the Lord never demands aught for his divine benefits from souls, spirits, and angels. 1748, May 27. 2099. That man and spirit must necessarily think and speak such things as the Lord permits and allows. From manifold and daily experience now for 3 years it is given me to know that man and spirit is compelled to think and speak that which the Lord permits or allows, for whether I willed or not, I must needs think and speak. It is similar with spirits who are compelled to speak contrary to what they think, nor can they possibly desist, for they are united into a society with others, and thus carried away by a stream, as it were, of thinking and speaking, concerning which thing the spirits complained, to wit, those who suppose that of themselves they think and speak all things, and that this is not the case was shown to them, as also to me, by living experience. Moreover, when it is not made manifest, or when it is not given to reflect upon it, everyone thinks, man, soul, and spirit, that they speak of themselves. Wherefore they are taught by such experience that they may know that they are nothing, because they cannot think nor speak of themselves, although they think so. Evil spirits, notwithstanding they are instructed by such experience, their own and others, as also that it is permitted them to compel other spirits to speak with themselves, still are not willing to believe that it is so. Because it is repugnant to their self-love. For they desire to be competent to perform, and effect each and everything from themselves. 1748, May 27. 2100. Those to whom perception is granted by the Lord can know and be acquainted with such as within a society and such as without a society inflow into thoughts and speech, and indeed in an exquisite manner according to the Lord's good pleasure. Whenever many concur in any speech they know each other distinctly, but those to whom it is not granted so to concur are not distinguished by each other, but each supposes that he alone speaks. And when it is declared to him that he did not solely speak, but did so in society with many, and that he was a subject of their speaking, as if their instrument, he is indignant. And to convince him the nearest spirits who concurred and spoke through him have manifested themselves. Then next when these same who manifested themselves suppose that they spoke of themselves, others must needs manifest themselves, such as were at first more remote, and acknowledged that they spoke through them. Thus there is a certain series, and, as it were, chain-like as there is in the body of many powers and active causes, concurring to a word, and to an action of the muscles. Similarly is every man circumstanced. But I know that hardly anyone believes it, when yet it is a truth, confirmed to me by manifold and daily experience. 2101-2150. 2101. What therefore could exist out of so many concurring causes of human thoughts and actions but a mere confusion and nothing at all, did not the Lord rule each and everything, like as the instrumental causes are ruled in one body? 1748, May 27. 2102. Concerning peace. I was in a sort of peace, therefore was removed from the cupidities which spirits would insinuate, which they observing wondered at, and said how could I thus possibly possess life, because there were with me no cupidities. They suppose that no life is granted but one of cupidities, because such, a life, proceeds from them, for they know of no other life than that which they suppose to be theirs, therefore one of cupidities. But it was granted to reply to them that then I may enjoy a much superior life, for I am, sunt for some I think, in the life of the Lord, who is peace itself, therefore a heavenly life or one of celestial affections of which they are ignorant. Moreover, they suppose that such a life must be without, not within one. But the thought was given that they suppose the life of cupidities which they think their own to be within them, wherefore also sins are imputed to such a one, although these are not their own. Consequently there could be no imputation if they were in faith toward the Lord as respects the life of the Lord, that is still more appropriated by man, because more interiorly and inwardly and in the inmost place. Wherefore do they also possess the perception of much more exquisite joys. 1748, May 28. 2103. That societies are especially constituted of such as are of one genus, together with their species. That societies spiritual and angelic are constituted of such as are of one genus with their species is evident from the affection of similarities, for likes are associated in the world, as it were, spontaneously. In the world of spirits and in heaven it occurs by the Lord's ordering, and because societies are not conjoined from necessity, and the want of similars, as is the case in the earth. Therefore are associated by the Lord such as are alike as to affections and intellectual persuasions. 2104. That societies are such is also evident from experience sometimes granted me, when faces were represented, which were changed in a moment of time into many other faces in succession, in which a similar genus of affection shone forth. But was varied continually according to species which was nothing else than the acting of one society, and of one in succession after another in the society. 2105. That societies are changed according to the states of mind, animi, and mind, mentis, was also manifested, and indeed sometimes in a very small space of time. 1748, May 28. 2106. That spirits were able to recognize themselves from my face as seen in a mirror. Many times it happened when I beheld my face in a mirror, being led to do so because of the thoughts of the spirits who were with me, who at the same time saw through my eyes, but who did not observe but that they were in the body or in the world. They supposed that they had faces like what they had in the life of the body. Hence also the countenance, vultus faciae, was changed in some degree, as far as possible, into their countenance. They recognized themselves, one after another, many were indignant, others thus recognized that they were in another life. Then they perceived in the mirrors what sort of minds, animus, they had with themselves, as regards which they recognized as often as I spoke with them. 1748, May 28. 2107. What reflection is. Spirits and angels have no reflection except what the Lord gives them, although they think they reflect more than men. Reflection is a sight proceeding from things past, hence it is self-knowledge. 2108. Concerning a harmonious singing. Again have I heard a harmonious singing, and the harmony thereof was brought forth from unharmonious things by the Lord to the delights of spirits and angels, who were so spellbound, obstipacebant, from the delights alone, that they said they did not know but they were translated into the inmost heaven, even spirits who were not good, so that they must be carried out of themselves with the sweetness. It still continues, and such is the quiet, that I have not often perceived such a stillness, because they were in a delightful stupor. 1748, May 28. 2109. Whilst they were in that state, to wit, in a delightful stupor, they were translated to heaven among the celestials. For in such a state, so long as it lasts, they are, as it were, laid asleep as to externals, corporals, and fantasies, which are then quiescent, and they imagine that they are in heaven, as also they had said, and they are still there. But when that state ceases, they then return to their first state, which happens by degrees and slowly, that they may not hurt the celestials, and may not themselves be injured. I heard a certain one saying that he perceived what he could not express, doubtless it was the state, restless, uneasy, and the like, of such as were returning to their fantasies and cupidities. Meanwhile one of them spoke with me, whilst still there, to the effect that now he for the first time felt how much joy there is in heaven, and that it is a great fallacy for them to entertain another idea about the celestials, to wit, that they had no sensation or perception, as they often before had supposed and said, when yet they feel their inmost perception of joy in a more indefinite manner, than pleasures in the life of the body, which, as he says, he now despises. And perceives how vile and filthy was that with which they were delighted. He says, what more can a spirit have than the ample perception of joys which first affects them in heaven, because these affect the interiors, and are, as it were, proper to them, because perceived by an interior sense. 2111. 24 Meanwhile I wrote concerning the neighbor, as that when they did not hold the neighbor in hatred, then were they in a state almost celestial, and they confessed that to them that was now an abominable and horrid thing. Since it destroys all their felicity, and that the perceived that they should hold their own selves in hatred whilst they were therein, in iis. There is still a deep silence, which is a rare thing, it has now lasted more than an hour. Such is their lethargy, as it were, that they feel, perceive, nothing, to such a state are they brought. Indeed, not the least thing is heard by them, although they are present. 2112. In the life of the body also the evil may in a certain state be, as it were, carried out of themselves, when they hear instrumental music, and can perceive, as it were, a celestial sweetness. 1748, May 28. 2113. What is properly signified by the prepuce? The prepuce properly signifies envy at the happiness of others, wherefore the prepuce, on account of its representing envy at the happiness of others, was to be cut off. This was shown me today, for I perceived that good spirits and angels were brought into interior joy, or into a felicity superior to what they had possessed. And meanwhile there were spirits who were indignant and filled with envy, as is usual with them, because others were brought into a state of happiness. The state of both, to wit, the felicity of the happy, as well as the envy mingled with indignation of the spirits, it was granted me to perceive plainly enough and whence it came, and it was represented for me. When those who were indignant and filled with envy were also brought into a superior felicity, that the prepuce as it were was carried away. And it was told me by a certain angel that thence may be known what is signified and represented by the prepuce and circumcision. 1748, May 29. 2114. Therefore does the prepuce represent what opposes the things of love, consequently the happy states which come from love alone, for in a state of integrity nakedness sprung from innocence. Thus was innocence, but in the perverted state nakedness could not even be named, for scandals immediately arose, because loves are filthy. 2115. That it can never be disproved, negari, that the harmonies of the interior heaven spring formed such as move inward, and from the Lord. By a spiritual idea of a subtler kind it was granted me to see that many things may be seen by the angels as it were simultaneously, and that they immediately know what is harmonious, or what is good or true. When yet they are indefinites in one idea, and yet these are distinct from each other, and form the harmony which they receive. It was granted me to see in some measure such things as were in simultaneous harmony. Hence I said, did not these come from such as move inward, therefore from a more inward heaven, consequently from the Lord, because otherwise they could not be exhibited as distinct, and there could not be a harmony of so many indefinites. Still less a selection from them. This view was confirmed by the voice of one in heaven, saying that he, by means of such a spiritual idea, now first recognizes the same thing. While in the state of the life of the body such an idea cannot be given, and is not therefore acknowledged. He doubted whether anyone would acknowledge it, when yet it is the simple truth. 2116. They also acknowledged with living voice that it was not possible but that what came from the Lord was the most perfect and best. For if there should be the least thing in principles which was not the perfectest and best, there would exist the greatest confusion and ruin thereof in derivatives, or in the ways leading downward or outward therefrom. 2117. Hence also they perceived in spiritual idea that naught of evil comes from the Lord, but that evil springs only from man or spirit, who solely is the cause of evil, which also they perceived plainly as a necessary consequence. 1748, May 29. 2118. At the same time could they also then see whatever was within or without, very manifestly whatever was in the human mind, its thoughts or ideas common and singular, and many things which man never wishes to believe. I can scarce declare the rest, for they say that they see more than they dare acknowledge, because there were the basest things in me, which appear so manifestly that nothing can be more so. 1748, May 29. 2119. That infants can play and never fear anything, although wicked spirits are present and endeavor to bring evil upon them. I have experienced today, and several times previously when it was granted to be in society with infants, who played innocently, for whatever they do innocence is therein, that then the wicked spirits around were enraged and smitten with anger, and calumniated them, speaking ill, therefore attempting to bring evil unto them. But infants do not fear anything at all whenever wholly ignorant that such were present, and thus aspersed them. And if they had known would still be protected by their innocence. Thus does it come to pass, coincided, that lions and bears shall lie down with sheep, and the suckling play with the serpent in his den. 1748, May 29. See Isaiah 11 verses 6-8. 2120. That spirits are more unlike each other in the other life than they appeared to be during the life of the body. In another life, inasmuch as they are left to themselves, and not permitted, as in the life of the body, to show aught in the countenance at variance with what they have in the mind, for their assent with the externals is not allowed. Since immediately anything of simulation is plainly distinguished, should there be the slightest disagreement of words and thoughts. Therefore when in the other life they are obliged to act according to their disposition, it is then given to know from experience that they who in the life of the body maintained an affable countenance, so that scarcely aught that was imperious and morose appeared, were yet so morose that they could not live without chiding, and nothing suited their wishes. They were allowed to chide me, supposing that they could rule over me, as many thought, by which means I experienced that they were continually delighted with scolding, dicterious. And even those who had been men of consideration throughout scolding without concealment, hardly differing from such as in the life of the body were of the lower and lowest class of people, plebs, who have no shame. So that many, and perhaps a very great number of these who had been men of condition, differ but little from them. Therefore whatever they bear inwardly is made manifest. For when they are loosed from bonds, or fear on account of laws or their own loves, they are such interessen. 1748, May 29. 2121. Concerning the east wind. It happened that spirits who were around me, on account of some delay, associated themselves into hurtful societies, which could scarcely be ruled any longer according to order. This was also shown, when a certain society thus heterogeneously made up, confarcta, began to worry a certain one, and cast him hither and thither, and this wantonly, continually striving to work him harm, from which, as well as other of their plottings, which spirits and celestial angels could observe, it was manifest that the societies of such were conjoined together by them in order to work hurt to many, as is their custom when left at all to themselves. 2122. Then, when these societies were thus heterogeneously made up, confarcto, a cohort, quite numerous of spirits, was heard, and this coming from the anterior region, a little to the right, about the right temple. The region between the right eye and right ear, yet on high. It was a sort of a tumult that was heard fluctuating as it were, and of great sound. When these were heard, and drew near, then confusion sprung up among the spirits. Some were dispersed here, some there, and because of the tumult there occurred uproar and dissolution of the societies of spirits heterogeneously made up. It seemed to them as if the last judgment was now at hand, and that all would therefore perish. Some lamented, others were in distress. Nevertheless it was granted me not to be afraid, such also was my case, because previously this had happened once or twice around me, when also they had supposed the last judgment was about to come. I heard the sound of this great cohort of spirits, as alternating. A spirit tells me that to his ear it was like the sound of horses. But one heard it different from another, according to the state of fear. To me it sounded like a continual murmur with alternate undulation, distinct, and, indeed, of many together. 2123. Then was I instructed, when it continued, what was the purpose of that great cohort, to wit, to disperse the societies that had been miscellaneously constituted by themselves with malicious intent, composed of spirits, who in this way plotted evil against others, as from experience was previously made manifest. At such time that cohort of spirits thinks of nothing else than separating one from another in the society, by smiting them with terror, that the whole society may be destroyed. Thus is one separated from another, and they think of nothing but flight, and some of their own destruction. 2124. Then did they also tell me that by such a dispersion, as by the wind in the atmosphere, everything was reduced to order. For, however dissolved, they are still reassembled by the Lord at his own good pleasure. This also it was given me to apprehend, by a spiritual idea, that when these things that maliciously conspire are dispersed, then are they reassembled by the Lord according to order. 2125. This is represented in the word of the Lord by the east wind, concerning which I have here and there treated, as that it produced the locusts in Egypt, and dried up the Red Sea, Suph. For thus was it granted the children of Israel to pass over on dry land, for unless the evil consociations of spirits are dispersed, they cannot abide anyone who is a child of Israel, but infest him, and hinder his transit to good societies. Therefore the communications of souls with good spirits and angels, for evil consociations, immediately take away communications which are afterwards restored. 1748, May 30th. 2126. As it is on a greater scale, so it is on a less, even as respects single souls with whom interiors are at variance with externals. In such case, dissociation occurs by a mode of discerption, as you may see in what has gone before. 2127. After that tumult had passed away, serenity prevailed, so that not a voice was heard or machination perceived. This was also acknowledged by those who were present. 1748, May 30th. 2128. Concerning pleasures. It was represented to me in spiritual idea of what quality are the pleasures of the body and senses. When separated from interior pleasure, that they are as gross as those of beasts, because pertaining to the body only, as, to wit, the pleasures of drinking, and how sweet are interior pleasures wherein is peace or innocence. Which pleasures may be perceived and known by a spiritual idea and by those who are therein, but not by such as are in the life of the body. Such pleasures are then separated, and pertain almost entirely to the body. 1748, May 30th. 2129. That when societies of the evil have been heterogeneously made up, confarcto, they may be dissolved in other ways. We have already treated of the cohort of spirits, which disperse the consociations of evil spirits, to which in the word corresponds the east wind. But there are innumerable media besides for dissolving such consociations not only in the aggregate, but in the individual, to wit, when the ideas belonging to some one spirit or soul have been heterogeneously made up, and are dispersed. It was not granted me to know all the media, but I was told what they are. In the body, also, all the solvent menstrua correspond thereto, which are innumerable, and suited to every culminated particle, as is known from the saliva menstrua and those which flow from the liver. Thus every wicked compound of societies has its own solvent media. 2130. I can describe here but one, that they were united together more closely, thus were culminated as it were. They thus appear to each other. And by cupidity were respectively separated, because the perception of the disadvantage to them is augmented so that they are finally dissolved, as of their own accord. 2131. Most easy is the dissevering of such consociations, for they all hate each other. Should abundance be granted them, according to their nature of acting, they would instantly be dissolved, but the Lord does not will this. For thus cupidities would be broken. 2132. That there also exist consociations even in the interior heaven, which likewise must be tempered by media, cannot be doubted, concerning which I have treated elsewhere. As that such an instance occurred, when there appeared in heaven as it were a certain fermentation, occasioned by evil spirits who were permitted to insinuate themselves, on account of such consociations as were not becoming. 1748, May 30th. 2133. Concerning saints. A certain one of the Catholic religion came to me today, as do nearly every day some of various religions who have lately died. This Roman Catholic conversed with me, and his discourse was about such as were made saints in the earth. He was told that there is no saint, holy one, in all heaven but the Lord alone, and that it is from the Lord's holiness that the angels are called saints, holy, who is holiness itself, hence also he is called the Holy Spirit. Such as are angels confess that in them is nothing at all holy, but that it is filthy, and that holiness is the Lord's alone. For it is known from the Psalms of David that the angels are not holy. 2134. Then some of those who were sainted in the earth said unanimously, although with a certain mixed, and as it were tumultuous sound, that their sanctity was of the Lord alone, and that they are filthy and of no repute. 2135. Respecting others who regard themselves as holy because sainted on earth, see elsewhere. 2136. Inquiry was made how it was with Peter, to whom were given the keys of the kingdom of the heavens. The answer was, that by Peter is understood faith, and to faith are given the keys of the Lord's kingdom, because no one can be admitted into heaven save through faith in the Lord, and no one grants faith but the Lord. Wherefore the Lord alone has the keys of the heavens, and gives heaven to whomsoever it is his good pleasure. So that it is not of any man. Faith is understood by Peter, like as by the other apostles, the things which are of faith. As, for instance, by James charity, and by John the fruits of charity, and because therein are all the things of faith, he was on the bosom of the Lord. 1748, May 31st. 2137. That from the speech of spirits all languages derive their origin. Spirits, whenever they speak, with whatever persons, speak the language of such as if it were their own, vernacular, nor do they know other than that they were born in their land, and educated in that language. It is, as it were, their own tongue, vernacular, nor do they know differently, unless reflection is given them. Thus such as had lived in Europe and other parts of the earth, and had died some thousands of years before, spoke with me in my language, with which they were as well acquainted as I myself. They were not aware that it was my vernacular, therefore belonged to another region, before they were told. Yea, if it is the Lord's good pleasure, they can speak a language much more correctly and fluently than one born in that region and educated in the language. This was also a matter of my personal experience. 2138. From this it follows that the speech of spirits is a universal speech, and from it are sprung, and, as it were, born all the languages, for it is spiritual ideas which constitute their speech. When these inflow into man's memory they excite words corresponding to the ideas and the like, which man has in his memory. Moreover, they excite ideas which are mixed, or which are many for the same word, as is usually the case, as also such as have been blended with each other from various circumstances, and many which adhere, as it were, round about. All this occurs according to the nature and disposition of spirits, for spirits excite ideas, hence words which suit their nature, thus this occurs according to all that variety and diversity which belongs to spirits and to their states. 2139. Hence it is plain that the speech of angels, which is still more universal, is, as it were, the mother of the speech of spirits, therefore that it inflows into the ideas of different spirits. which ideas burst forth therefrom according to all the variety of their nature. 2140. Hence it also follows that there is a still more universal speech, to wit, that of the more interior and inmost heaven, which is not intelligible to the angels of the interior heaven, still less to spirits and men. Wherefore it contains ineffable and incredible things. For in the least idea of an angel of the interior heaven are contained infinite things which are perceived by the angels of the more interior and inmost heaven, according to the Lord's good pleasure. 2141. Hence now it is evident that the Lord alone is speech and word, because all things are from him. 1748, May 31st. That men and spirits cannot at all wander out of their appointed limits. This was shown by various experience, for spirits suppose that they enjoy an unbounded free will or license. 2142. Continuation concerning the speech of spirits. Spirits speak, as already said, with the primitive ideas of words. For it must be known that every word has some idea therein, and every composition of words a composite idea expressed by many words. Such as is our thought apart from words, such is the speech of spirits with each other, and it is in fact not only thought which also they have, but is their speech with each other. This I could also observe, and they had told me that they were speaking with each other, and I heard the murmur thereof. This, when it entered my internal sense, was then parted into distinct words, and the discourse of spirits unexpectedly flowed into my ideas, and therefore into words, when they were conversing, and they said that they were then conversing about me, or concerning such and such. But spirits cannot observe, nor do they know that they speak in a spiritual speech, because they do not reflect thereupon, as neither can man know with what tongue he speaks, and what are his words, unless he reflects. 2142_1/2. But angelic language is still more interior. That it may be comprehended, I will relate only what it was granted me to learn from experience, that in a single, simple idea are indefinite things. This can be evident only to such as take note, that if but a single word be assumed, as, for instance, heaven or earth, which are simple words and similar in idea, and yet these contain indefinites, so in all the rest, which are in the simple idea of spirits, do these things appear in an interior degree, and in truth indefinite, in number. These a spirit can never perceive by any perception, but only intellectually, and consequently by a common gross and most obscure perception, hardly otherwise, if I may use the illustration, than famine and thirst is perceived as a common affection. And scarcely aught is perceived but famine and thirst, when yet there are indefinites in the body, every member, every fiber, and every globule of blood, and the interiors which constitute and make hunger and thirst to be what they are. In like manner is it with every sense, as, to wit, with taste, which is only perceived as a common affection, yet do innumerable things constitute it both in the tongue and the object. So is it with all the rest. 2143. In like manner are the ideas of the angels of the interior heaven now perceived in a still more interior degree by the angels of the interior heaven. 2144. Hence it is manifest of what quality is their perception for aught that is spiritual, as well as of what quality is the perception when they are only in corporeals, and have scarcely any relish for aught that is spiritual. As well as of what quality is the perception of ideas belonging to the corporeal memory only. 1748, May 31st. 2145. That they also speak in simultaneous society. Moreover, all the speech of spirits and angels is in society, for apart from speech, in a society consisting of many, cannot be given an idea of anything. A spirit then knows nothing, he is so stupid as to be as it were nothing. But his sagacity, consequently his speech, is directed according to society and the state of the society. 2146. Whilst a spirit speaks, in order that he may not know different than that it is he alone who speaks, although there are others who simultaneously speak the same, a speech occurs, that may be called simultaneous speech. There were some who thus spoke, and I at the same time, and such as heard afterwards said that it was I who spoke, and he who thus addressed me was thinking that he was alone, and did not know that others simultaneously were saying the same thing. 1748, May 31st. 2147. Concerning the immortality of the soul. I commence thinking that there are men who long for the immortality of fame by exploits, writings, and the like, as also by sepulchral statues and many other things, from which it is plain that something impelled them to the desire of immortality. Though they knew that they were to die, and the greatest part of them could scarce credit that they were to live after death. Such was the case with the Romans, of whom it is known that they longed for immortality more than others, so that they would have devoted themselves to death for their country could but their name survive death. Yet many of them could scarcely have thought about the immortality of the soul, or the life after death. 2148. It was granted me to consider whence came such desire, because without an influx of a superior cause it could not be given. And I conversed about the same matter with the celestials, and thus perceived that the cause was that the Lord infuses into everyone the perception of immortality, to the end that it may be hidden from nobody that they are to live after death. And that this is a common influx flowing into all, just as storage, or the affection for children, is common influx from the Lord. Apart from him it could by no means exist. So it is with the desire of fame and of interior fame, that is, of immortality after death. 2149. But as happens in everything else, every such influx is circumstanced in its subjects or objects, according to their disposition, nature, form, so that although such continual incentive, admonitio, flows into some, with certain it is changed, according to their lives or cupidities, into passion alone. With others it occurs differently, with many it is changed into the lust of fame, merely for the attainment of their loves, with some it scarcely makes its appearance. In a word, it is circumstanced according to their lives, that is, according to cupidities and desires. 1748, May 31st. 2150. That men and spirits cannot do the least thing from self, though to themselves everything seems to be from them. It was granted me today to know by much experience that spirits cannot effect the least, although it seems to them that they can think, speak, and do everything from themselves. My experience, on this head, is so copious, that if all the rest should be displayed, it would fill every page. I will only relate that it was today told the spirits that they could effect nothing from themselves, whereat being indignant, they said they were able of themselves. Wherefore it was shown them that they could effect nothing, that what they spoke was permitted them. I perceived in spiritual idea that there was, as it were, a sphere having limits, beyond which they could by no means pass. Wherefore such spheres were shown, and when spirits attempted to pass beyond, or speak, they could by no means do so. 2151 to 2200. 2151. Wherefore the matter was confirmed that they are not permitted to go beyond fixed limits, which are limits of permission, and that the limits are such that never is anything permitted, but what is turned into good by the Lord. Without permission, thus without what appears liberty to themselves, they could scarcely live. The spirits were exceedingly indignant at the multiplied experience, on this head, and confessed that they saw they could not go beyond. Yet they do still persist therein, because they are such spirits as think they can effect everything from themselves. 2152. It was also told them, what they also perceived in spiritual idea, and can now perceive, that should liberty or license to act according to their desires be granted them, all things would perish, for it would increase to an immense degree. So that they would rush into the destroying of all things. 2153. Yea, it was also granted me occasionally to hold them within fixed limits, and compel them to think, speak, and act, as it were, from myself, and they could by no means wander beyond, but were obliged to think, speak, and do the same thing that came from me, so that it was manifest to me from experience that spirits and men cannot effect the least thing from self though they seem to act of themselves. And if spirits did not appear to themselves to act from self, all of their delight, and, as it were, life, would perish. The spirits are now desirous that I should add this, therefore beseeching that there may be left them license, but within such limits as suits the Lord's good pleasure. They are good spirits who use these words. 1748, May 31. 2154. Concerning the interior memory, and its influx into the exterior memory. This only it may be proper to notice concerning these, that there is such an interior memory as has therein inscribed each and all that man has done, spoken, and thought, and a more interior memory which should rather be called a disposition. Also the minutest elements of the ideas are there, so that there is nothing at all, which man has thought from earliest infancy to the last of life, that is not, as it were, inscribed or retained there. Man can scarce credit this, because he possesses only the knowledge of the corporeal memory. 2155. This was shown me, but obscurely, by angels, that if such were the Lord's good pleasure, they could recite word by word the separate words, and even in their order, and the separate ideas in the ideas of words. Which I had written many years before, although I could not remember even one series or one line. 2156. Hence it is manifest that man cannot ever think anything which does not come into clear light after death, yea, into so clear a light that nothing at all is hid of the least of all that he has thought, they are inscribed on his disposition. And if it may be credited, this is what is understood by every one's book of life. 1748, May 31. 2157. But suddenly came a doubtful principle which also insinuated itself into the interior heaven, which I perceived, because it was immediately closed, inasmuch as the doubtful principle affected certain of them. And this since their more interior parts are not vitiated by hereditary and acquired evil, but only those parts which belong to the natural mind. Therefore it appeared at the first glance that because the more interior things are not vitiated, these angels are then without vice, or are such, and consequently pure or holy, some of them thought concerning this doubtful principle. But afterwards the doubtful principle vanished, because the matter is so circumstanced that angels can by no means be in the interior heaven, nor in the more interior, nor in the inmost, without being also at the same time in the natural mind, which belongs to the angels of the interior heaven. The natural mind cannot be put off, for thus would be lacking that which completes order, and no longer would they be angels. Wherefore the vicious principle received by inheritance and actually acquired, which belongs to the natural mind, must harmoniously correspond with such things as are more interior, like as the more interior things with the inmost. And apart from correspondence cannot exist any holiness. Wherefore correspondence is that which is given by the Lord, which is the faculty given by the Lord. 2158. To the end that they may so correspond as to be almost ignorant that they possess a natural principle. For if correspondence is given them, the natural principle is as it were nothing, and is as it were absent, as if it were something transparent, so that the more interior things are displayed. This is the gift of the Lord alone, which is manifest from experience sometimes shown, that even souls recently from the body, or who are yet in their fantasies or corporeal things, yea, spirits not good can also be brought into heaven by the Lord. But only while they are in certain states, in which agreement can be given. In a word, correspondence is what causes, that angels seem to themselves not to be natural spirits, when yet they are natural, but the natural principle, as it were, disappears in certain states, through correspondence. But still such is man, such is spirit, and such the angel, so depraved that never to eternity can correspondence occur, did not the Lord continually bring it about. Wherefore also when they disagree, then are they driven from heaven to the spirits, and there undergo castigations, chastisements, till correspondence is granted by the Lord. 1748, May 31. 2159. Since the more interior things are indefinite in respect to interior things, hence it is also manifest that not even the minutest idea of the interior mind can be reduced to full correspondence, still less all of the ideas. So far as respects all their variations of state of persuasion and affection. Which states are also indefinite. 1748, May 31. 2160. The delights of good spirits and the angels of the interior heaven. Besides interior, more interior, and inmost delights, they have also delights of sense in indefinite number. As, to wit, if I may here relate but this, that there are elegant porches, long and ornamented with very beautiful decorations, especially at their departure, porches, palaces, or gardens, such as paradises are represented, which they behold at their departure. In such porches, of woven texture, arched over, and sometimes in double order, formed according to all harmony, do they seem to themselves to walk, and do unite in conversation. Moreover, there are palaces which are more superb than anyone in the world can ever conceive, others have other delights in indefinite varieties. 1748, June 1. 2161. That nothing good springs elsewhere than from the Lord. Spirits are greatly perplexed to understand how no one can do anything good except from the Lord, when yet they are commanded to do what is good, to will what is good, to think what is good, and still of themselves they can think, will, do nothing good. Therefore they do not understand what they are to do, whether or no they should not, as it were, drop their hands, and so allow themselves to be led. Such at times was their talk, for they cannot understand nor perceive any better. But it was told them that they ought wholly to think, will, and do what is good, and not drop their hands. And though they may then suppose it comes from them, yet when they consider from whence flows their thought of good and will of the true, that then they must acknowledge it is from the Lord, and not from themselves. The Lord gives both the thought of good, and the will of good, so that all ought to do good, but still know, and therefore understand, that the good is not theirs, but the Lord's. 2162. When anyone is in the spiritual angelic idea, he can clearly perceive that no thought and nothing of will comes from him, but that it inflows from elsewhere, although man thinks it comes from himself. But he who is not in the spiritual angelic idea can by no means understand this, still less that all good comes from the Lord. This, nevertheless, is plainly seen and perceived by the angels, such as are in the interior heaven see it, and therefore are intellectually persuaded. Such as are in the more interior and inmost heaven perceive it. 1748, June 1. 2163. That the Lord foresees, provides, sees, perceives, and rules each and everything that exists in heaven and earth. Inasmuch as it is a truth that the Lord rules, hence provides, therefore sees and perceives each and everything, I have held converse with the celestials as to how the matter was, since so many things transpire to implant doubts. When the mind reflects about these things. 2164. Inasmuch as I have learned through the discourse of the celestials, it is proper to relate as follows, to wit the matter is not otherwise circumstanced, than is, if you choose to form the idea from comparison, and was likewise shown me by vision. A polished cylinder, in which by optics is represented a comely image of such things as are thrown, projecta, around. The things thrown around appear in no order, and no form, but are a confused medley, confusi projections, in which does not appear even the slightest of what is comely, still less of a comely image. Yet still is there constituted out of these things that stand round about in disorder a comely image. In like manner before the eyes of men and spirits do all and each of what is in the world appear disordered and confused, when yet in the eye of the Lord they constitute a comely image, to wit, the image of a man or virgin. Which is heaven in its complex, not such as it is, but such as the Lord wills that it may be, namely, that it may be the image of him. 1748, June 2. 2165. Thus is it with those things which are in the word of the Lord. There do they appear in the literal sense as inconsistent and scattered, when yet in the sight of the Lord they are such as is now told me. 1748, June 5. 2166. Concerning the societies of spirits. There are societies of spirits who are desirous to use their license and wander forth. In the societies of such are wont to be some who are averse to their license and oppose themselves thereto, in order that they may thus be reduced to order. Of such a sort as those who are found in these societies are those in the world who can ingratiate themselves amongst all, and yet can think differently, and whose thoughts do not appear from their faces. Inasmuch as they always put forth the face of sincerity and civility. But inasmuch as thoughts are manifest in the other life of spirits, and thereby the repugnance perceived, although such a one is tolerated amongst many, yet are they hostile to him. And if any occasion be given, do him injury, like as when any filthy representation occurs they then expose such by, as it were, ejecting them from themselves. This I have often seen done, and it was acknowledged on both sides that the cause was as stated. 1748, June 2nd. 2167. When there are filthy representations they eject him out of doors and make him the object of a representation. As, for instance, if there is represented a dead man in a sepulchre, or a dead man in a field, or any such thing, then do they by their fantasies cast him out into the sepulchre, into the field, and the like. Nor does it appear otherwise to him than that he is there, and he makes complaint, and so is released. Then do they acknowledge on both sides that this was the cause. 2168. There are such as in the life of the body put forth the face of sincerity, so that nobody thinks otherwise of such a one than that he is a sincere man, but still will such search into each of the actions, sayings, steps, and faces of others for that which is evil. This they continually observe. Many such are given who only take note of the evils of another, rarely of his goods. 1748, June 2nd. Thus is each society reformed. Such are wont to think contraries. If there are goods, then do they think evil of them, if evil, they think what is good of them, and this because they are evil and not good, etc. 2169. That there are given spirits of every genus and species. There are given spirits and societies of spirits who entirely correspond to whatsoever exists in man's intellectuals and his affections, evil and good, as to state this only. When I was delighted with matters of little moment, whether by writing, eating, or drinking them, or in respect to other things, as by the purchase of what I had formerly desired, and thus had thence contracted a nature. Then when these delights were again renewed, there were spirits and societies of spirits who had nearly the same delight, so that they had far stronger desire than I, even to such a degree that they could scarce moderate themselves. But would as it were perish if not indulged or favored, although they knew that these things were of no use to them, but to me. Thus there is not given aught that pertains to man's intellect or affection, to which do not belong societies of spirits which indulge and gratify them. 2170. Although these when they were men did not have exactly such pleasures, yet because there are genera and species of pleasure, those who in the life of the body are such generically do correspond specifically. 1748, June 2nd. 2171. There are also genera and species of such as continually devised to bring harm upon man, yea, to torment, cruelly treat, and kill him. When such were held in bonds, scarce any knew of their pernicious nature. But at the first moment the bond is loosed they burst forth like furies, and endeavor to kill man, like as did often happen to me that when any harm was directed against me, and the bond was loosed. Forthwith and in an instant they cried out what they desired to do, to wit, in tet gal de mera lac mer, it was only their fantasies about such things as should injure me. And their bond being then loosed, they cried aloud. Hence it is manifest that there is in their attempt, conatus, that which continually operates, yet within bonds, and according to the loosing of the bond, and that the attempt, conatus, is active, agen, when the bonds are loosed. 1748, June 2nd. 2172. Concerning the sweet speech of celestial spirits. A society of celestial spirits spoke with me, and I observed that their speech was both sweet and flowing, like the softest atmosphere, and so quick and determinate, certa, that there was not the slightest retardation. But the words flowed as from a sweet stream. 1748, June 2nd. 2173. The sweetness of the flowing, fluxio, arose from hence that they were good spirits and almost angels, and moreover of the genus of celestials, and that there was naught discordant nor unharmonious in what they spoke, to wit, nothing that disagreed with their thought. The less disagreement in the ideas of thought, and hence in the words or ideas of speech, the sweeter is the speech. Since therein is true goodness, or the faith of love, so must also true sweetness be. 1748, June 2nd. 2174. That the universals of thoughts are carried forth and diffused in the world of spirits and in heaven. It was made known to me by experience that when my thought was not fixed on any corporeal or material subject, then was it diffused amongst many. And these spirits and angels who were of a similar persuasion and affection, as when any affection is thought of in a universal manner, without any subject, finite thing, person. This was given me to no form experience, at such time as the Lord thought worthy, and it was granted to remove finite things, and to possess but the common idea of the affection, when I perceived, by spiritual idea or perception, what it was that affected the societies of spirits and angels around me. But when there was a determination to subjects, as already said, then there was, as it were, a closing up, nor were they affected in so common a manner, community. But what is meant by universal thought, cannot perhaps be apprehended by such as are only in particulars, material things. 1748, June 2nd. 2175. That the diversities of evils are innumerate, yea indefinite. When certain spirits who had heard that in man, spirit, and angel is nothing but evil, that it is their proprium, practiced any cunning arts, malitia, such as sleights and the like, they said of me and others that we were like them. Because we were nothing but evil, such was their conclusion. The reply was made them that in everyone is nothing but evil, but with indefinite diversity and variety, for the inclination of each to this or that evil was greater or less, and that many are mixtures of evils, as it were of loves and cupidities. As well as that cupidities are conjoined with the appetites of the body and its pleasures. In a word, they are indefinite, and never to eternity capable of reform. 1748, June 3rd. 2176. That man should not resolve of a certainty to do aught that is in itself considered a matter of indifference, nor should it be desired beforehand. I have been instructed by much experience during several years that one should not resolve on doing anything which in itself is a matter of indifference, for the reason that he not only lets go his liberty, but also gives spirits a handle for desiring it, and thus inducing the persuasion thereof. For the nature of spirits is such that they earnestly desire, and induce the persuasion that the matter is most certainly appointed, and must at all events happen. Wherefore does the Lord sometimes permit it, which he would not have permitted had not man resolved upon it, and in that case the Lord would have given persuasion with an affection to good, and what thereto conduces for the future. Moreover, I have been instructed by daily experience with spirits that thus is he endowed with liberty. 1748, June 3rd. 2177. That societies are dispersed and reduced to order in various modes. As already said, there are those who represent the east wind, inasmuch as they disperse societies so that they in the society are separated by force from each other. Likewise there are innumerable media besides for dissolving societies, because societies are badly filled up when kept long in a similar state. Today I saw, when the discourse was concerning these matters, that no one thought and spoke from himself, but from others, and these others from others still, so that no one was excited from himself. Hence that the universal heaven was in a manner present in every idea, and thus were formed ideas, in which are indefinites, and inasmuch as these things exceeded the comprehension of spirits, and they were not willing to believe. Therefore it was shown them, to wit, by one after another, afterwards by a society at a distance from me, very many of whom spoke together, which thing they plainly heard and perceived, and hence were convinced. Not only that there was from societies afar off an influx into his or their speech who were round about me, but also because many of these spoke together, that it inflowed from elsewhere that they were thus able to speak together. This they also admitted, for they saw it also by a spiritual idea, inasmuch as it was from heaven, quod e scylla. 2178. When I was in prayer, then was such a thought insinuated into the sense of the prayer, as, to wit, that a crowd of many persons inflowed into the idea, or ideas of the thought and prayer. And therefore are the ideas disordered, because very many confused things inflowed from the world of spirits, although to us who are not in order these appear orderly. For instance, take the eye, its least ray can see the most disordered things as orderly, because it is not aware of what things in the least ray constitute vision. Likewise is it with sounds as of many instruments. The harmony still appears, when yet there are innumerable discords in every sound. 2179. While I was kept in such an idea, the societies were dispersed and put at a distance, whereat they complained, supposing that everything would perish, as is usual when such a thing occurs. But I saw by a spiritual idea that then were they first conjoined rather according to the law of order, and that without such dissolution they could not be conjoined according to the laws of order. For the Spirit of the Lord reduces all things to order from the interior, or, as it appears, from the superior. Thus are they to be quite reduced to order. This was plainly seen by me in spiritual idea. 1748, June 3. 2180. Afterwards it was spoken from on high that the matter was so, as, to wit, that societies are to be dissolved that they may again be associated. Then it was observed that the sense of speech could not penetrate, as was the case, with what came, through the world of spirits to me, but which was turned, into something else. And thus that the world of spirits was in such discord that the word of the Lord cannot flow down to man through the world of spirits, but is changed into another sense, and in certain states is entirely perverted. Which is a proof that the last times are at hand. 2180_1/2. For human souls which die constitute the greater part of the world of spirits, for it is known that man is a spirit and becomes a spirit, nor are there given any spirits from eternity, as some have thought. But no others are admitted into the world of spirits than such as can be of use, especially to the human race, not only to those living on earth, but to souls who come from the body, in whom are still corporeals conjoined or mingled with naturals which must be dissevered. Wherefore those spirits who accord with such also constitute the world of spirits. 1748, June 3. Such things as are spoken in heaven amongst men fall into such things as correspond. I have observed that those things which I thought, and such things as spirits spoke and thought, inflowed from heaven. But yet nevertheless variously, according to those things which correspond in man's memory, and which are then objects of his thought. For this is a truth, that the speech of angels or the thought of the celestials contain very many things, or is a series of very many distinct ideas. When these descend into the mind of either a spirit or man, the whole series of very many ideas becomes as it were one or simple, nor appear there as a series of ideas. This, moreover, may be confirmed from many other things. Since therefore so very many things are contained in the speech or thought of celestials or angels, and these inflow into the ideas of spirits and men, they cannot but excite such things as agree with their nature and state, thus acting in diverse manners. And further, these are such as correspond. For this reason also are given correspondences of so very many things, to wit, that many may correspond to one thing, as to instance only self-love, which is represented, by all that is high of whatever quality it is. Thus by innumerable things, as generally by mountains, by noble trees. It is so also in other things. 1748, June 4. 2181. Concerning a spiritual idea, derived, from the sound of the words, in the perception of the mind, animus, of those who speak. When a spirit, especially a soul, speaks, and the Lord grants to know of what quality he is generically, then it can be heard from the sound of the words or speech what is his quality. It is perceived whether, via versus colum, it is closed or open, and whether other things, do not belong thereto, so that hence may be known the quality, especially by the angels. Of what quality is this idea of thought cannot be described, because such knowledge is not given amongst men, but it may be compared with the knowledge of minds, animus, derived from the countenance. As when a man puts on a cheerful countenance, it is usually obvious to the shrewd man of what quality is his gladness, and whence it arises, whether there is therein simulation, treachery, cheerfulness proceeding from nature, modesty, friendliness, insanity, and the like. But still this is but a comparison. 2182. The spiritual idea in reference to the speech of spirits is indeed such that the mind, animus, is made known. But yet many more things are involved, to wit, as already said, whether also the way is open, therein, towards heaven, or is only open into the world, and to what extent, moreover what belongs thereto generically and specifically. So that when the Lord grants, nearly the whole mind, animus, is displayed from but one word of speech, hence its quality, but the state in which it is also to be observed, which also is perceived by the angels when the Lord grants it. Also what, therein, does not proceed from the Lord. For in every idea is there a complete image of the man, whatsoever he has thought, spoken, and done from infancy, which no one who is not in heaven would credit. 2183. Still it is granted that these things should neither be heard nor perceived, consequently it is of the Lord alone to grant the perception of them. 1748, June 4. 2184. Continuation concerning the spiritual idea. Certain spirits who were incredulous that spiritual ideas are given, from which may be seen and perceived very many things, and more than they supposed, were raised up to a region somewhat above. And it was granted them to see many things in the separate ideas of my thought, so that by a spiritual idea they saw causes, and more things than ever could be credited, as if some things were displayed to them, as objects, objectively. And they greatly wondered, and acknowledged that they observed in a spiritual idea more things than anyone would ever believe. For instance, what is in ideas, what is the intellectual principle, what proceeds from affection, of what quality is the intellectual principle, whether that which anyone thought proceeded only from the intellectual principle, or from affection. And from what affection, as well as how one thing, agrees, with another, thus what can be operated by intellectual faith when truth is what is believed, and many such things. Moreover that intellectual faith inflows from the Lord through heaven, and that man can by no means catch up faith or aught of true faith, but that it is the gift of the Lord alone. Yea, a fact which I also perceived in spiritual idea, that man cannot ever by the intellectuals of faith penetrate into the heavens, and that the idea must be broken before from a man's own strength, Propria 6, he can attain to heaven. And that the Lord alone causes that such things as belong to the persuasion of the true, and the perception of the good, or faith, are elevated towards heaven, and only so far as suits the Lord's good pleasure. June 4, 1748. 2185. They said because they now speak with me, that those things which I have written are so rude and gross that they suppose nothing which is interior can be understood from those words or the mere sense of the words. I also perceived by a spiritual idea that it was so, that my expressions were very rude, wherefore it was given me to reply that my words are only vessels in which purer, better, and interior things can be infused, as if the literal sense, thereof. That such vessels, as it were, are the many literal senses of the prophets, and that their expressions were not only rude, but even bordered on the mire, dunghill, and the mud, and yet therein were diffused interior, clean, and sacred things. As, for instance, that the Lord is angry, that he is full of wrath, that he kills. These expressions are so roughly framed that it can scarcely be credited that aught of good can be infused therein. When yet the prophet spoke to suit the apprehension of the vulgar, and had they spoken differently, naught that is good could have been infused, because it would not have been understood. So that it was granted to add if they desired to remain in the senses of the letter, then they would have formed their knowledge, scientia, from similar filthy things and vessels. And that such as derive their doctrine, therefrom, must be greatly deceived. 1748, June 4. 2186. Concerning representative angelic ideas. It is not easy to describe to the intellect, still less to the apprehension of man, of what quality are the representative ideas of the angels of the interior heaven, nor can it be perceived by man, but out of the Lord's infinite mercy. This fact I have several times observed, that these are representatives inexpressible by words, that they move the affections, and that they are representations of affections by means of angelic or celestial forms. For instance, by an angelic mode is represented something that resembles an image or species of celestial cloud, shower, nimbus, day, or light. This is done by an idea inexpressible in words, and the affection which is at that time in it or with it is augmented, lessened, or varied, just as is the representation. The affection is also perceived perceptively or intellectually, that is, in a celestial or in a spiritual mode. Such are the representations of the angels of the interior heaven, in which are present, as it were, affections in indefinite variety, accompanied also with pleasantness, jucunditas, joy, and gladness. These affect the interior of the mind with joy and delight. Such representations were several times granted me to perceive. Wherefore I must needs know that they are such, and in such variety. 1748, June 4th. Yea, the degrees of variety are also formed by such things in the representatives as are more obscure and the like, which are condensed and rarefied. 2187. In like manner also, when it was granted to look into the interiors of a fig where many little seeds are viewed, surrounded by a sweet oil, as it were, I was allowed to contemplate these. And at the same time to exercise my thoughts upon the innocences of infants. Then were given representations among the angels, of which they said that they exceeded the pleasantness, jucunditas, which they had perceived from any other source. But all and each of these things were insinuated by the Lord. The fig seeds, and sweet oil surrounding them, were, as it were, a vessel, in which were the pleasantnesses, jucunditas, represented by the angelic ideas of perception. From these things it must also be apparent that angelic representations are indefinite in variety, and reach to the interior and more interior parts, which are opened by the Lord, and do yet lie open to the naturals. Which are little vessels containing spiritual and celestial, which natural things are signified by the fig, its seeds and sweet oil. 1748, June 4th. 2188. That the angels have no memory of the past and foresight of the future. I spoke with the angels, and then saw by a spiritual idea that the more interior and perfect the angels are, the less have they of the memory of the past, and that therein consists their felicity. For in every moment the Lord grants them what is pleasant, jucundum, to them, and what they think and are affected with. Thus it is of the Lord, and not of them. This is understood by the passage, "Give us our daily bread," and that they must not be solicitous about the future as to what they may eat and drink, and that day by day they would have received manna. Inasmuch as they do not possess the memory of the past, they have not the anticipation of the future, for this follows out of the same memory, although to themselves they seem to have memory, and know all and innumerable things. Because thus the Lord grants them then at every moment. Therefore they can indeed think it is of them when yet it is not so. In a word, their felicity consists therein, and because they are in the Lord. 1748, June 4th. 2189. Moreover, they are all much addicted to conjecturing what I have become acquainted with from the spirits, so that when anything occurs, everyone to whom is given the faculty conjectures that it is so and so, that it is hence or thence. And yet all are mistaken, because they conjecture from themselves. Therefore if there were also granted them the faculty of remembering the past, and premeditating what is to come, then would the whole sphere be filled with false conjectures. Hence would arise confusion and destruction of felicities. 2190. Conjecture about what is to come, and the remembrance of the past, are what take away every pleasantness and felicity of life. Hence come anxieties, cares, solicitudes. Wherefore it cannot be granted to such as are in felicity to possess such a memory, and such premeditation. Yet they do not know otherwise than that they possess the highest memory, and prudence or thought, because they have one from the Lord, consequently a divine one, which, nevertheless, is such as I have said. 1748, June 4th. 2191. That in the interior heaven are degrees of angels. It has been said that there are three heavens, to wit, an interior, more interior, and inmost, which are distinct from each other by degrees. Of what quality these are, to wit, the degrees, may be seen elsewhere. But these degrees are in one class, engineer. In every heaven also are given degrees of felicities, and, indeed, I think three, which are not so related to each other as the generic degrees of the heavens in one class. That there are three may be inferred from the degrees in the body. To the corporeal, or sensual corporeal principle, are referred touches, tastes, and smells. These differ from each other in purity, and yet still all three are referred to the corporeal kingdom, and are distinguished from each other by other qualities, as must be known to everyone who rightly weighs the matter. Thus much as regards the corporeals, or appetites. As regards the spirituals of the body, or the sensuals, there are also three, to wit, hearing, ocular sight, and the sight of the imagination, which differ from each other by degrees, but yet referred to naturals. Hearing is merely sensual corporeal, and sight sensual natural, and similarly are related to each other the senses of touch, taste, and smell. For that which is exterior is referred to what is interior, nor can it reach the interior except by a dissolving, or it is its interiors which compose it, therefore the relation is the same as between a compound and its components. 1748, June 4. Marginal reading. The heavens correspond to the senses in the body. 2192. Continuation concerning representative angelic ideas. It has been already said of representative ideas of angels, that the representative ideas of some possess a certain resemblance to such things as are in the atmospheres, auras, heavens, yea, in the world. But purified so as to be scarcely such any longer. But still they are represented thereby. It is their natural principle, or the natural fundus therein, from which they are recognized. 2193. But there are given representations besides, which are inexpressible, for they make representations out of every idea, as also out of composite ideas, and of many together, which, quam, I think, for quas, they behold as a sort of representative. And as if a kind of subject, wherein are not only formed various things which are intellectual, but these are perpetually conjoined with such things as belong to the affections. So that they lead themselves by such things into varieties of affections, and indeed in a fair and pleasant course and order. But what their quality is can by no means be described to the human intellect. Whilst they are therein, the Lord leads their affections with the intellectuals in such representatives to their delights, while at the same time he perfects them. 1748, June 5. 2194. That the Lord does not break any one, not even, any sea, during temptations. It has been granted me to learn by much experience that the Lord does not break any one, namely, by taking away in a moment his cupidities. But that he bends them in a wonderful manner, for he permits them to be in their cupidities, yea, even so that these are increased and extended to quite a great degree, and meanwhile, wonderfully and insensibly bends them by the most diverse modes. According to each one's nature and disposition, as was given me to learn by much experience, and moreover, that this occurs, slowly, as if by complying with their license. But still by giving no farther permission than that he may deflect them from the degree to which they have advanced to their own good. How this matter is, and with what caution and divine prudence, effected, no one can know but he to whom it is given to learn it by experience from spirits and angels. For what other cupidities are then also insinuated that may temper, and what good affections which they are to be bended, I could apprehend in a very imperfect manner, Rudesheim, but no other than the Lord knoweth. 2195. Moreover the Lord does not break anyone in temptations, however great. For during these, according as they are increased, out of pity he grants them the strength to resist in the most diverse modes, so that during temptations they are not broken, but according to the degree in which they are similarly bent. For be the degree greater or less, it is the same, since the strength to endure is increased in like degree. 1748, June 5. 2196. It was also given to observe that should they be broken, even in the least, they would forthwith incline to hatred against the Lord, and, it was observed, at the same time that the posterity of Jacob were not broken the least, or forcibly separated from their cupidities, inasmuch as they inclined to idolatry more than others. Hence that license was granted them, and they were brought to the worship of the Lord by degrees, by means of their cupidities, which were pride of mind and the wealth of the world. 1748, June 5. 2197. That to every composite idea with, penes, men, to the ideas of which they are composed, correspond spirits and societies of spirits. By experience it was given me to know that to every idea, and to such as are within, as also those which adhere to ideas, there are spirits who correspond, and moreover in the societies of spirits are such as correspond in their own manner. In like manner in heaven, there is correspondence, with what is in the ideas of spirits. Therefore the more societies there are, and the greater heaven is, the more exact the correspondence of each and all. 1748, June 5. 2198. All societies are arranged in orders, and in a most exquisite order by the Lord, and are reduced into orders, and into order, that they may correspond to all and each that belongs to spirits and men. 1748, June 5. 2199. That memory also is given to spirits. Spirits who have not been long with me, that is, who have returned after a certain time, as well as those who have not previously been with me, inquired whence they had come, what they had done. They are entirely ignorant thereof, supposing that they had not lived. But yet when they consider that they live, they are aware that they have been alive, but are ignorant where and how, for this sole reason, that ideas of reflection are not given them, although their life is similar to the life of those in the world. 2200. Nevertheless that memory is at times granted them was given to know today, as also several times previously, for they have come, and with them he who was in their society, and they complained thereof and referred to many things. Of what quality he is, and how he speaks with them, so that memory for recollecting such things is given them by the Lord. 1748, June 5. 2201 to 2250. 2201. Concerning exploration of souls and spirits. With respect to their exploration, it is often observed, when souls or spirits were left to themselves, of what quality they were in the life of the body, and of what quality if they spoke without fear of the law and society, almost free from bond. They being ignorant that they are in society. Those who are in the society, or others, do then follow closely upon his thought, observing, what quality he had possessed in life, and he speaks in such a manner that, his speech, flows as if spontaneously. Thus they became aware in a general manner, ruditur, that he is of such quality. 2202. It is also observed that when they became cognizant in any manner of any one's disposition, genius, from whatever experience, that then they knew better of what quality he is. For this is, as it were, innate, conatus, with them, to conclude one thing from another, and because he is such in this, that it follows he is such in others. Thus they lead the soul or spirit through various things, which accord with the assumed judgment. Yet they are sometimes mistaken, because they judge by corporeals and naturals solely, and do not know his interior and more interior things, which are known to the Lord alone. 1748, June 5. 2203. That spirits when they manifest themselves are wont to vary their faces, nevertheless still to retain their own. It has already been plainly shown me that when spirits manifested themselves, whose faces I had been able to see as plainly as man sees man, and this more frequently, they sometimes varied their faces by changes, mutations, from one limit to the other. But still the same generic face was retained, so that continually shone forth the dominant affection with its variations. Thus they were, as it were, faces of the whole affection of that species, with its variations. 2204. The cause was already known to me how this could exist so fitly, consin, and in that order and series. But afterwards it was also manifested to me by experience, to wit, that the society was such a one as that therein were spirits or angels of a similar species of affection with its varieties. Wherefore the society thus manifested itself when yet there was one who was, as it were, the centre of the rest, to whom the rest were referred in the order in which they were in the society. 2205. By a more luminous, clarier, experience within me, it was sometimes observed, when I looked at myself in the glass, and at the same time spoke with spirits, that I would put on the faces of those who were then with me in society, and of one society after another. Nevertheless my face remained, but the changes, mutations, seemed, ex simili, to belong to theirs, which they recognized, so that they were indignant. This was very similar to what occurs with the faces of spirits or angels. They told me they recognized themselves. And yet they were not in the same affection as myself, because he who is in faith in the Lord is not, the subject, of a single affection, for he knows that it is the characteristic of spirits and angels to inflow. Thus, it happened, that the faces of others also inflowed. This happened several times, sometimes to their indignation, sometimes to their delight. They perfectly recognized themselves. 1748, June 5. 2206. Concerning what restrains the indecencies, turpitudines, of spirits. I have heard some spirits, whether recently come from the world I know not, who, when they were among others, could not restrain themselves, but would utter filthy and disgraceful language. So that nothing affected them with shame, one would do this to a greater degree, another to a less, for they are left to themselves, as previously said. They were told that nothing touched them with shame, and that they did not carry shame with them from the life of the body, for if they possessed it, it would check such things. Meanwhile as they were without shame, they could not be different. Wherefore such things as shame, fear, horror, and the like, are produced, incutiunter, in them by punishments, and when they return to such conduct, they are overwhelmed with shame, or terror, or horror, so that they can be different. For immediately such things are insinuated, and they refrain till at last they lose the habit, and so may be present in modest societies. 1748, June 5. 2207. Concerning the angelic idea in the Lord's Prayer. Concerning the angelic idea it was also observed, when the Lord's Prayer is prayed, and it is prayed, lead us not into temptation, and deliver us from evil, that by a certain idea temptation and evil is rejected, to wit. In my grosser idea it was rejected, as it were, to the back of the head, and what remains is angelic, namely, the good of the Lord, concerning which innumerable angelic ideas are formed, how good comes to man by affliction, which still arises from man's evil, wherein is punishment. And yet the good is the Lord's. Thus in some measure appears of what quality is the idea of the rejection of evil, when yet it is general, rudis, which I observed, because it was perceptible, sensibilis, and had a certain quickness, velocitas, wherein was a sort of indignation. That the evil of affliction or temptation should be thought to come from the Lord. 1748, June 6. 2208. The attempt of an angel to act by means of correspondences. A certain angel, when I was walking in the way, attempted to see how those things which belong to an angel inflowed into man's thought, and thus to explore correspondences, but he did not succeed, save in a few things. The reason was, as I perceived, that the thoughts of angels, though richer than man's thought, were very few in comparison with the correspondence excited, and further, that when they be omitted from his own proprium, evil affections were excited. And also further, such as were of the grosser sort, that when they excited such things out of their own thoughts, they also excited in the mind things that were mixed, thence gave spirits a handle to excite more incongruous ideas. In a word, the ideas of angels are most limited, finitissimi, nor can they ever lead man. But so far as they act from proprium, they pervert. 1748, June 6. 2209. That if man were in order, he would still enjoy a certain sense, which the brutes enjoy. There is a certain sense which brutes enjoy, but not man, namely, to know the way home, though at a distance, as may be known of horses, dogs, bees, and many animals. Nor do they become bewildered in thick woods like man, so that they not only know the way home, but the bee even his own hive amongst many. This sense is common to such as live according to order, this order has been impressed on their souls. Such would also have been the case with man had he lived in order. It was given me to experience it, not only by my being led home when I was ignorant of the way, but at a place which I previously knew I felt somewhat like knowing the vicinity in a wonderful mode, by an internal power. So that the vicinity affected me, and thus I knew whose house it was. 1748, June 6. 2210. The angelic speech with man. Angels cannot speak with man, save through intermediate spirits, for their speech comprises together more things than can be expressed by words. Nevertheless it was granted to perceive how it is circumstanced when they directly address man. There is, as it were, a spiritual afflatus, not intelligible, except by means of the affection wherewith I was affected. 1748, June 6. 2211. In what manner the representations and thoughts of angels are related to man's. I discoursed with angels, and this not by speech, concerning the quality of angels, respecting their thoughts as related to man's thoughts, to wit, that it is with the thoughts of angels as with the small viscera of any little worm. That to man's eye scarcely appears but as an obscure point or something greater, so homogeneous, uniform, and simple it is, as if it were nothing more than a particle. Inasmuch as it is with the thoughts of angels who see interiorly, as it is with its viscera, which are nearly of such kind as those of a larger animal, having its organs, stomach, cerebra, medullae, etc. Out of which a similar body is constituted, that is, from manifold members, the thoughts of angels are so circumstanced as the interiors of such an animal. Such is the relation of their ideas to man's ideas. From these representatives flow the compound or particle, when yet they appear in themselves dissimilar, yet are they such that thence flows such a compound. 2212. Thus it is not easy for man to describe and explore the quality of angels' thoughts, since they are, as it were, small viscera, which form a body, which body can by comparison be likened to man's idea. 2213. For it is known that the interiors of an animal are entirely different from the externals. From the externals no one can conclude that the interiors are of such a quality, unless they should have been revealed through optical sight. And then it appears that they are wholly dissimilar, consisting indeed of cerebra, spinal medulla, lungs, heart, or little hearts, stomach, liver, vessels devoted to generation, and of other things, like as in the great animal. Moreover of innumerable fibers, vessels, tunics, ligaments, in order that they may operate with unanimity. Thus they constitute a body, which is only the complex of all, and appears under a simple form to the eye, which is ignorant that it has such and so many components, yea, such components, that should one be wanting it would be imperfect, man come. And great defects would abound in the compound. 2214. In like manner is it with the idea of the thoughts of angels, in reference to the ideas of man's thoughts, for they consist of components, whose quality can by no means be comprehended, unless the Lord reveals it to him. Like as no one can know what and of what quality are the components of such a particle, which nevertheless in their complex are a complete animalcule. Thus the idea of man is a complex of such things, as he does not at all know, because they are dissimilar. 2215. That this comparison is a fit one may hence be made manifest, because in every man's idea, even the least, is the whole man, according to the state in which man then is, thus, as it were, with all his members, his viscera, or interiors. As is clearly manifest from this, that from the mere speech of the soul or spirit may be known forthwith by the angels, the Lord thinking worthy, of what quality is the man, of what quality was his life in the body, and of what quality it is then. Respect being had to the state in which he is, according to the changes of which he is varied, but not differently, as previously said, from the changes of faces into many forms, while the fundamental face remains. concerning which I have previously treated. 2216. But the ideas or thoughts of angels, namely, those of the interior heaven, do not extend themselves in reference to man's ideas and thoughts farther than do the interiors of the said animalcule, namely, to its integral parts, as with the viscera, which are numerous if all the integral parts be reckoned, as with the glands, which are many, or the more common compositions, as those which are within the integral parts or within the viscera, as with the cerebrum, its spinal medullae, the stomach, heart, and liver. They are not aware of this, and yet therein again occurs a new and spacious field of mysterious things, out of which they are composed, so that if the liver be taken as an example, then do innumerable things compose it. As the glandular congeries, and these are composed of lesser glands, besides the tubes, ducts, yea, very many things. Such comparatively are the ideas of the more interior and inmost angels. 2217. Hence it may be manifest how gross still are the ideas of the angels in respect to the Lord's divine ideas, which inflow, and confer life and the faculty of thought. These may be likened to the fibers and arteries which are indefinite, for every composition thereof is only made up of fibers and vessels that are still pure and inflow from the Lord. These are the vital essences, to wit, those which flow through the fibers and vessels. 2218. Organic parts belong to angels and spirits. But the vital principle that flows through or in the fibers, and in and through the vessels, belongs to the Lord, for they are only organic powers, potentive, without life. Life is the Lord's alone. 2219. These things are written in presence of the angels, and approved by the greatest part of them. Those approve who know that matters are so with them. Those who doubt that they are only organs, organici, still hesitate a little. 2220. In truth, the faculty of thought may be compared to the faculty, possessed by the viscera, of acting according to composition, which faculty does not belong to the fibers or vessels, but to the life in the fibers and vessels. 1748, June 6. 2221. That it may be evident merely from the faculty of reflecting, which belongs to spirits and angels, that they are only organic powers. While I was in discourse with angels, it happened that it was thought about reflection or attention to a thing, that it is only reflection which causes spirits and angels to know that they are of such and such a quality, are so and so circumstanced. And that it constitutes the essence of thought. For without reflection is not given the life of sense nor of thought, and when it happened to speak from objects of reflection, and to say that it or reflection was not his who reflects, but belongs to that which inflows, then it was given to observe by a spiritual idea that we are only organic powers, and that reflection is given by the Lord. From no other source can it come. 2222. Objects seem to inflow from elsewhere, especially into man's senses, but to reflect upon objects, and to know what they are, and that they are of such and such a quality. This comes from elsewhere, consequently from the Lord, as may be proven from many internal faculties of man. 1748, June 6. 2223. That some men are led by the Lord more easily than others. It is known that all are led by the Lord, but yet some more easily than others. All may be led by the Lord to any thought, speech, and action whatever. But inasmuch as many, yea, very many, are not in faith, consequently not in order, it is more difficult to lead them in that respect, because the Lord is unwilling to break them, therefore, to compel them, to think, speak, and do what is contrary to their cupidities, wherein they place their liberty. Therefore they are allowed in these to think, speak, and act, according thereto, so that they may be bended to good. But verily such as are in faith, hence in the knowledge of the truths of faith, are not broken, because they know and are affected with such things as are of heaven, therefore their thoughts, speech, and actions, because they are rather in spiritual order, are led more easily than others. 1748, June 6. 2224. This may be apparent merely from spirits and the different genera and species of spirits, for they are therefore prepared that they may be led more easily. It is apparent from angels because, they are led, still more easily, so that in some it appears as if spontaneous, though it is of the Lord alone. 1748, June 6. 2225. That each and all things, proceed, from mercy. Inasmuch as men, spirits, and angels can effect nothing of themselves, but, all things, are granted them by the Lord, they being merely organic powers, it was granted me to see from spiritual idea, that all and each, proceed, from mercy. Inasmuch as those who are such that they cannot lead themselves at all, although they think so, and of themselves are foolish and insane, could not but have perished did not the Lord have compassion on such as are foolish and insane. In spiritual idea, the fact can better be seen, their case can appear better. They argue and think, from themselves, and yet their everything comes from the Lord's permission or concession, and of themselves they are more stupid and insane than infants who have never learned anything. 1748, June 6. 2226. The mercy of the Lord is universal towards all and each, but yet is greater towards the angels, because they are orphans and widows, they have no other father nor husband than the Lord, for they do not trust in themselves. 1748, June 6. 2227. Concerning spiritual ideas, as related to affections. Spirits, and, especially angels, can know and perceive, not only, as before said, from the speech, loquelis, of what quality, others, are, but especially from affections apart from, without, speech. For they speak quite frequently by affections alone and the variations thereof. For an idea in itself is from its beginning, origin, principio, nothing but an effect of affection, hence, is nothing but, a derivative affection, affectioncula. Since it is the result of derived, continuous, affections, therefore can they know therefrom, if the Lord think worthy, not only what is their quality who display them, but also who they are. And where is their place in the grand man, maximo corpore, as is given me by the Lord to know from daily experience. 1748, June 7. 2228. Concerning reflection. I spoke with spirits concerning reflection, that, they have, no life apart from reflection, in that their intellectual life is perfected by, the Lord alone, through reflections granted by the Lord. So that they can know what and of what quality, anything, is, and so, the fact, is impressed on their memory that they may be in the knowledge thereof. Further, that brutes have not such reflection, wherefore they are not perfected, but remain in the state of their own nature. Besides which they could be inspired with fear, but this does not happen by an intellectual way. 1748, June 7. 2229. That spirits fly like the eagle, as is read concerning the Gentiles. When it was read in Dut. 28:49 that a nation, gens, fleeth like an eagle, I remembered occurrences which had often happened, to wit, that spirits are made to appear, sistanter, in a moment, and thus fly as it were, although they were afar off, and at the end of the earth. As is read, for wherever they are in the world they are made to appear immediately as present, yea, some of them very near, proxim, to the ear, to the back, and within the body. So that they are present very quickly and very near, proxim, no matter where they had lived in the world, yea, those, who, had lived, in other worlds, telluribus, for it is a fallacy of the senses, sensus, that, they are, near and very near. As may be apparent from sight and hearing, as well as because space is not in spirituals, and likewise time neither. Inasmuch as there is no space to the eye between itself and the sun, which would appear as if in the eye, did not obvious things manifest the truth, id, and the knowledge that space intervenes. I, therefore, did sometimes discourse with spirits about these things. They were willing to conclude the presence from the appearance, and not readily to believe anything unless it, as it were, appears, and yet there are indefinite fallacies of the sense which must be shaken off else the truth can never come forth. 1748, June 7. 2230. In like manner very many things in the word of the Lord, and more than anyone can credit, are spoken to the fallacy of man's senses, because they supposed such things can happen, ita puterunt. Therefore these things are so spoken, because their persuasions and cupidities were not to be broken, but bent. For to speak otherwise than man receives, apprehends, is to sow seed in water. He immediately rejects it, hence it is, to him as, nothing. For instance, such expressions, as the Lord is stirred with fury, wrath, against any one, that he would slay, that he does evil, that he rejoices to destroy them and to bring them to naught, as in Dut. 28:63, are mere fallacies, because they believed such to be the case, crediterant ita. And this occurs, because it is a truth that the Lord rules each and all things, and that he is everything, therefore, because they were ignorant of the rest which is indefinite, as that every universal truth contains indefinite things. It is on this account spoken to their most general, communissimum, senses. Such is the speech of good spirits with those who recently arrive from the life of the body before these are instructed. 1748, June 7. 2231. Concerning the effect of singing, cantus, on spirits. It was again granted to know what effect singing has upon spirits, and indeed it was still more interior than before, for their bodies were not soothed, mulcibanter for mulcibanter, I think, but their ideas. This was given me to see in spiritual idea, for the sweetness of the singing was wonderfully joined into their ideas, and also into the ideas of such as desired to resist, being at first indignant, but yet they submitted, succumbent. So that it diffused itself through their ideas consequently into their thoughts, hence they were softened, malleabanter, to such a degree that they glided, as it were, into a trance, ecstasis, for silence and quiet ensued. They said, at first, that they had never perceived such sweetness, and that they had not believed such was granted. They seem to me to have glided into a sweet sleep, sopor, from which they have not yet awakened. Some who had wakened said that they had been in celestial joy, like those who, have awakened, from a very sweet dream. Such is the effect of singing when the Lord allows it to be infused into spirits. 2232. When I remembered the previous effect of singing, I immediately perceived a certain talking, allocutionum, going on, among the spirits. Hence it could be concluded that the traces impressed on any one touch, agent, the roots of the matter or affection. 1748, June 7. 2234. 25 That the universe is governed by the Lord with no trouble, but very easily. There were around me very many spirits and angels, amounting, perhaps to, some, thousands, to whom it was shown to the living experience how easily the universe is governed by the Lord. It was allowed to me to inflow into their thoughts, and thus, as it were, govern them who were around, and it was effected, merely by one thought with its variation each and all things were disposed as if according to my nod. As well to confer happiness on some as for other purposes, and to vary these things, according to what I thought, to bestow these things, in like manner on every spirit who was with me in society. Also to spirits more removed, remote, according to their manner. Hence we could know how easily each and all things are ordered by the Lord, who is in the highest, yea, in the inmost, more interior, and interior things. This could not be confirmed by spirits and angels, for some hesitate because so vast a multitude hovers before their ideas, in ierami des obversator, and such a variety. The reply also is made them that they thus argue from the inferior, lower, ideas of man, where it so appears, but that from inmosts, as from centers, the whole circuit, as it were, is ruled very easily and with no trouble. It is different with those who are stationed, constitute, in the circumference, peripherus, and who argue from ideas which are in the circumference, peripherus, to whom these things appear more obscure the farther they are from the center. 1748, June 7. 2235. I perceived, also, how amongst thousands of spirits they were almost arranged individually, singly, according to the nod of the Lord. But this was to me so subtle and impenetrable, to wit, the discriminations or differences, that they could not be perceived unless in a very general manner, communisime, by a certain sight. 2236. That is was clearly, manifest, revealed to the sons of Jacob that there is a life after death. I heard spirits speaking together, inter se. There was a certain one, to whom it was said that in the life of the body they had obtained whatsoever they had desired, and they had wanted nothing farther, and why should they now, also, claim privilege in heaven? It was replied that it would have been proper, opportune, also, to have revealed to them that there was a life after death. It was then answered, if the life after death had been revealed, and these were so prone to worship other gods, what would it have amounted to, quid ind, therefore of what quality would their life have been on that account, ind. 1748, June 7. It was added, since they never would have refrained, because they could not have refrained, inasmuch as they desired to be the greatest and most opulent in the world, if they had then also thought concerning the other life. What would it have amounted to, quid ind, but that they must perish? 2237. In the world of spirits that they are excited one by another, almost like as one man is by another. It was observed, when it was permitted one, a single, spirit in his company to plot, cogitare, any evil or baseness, spursi, that forthwith others, who are of like family, are excited to whatsoever malice or baseness it may be. In this way, also, are souls and spirits disclosed as to their quality. For when in a state without reflection, wherein they are, as it were, left to themselves alone, then are they straightway excited to like things, and are known as to what place they are in, and of what quality they are. 2238. But it is not permitted spirits to do so but at certain times, for they would thus speedily contaminate the world of spirits, because they are so prone to flock together, that they flock together in a moment, inasmuch as they act from nature. Not from premeditation. 2239. From these and similar things it may be apparent that did not the Lord rule the universe, the universal world of spirits would perish in a moment, therefore, also, the human race. Wherefore as soon as the reins are loosened, or momentary license is granted, forthwith is it also checked. This, also, was spoken, said, to the spirits, and they cannot deny it, because the matter was so, and now, also, they confirm it. 1748, June 7. 2240. Of what quality are they, and what their punishment, who are well endowed with genius, and only study what serves to pervert man? In my sleep I seemed to myself to be in a ship, with others, from which, when I came out, ascendi, upon the land, I stood in a higher and higher place upon a mountain facing, spectantum, the sea. And I saw that the ship beneath was steered about, circummagi, by a pilot at pleasure, voluntario. And then, as if there were horses put before him, he directed the ship in gyres and vortices, with the purpose that they should perish who were in the ship. After such gyres he at last directed the horses under the waters, so that it was submerged with those who were therein. There was a man, vir, a virgin and infant in the ship, concerning whom I then thought and pitied them, a while. 2241. While I was in that sleep, and while they were submerged, of whom I saw one slightly emerging from the waters, suddenly I waked. Some spirits lamented that they should have been in the ship and been submerged. To themselves they appear quite like those who emerge from the waters with flowing hair, and surrounded with water, not knowing other than that they would perish. 2242. Then appeared to me, in a wakeful vision that was very clear, a sort of continuous ovarium, of numerous, multiplicatus, eggs, of a fiery red color, rubentivus flave, cast forth, evamute, by something, cause, in a continued series, with rapidity. So many, and arranged in that series, as cannot be described. These eggs, thus cast forth, and wonderfully aggregated, glomerata, in series, signified that poison which is called, ether, thus the poison of dragons. These things appeared to me in a waking vision. 2243. Afterwards I perceived and heard that shipmaster, Nauclerus, who at pleasure, voluntario, steered about, circumduspat, the ship with horses, in the deep, in order to submerge, drown, those who were therein. Was miserably distorted by many spirits, and so mangled, as to all bodily parts, that scarcely anything cohered. This was done to the reality, actualiter, to his great suffering, dolor. So that there appeared to be nothing that was not all mangled, laceratum. 2244. A certain spirit said that he was such a one in their company as dictates very many ingenious things, and produces fantasies, which would delight them, because he was also able to produce visions in their presence to amuse them. But yet would afterwards hurt them, and these would be turned, torquerenter, into evil. A certain vision was also represented by them to me, wherefore they were willing indeed to have him amongst themselves, but as he was of such a character, they could not endure him. 2245. Hence it may be apparent what sort of punishment is inflicted upon such as abuse the gift of genius and shrewdly moisten the eyes, to hurt others, thus to destroy them, for by delectable fantasies he, as it were, delights them. But under these wounds, hurts, and kills. 1748, June 8. 2246. For with such are very many things that are mingled with worldly corporeal facetiae, as also pleasant, jucundi, corporeal ideas, moreover witty things, sales, very hurtful to what is sincere, honesta, and spiritual. The punishment thereof is that such things shall be separated and dissevered. Because if they were together, for they do thus often rush together, recurrent, then they would destroy societies, for those things are excited in the societies that are artfully put together, implexa, by the acuteness of genius, in order to hurt the neighbor. These things are seen at one glance by the angels. 1748, June 8. 2247. What reflection is. I spoke with spirits about reflection, to the effect, that because spirits, who lead man, are not endowed, absci, with such a reflection as belongs to man, in the body, derived, through the senses, they cannot, therefore, see anything in the world, as spirits do through mine, for as often as I was allowed to bestow upon them reflection or attention, and this I plainly perceived by a spiritual idea, then they said right away that they saw all and each of such things, to which was directed the reflection given me and shared with them. They said, almost as often, that they saw nothing before, that reflection was given them. This occurred quite frequently, so that I can confirm it by manifold experience, namely, that a spirit sees nothing through the eyes of another man, and that souls and spirits greatly wondered that they had, as it were, again entered the world wholly as if they were then in their own bodies. This also, at that time, do they attest. 2248. The discourse was then concerning reflection, and it was shown that it was almost similar in man's case, to my own experience, when I was in a place where a bell sounded every hour, and exercised no reflection thereupon, or did not attend to the sound of the bell at such times. I never could be aware that it had sounded, nor indeed had heard it, because without reflection, concerning it. And this, occurred, frequently, so, that I was astonished. It was also the same with the sounds of larger bells, and likewise with all other objects. My experience with one thing was different from what it was with another, apud unum aliter ac apud alium, so that there was indefinite variety, and this as much in reference to objects of hearing as those of sight, smell, color, touch. So that as regards touch, without reflection, there is no feeling, non sentitor, in this part, or in that, but when attention is given, attenditor, immediately sensation, is perceived, as now while I write that it is so with touch. And press my pen, and find that it is so with it. In a word, it is the same in indefinite things. From these things it may be concluded that a spirit might, as it were, put on man, because he has not man's reflection. Therefore that he cannot see through the eyes of a man, nor can reflection be given him, except by the Lord alone. In like manner, that he cannot hear through the ears of man, for that spirits do continually reflect I have perceived with manifest sense, and indeed very often with pain, dolor, and a sense of compression and hard attraction, etc. 2249. Further, reflection is given to man, soul, spirit, and angel, which they are not aware of and do not observe. Such as they possess in a state of peace and innocence, in corporeals, in a state of ignorance, and the like, as also in their minutest, particularissimous things, to which they do not pay any attention, any hilum attendant, by which are impressed what is suitable to them in the other life, and conduces to their felicity. This reflection is interior, unknown to man, as is the case with the interior memory, and with his regeneration. This reflection is the gift of the Lord alone. 2250. That all the proprium of man is hard, consequently osseous. It can also be seen by a spiritual idea that the proprium of man, hence, that, of spirits, is not only black, for, so it appears, but also hard, wherefore also is it called osseous. The reason is, not only that man's proprium is but an organism, organicum, wherein since there is no vital juice, spirit, and blood, it hardens and becomes, as it were, osseous, but also because man can of himself do nothing. Wherefore in himself he is viewed as it were osseous, wherein is not a vital juice. Life, which belongs to the Lord, alone causes man to soften. And the more spiritual and celestial life diffused through each and all the things of man, without and within his structure and around the component structures, the more is this, without, although it appears within. Wherefore the less hard a man is, that is, the less he has from himself, and the softer, as said, or more fluid, so much the more perfect, is he, as may be apparent from the fibers, which in infants are very soft, but in old men are becoming hard. As well as in the inmost fibers, there is nothing but a fluid principle, because it is the spiritual principle which in compounds appears hard. 1748, June 8. 2251-2300. 2251. What sort of speaking with spirits is also given. I also spoke with spirits by ideas alone, without words, and they understood as well as with words, by my merely representing from internal sight. As was the case when I told them what I ate, I represented merely from the internal sight what I ate, without words, and they clearly, bene, comprehended. And if also at the same time were represented these things, viz. whatever a man has on his table, or whatever is worn on the same occasion, or whatsoever it might be which was displayed to the sight, they were immediately understood and seen by the spirits by the discourse, loquila, of ideas without words. Some better understand and perceive this discourse, than that which is carried on by words, for they are in the like. Sometimes, the discourse is not carried on, save by subtle thoughts, and these are better perceived than if, one, spoke in words. Some do not love to speak, but they are so shrewd that they immediately perceive the sense, together with the affection, and indeed in an instant, for it is not memory which operates with them, but it is the natural disposition, which they are unwilling to acknowledge, but suppose that they have such a memory, as in the life of the body, but because they put on the memory of man they so imagine from a fallacy of sense. 1748, June 8. 2252. That souls, even recently after departure from life, and spirits, are endowed with more excellent gifts than what they possessed in the life of the body. Multa dot polient, prae vita sua in corpore. Concerning the faculties with which souls are gifted after death superior, pray, to what they enjoyed in the life of the body, see elsewhere. Besides, those who come into the other life possess in a greater or less degree, according to societies, the activity of their former life. But still, they are much more prompt and more sensible, and sagacious, and quicker to understand and perceive, than when they lived in their body. By reason that in the other life they are without such impediments and stays, remores, as belong to them, in the life of the body. In the life of the body the objects of the sense are active, agunt, the memory of sensuals and materials, anxieties as to the future various cupidities excited by objects, are active, there are cares for many things. All of which are removed in the other life. Wherefore when these are removed, they cannot but be in a more perfect state of understanding and perceiving than when they were men. Sufficient observation of this from experience has been granted me. 2253. But still remains the same activity of life and thought, when souls and spirits, as belong to them in the life of the body. They are entirely similar to themselves, with no difference scarcely, only that their faculties are more perfect, because much freer, from causes now stated. This also I observed today. 1748, September 8. 2254. That the world of spirits is like what men are in their thoughts. Man cannot be known in the world as to what is his quality inwardly, because in his exteriors, face, gesture, and speech, he feigns sincerity, probity, piety, from various reasons, on account of the law, decorum, his own gain, cupidity of honor. So that it rarely appears what is his quality inwardly in his thoughts, even to friends, yea, occasionally to his warmest friends, amicissimus. He cultivates friendships for the sake of gain, although he might hate, odio persequeritur, such friends, and the like. 2255. But when the body is deposited, or these externals thrown off, as, when he becomes a spirit, then does it fully appear what is his quality inwardly, or in his thoughts, with what cupidity endued, with what insanity, for there they cannot simulate. This is forbidden. If he should simulate, it is straightway perceived, and he is cast out of company. Wherefore since only insanities rule man in his thoughts, he is of such quality when he comes into the world of spirits, so that the world of spirits consists of mere insanities, one of whom pursues the other with hatred, and would destroy him in a moment. Hatreds and discords rule to such an extent, that hence they receive their chief delights. From this anyone could perceive that, since there are so many myriads of such spirits, if the Lord did not rule the universe, there would be a most wretched state with all who depart this life, consequently with the human race, which is ruled by the Lord through spirits. These things are said and written in the presence of spirits who are silent. 1748, June 8. 2256. Concerning a certain discourse with the Jews. When they departed some distance off, towards the city Jerusalem, some of the principal men, primors, of the Jews, lamenting that they departed, for they desire that they should be present, and speak, and make plots, machinari, at last. As is customary with that nation, plotted that they would say something to me which yet was a fiction. And they said that they have found a certain Jew, who speaks similarly with them, and that he says to them, they spoke by undulating, as it were, from afar, whether have I known their Messiah? Who should lead them into Palestine with greater miracles than Moses? But it was given to reply to them, whether should he live to eternity, as is predicted by the Lord concerning Messiah. Thereupon they were ignorant what to say, and they consulted a long time, not knowing what they should answer, because Messiah was a man. Their consultations how they should reply, I did not hear, but there was a murmur amongst them for some time. At last they replied that he would live to eternity, thinking that the Lord would preserve his life to eternity. 2257. But then it was again given to rejoin to them, whether should the rest of the Jews also live to eternity, for were they to die after a few years like the rest, what profit would their Messiah be to them? For that is nothing which is not eternal. Everything else, because temporal and momentary, is nothing which expires and becomes naught. They answered that they would die, but that still the Messiah would raise them up in the other life, because he should teach and persuade them that there is another life. Now again it was given to reply to them, whether, as Isaiah and other prophets say, the Messiah should be so humble and despised, sit, on the foal of an ass, or whether, he should be, magnificent. Whether or no he should be cut off as the prophet says, and other things beside, which the prophets say. At last, when they knew not what further to frame, they said that it would be to him as the prophets say. They say that they cannot answer otherwise, for they have from the prophets that he shall come. 1748, June 9. 2258. Concerning certain who were raised up into heaven. Certain who were in faith were raised up into heaven, and others who were not in faith were indignant that others should be raised up, and not they. Wherefore they also were brought into the company of the celestials, but they said that they were straitened, for breath, and gustranter, and instead of heavenly joy only experienced straitness. Wherefore, also, were they expelled thence by themselves, for they could not be in the society of the celestials and their joy, though the former ones had said that they were in full joy. 1748, June 9. 2259. That the representative church is the body of the church. The church, like man, has a soul and a body, it is the same with heaven. The representative church, which consisted only in externals, resembled its body, wherefore also it must needs die, that an interior church may come forth, and this likewise, that a more interior church may come forth. It was with the church successively in time as with heaven at the same time. The Lord, who is alone man, heaven, and church, ought therefore to fulfill all the law, even the external one, because all things were a representation of him, and looked to him. I spoke of these things with the celestials. And it was confirmed by them. They also, while I write these things, flow into my hand, as they did, into my thought, for my thought is as it were abstracted. 1748, June 10. 2260. Concerning the Jews. I heard someone speaking of the Jews, that it is such a nation as to be wholly different from other nations, and that it is innate, inside them, in that people, to attempt to destroy and pervert whatever belongs to society, even in small as in great things, for wherever the occasion is furnished they intermix themselves, and have not a greater delight in anything else than in destroying the laws of order. That is, the laws of society. The reason is, that they have taken up hatred against love and order itself which is the Lord, and that their heads are such. These things also I do know, having been instructed by much experience, in fact, that of 2 years. 1748, June 9. 2261. Such a nation is not given under the sun, the idolaters of every region are much better. Muhammad wondered that such a nation could have existed and subsisted. This it may be proper to recall from a former experience. 2262. The most universal sense, the universal, sense, genus, species, the particular, the individual, the most single, singularism. In the sense of the Lord's word are everywhere given universal and singular senses, which may be apparent from this example, the word, Gentiles, gentes. When it stands for those who are to be brought into the Lord's kingdom, therefore in a good sense, it means, in the most universal sense, all in the universe, in the heavens and earths, terras, as well, those, who are, now, as those who have been. And those who are to come, in all worlds, in the universe. In the universal sense, it stands, for those, who are, have been, and are to come, in one world, as in ours, in every kingdom. The genera are more numerous, they are like kingdoms, or, doctrines, thus, those, in every world. Next are given species of these. In every kingdom, or every genus, are species, consequently they are very numerous. Particulars are still more numerous, belonging, to every species. Individuals, individua, belong to every man, as to his intellectuals and voluntary things, the most single, singularissima, belong to every idea and little affection, affectionculi, of an idea. 1748, June 9. These things, are written, in presence of spirits who hear, them. 2263. That the philosophy of men is only a vocabulary. I spoke with spirits concerning the philosophy of the world, wherein they place wisdom, to the effect, that it is but a vocabulary. For it is there treated as of qualities, accidents, forces, viribus, substances, and the like, as also of spirits, and other such matters, and they care for nothing else than to know what these words signify, as, for instance, what is signified by accidents, substances, and many other words, and they dispute concerning the signification of words, as if there was anything real therein, when yet they are only words. In like manner when any signification is found out, inventor, whether or no they signify it, so that they may be comprehended by one word, therefore by one idea. But those who do this possess many truths, because they were able to see it from experience in themselves and the world, but because they dispute about these things, everything becomes confused and dust, and they inhere therein. Consequently in material and corporeal things, so that hence, results, nothing but darkening, obfuscatio, the true light, lumen. 2264. Wherefore since they wish to enter by such things, into spiritual and celestial things, they precipitate themselves into mere shades, as when dust wishes, violet, to enter, the clear light. Thus the light, lux, is darkened, as it were, by shower, nimbus, cloud, darkness, tenebris, fog, wherein they then place light and wisdom. Wherefore their wisdom is mere obscuration, obtenebratio, of the light, lumen. Thus they blind themselves, and no mortals are less wise than those who proceed thus, and who wish from such philosophy, which is such dust, to enter into spiritual things, as, for example, that spirit is a substance to which, cabus for cui. I think, modes are not to be ascribed. When the dispute is concerning substance and modes, what they are, what thence, arises, but mere fogs, thus errors, consequently negations. June 9, 1748. 2265. Concerning the wisdom of spirits, especially of angels, and concerning the inspiration of the Lord's word. Besides the gifts with which souls are endowed after death, of which, I have treated, here and there, they are also able to know when the Lord grants, what is in an idea. For they perceive the varieties which inflow, and hence see as in clearer light, what there is, of the false, and what of the true, as well as what evil and what good. 2266. In like manner how it is with the societies of spirits, which operate into their ideas and communicate theirs therewith, thus of what quality are the societies of spirits in that state, this was also given me to know, though obscurely. When the cogitations, cogitata, of many societies flowed into one idea, or notion, cognitio, of a thing, then was it given to know of what quality was the difference of opinions generically, in genera. Thus of what quality was the world of spirits who were then around me. The angels can perceive this more clearly, hence may be apparent in what wisdom they can be who have faith in the Lord, and that in the other life they know, even spirits of lesser genius. More than man can know, Syri iti nas, if he should live 1,000 years. June 10, 1748. 2267. Certain were then raised up into heaven that they might see or know how those things were, and thence they told me that they thus saw what a multitude might be of this or that opinion. Thus could be within some if it were in order, sic in aliquibus, ordine, so that they could know plainly enough how many societies then present differed, and how many agreed. And had they been in the heaven of angels could almost have numbered the societies which were nearest, but not, tell, how there was influx into the more remote, non vero quomodo remotius in eos influt. Hence anyone may conclude that the Lord knows the most singularissima, things in the universal heaven, as well as in the human race, which is ruled by spirits, for that spirits and angels can know such things is the gift of the Lord, which is diminished and increased at his good pleasure, as well that the Lord disposes each and all things. This I now also perceived by an angelic idea. 2268. In a word, every idea, and every little perception, perceptioncula, and least of affection, is in its own order, or have their own order, from the common principle which inflows. This cannot but be incredible to everyone, but still it is the truth. For otherwise man, spirit, and angel could not have even the least idea, which was shown me by manifest experience, and confirmed by those who were raised up into the sphere of that light. 2269. When they were raised up into such a sphere, it is above the head, quite high, but a little to the front. 1748, June 10. 2270. They especially observed what is the inspiration of those things that are written in the word of the Lord, for now it appeared to them how it took place, and what faculty flowed into those things which were written by me, yea, not only into the sense, but even into the single words and ideas of words, yea, it seemed to them as if certain held my hand, and wrote, deeming that they were those who wrote. This was also granted me to perceive by a spiritual idea, yea, as it were, to feel beforehand what was in the most singularissima, idea, of every little letter which was written. Hence it is, as in clear light, that the word of the Lord is inspired as to every letter. 1748, June 10. 2271. Concerning what is to come. Angels do not know what is to come, the Lord alone knows, and he to whom he thinks worthy to reveal it. I first perceived something to be, as it were, execrated when certain desired to know what was to come, for then some think to know whether a thing is true or not, as is the case with men on earth. But in the last times miracles do not occur, nor are things to come predicted, for many reasons. One only it is permitted to adduce, namely, that the angels, in order that they may be in felicity, must not know in the least what is future. For the Lord looks out for them, what they think, every least moment. So the Lord has said that they were not anxious about the future. Moreover, the knowledge of the future, after which spirits long very much, would involve very many things that would disturb them, and order. Wherefore also it is wholly opposed to the government, regimen, of spirits and angels, who must take nothing to themselves, ipsi for ipsis, I think, of their own, but what is permitted them. 1748, June 10. 2272. Concerning the action of spirits into, the prophets in former times. It is known from the word of the Lord that the prophets in former times, used many postures, had various gestures, and that if they had lived today and performed such things they would be regarded as obsessed. Take, for instance, Sicket. That Saul laid down naked, and many such things. From which it may be concluded that they were wholly obsessed by spirits, who occupied their body, and all the senses and functions of the body, so that they thought that they were wholly his body. 2273. How it was with the prophets of that time was shown me to the living experience, for during a whole night, in which I waked at intervals, visibus, until morning, I was obsessed by spirits, who so occupied my body, and all that belonged to my body. That I hardly knew, but in a very obscure manner, that it was my body. Nevertheless I was still myself, iram mihi, I could think apart from my body, but as if excluded from the body, and having the thinnest part of my body. Since spirits occupied the whole thereof. 2274. When the spirits came, then appeared to me little clouds aggregated in various forms, part ending in sharp points, desinentibus acuminatum, part otherwise, with variety. The clouds thus aggregated were black. And it was then indicated to me by persuasion that they were such spirits. I thought that they were insane spirits, who were permitted to obsess me, for such were signified by the clumps of cloud, aggregated together variously. 2275. In the morning there was seen by me a chariot with 2 horses, wherein was a man, who was carried, then a horse whereon one sat, who was thrown off, rejectus, by the horse backwards, and there lay. Then the horse, as it were, kicked up his heels, recalcitrans, and another then sat on the horse. The horses were generous, generosi, as they are called. 2276. I do not yet know what is signified by the chariot with the pair of horses, and by the horseman who was thrown off backwards, and by another sitting on that horse, unless it relates to those things concerning which I am now instructed. That in former times when there were such prophets, or those in whom in former times spirits acted and spoke, that such were those who were thrown off backwards by horses, concerning whom it is also treated in Jacob's prophecy. And perhaps elsewhere, and by another sitting on that horse, was signified the state of that time, when spirits act into man. I saw the chariot and horses in wakefulness. Wherefore the throwing off of the rider by the horse, and his kicking up the heels, recalcitratio, signifies also the mode of acting in prophets, propheticum modum agendi, that there were some, who were thrown off, regiseriter for regiserenter. I think, backwards, and, they, succeeded who could sit upon horses, and not be thrown off. The horses, before the chariot, in like manner, were generous horses, but the chariot, not so noble, signified intellectual faith. 2277. By that living experience, of some hours' duration, I was afterwards instructed by a living voice, as I admit, with persuasion, that in a similar manner were the prophets of old, vetters, obsessed, to wit, that when spirits occupied them they occupied the whole of their body, and then that there was nothing of man left, as it were, but that the spirits possessed each and all of his parts, and hence directed themselves so insanely. The Lord nevertheless directing that they might not bring mischief on anyone. Thus those who were obsessed had nothing of themselves left, ita nihil earum, ca obsessi erant, relquam sibi habuerant. Whether it had been the same with the prophets who wrote, and who knew nothing of those things which they spoke, or how much they had known, whether it was only words which they had not understood, I do not yet know. 2278. They who were obsessed in the time of the Lord by devils, demonibus, were not differently circumstanced, besides which, these could bring harm upon man, but it was not so with the prophets. 2279. From these things it could also be plain to me that such obsessions of spirits at this day could not act similarly in a man who is in faith, to wit, that he himself does not carry on insanely, non insanum gerere. And is not such as the prophets of old who had no power over themselves, ca impot su erant, but that yet he could be similarly possessed by spirits, and notwithstanding be his own master, sui juris, that is to say, of his intellect and his will. For those who are in faith in the Lord cannot be possessed by spirits as to their faculty, aegis for earum, I think, of thought and action. 1748, June 11. 2280. During the time that I was in such a state, tempori quo talis eram, I could hear spirits speaking, but yet they were as if separated, for they said that I was absent, being ignorant whether I was there together, with them. And that thus I departed from them. 1748, June 11. 2281. Spirits who possessed the body afterwards also spoke with me, saying that they did not at all know other than that they were the body as well as the life in the body. They said still further, loquabanter usque alia, that they knew themselves to be spirits, and many things, besides, but this, they learned, from me, because they thus possessed what was mine, mea. 2282. From these things it may be evident that exteriors or external men are exercised with such a prophetic spirit as was Saul and many others who prophesied, concerning whom, it is treated, here and there in the word. And that thus they were wholly ignorant who they were, when, thus possessed by spirits. But verily, interior men who are in faith cannot be in such a state, tales, who, if they are possessed by a similar spirit, and only a similar one, are still left to themselves, as much in respect to their thoughts as their acts. Wherefore, also, is it predicted that the prophecies should cease, to wit, through the Lord, who should renew the interior man. 2283. Moreover, other prophetic influxes are also given, different from these, quam tales, to wit, such, that they are wholly their own masters as to their thought, quite as in other respects only that spirits speak with them. And when they are ordered, iis imperator, to do similar things and to gesticulate, like as the true prophets were commanded, as, that they should construct walls, and, besiege, them, and the like, of which also the word, treats, here and there. These influxes take place by internal persuasion, to wit, that it is so commanded by the Lord. And when there is such a persuasion they can by no means resist it, because the persuasion is that it is so commanded by the Lord, and thus man acts as from himself. This also I was taught several times, through living experience, and know for certain that such is the case. This is, written in the presence of spirits. 1748, June 10. 2284. That evil spirits especially hold infants in hatred. It is also given me to know by much experience that evil spirits especially hold infants in hatred. For often when I saw infants, they desired to harm them in various ways, vario modo, to kill them, which was given me to know from their fantasies. Even the infantile, which they enjoy, these spirits, hold in hatred. In a word, they hate, whatever is infantile, by reason that infants are innocences, thus they greatly pursue and hold in hatred the innocent. I inquired whether they also wished to do thus to their own infants. They said no. But, to those, of others, and that they cannot moderate such hatred in themselves. The reason is, because they hold in hatred the Lord, who alone is innocence. 1748, June 10. 2285. That particulars can by no means be fetched, a fairy, into the heavens, nor be understood by them. Particulars are the words of every tongue, are the names of men, cities, and the like, which are in the word of the Lord. These can by no means be fetched into the heavens, for they are the most finite things, therefore not at all suited to their ideas, wherefore only the significations of things, are thus suited. The speech of angels is not one of words, names, and the like, which are particulars, it is unintelligible to spirits, because it only contains things which the speech of words involves. Nor could angels understand me when speaking, save through mediate spirits, by whom the ideas of particulars were translated, transferenter, into universal, ideas, and significations of things. Nor do angels have such a memory, to wit. 2286. As the memory of corporeal and merely material ideas, which never agree, congruent, with their disposition, such things are far beneath or without them, from which it must be plain enough that by words and names, in the word of the Lord, are not understood particulars by which the sense of the letter is bounded, but interiors which are angelic, consequently spiritual and celestial things, therefore divine things. Wherefore if anyone understands persons by Moses, Aaron, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, least would he be understood by one of the angels. For when angels enter heaven, entire oblivion of such things occurs with them, for they are endued with spiritual and celestial ideas, thus with universal, ideas, and significant things. 1748, June 10. 2287. That souls are greatly astonished that they are spirits. A certain spirit now spoke with me, for he is quite high above the head towards the front, when he heard that I was speaking of spirit. He said, "What is a spirit?" supposing himself to be a man, therefore wishes to know what a spirit is. And I told him that since there is a spirit in man, or since there is a spirit of man which thinks, and since the body only serves the spirit for living on earth, and is without it, and since bone and flesh can by no means think, that it is therefore necessary that the spirit should be in the body, and when the body deceased it lives, thinks, and speaks. I inquired whether he had ever heard what the soul is. He said, "What is the soul? I know not what the soul is, and when it was given to say." 2288. That he is now a spirit which he could know hence, because he is so high above the head, and, that he does not stand upon the earth, tell Uri, that he could now perceive this, then being terrified he fled, crying out that he is a spirit. That he is a spirit because, as he said, he never knew it before, or because he has not understood what is the soul, nor that he is a soul. This occurred very often, namely, that they were greatly astonished at being souls or spirits, since they had never before believed it, because they had not understood what is the spirit and what the soul. So that they then complain very much, as to, whither they repair, not knowing where to dwell, and stay, and the like that, concerned them, in the world. Then was it given to say to them that the Lord looks out, consolate, for them, and they have no need of houses nor garments, nor food. 1748, June 10. 2289. Concerning a representation of the passage of Jordan when I was reading Joshua, chap. 3. Concerning the passage of Jordan, many were exceedingly desirous, ardor occupabat plures, to represent to themselves the passage of Jordan, because the land of Canaan signifies heaven, so that they might come into heaven. This also was granted them, and continued for an entire hour. It was represented that they were passed over the Jordan with their families and whatever was theirs, as also that the ark preceded and stood in the midst of Jordan until they had passed over. All this was represented very beautifully before their eyes, and the thought, mens, was then inserted in them to think this a reality, quod non allitera tumorant, when I perceived with what diligence and earnestness they passed over. As well as that presently when they had crossed over, they heartily rejoiced. They kept up this for an entire hour or two, and meanwhile other spirits, who supposed this, mere, fantasies, desired to disturb them by various machinations, but in vain, they were constantly secure and passed over, as they now say. 2290. Meanwhile it was given me to think that the Lord grants such things to them for the sake of reformation, to wit, that certain long for such things and desire them out of innocence, just like infants. And that then they are endued with a state of innocence, together with thoughts about the heaven, signified by the land to which they were passing over. This also I perceived. Thus through delights was insinuated not only the knowledge of what was meant by the Jordan, the ark, and the land of Canaan, but at the same time under such infantile joy that was innocent he implanted similar things in them. Wherefore they who divided and did not refrain could never effect aught, in whom it is also insinuated that such infantile sports are of use, because they have in themselves the true end, or the Lord. Who is innocence itself, ipsi innocens, and moreover, that the fantasies of no man and spirit, if considered, were like theirs, which are so evil as not to bear comparison therewith. 1748, June 11. 2291. That there is continually, continuatio for continuo, I think, given, by the Lord a preparation, to receive, life, and never life, itself. I was in discourse with the angels concerning this, whether they receive aught of life, or whether each and all that the Lord operates in men, souls, spirits, and angels are only preparations, for receiving life. That they could never receive life as their own is a truth and confirmed, that they are only organs or organic substances of life, or vessels of life, this also life, not to possess it, this also is a truth. By a spiritual idea the preparation was thus represented, as it were, by kinds, species, of receptions, recipiendi, destitute of life. And that they are only such kinds of receptions these representations cannot fall into human idea while, man, is in the body. 2292. That, should they be prepared to eternity, they could never possess life as their own, is evident from other facts as well as from this. That there are so many evils in the natural mind, that, there is, nothing, there, but evil augmented by parents, by the first man, and through themselves during the whole course of their life. When yet, in order that they may be in heaven, there must be correspondence, which can never be given save in most general things. As, for example, if but one idea be assumed wherein are indefinite things, and all the indefinites are evils made up by associated evils on every side, because, the idea, is an image of the man, therefore, made up, of evils from the first parent. And of acquired evils. Since, therefore, a single idea is of such a quality, and the indefinite things of the idea are such as pertain but to one kind of cupidity, and the kinds of cupidity, are also innumerable in genus, species, and particular. How then can man ever be reformed so that there may be correspondence, except only in a few things, by which few the Lord leads them to heaven and keeps them in the heavens. 1748, June 11. 2293. That soul, spirits, and angels learn truths, as much in a pleasant as a sorrowful state, but what is the difference? Spirits greatly complained when they heard certain truths, as that they were nothing, that they were only vessels and organs of life, that they can do nothing of themselves, and the like. Which were very distasteful and offensive to spirits, especially to those who were stirred with self-love. But others learn truths in a pleasant state. Wherefore they complained that they should learn in so hard and grievous a state, for these truths were exceedingly distasteful to them. Then came the thought to angels and spirits why they are taught in a grievous state. But the reply was made them that the state in which they are when they learn has this property, that it returns or is recalled with the truths. Wherefore when a similar truth returns or is recalled, especially when it becomes familiar, and is, as it were, appropriated, then that sadness also returns which is gladdened by the Lord and becomes pleasant, thus its sense is exalted. In like manner everything has relation to its dissimilars, yea, its opposites, as may be apparent from many things in nature, from taste, order, every object of sight, from 1,000 other things, from the harmonies of music. L. 748, June 11. 2294. Which also is the reason that the states of spirits are varied, so that thereto may be compared the vicissitudes of the year, as also of the day, to wit, morning, noon, evening, and night, also morning, or spring, summer, autumn, winter. Also spring. But with indefinite difference, with the angels, the changes, are like its noon, evening, and night, only as in springtime, and they have spring, and so forth. 1748, June 11. Wherefore I observed that what constituted the felicity and gladness of some spirits was to the angels cheerless and unhappy, because all things are relative. 2295. That ideas are perceived with all variety. Something was said by me, which certain spirits afterward said was not so good as they imagined, but it was given me to reply that it can never happen that one perceives similarly the idea of another. Everyone perceives, according to his disposition, so that the same idea or sense of ideas is never received by one like as by another, as also that everyone receives according to his disposition, and some cannot, because of such quality, perceive what there was cheerful and good in the idea. Thus they conclude from their own ideas, for in a single idea are indefinite things, therefore they perceive, each, according to the quality of him who receives. Such is the case with regard to generals as well as singulars, interiors as well as more interior things. This was forthwith shown me. There were certain spirits among them who desire to punish, and when they began, I represented plumes in their hands, then palms. They immediately said that we hold in our hands only rods, that is, without leaves, which was done that I might know how ideas are received according to different dispositions. 1748, June 11. 2296. That permission, leave, venia, good pleasure, and the will of the Lord are in all things which happen, but have a relation, applicate, to subjects. It was given to make a distinction amongst permissions, which are divided also into genera, and these into species as also, to distinguish, amongst leaves, venias, which belong to good spirits, and amongst leaves, venias, which belong to angels. And to divide, all into genera and species. Inasmuch now, as the will of the Lord reigns in each and all things, for he rules all things, therefore good pleasures, leaves, and permissions, are circumstanced according to subjects, like as when many think, speak, or do the same thing. One acts from permission, another from leave, a third from good pleasure, for each and all things are from an end. I 748, June 11. 2297. Concerning the indefinite, indefinitate, of all things. Inasmuch as it has been said several times that there is nothing given in the nature of things which is not a certain very general principle, and contains in itself indefinite things, not even the idea of a single word. Still more, one made up of many ideas, a spirit, was indignant that he therefore comprehended nothing because, there prevailed, the indefinite in everything, as, for instance, now, in fear. But it was given to reply to him that not only is there the indefinite, but an indefinite of indefinites. Of indefinities and still of indefinities, so that every natural indefinite is multiplied by indefinities multiplied so many times together, and then at the same time he was somewhat stirred by a spiritual idea to say that then he was nothing. Therefore knew nothing, which is confirmed by the angels. 1748, June 11. 2298. Afterwards it was said by those then with me that if it had not been for the microscope, by which things could be viewed that were too minute for the eye to see, that they would have supposed, for instance, the greater parts of the body. because they could not see their interiors to be a one. Still less, would have supposed, it to consist of indefinites. The microscope revealed that those things they previously supposed to have been a unit contain innumerable things. For instance, that a little worm, scarce visible to the minutest ray of sight, possessed organs of sense, viscera, as many as a large animal, cerebrum, spinal marrows, pulmonary pipes, organs of generation. So that there is not a single thing, not any member whatever, but could yet be detected by the microscope as to whether or no it consisted of follicles, pipes, vessels, fibers, and whether or no a vital fluid was therein, and so forth. Thus it must be evident how much is latent only in those things that are merely corporeal and natural. What therefore may not be latent in fewer things, for whatever vital principle arises hence happens by mediate organic substances. 1748, June 11. 2299. Concerning those who wish to enter into divine mysteries by natural philosophy, or the things of physics. When the discourse was concerning spirituals, that which was perceived by me with a spiritual idea was perceived by a certain one materially. As it were, small white lines, which was a sign that spirituals are conceived of materially, which yet are not material things, because they are the powers of substances. When, therefore, they, who depend, on physics or philosophy desire hence to enter into those things that are spiritual and belong to faith, then their material ideas remain which are thus represented in the other life. Such persons are very greatly afflicted in the other life when they hear the truths of faith, yea, even to that pitch of anxiety, that they suppose they can scarcely be cured. This was given me to know today by experience, from a certain spirit who was so long afflicted that they despaired of his serum for aegis, I think, being cured. But no disease or irremediable evil is given, because the power of the Lord is infinite. 2300. Such spirits have also this peculiarity, that they very widely diffuse their fantasies concerning spirituals, and, as it were, close up the ideas of others, so that others can scarcely perceive spirituals otherwise. Therefore, unless they are reduced to another state, they can by no means be present so long in the societies of spirits. Whether they can be among the societies of the celestials, I cannot yet know, only that then thoughts concerning the causes of things, and the like, must be removed. 1748, June 11. 2301 to 2350. 2301. But it should be closely understood what is meant by entering into spirituals through natural philosophy, to wit, that it is never forbidden to confirm the truths of faith and spirituals by the things that are in nature. Because a correspondence of all is given. For then the truth has command, and natural truths serve to confirm it. Human minds are so constituted that they thus may better acknowledge spirituals, for no one can have any idea of purely spiritual things save by the things in the world. Even, in regard to words by which senses are expressed, the ideas thereof are material, for then the Lord leads and inflows, who is truth itself, and thus the Lord illuminates the mind by confirmations. But to believe nothing, or to acknowledge no spiritual truth, as not even to admit a heaven, angels, spirits, the life after death, and many other things, unless they are seen and perceived by natural philosophy, or as they say, unless they are demonstrated to their senses, this is wholly forbidden. Then do they become of such sort who began thus to examine. 1748, June 11. Wherefore they wish to see spirituals and celestials from naturals, which is impossible. How can that which is compound, as I may say, enter and penetrate those things that are components? This is against all possibility. Wherefore if it attempts, would either be burst asunder, and so perish, or be struck blind so as to see nothing at all. But from spirituals, as from components, the compounds may be seen and wholly discerned. 1748, June 11. 2302. That there is no need of revering any spirit. It was said by spirits, because perceived by a spiritual idea, that they should never be revered, for they continually desire and insist upon it that they may be feared, and others and men revere them, for it is their greatest desire, studium. But inasmuch as their state is continually changed, they cannot think nor speak of themselves, nor remember anything of themselves, nor punish, nor reward, therefore they should not be revered. The Lord alone is to be revered, who knows each and all things, and rules the universal heaven and earth, and rewards and makes good. Angels likewise are not to be worshipped, still less adored, for the good they do is not theirs, but the Lord's, which all the angels confess, otherwise they are not angels, yet honor is done them so far as they are the Lord's. 1748, June 12. 2303. That ideas, when separated, are associated by the Lord with many other ideas which serve to man's, aegis, felicity. See what was previously said, namely, that ideas are of a multiple nature, manifold. And that there are so many things in a single idea as to exceed the faith and apprehension of man, from so many multiplied and multiple things grows up a single idea, which sometimes is so hideous, deformis, that were presented to the eye. With such things as are annexed thereto, allegata, or a form like it appear, men and spirits would abhor themselves, so that the devil cannot be more hideously depicted. Yet men and spirits love such their ideas, and think them to be more beautiful than everything in the universe. Wherefore in the other life such things are separated by the Lord, so as not to cohere, and, ideas, may not be so hideous for since man is man because he thinks, and thought is a series of ideas. Man, himself presents, such, an appearance, in order that he may not so appear, ani sit talis. 2304. Such ideas are separated, and, indeed, in such a manner that to those things which are in a single idea other things may be adjoined. So that when that idea comes forth, then those things which are associated therewith may at the same time come forth, or such things as are also adjoined, adjuta. Hence as soon as his idea comes forth, the Lord inserts those things which he has associated or added, thereto, thereby the idea is turned into a beautiful one, according to the good pleasure of the Lord, this is the good of the subject. In the other life ideas, themselves, cannot be disfigured, because such is the state of spirits that they are not allowed to act from license or their own free will, proprio arbitrio. Concerning the state of spirits, see elsewhere. 1748, June 12. 2305. When any soul or any spirit comes amongst others, there are forthwith many who are carried away by a desire of examining him, and of knowing what his quality is, therefore they examine him in various manners. Then, also, there are many who scarcely think of anything else than to find something of evil, to rush out, chastise, and punish. Such is the ardor by which many are carried away, so that they are, as it were, torturers, although in the life of the body no such thing is heard of by them. Then when they examine, the Lord permits only that which is made up of their ideas, and in their ideas, to come forth that pleases him, for if all the evil and filthy things which belong to ideas, and are in ideas, should come forth, they could never subsist, but would be, as it were, mangled by swift dogs. Thus the Lord, of these things that are made up of ideas, and are in ideas, permits only those to come forth which are to be reformed, and which are not reformable without the punishment of vastation. Wherefore all permissions, punishments, and species of vastation are for the sake of good. 1748, June 12. 2306. I sometimes wondered, and spirits also, that such ideas as are mere fantasies, and the fantasies among them have the same effect which the senses have in the body, to wit, that they not only seem to themselves to suffer pains and very many things, but that they perceive them in reality, so that their fantasies have an effect, as it were, real or sensitive. Wherefore they could not know why these could be called fantasies, since they are perceived by the senses in reality. But it is the fact that their fantasies have so real an effect, inasmuch as they are of such a character as to believe it. But when they receive faith from the Lord, then they at the same time receive the gift or the faculty to be capable of being withdrawn therefrom, and to be led to believe that these are fantasies. Wherefore they are then removed, raised up, by the Lord. It is not so before, except in a certain miraculous manner. 1748, June 12. That men and spirits may be led to good by the Lord, so far as they receive from the Lord. Many spirits complain that they are of such a character and cannot be different. Wherefore they undergo vastations, and much besides, plura alia, in order that they may be such, as the Lord wills, and when the Lord has increased and added the things that are of true faith, they are such as he desires. 2307. Those who have habituated themselves to speak obscene and filthy things in the life of the body, retain the like in the other life. I have heard of certain spirits, who, when anything obscene, yea, filthy, was excited, could not have abstained therefrom, but babbled the like so that it offended the ears of other spirits, some of whom on that account withdrew. A certain one said that he had become accustomed to such things in the life of the body, and yet he was such as could know what was true as well as other spirits. Wherefore such a habit should be guarded against, because it remains, and, the offender, is ejected from society. 1748, June 12. 2308. Concerning the speech of spirits with each other. That spirits speak together is true, but how their speech is carried on, fit, whether by a species of vocal articulation, like man's speech, concerning this I spoke with spirits. They supposed that they also spoke articulately, and, as it were, by words of sound. But when it was more considered I was instructed that, it is, not by words, and, the articulations of words, still less by sound, but by ideas similar to the ideas which are formed through words. For it is known that man when he hears, anyone, speaking, attends only to the sense of the words, therefore not to the words, as anyone may know from his own experience. Therefore, that he attends, immediately to the sense of the words, that is, to the ideas formed through articulated words. Spirits when they speak together through such ideas do not reflect on the words and articulations of words and sound, any more than man whenever he speaks, since they attend closely to the sense of the words. Wherefore spirits, because they do not reflect thereupon, cannot suppose otherwise than that they speak just like men. 2309. But because, they spoke, with me in a sonorous manner, and with articulate words, thence they also supposed that their speech with each other was similar. But this is not so, because their ideas fall with me into words, and thus they supposed that the words, as also the tones of the voice, are from them. That the matter stands thus may be sufficiently evident from this single fact, that they speak to me in my vernacular as well as though born therein, although they were born thousands of years previously, or in quite another region. Yea, are even infants who have never arrived at such an age as to be yet able to speak. 1748, June 12. 2310. Concerning indignation and anger. The world of spirits is of such a character that when any relaxation is granted them, then are they immediately filled with indignation and anger. And it was granted me to perceive how in the world of spirits reigns indignation and anger, that, it prevails, in the minutest things of the senses and the perception. So that not so much as the least thing can be given but is occupied by the common indignation and anger, or the common sphere, and turned, vertitor, into evil. The reason is, that when hatred reigns, there also reigns such a common sphere of indignation and anger against all that is true and good. I speak from living experience. Wherefore, unless such spheres of turning, or turnings, into evil, as I may call them, were restrained by the Lord, man could not help destroying forthwith all that was still true and good, in him, yea, even his pleasurable principle. For indignation is anger as soon as any happy or pleasurable principle is there. For it is envy, because, proceeding, from hatred. 1748, June 12. 2311. Hence it might plainly appear that in the whole world of spirits reigns hatred against the true and the good, therefore against the Lord. For not the least perceptible, sensible, thing could be given me wherein it did not reign, which, it did, not, wonderfully bend and pervert. And this is in the common system of that world, that it would inflow into all, and entirely avert them from all that is true and good, and wholly pervert the true and the good, did not the Lord rule the universe. This, experience occurred quite plainly to me, in presence of the angels and, such, as did not wish before to believe, that the Lord rules the universe. 1748, June 12. 2312. Then was it given to perceive that hatred of the true and the good, consequently that anger, proceeds, from the interior of spirits, consequently of men, thus is inrooted. For it was so subtle, perceptive, perceptiva, and common at the same time, that it could not have been distinguished whence it came, therefore because it proceeded from the conatus of all. In order that I might be gifted with subtle perception, it happened as soon as I awoke from sleep, at which time there was a subtle perception of those things which are in the world of spirits. It is otherwise when I have been long awake, for when first awake, then all things are perceived in repose of what quality they are, but this is not the case during a disturbance, tuba. The thoughts of spirits are also excited and disturbed by the confusion, tuba, of wakefulness, wherefore perception is not so subtle at that time as at the first waking. 2313. Concerning the philosophy of man, how it blinds the mind. It was given to explain in presence of spirits how the philosophy of man blinds the mind, so that at last the truth is shaded and hidden so that it cannot at all appear. And it was shown, by continued representative spiritual ideas, to wit, how the light for perceiving truths is given man by the Lord and how such things as constitute the faculties of perception pass into artificial modes of reasoning. And at last into mere terms and controversies about terms, and how controversies of controversies arise, so that at last all reasoning is, as it were, covered over by such things, so that not the least light can shine through. Therefore that some confess that they see not the least. 2314. Since such things were exhibited by representative spiritual ideas, and yet the light can appear when these things are removed, therefore that it is impossible for any truth to be seen by him who is immersed in such things. When yet the light can appear to boys, women, and the untaught who give heed. This was so demonstrated by spiritual representative ideas, and therefore, shown, me in clear light that such was the case, that it can never be denied. But how spiritual truths are not only obscured so as to be, as it were, none, but are also perverted, I shall treat, elsewhere, if the Lord think worthy. 1748, June 12. 2315. That societies are continued, as it were, in a concatenated series. Since, therefore, heaven resembles the body of man, and its parts, societies, are also associated in a certain continual series. In order that I might know it by living experience, it was given me to say not far from me that he should not only reflect about me, but also about those who are around him, for without reflection can nothing be known that is at the side or round about. And when the power of reflection was given him, he said that he observes so many things that he cannot declare them, and they said that he should not reflect about them, because they are ignorant why these things, hic for hoec, I think, occur. 2316. Hence it must be evident that the societies of spirits form a concatenated series, so that one is related, is referred, to another in a series arranged in a most orderly manner, and that he who spoke to me was a sort of subject looking hitherward, to which very many others are referred, related, who scarcely knew anything about me. Therefore the order of things, the series of order, and, of coordination, and the subordinations of the societies in the world of spirits and in the heavens are incomprehensible. There are in the heavens, as it were, perpetual centers, and a mutual relation, respectus, of all, not comparable to the relation of circumferences to centers, but, as it were, of continual centers amongst each other, from whose coordination each and all things are coordinated. 1748, June 12. 2317. There were others to whom it was also given to see the multitude of spirits who were overwhelmed with amazement. At length, returning to themselves, they acknowledged that they are nothing, since the kingdom of the Lord is of such extent and vastness. 2318. When I suffered my ideas to expatiate, they were conducted around through a spiral from left to right, and arranged themselves in reference to a center, etc. concentrament. Hence it may be concluded that such is the flux of endeavors, conatus, and forces, everywhere to their centers, namely, through spirals from left to right, to centers. It is so therefore in every part, ubivus, even, in the least point. 1748, June 13. 2319. That a multitude of men who can be together in the earth, or be in the same place, can yet be so separated in the world of spirits as to be quite far apart. The being in one place in the world, or after the life of the body, does not cause the being together in the other life. One may be in the east, another in the west, and be ruled by spirits. One by spirits who are towards, versus, one quarter, plaga, and the other by those who are in another quarter. For the quality of man causes him to be here or there, ita vel ibi, as may be sufficiently concluded from the places of spirits in the grand man, magno corpore, and from distance in the other life. Which is not otherwise constituted than according to the quality of the man. Wherefore an infant can lie in its mother's bosom, the infant may be in heaven whilst the mother may be in hell, and so forth. 1748, June 13. 2320. That offences could not but come. I have now perceived by a spiritual idea that offences could not but come, since man is in a very general idea of truths. For instance, take that most general idea, that the Lord rules all things. Inasmuch, then, as there are innumerable things which conflict, repugnant, causing man to doubt, as how thus can all evils exist, and very many other things. There cannot but be something to rise in the mind and destroy that truth, because he understands nothing except from sensuals and corporeals, and supposes himself able from these, ipsi for ipsis, I think, to acquire to himself faith, which the Lord alone bestows. Therefore he cannot have faith. I saw in spiritual idea that there must be such as make for themselves continual conflicts, of mind, and so destroy the truths of faith. 1748, June 13. Unless ignorance excused, it could be all over with man. 2321. That the Lord rules the universe. Since there are so many myriads of spirits in the world of spirits, and every one of them of a different nature and disposition, just like men, it may seem wonderful how all these can be reduced to a one, or be ruled. When there are continual societies. And moreover, a single person, or the society of a single one, perceives plainly enough the activities of the remaining societies, and many of them are such that they breathe nothing else than killing one another. And destroying whatever is styled, audit, society, social principle, sociale, and bonds, restraints, vinculum, for they are moved by self-love, and thus by hatred against every other body, especially against all that belongs to faith. Consequently that belongs to true love, therefore against the Lord. In so universal and singular a discord, still all and each are so ruled by the Lord, that not even one can hissir, against another, hence it must also be evident of what quality is order and what the subordination. And moreover, it does not appear to them that there are any bonds, but as if they were free, every spirit supposes that he can act according to his own fantasy. 2322. That this might be known by living experience, and to the perception, such a state was induced by the Lord, as that there might be a certain perception, as it were, of innumerable persons, who endeavored and acted. This lasted over an hour, if not for 2 hours. And meanwhile it was plainly perceived how the minutest things proceeded in their order, so that among so many who were, as it were, perceived by me to be innumerable, not even one could have hissed, or do the least thing. Save in that series and that order which suited the Lord's good pleasure, all things were so distinct, and proceeded distinctly. A most manifest proof that the Lord rules the universe, than which I have not yet perceived a more manifest one. Likewise, also, certain spirits who are around me confess it, and yet such is the state of the spiritual world, that if a single spirit thinks otherwise than in his order, straightway his neighbors, and so forth, are thereby disturbed, for so many are the objects of their thoughts, and so many the causes of excitement, excitamenta, of their endeavors, connatuum, and forces, and cupidities, which nevertheless were now held, as it were, suspended and restrained so that nothing could be excited by one that could disturb the series of thoughts of any other one. 1748, June 13. 2323. In the world of spirits, especially, the region of souls, sometimes license is granted them, and the bonds, as it were, are loosened, so that the rein is relaxed upon their cupidities, but rarely on their falsities. Then they suppose that, their sphere, extended afar, and indeed throughout the universal heaven, and disturbed not only the whole world of spirits, but also the heavens. But it is a fallacy of sense. The sphere of their activity does not extend to a distance. It immediately ceases at a narrow circumference, as it were, for such is the equilibrium, as I may style it, that it is established immediately should there appear even a very great disturbance. This must be plain enough from the human race, that the greatest disturbance amongst any does not extend widely, and yet all are ruled through the world of spirits. 1748, June 13. 2324. That every society is a man. Like as the greatest society, in relation to the presence of the Lord himself, is a man, and so constitutes the body of the Lord, for the Lord is its life, so also are all the societies likewise men and bodies. That a society is a man, or composite person, was shown me today, for man does not rule himself, but is ruled, through spirits by the Lord. The spirits who constitute the society are similarly circumstanced. As it is with the grand man, so is it with the lesser and least divisions, consequently so it is with the societies, according to all variety. 1748, June 14. 2325. That neither man, spirits, nor angels think, will, or act from themselves, and their thinking so is a fallacy of sense, and a fantasy, and yet, that the Lord is not the cause of evil. This proposition was laid before spirits who supposed that they think, will, and do everything from themselves, and they supposed that this was absurd, because they seem to themselves to perceive that they think, will, and act from themselves. But yet it is the truth, and the consequence thereof is, that they are mere organic substances, and the Lord alone is life. 2326. That yet the Lord is nowise not in the least the cause of evil, follows from this, that when the life of the Lord flows into the heavens and the world of spirits, then the organic forms or substances receive life, each one according to its form. Some in this way, some in that, thus with indefinite variety. The life which inflows is supposed by them to be their own, hence, arise, perversities. 1748, June 15. 2327. When this proposition was confirmed by the angels, they at last began to believe it, then acknowledging, confessing, that they are nothing, and then it was said to them that such a confession with intellectual faith is the beginning of humiliation. 1748, June 15. 2328. When they remembered that they had been instructed during life, to wit, that the Lord gives power, the Lord gives life and strength, then they affirmed that it is true, and a true doctrine. Adding that it is so with faith, that they know and yet do not believe. 1748, June 15. 2329. From whence, arise, all the objects of thought and hence that, they proceed, from the affections of angels, spirits, and men, when, yet, they are only organic substances. Since there is no life given but one, to wit, that of the Lord, and all who are in the heavens and in the world are only forms and substances formed to receive life, the doubt may arise whence spring the objects of thoughts. For it is known that no thought can exist except an object be given according to the rule that the objects must move the sense. Wherefore it is replied, that, it is, the Lord who loves to preserve each and all who are in the heavens and the world, and pities them, hence every object is divine and most holy from its origin. But when he glides into forms or formed substances, which are perverse, then thoughts exist according to the form and disposition of each. And because the Lord continually pities them, and intends and consults for their safety, it cannot be but that each and all things, being from a most holy origin, are kept in order, beyond which no one can fall, delahai, unless it be purposed for his good. 1748, June 15. 2330. Concerning a discourse with spirits about heaven. Those who come into the other life at first suppose that they are surely still in the body, and wonder much when they are told that they are not in the body, nor clothed with a body, but that they are spirits, and in the other life. Whereupon when they reflect, they, then, know, as also from other things, that they are spirits, and they wonder in what manner they can live after death. They are then told that it is not the body which lives, but the spirit in the body, and that the body is only to serve the spirit, as may be known to anyone if he will attend. But they who live only for the body suppose all things are for the sake of the body, therefore they live the life of brute animals, whose thoughts extend no farther. Such was my speech with a spirit today, who was ignorant that he was in the other life, and that there was another life. 2331. Then my discourse was, that he has now come into a kingdom that should endure to eternity, and ought to know what are the laws of the kingdom, so as to be able to live happy to eternity. Without a knowledge of the laws no one can enter into this eternal kingdom. Its laws are the laws of faith, consequently truths, for which they have no care during the life of the body, when yet these are the things which are eternal and necessary for him in a kingdom that was to endure to eternity. Wherefore man should attend to these things, but not to such as are in the world, save only to serve the body, for the sake of his soul, and, to serve, general society for the sake of their souls. This should be his aim, for this is, the eternal, but not the corporeal and mundane, which are separate from those things that belong to the eternal kingdom. These withdraw, and lead to hell. Such was nearly my discourse with spirits. And they wonder that they can have so little, if any, care for those things that belong to souls, when yet it is on their account that they are in the world, and these live to eternity. 1748, June 16. 2332. The wonderful things that exist in the other life. Beside innumerable wonderful things that exist in the other life, in the world of spirits and in the heavens, it is granted to relate these, that spirits, when the Lord allows, are immediately present. Even if they were at a distance thence of 1,000 or 10,000 miles, or if they had been in India, and been buried there, still they are present in a moment, and, indeed, sometimes so near that they appear next to the ear to the head. And even within the body. Yea, the same happens if they are in the most distant planet. Spirits wonder thereat and suppose for certain that they are certainly thus near. 2333. For they touch the part of the body evident to sense, act therein, speak in the ear, so that they never suppose other than that they are there, when yet, as has been said, they are absent thence several thousands of miles. For they must be in some place. It was said to them, that it is a fallacy of sense that they suppose themselves to be so near at hand, but this they cannot be induced to believe, because they trust to their senses. It was also said to them that distances are not given in the spiritual world, still less in the heavens. In like manner there are no distances to our sight, not even between us and the sun, but we estimate distances from, by, intermediates, as well as previous knowledge, which is not the case in the spiritual world. 2334. The other fact is, that spirits, according to their quality, appear in a certain region, either directly above the head, to the front, rear, side, or in a horizontal line with the face, or in every region of any organ thereof. Or below about the neck, breast, stomach, side, loins, feet, or beneath, and indeed very deep, and this never fails. Thus they appear near, or slightly removed, high or low, just as was previously said concerning the lake Gehenna, that it continually appears in the same quarter, and this, wherever man turns himself. Still are they there fixed so long as they are of such a sort. These things are circumstanced according to their quality, hence according to their situation in the grand man, according to the ordination of the Lord. This was demonstrated to me by experience, to wit, that wherever I could have turned myself they still appeared thus situated with respect to the body. 2335. These are wonderful things, scarce capable of being believed, but yet are true. 1748, June 16. 2336. Still they do not always present themselves according to situation in the grand man, for evil spirits who are inflated with self-love are very often on high above the head in front, because their mind, animus, carries them thither. But I do not yet know the reason of this difference. At the back, very much of the time, are such as wish to command, for it was told me that such adhere as it were to the back of man. Then also they change localities, so that those who have been long beneath are raised up above, but such at length are brought back to another place appointed for them. They are like the foul and turgid exhalations in our body that also flow, enitent, from the stomach and other parts of the body to the provinces of the head, and infest them, but yet are hence cast out, and are not thence debarred. From such a cause as may be known, by an idea of representation, from similar things in the human body, especially in the body when affected with any disease, that, when it returns to health, an equilibrium of everything occurs. 2337. That altitude and distance are appearances and fallacies is demonstrated sometimes, to wit, that those who are beneath the feet are immediately raised up on high, yea, the very highest, and forthwith near to the head. So that spirits wondered how it was done, and they were then told that such changes of place are fallacies arising from fantasies. 1748, June 16. 2338. Sometimes so many appear in one space, yea, in the same space, that if they were all there, one would necessarily be within another, and thus entirely in one place. This was also observed, and at first I wondered how such a thing could exist. I thought at first that one was, as it were, within another, or passed through another, besides other things. 2339. Concerning the Last Judgment. A common opinion prevails that souls will not be raised up from their sepulchres till the last judgment when heaven and earth will perish, and that then first all souls should be placed in presence of judgment, and be judged according to the letter in the word of the Lord. This opinion has this effect, that scarcely anyone believes the resurrection, especially when he also believes that heaven and earth will not perish, as well as that there is still a long while to the last day. In a word, such an opinion has sunk many men in lethargy. 2340. But still the interior sense of the Lord's word is different, to wit, that everyone has his judgment when he dies, for immediately then is the soul or spirit separated from the body, and comes into another life, and suffers judgment according the judgment to faith and works. It is everywhere treated concerning where it speaks of hell and of heaven. 1748, June 17. 2341. Concerning speech on several occasions without, extra, the society. When I spoke, and others spoke, by perceiving nothing that they said, they did not happen to know that it is a sign they do not then speak in society, but with another society of spirits, for he who is in society perceives what is said, and speaks so as not then to attend to what is said. He speaks with those who are more remote from the society. Wherefore from the perception of speech it may also be decided whether he is within or without the society, or in an intermediate station, near, or remote. 1748, June 17. 2342. Concerning a state of quiet and anger, excandescentia, of evil spirits. I was reduced to a state of quiet after a deep sleep in the afternoon. When I awoke, I perceived, as it were, an undulating principle about the feet, which endeavored to rise, but could not, doubtless because I was thus reduced to a state of quiet, i.e., was among those who are in a quiet state, and perceive under themselves a crowd, confusion, of spirits like a troublous sea. I was kept in that state nearly an entire hour, and am still kept therein, and I then perceived spirits around me as it were in tumultuous anger, endeavoring to throw me, de turber, out of that state, and attempting it with every endeavor, conatus, which also they said. Thus that they attempted with various endeavors to discompose me, and enter into my will and excite thoughts which disturb quiet. Sometimes it was allowed then from the slightest cause of no moment, they wished and endeavored to excite the greatest confusion, tubba. This also, was granted me to recognize, observe. 2343. I then heard spirits speaking, saying, that, because, they were very restless and indeed particularly on account of not being able to reduce me to their own most restless state. Hence they were angry, sixcencendes, and as soon as was granted them any power of disturbing me slightly, they said their anger and troubled state was lessened. 2344. Hence it may also be manifest that there are those who are in a quiet state, that is, whom the Lord keeps and preserves in a quiet state, and that evil spirits can effect nothing with all their endeavors. And that they must needs fly thence precipitately, prorsus, for they perceive the restless crowd, like a troublous and tumultuous sea, which they flee. 2345. But the state of quiet is not a state of cupidities, the state of cupidities, wherein man delights, is a state of quiet of evil spirits, and is changed in the other life into a turbulent state, or like that of an awful sea. 2346. Concerning the signification of the rainbow after the flood. I spoke with angels concerning the state of certain surging ones after death, who are of such a character as to be incapable of admitting anything good. But as soon as anything, even the least of their good principle, is present, it is forthwith carried away into evil. Such are those who are the worst sort, who wholly desecrate sacred things, and are nothing but hatreds and cunning, treachery. In the other life these cannot be reformed, nor their natural disposition bent to good, but are wholly vastated, till nothing of them remains, so that they no longer possess their life, but become different, others, although what is theirs remains. But this is not allowed to appear. For as soon as it appears, and they thus recognize what is theirs so that they can be the least particle possessed of their own life, they cannot be in the society of the celestials, wherefore they are such as are wholly vastated. As I have heard of the antediluvians. 2347. But after the flood things are different. A man after death loses nothing of his own life, but it is so tempered, and what there is of it bent to what is pleasant and good, that all thereof appears his but as bent to good, but it is the Lord's. Such are they who have not profaned sacred things, and who are not hatreds and treachery. Such is the state of the post-diluvians, who are therefore compared to the rainbow, in whose colors black belongs to man, but the light with the white is the Lord's. And without light and white there is no color, nor does color exist without black, for it is a mixture and tempering of these effected by light. 2348. Hence it must be evident that the post-diluvian man is such that he is able to retain all his life and perceive it as his own, although it is not his life and perception, but appears as his. Otherwise than was the case with them who lived before the flood. Wherefore the rainbow was for a sign, and it is added that winter, summer, and spring shall never fail, these are, changes representing similar things in the interior sense. 1748, June 17. 2349. The third point of comparison, as we may call it, with the rainbow flows hence, that the more interior things of man must be so related to his interiors, or his celestials and spirituals so related to his naturals. That the naturals shall be wholly obedient to his spirituals and celestials. Then when the natural is thus obedient, it is compared to something pellucid, for then the obedient natural is, as it were, pellucid, transmitting all spiritual life. But when the naturals of man are such as to be nothing but filthy and evil, then this pellucid principle is moderated, weakened, as when the light passes through the pellucid principle and is turned into colors, which are beautiful and beautifully arranged by the Lord. 2350. Wherefore what is man's thus remains so that he thinks it his own, and the life which he possessed in the body remains, but is more beautiful, pleasant, and happy, which may still be evident from this. That their fantasies are turned into delightful kinds of representations, which are imaginative, which also remain with angels. They are most beautiful and pleasant representations, and felicity is inwardly therein, so that it arises therefrom. These representations are such fantasies as are changed into beautiful imaginative ideas, therefore such as are delightful, and because felicity is in them, it arises from them, besides other things that are indefinite. 1748, June 17. 2351–2400. 2351. As only, for example, that proneness to irritability, iracundia, is turned into zeal, wherein is the natural principle of active life increased from the spiritual active life for the glory of the Lord. 2352. That angels know from an idea of man, even his least, what sort of spirits are in the neighborhood. Man's ideas, as already said, contain in themselves, have in themselves, near and remote from themselves, indefinite things, all of which are wont to be excited, as may be known to anyone. When I exercised thought, or had an idea of a single thing, then those things which were in or near the idea were excited by spirits, and indeed variously. They excited whatever accorded with themselves and their nature. The evils according to their disposition, the good, goods. Hence the angels could immediately recognize the Lord granting and doing it, of what sort of genus and species were the spirits present, also where they were, and from what region, besides other things which I do not know. 2353. Hence also it must be evident of what quality are human ideas, and that they are excited by spirits according to the state of man. 1748, June 18. 2354. Concerning Balaam, why he pronounced a blessing. It may happen, to appear, wonderful to anyone that Balaam could curse the people. But that Jehovah did not hearken to him, yea, also that he had to bless them, as is also read Joshua 24 verses 9 and 10, as if the cursing of the people, aegis, pronounced by him, he would have cursed them if thereby he could have effected anything. But I am able to know, to some extent, from the state of the world of spirits, to wit, that very many of them seek a pretext for punishing. And as soon as they find aught of evil, that is of any moment, desire the soul to be delivered to them, as I know from many experiences. They anxiously search for whatever evil they can find, and when they find evil, claim the right over it. Moreover, the soul is relinquished to them to be punished, for when the evil is great, then it is in the evil to be punished. Wherefore the Lord, on account of justice, permits the evil and false to be punished, but only for the sake of its reformation or good. Since, therefore, there were such things in the people of Israel as were nefarious, idolatrous, and filthy, the Lord was unwilling that these should be detected by Balaam, and so be arraigned, for it was true that they were such. They would then have been condemned, which the Lord forbade, as continually is his custom, when souls recently, from the body, come into the spiritual world, and are, there, arraigned. That Balaam could speak with spirits, and that he was led by them, is manifest enough from his confession. 1748, June 18. 2355. That souls and spirits also take with them into the other life corporeal things. I think you may see, touch, odor or smell, hearing, sight, as also appetite already treated of. Souls wonder greatly that they are holy as they were in the life of the body, so that they can make no distinction between their life in the body and after their death of the body, and suppose themselves to be, still, in the body. It was granted to tell them that the life of the body does not belong to the body, but only appears to belong to the body. But life which is felt in the body belonging to the spirit, wherefore spirits take that life, with them, because they have become accustomed to corporeals while they have lived in the body. That life belongs to the spirit, and that the spirit possesses the body as a sort of covering or instrument for living on the earth, may be evident from this, that when they are in want, as also when in sleep, they have no sense of a body, wherefore the sense of the body does not belong to the body, but to the spirit. Nevertheless, it is formed in the body according to the form of its organs, and hence, according to perception, to which, because spirits are accustomed, the senses therefore remain to it. 1748, June 18. 2356. Concerning the literal sense of the word. Whenever I read in the word of the Lord, certain spirits were solicitous about the words, verbis, or words, vocibus. To whom it was given to say that the names there, as those of cities, countries, men, can never pass into heaven to the angels, because they are finite corporeal, and material. So that they are ignorant what these names mean, neither can the other words, voces reliquio, reach them, nor can the literal sense or that of the letter, because it also is corporeal, mundane, and material. But that the interior and more interior sense may. The sense of the letter only comes to the nearest spirits, therefore, if no sense of the word comes into heaven to the angels, there cannot be any life in the sense of the word of the Lord. That angels do not understand the sense of the letter of the word may hence also be manifest, in that their speech is ineffable because of such things as belong to interior and more interior things, hence to the essence of things which is life. 1748, June 18. 2357. Concerning the situation of spirits with respect to the body. See what was before said, that spirits obtain situations in relation to the human body according to the quality of each, and also that they change situations, but not otherwise than is usual. When the heterogeneous things of the body ascend to the head and infest it, or go to other regions or parts of the body where is not their proper, genuine situation, from which, nevertheless they are cast out in the healthy body. 2358. Not only was such a situation observed constantly around my own body, but if there were many like me, the same spirits also appeared with them in a like situation, not any more remote or any nearer. So that the same spirits were similarly situated, in the body like those who were without the body, no matter how distant one might be. 2359. Spirits who were unwilling to believe this, wishing, as is their custom, to conjecture the reason thereof, doubted considerably whether matters were so, although from their situation the same spirits could have observed and known the same, and not been able to deny it. But because the reason was hidden from them, and because the thing was previously unknown and was an appearance, it was granted to tell them that sensual and visible experience should be believed. Like as in the life of the body, innumerable things are therein, ibi, of whose cause we are ignorant, but when they have the experience of the senses and ocular experience, they do not any longer doubt, but believe. That there are innumerable such things. 2360. May be manifest from the innumerable things that exist in the mineral, vegetable, and animal kingdoms and the atmospheres, as that in the human body the fluids do not seek attitudes and situations according to their weights. That upwards is where the circumference is. For instance, in the globe of the world and bodies that are whirled around, that plants grow from a seed, that the flowers which are colored, and thence beautiful, that odors, taste, sight, and hearing, knowledge, and innumerable other things. Were they not believed in when experience shows that it is true, then nothing could be believed. It has now become familiar to them, wherefore many believe. 1748, June 18. 2361. Concerning societies, that therein are also such as contradict or dissent from them. In societies that are not yet reduced to order, or which still labor under many defects, vices, there are spirits who do not concur therewith, but dissent, and indeed not always openly, but by thinking otherwise. I have observed such in some societies by whom those who are in the society are infested, and when the occasion is given, endeavor to eject them, and expose them by various jests, ludicrous, and discriminations, discussions as it were. Yea, also do much arraign them, and say what contradicts and does not concur with them. The reason is, in order that those in the society may be compelled not to diffuse, scatter, themselves more widely, and this may be held in a sort of equilibrium as it were. That is, in an equality as regards thought, speech, and action, and bonds, as it were, are placed upon them. And I have observed when they complained of those, in the society, and described them, that they did not strive with them by means of truths on all occasions, that sometimes they only dissent from them. Sometimes, they strive, by truths according to the quality of the society. 2362. I have continually observed in my experience, penis, the contradictory things of spirits, for without contradictories, contrarieties, is given no limited sphere. 1748, June 18. Without suitable contrarieties there is no wit, Sal, for this takes place for the sake of reformation, that they may not wander beyond limits, any extravaganter. 2363. Concerning the dragon. See above, Prius, concerning the dragon. I have observed that he is of such a nature, that when he is in fear he is then also thinking of what is to befall him. When he is in that state he repents, is full of grief, dolet, and wishes to return to himself, recipiscera, groans, is in such misery as we read the Jews, were plunged, when in captivity and affliction on account of enemies. But presently when he emerges, from this state, he returns to himself and is like himself and contrives and devises nothing but evil against all that belongs to faith. From him as their father, and from his seed do those who are such derive, habent, their disposition, especially the Jews, because he is their father. 1748, June 20th. 2364. He can feign, namely, speak one thing and think another when he speaks familiarly, then treachery is inwardly in his thought which is to feign, as has been often enough observed, said and shown. It is not permitted other spirits to feign. 1748, June 20th. 2365. Concerning man's liberty. One law of order in the government of the universe by the Lord is, that to everyone is left liberty. For without liberty there is no life, nor any worship, and without liberty there is no reformation. In the other life there is also liberty, but it is apparent, not real. It is granted to everyone to will, this they think to be their own, and cannot distinguish in the other life from liberty. This they have told me several times, but there is a difference. 1748, June 20th. 2366. Concerning spirits, that they are in place, locality. I spoke with spirits around me, to the effect, that certain spirits have all opinion that they cannot be in place because they are spirits, and because they perceive spirit as a thought only. They have no idea of any substance that is a subject of thought. It was said that thought, which is internal sight, cannot be without a subject any less than sight, which is not given without the eye. It was further said, that thought cannot be included in place, as neither sight, because it wanders, extravagator, to the bounds of the universe, and human thought to those things that belong to faith, wherefore thought cannot be included in place. Therefore, those who suppose spirit to be merely thought without a substance for a subject, are mistaken, and entirely ignorant what spirit is. 2367. Since a spirit is a substance, and indeed a subtle organism, that is, the subject of thought, a spirit therefore also speaks. As has been the case with me now for some years, sometimes almost continually in the daytime, just as in human society, with a living and clear voice, which, though audible to me, was not so to my neighbors or others near me. Spirits have other things which are in the body, concerning which, I have treated, elsewhere. It is added that it is the spirit in the human body which thinks, which wills, which desires, which sees, etc. Wherefore, by no one who wishes to understand, can it be denied that the spirit, because in the body, is a substance, and in a place. It is not outside of a man, but in the body of man. Although thought, proceeding, from the spirit diffuses itself outside thereof, produces its effect at a distance, like speech, light, sight. Wherefore thought, cannot be said to be in place, but from the spirit which is in place. 1748, June 20th. 2368. That they suppose nothing can be predicated of spirit, for instance, place, extension, and the like, is for the reason that they suppose there is nothing which they do not see or apprehend by the senses, because at this day men are corporeal, and desire to be wise only from the body. 1748, June 20th. 2369. Certain spirits who had no preconceived opinion of matter, place, extension, parts without parts, and what substance is, these perceived immediately that it was absurd to say that spirits were not subjects that are substances. But those who were learned, who were also around me, and had a preconceived opinion about these things, could not perceive it so well, in hearing indeed in their significations and definitions of such words. Yea, when it was permitted by means of a spiritual idea, to separate thought from an organic substance which was material and subtle, they were indignant, and supposed they should thus vanish into nothing. They wish to add that such things are jests, ludicra, which those called learned fashion for themselves in definitions of certain words so that they close to themselves the way for understanding interiors, remaining therefore in ultimates, sensuals, and corporeals. 1748, June 20th. 2370. In a word, he who inheres in words, inheres, in material and corporeal things and so closes the way to interiors. To those who regard words as nothing, and perceive no material principle therein, as they who have not inhered in philosophical definitions of words, the way is more open and can be more quickly opened. The former must first shake off the material things which close the ideas. 1748, June 20th. 2371. That the cogitations of spirits, which are only persuasions, are not perceived in the same manner as those thoughts, which were cupidities. There are two things which rule minds, viz., persuasions and affections. When only persuasions were in the thought of spirits they were not perceived by me. But when cupidities and affections are therein, they easily manifest themselves, for they affect. Wherefore they, as it were, spoke with me on several occasions by mere cupidities and their variations therefore, wholly in a tacit manner, without any voice. 2372. That whatever evil happens, even the least, comes from evil spirits. Evil spirits have sometimes said that they could not have been the cause that any evil had happened, because it was as it were accidental, and they were ignorant what they were, therefore did not wish to acknowledge that it proceeded from them. But it was replied that still it proceeds from them, although it is as if accidental, and as if they do not do it from their will, because the common evil which flows from them, has as it were, continually with itself such consequences. This was also shown today. By this, I was kept by certain ones in a sort of ignorance or obscurity and for quite a long time. Then certain badly written and erroneous things crept in, not that they willed it, but because they kept me in that obscurity, and were of such a character as wished to rule from themselves those things that were written. Hence the obscurity, wherefore, the single slips and errors, even the least proceeded from them, for it is entirely different when I enjoy the light of the Lord. It happened similarly in the rest, other things. 1748, June 92. 2373. Those who induce obscure things are such a sort, as in their life were, in an obscure state, obscuri, in spiritual and celestial things, still supposing that they were in the light. 2374. Concerning those who are very high, and concerning hypocrites. There are some who are very high above the head, nearly above the crown, a little to the front, who spoke with me and said that during life they had been most humble. I heard further, that they who during life humble themselves greatly, with the end to be greatest or highest, summi, in heaven, and also, humble, themselves before men in like manner. With the same end and still during their life are quite different, thus in their interiors seek after the world and love themselves above others, therefore are hypocrites. These in the other life elevate themselves very high in heaven. I knew one of them who was treacherous above others, wishing to perform treachery under the persons of the pious. 2375. And those, moreover, do also elevate themselves on high, who in the life of the body had a lofty mind, animus, and humbled themselves for the sake of honor for themselves, glory and the world. And had shown themselves humble in external countenance, and yet sought after the biggest, summus, honors with honor and self-love for their end. Although with the mouth they confessed humility, yet in the heart they had loftiness, who also are hypocrites. 2376. That societies have their spirits with men. Societies of spirits sent spirits to me, or selected for themselves spirits to be near me, whom I have already denominated subjects. For through them they know what is thought and what speaks, wherefore, they sent to me their spirits several times for the sake of communication, otherwise the communication would be taken away. This is as it were innate in spirits, for they all know that it is so. It was also given to learn it from evil spirits, who have their emissaries like centers of communication round about, like spiders in their webs. Hence they form communications for themselves. 2377. Hence it is given to infer, that there is no man with whom there are not such spirits, for without them, there would be no communication with the world of spirits. 2378. As respects the brute animals it is different, for they live according to the order of their nature and have no need of any spirit to be with them. 2379. It was also given me to know how it is when there are societies. There was a sort of common acting principle which cannot be expressed. But such cannot exist with everyone, for it is miraculous. Man who is not in order, but contrary to order, cannot be without spirits adjoined to himself and through them, by communications with such societies as agree with his life. For in the other life it is also shown what sort of societies had been adjoined to man, which were similar to him. 2380. Concerning those who inhere in the words only of the Lord's word, and are little solicitous about the sense. It was shown me that I was under a certain arched place. It was arched or roofed, laquare, as is the custom in Holland, or elsewhere, on the underside of their bridges, and was composed, of bricks, lateritis lapidibus, visibly distinct of an obscure color. And there at certain times appears to them as if this brickwork, lateritium, was interrupted, and there was something there full of bubbles, balatum, or bubbling like an obscure cloud which bubbled up with great bubbles. Then in the midst of the roof was something opened as it were but of an obscure color, so that heaven was not visible, and therefore no day. Above the head, at the back part of the head, appeared at the back part something attenuated, as if it were luminous, which insinuated itself. Such are their habitations, domicilia, who study the Lord's word, with no other end than to understand the critical observations and the words. Amidst such a society I was sent, when it was granted me to see these things, and I was told that such roofs, laquiaria, bubblings of clouds, and luminous principle, at the back part, aversa part, appear to them. 1748, June 22. 2381. Wherefore in these things as in the rest, the law is universal, that each and all things are circumstanced according to the end, and that there are genera and species of ends, therefore, that ends are indefinite. 2382. That those who are afar off hear and perceive more exquisitely whatever is thought, and whatever I speak, than those who were nearer. I spoke with those who were afar off and, indeed, very high above the head, therefore farther off than the rest. They said that they perceived my thoughts and sayings better than those who were nearer, or better than when they, themselves, are nearer. I was also persuaded, of the fact, because they are circumstanced like what is nearer to any loud sound which, I think should be take up more of the sound by which the sense of the words is carried off. But those who are afar off only attend to the thing, and the sound does not thus carry away the sense. They said they perceived the more minute things, and indeed with the intellect. 1748, June 22. 2383. Concerning intellectual faith, and the persuasion of those things that belong to faith. I have been discoursing with souls, who supposed they had learned, acknowledged, and taught the true doctrine of faith, and, to the effect, that many persuade themselves they have faith, when they do not have it. Knowledge only is given which is a matter of the memory, and during the life of the body, and, especially in the other life, they are confirmed by many things, that it is the case that the Lord rules the universe. And the single things of the universe, that they are nothing, that they can do and contribute nothing to faith and regeneration. That in them is nothing but what is filthy, loathsome, and obscure, and mists. When such things are confirmed from various persuasions as well as experiences, then are they distressed. They resist, they grieve, fall into perplexities and pains, and in themselves contradict and are unwilling to admit confirmations, even those who were strenuous defenders of the faith, with whom I spoke in the other life. Which same thing they also confessed and wondered at. Hence it was given to know that they could not have had faith, except only orally, and had defended it with the lips, when yet they had not believed it, wherefore, they were no farther persuaded. 2384. Moreover, in order that the soul may be able to be in the society of angels, it must be entirely persuaded of these things, and, indeed, so as not only to admit confirmations easily, not to be distressed, as above said, but also to desire to confirm it. Therefore, proceeding, as it were with the current, secundo fluvio. Then light is given them by the Lord, not only to understand that it is so, but also to perceive confirmations, and to add many things which confirm, thus they have knowledge of faith more than others. It is different with those who are not of such a character, in each confirming fact, although they have orally professed faith, in the life of the body, occurs a struggle. Thus, the soul strives against the current, hence against knowledges, which, therefore, cannot be given to him, for they are, as it were, contrary to him, hence there is obscurity with them. 1748, June 22. 2385. Wherefore they call faith only knowledges, when yet faith is not given, unless in the knowledges is persuasion, and in the persuasions the desire of confirming things, and hence love, and, so saving faith, because the Lord is in faith. And is faith, and gives faith. 1748, June 22. 2386. Concerning the sense of touches with spirits. Certain greatly wondered that spirits had the sense of touch, and, indeed, an exquisite one, then yet they were spirits, and it was contrary to all their opinion in the life of the body that spirits can have touch. It was given to tell them that this should by no means be wonderful, since man during life does not have the sense of touch, and the other senses, from the body, but from the spirit that is in the body, from which the body has its life. Without the life of the spirit, cannot be given the life of touch in the body, like as there is no sight of the eye apart from the sight of the spirit. Whatever appears vital in the body, does not belong to the body, but to its spirit. Wherefore, after the death of the body, a similar principle remains, for the spirit supposes itself to be certainly in the body, which opinion at last ceases. This is the reason of the corporeal touches, which only exist with them who come recently from the life of the body into the other life. Subtler senses succeed, all of which must still be referred to the sense of touch, in order that they may be senses. 2387. Concerning the state of the world of spirits before the advent of the Lord. I spoke with those in heaven, concerning the state of spirits, or of the world of spirits, before the Lord's advent into the world. That it had been of such a quality as was there the faith of men on earth, especially among the Jews, who were in knowledges, to wit, that many had been ignorant that there is a life after death. Very many openly denied it. The Pharisees who defended it were not such as were persuaded of the resurrection of the body, as appears from the Lord's word. Such were the spirits in the world of spirits before the advent of the Lord. I saw this firstly. Another point was, that they were wholly ignorant that Messiah was to come, in order to save them to eternity, in a kingdom that would last to eternity, but only that he would make them lords in the world. And thus they were ignorant the Lord would come, on account of the salvation of souls. 2388. It was entirely different with those in the most ancient church, and in the ancient church after the flood, which perished in the time of Abraham. 2389. That spirits, when they had been such, could not have been easily instructed in the other life, is apparent from this, that if man has no true knowledges of faith in the life of the body, there cannot be given knowledge in the other life to such spirits. For the knowledges which they had in the life of the body also remain after death, and are easily revived, as is manifest to me from very many conversations with souls after death. For when they were told that of such a sort had been their confession of faith in life, they then immediately acknowledge and know that it had been such. It is the same with other knowledges, which when recalled to them, they know and acknowledge, just as if they were still in the life of the body. Hence it may be concluded what a true knowledge of faith may effect after death, and what no knowledge of faith effects. 1748, June 22. 2390. Hence it may be evident that unless the Lord had then come into the world, all would have perished, and the communication of heaven with men would have been broken. Hence the human race could not but perish, because there was no mediate cause, through the spiritual world, by which they might be instructed in the work of regeneration, for angels cannot inflow into man's thought, manifestly, save through subordinate or mediate spirits. For such is the thought and speech of angels, as to be incomprehensible to man, and within his thought, therefore nothing could be predicated of it, proind non in ullius predicationem, therefore it could not publish anything. 1748, June 22. 2391. Concerning those who only study the sense of the letter of the Lord's word, and hence make collections. There were with me certain of those who collected those things that belonged only to the sense of the letter in the Lord's word. When I collected those things which were in the Lord's word, and then at the same time attended to the interior sense, they only studied the sense of the letter, and I must acknowledge that there was such obscurity and such repugnance, as it were, and labor, as is usual when anyone walks, vatted, in deep sand, needs raise his feet at every step. They drew back, when I wished to elevate my mind, so that it was very irksome both to them and to me, for it was a labor which fatigued both parties. Hence it is given to conclude how they will be who inhere only in letters, and study them, when they should give ear to the interiors of the word, and, that there is a continual repugnance and continual labor, besides which they delight in letters, as in the strewn sand, and desire to walk there, and do not want to be elevated towards interiors. Hence also it must be evident what sort of difficulty they have in the other life, to be elevated towards interiors and heaven, for in the other life letters and the literal sense of the word is nothing. But they are destroyed like the body of the soul, before they can be elevated towards heaven. 1748, June 23. 2392. Concerning manifest operations of spirits. It has been observed here and there, as to which, see, elsewhere, that spirits have produced on my body effects entirely perceptible to sense, sensible improrsus, as regards every sense, just as external objects do, for instance. They have scattered disagreeable and sweet odors often enough, and I have spoken of these things, namely, that they have maltreated my body, so as to cause very grievous pain, and this on several occasions. Have most manifestly induced cold and heat, and cold more frequently have, as it were, driven along blasts of wind. I have felt the wind plainly, yea, so as to cause the flame of the candle to flicker. Wherefore, it should not be doubted that they are organic substances, and not merely thought, as some are wont to conceive them abstractly from subject substances, and almost persuade others to conceive, by descriptions of spirits, from whom they abstract everything that can yet be predicated. These abstractions being made, man can no longer have any idea of them. Wherefore, they doubt and hesitate, and are ignorant that spirits in the body, or spirits separated from the body, are real substances, and such substances in man as are conjoined to the material parts of his body. For from these, whilst man lives, he cannot be separated. But of what sort is the conjunction, can also be related. 1748, June 23. 2393. Why spirits do not manifest themselves before men, and instruct men concerning the existence and quality of spirits. There are very many causes which are in the Lord's secret and sanctuary, why such things do not exist. It is permitted to relate only that they cannot be manifested to a man who is not in the knowledges of true faith, because the Lord can thus be present, and take care that spirits, inasmuch as they fly around in troops and squadrons, and desire nothing else than to pervert man, yea, kill him, may not bring harm to man, as regards his body and soul. For when it is allowed them to manifest themselves, then they also operate to the manifest sense, upon the ideas and will of man. It is different with those who are in the knowledges of true faith. The Lord then takes care that such things may not be brought on man. Moreover, to raise spirits and souls of the dead before the eyes of man, and thus urge him to believe, this also is contrary to the Lord's wisdom, who does not break man but bends him. These things in the presence of spirits and angels. 1748, June 23. 2394. Concerning the intelligence and wisdom of the angels. The intelligence and wisdom of the angels is incredible to man, because such is not given in the human race. It consists in the faculty of knowing, and perceiving or understanding, and being wise with indefinite things, which never reach nor can come to the knowledges of man, and should they come, men could not receive and believe them. The faculty is of such a sort that when any truth has never been heard of by them before, they immediately know not only what is its quality but also its genera and species of genera, which can be perceived, and if it pleases the Lord, be displayed without premeditation, extempore, in their order and their series. As also I have heard once, and it was given me to know several times, as, for example, if there are any of the more secret things in the internal, and external members of the human body, they immediately perceive whether and how they agree. And this, they knew, from the grand man. Yea, I have heard the differences enumerated by him, concerning which he has never before thought, but it is given him without premeditation, extempore, because he is in the light of truth, likewise in spiritual and celestial things. And everything else that belongs to faith. In a word, their faculty of understanding and being wise. Therefore their understanding and wisdom is such that if men knew it they would be amazed, for the greatest endowment of man is scarcely their least, and one thing of man's becomes indefinite with the angels. 1748, June 23. 2395. Of what quality is their faculty of understanding and being wise, may also be concluded from other things, as from this that if they only view or penetrate with the sight into an evil spirit, he is then tortured as though he were in the deepest hell. For the force of wisdom so penetrates that there is nothing of the spirits that does not seem to him, as it were, dissolved. So once upon a time a certain evil spirit who was only slightly inspected by angels, began to lament and supplicate, as if in the anguish of death. He appeared to me to be twined into coils of snakes. This followed, from the glance only, of those angels, and hence the penetrating force thereof. 2396. Hence it may also be evident that if a spirit only speaks or thinks, they can know from any of his ideas of what quality he is, and innumerable things which a spirit can never believe that they know. Sciat for sciant, I think. 2397. Then it also follows, hence, that if a man only runs over a volume with his eyes, and does not read what he has written, but slightly, they immediately know what it contains, and of what sort were his ideas about each thing. Therefore if he should read even a single line, though written many years before, they know innumerable things, as, of what quality his ideas have been, whence they came, which precede, and which follow, and this at a glance of the eye. 1748, June 23. 2398. That evil spirits are entirely like brutes that have a faculty of reasoning, thus are, as it were, rational brutes. I have sometimes said to evil spirits, and thus have also thought, they then perceiving my thoughts, that they are only brutes, and indeed rational in this sense, that they enjoy a reasoning faculty, but cannot exercise it for good. Wherefore it is necessary that they be without a corporeal memory, such as they possessed in the life of the body, or that they be held in that state. For of themselves they rush into the worst things, and are viler than brute animals, because they rush contrary to order, and to pervert order in themselves, and in the common sphere. 2399. But good spirits, and still more the angels, are wholly different, for every exercise of thinking and acting is given them by the Lord, so that they are not thus held in bonds, but are led to all good. And indeed in such a manner that they suppose that it is they who lead themselves. Yet they are well aware that they by no means do so, but that the Lord alone leads them, and gives them rationality and reason, therefore intelligence and wisdom. June 24, 1748. 2400. Concerning the state of fear. All evil spirits whoever they are, can be reduced to humiliation, self-annihilation, supplication, self-acknowledgement that they are filthy, and to everything that belongs to true faith, by means of fear. And the more anyone loves himself and the world, the more easily can he be reduced to acknowledgement and confession, because he fears for himself, and the loss of those things which he so greatly loves. But that state is not the state of his reformation, for as soon as they relapse they are like what they were before. Wherefore other states will transpire, erunt, which are numerous, plures, in order that man, when without fear and pain, or melancholy, may acknowledge those things that belong to true faith. Wherefore the Lord rarely admits fears and their species. 1748, June 24. 2401–2450. 2401. That the spirits with a man know everything that belongs to the man, and possess them as their own. This is evident from innumerable things, but spirits are ignorant of this, they think these things to be their own, and derived from their own memory, such is the fallacy of sense. In order that I might know it still better, I read the Hebrew tongue before such as never have understood the least word, verbulum, of that tongue, as I also had previously done before infants. They knew the language as well as I. What I have learned they are aware of as if they had known it. When reflection was granted them touching this, they acknowledged that the matter stands so. 1748, June 24. 2402. Concerning states and variations of states. I spoke with angels concerning states and variations of states, and it was said that states as to genus are innumerable, and, indeed, are of such a character, that the same states do not occur again to eternity, so as to be wholly like the former. But the variety is incredible, and that which occurs in the genus does not in the species and the particular. Hence the quality of the felicity of angels may be inferred. 2403. As also that souls and spirits in certain states may be present in the society of the celestials, as has been said of evil spirits, lulled to sleep by singing. But in order that those who are angels may be present in all, as regards the smallest part, it is necessary that they be removed, otherwise, they are, in states, wherein they cannot be. These things are better perceived by a spiritual idea. 1748, June 25. 2404. Hence it also follows, that an angel can never be perfected to eternity, but that he can hardly be perfected as to mere general things, communio. 2405. Then was there also discourse concerning union, as that never a single thing can be given of which any faculty and quality may be predicated, unless there are many, or a society of many, societies of many. And still greater numbers, superiors, that inflow as well as that union is never capable of being given, dabilis, hence felicity, derived, thence. Unless everyone loves his neighbor more than himself and esteems himself as nothing in respect to his neighbor. And that such love is never capable of being given, except from the love of the Lord, who alone is love. 1748, June 25. 2406. The condition of men in the life of the body is different from that of souls after death. Besides many things of which, the Lord thinking worthy, I shall treat, elsewhere, there are also these things, they have means of health, media salutis, have edifices where they are instructed, books out of which they are instructed. And, the word of the Lord, and many other things. Besides which, their condition is different in reference to societies which they select, and are able to choose, as also that the senses represent many objects to them, and thus by other means is their will and intellect ruled. For in the life of the body they are much more left to themselves than after the life of the body, thus, during life, are in a more spacious field of liberty, through which they are led around. 1748, June 25. 2407. That the application of the interior and more interior things of the Lord's word is universal, and in all times and places. I spoke with angels concerning those things that are in the Lord's word, that they apply also to the churches of our time, as well as to the most ancient and ancient, therefore to the churches of all times. But with a variety according to the changes that arise, and because the varieties are so many, they are circumstanced like families, in which there is always some characteristic prevailing in its common principle, that distinguishes one from another. As well as that the church is, as it were a man whose head is the Lord, like as every society is called a composite person. 1748, June 25. 2408. That there are certain ones in the other life, of such a character that they act in the persons of others, and, not in their own. There was a certain one with me, who did not think and speak, save under the persons of others, sub aliis, to wit, he continually represented others whom he had happened to know, consequently concealed his own person. Such persons are easily discerned, and are troublesome, and derive it from the life of the body, that they always prefer others that feel and speak thus, in order that they may persuade. Then also some do so, in order that they may thus the better contrive treachery. 2409. That the foul, fida, things of a man are only hidden so as not to appear. From very many things, it may be manifest that in man is nothing but what is filth and foul, in the most singular things as well as in the most general. And that those filthy and foul things are hidden, consequently, by the Lord, in order that they may appear as good spirits and angels. This I was permitted to become acquainted with just now, from what befell me in externals, to wit, noisome tastes, gustus tetri, were taken away from me, when yet therein was an evil taste, as I knew, yea, a good taste, sapor, introduced. As also from these things, that pleasant odors are introduced, indicanter, and the like, which are shown in externals only, as tokens of proof. 1748, June 26. 2410. The prerogative or faculty of the angels is more perfect than that of spirits, pro spiritu, therefore is in a superior degree to that of man, pro homini. It may be seen above, concerning certain more eminent faculties, of angels. This, may also be evident from this, that when I read the Hebrew tongue, I recollected words that I had read with more or less attention, magus minus k, and still recollected them in some degree, though, at times very slightly. When it pleases the Lord, then can the angels know how many times those words were read by me, what was then in my mind, what was more deeply or lightly impressed on the memory, and many things which were then in my ideas, along with the word. That such a word was, in my memory, besides many things which I do not know. 1748, June 27. 2411. A certain remarkable thing about one who adored a graven image during the life of the body. When I read Judges 17 and 18, there was a certain spirit from India of those who adored graven images in their lifetime. And inasmuch as spirits are such that they can be induced to believe that they are, such and such, he supposed therefore that he was Micah, from whom the sons of Dan took away his graven image, and Teraphim and Levite. In all the series, described in, chap. 18, when I was reading, I perceived that a certain one supposed himself to be Micah, and that he grieved with a certain innocent grief so that he scarce knew any longer what he was, when he lost the graven image in Teraphim. I perceived innocence in each thing, how he longed to possess it from those who carried it away, and that these acted illy against him. In a word, this was ignorance of the true God, since there was innocence in each thing. There were also many Christians, who observed it, and wondered at it, inasmuch as he was a worshipper of graven images. It was afterwards discovered that he was from India, and in his lifetime worshipped a certain graven image in ignorance, in his innocence, which innocence considerably affected some. Afterwards they spoke with him, saying that he could not worship merely a graven image, but still because he was a man, his ignorance was allowed. 2412. Should have thought about a God outside of the graven image, who is the creator of heaven and earth, and that it was the Lord who ruled the universal heaven and earth. Then I perceived the interior effect of his adoration, to be, much more holy than ever, occurs, with any Christian, and, indeed, to be, interior. From this example it may be evident that the Gentiles come much more easily into heaven than Christians, and that a like thing happened as formerly with the Jews, from whom faith proceeded to the Gentiles, gentes. 1748, June 27. Nor did he need to be instructed like others concerning the doctrinals of faith, but because he receives faith more easily than others, he can learn all things from the Lord, and, indeed, in such a degree, that he can instruct the best informed Christians in the doctrine of faith, like an angel, as was also insinuated in my mind by the angels. 1748, June 27. 2413. There was pity in him, apud eum, which was observed when I read those things that were done by the sons of Dan, in Laish, so that pity could have been given him in all and singular things, and thus he could be amidst the angels. Therefore, when the graven image was absent from his memory, that he could thus worship the true Lord, differently from very many Christians. 2414. Concerning the Hebrew language. I have learned from angels that the Hebrew language is of such a character that only the sense of the letter should be attended to, and not the letter. This is confirmed by many things, wherefore, it was also written in the beginning without points. When it is thus read without points, then only the sense is attended to, and hence vowel sounds were formed, as also everyone who is skilled in that language can know. If anyone reads it in the word, without points, he can never know, unless he follows the sense, what sense is therein, especially in the prophets, the vowels and like adjuncts thrust the sense upon the letter. Further, if they should read many of the same prophetic books without points, they would hence form many, different, senses. And had they attached the vowels, each person according to his own sense, then the letters would have been different by marked by every one, and when the vowels could not have been so marked according to the sense. They would have searched for anomalies in the words, so that still they would have formed the word to suit their sense. For such is the language that there are many anomalies. Wherefore, it seems to be allowed, lest readers should torture the sense, that each form the sense, according to his fancy, in that state of human mind which prevails while they are in the body. So that they should pervert the sense variously, everyone according to his genius. Wherefore, it was granted that points might afterwards be attached, which whether they are divinely inspired, may be known to some extent from the prophetic writings, where the sense is understood by no one save the Lord, and those to whom it pleases the Lord to reveal it. 1748, June 27. 2415. The perception of spirits and angels, derived, from the general, communi, state. There was a general, communis, state of pleasantness which was given in the general sphere, in commune, and so reached spirits and angels. The general state of pleasantness affected each of those who were there, everyone according to his state and disposition, and also affected their ideas, even to the perception of the pleasantness. Which, perception, therefore, they acknowledged to come. Hence, there was, discourse concerning the influx of the good and true, and of their general states into the single things of man. That a like thing is noticed in human society, as that if friendship, love of wife, love of children, prevails generally, communiter, in any society, then the single things which they think, speak, and do, are pleasant. But amongst men such is the case, without the manifest or sensible perception thereof, which occurs with spirits and angels, amongst whom there is perception and living affection, and, indeed, accompanied with reflection. Or the knowledge whence it comes. Hence they know also that every good and affection of the true, with their indefinite varieties, come only from the Lord. 1748, June 27. 2416. That mercy and innocence affect all the good who are in a society. It was granted me to know, from a spiritual perception, that those who are merciful and innocent incite all the good who are in society to love them, and affect them so that they wish better to them than themselves, consequently forget self. And love them with the whole heart and the whole mind, animo. For innocence and mercy is the Lord, and the Lord inspires with himself all the good, consequently good spirits and angels, from himself, with indefinite variety. Hence their mutual love, and, hence, their felicity with indefinite varieties. 1748, June 27. 2417. Evil spirits who were present said, when I had perceived and was writing these things, that they were ignorant what mercy and innocence are, they wondered that they are granted. Yea, to such a pitch that by means of their representations they scattered them under my feet, thus despised them. 1748, June 27. From their operation on me and spirits who were present, it was given to know of what quality the society would be, if such should be therein. Then there was felt, as it were, a painful injurious principle, quadam dolorificum latens, which happens with variety according to the nature of those who are merciless, and those who are merciful, wherefore, they cannot be together. Which was, still, further represented to me by this, that from a state of mercy they were incited to cruelty, so that mercy is turned into the contrary, with spirits of such a nature. 2418. Concerning the understanding, intellectu, and perception of evil spirits, and those of the grosser sort, touching the fact that they are nothing. It has been said several times to spirits that they are nothing, and that the Lord is all in all. Yea, it was also said and shown them what is meant by their being nothing, but still some do not wish to understand it, others do not understand it because their ideas are of too gross a character to apprehend it. Therefore they babbled, dictabant, many times that the doctrine of faith is absurd, because it was said that they are nothing. And yet they suppose they are everything, as also that they possess all their life and power as their own, and in themselves. Wherefore, being indignant, they retorted that the doctrine was an absurdity, but is said as to their being nothing, they tolerate less than other things of the doctrine of faith, and, indeed, out of self-love, others, do so, partly from ignorance. 1748, June 27. 2419. Concerning the speech of spirits. I long wondered how it happened that now that spirit spoke, at various distances. One took it up where another ended, and sometimes in the midst of the discourse, and so, variously. The reason was given me to know, those spoke who were most affected during the discourse by the ideas which belonged to the discourse. Consequently it passed to those who were more affected than others, for when anyone's affection is excited, then he is excited. Besides which, they are also excited to speak in another manner, to wit, by spirits who excited them from ideas determined upon them, so that they should speak either with them, or instead of them, or for the sake of fraud. So as to contrive another person to substitute. 1748, June 27. 2420. Those who have mercy during the life of the body, and who are innocent, receive much in the other life. Amongst all those things that it was given me to learn from experience and life with spirits and angels, there is, this, that those who are merciful during the life of the body, and, indeed, who bestow but a little mercy from the heart, in the other life receive indefinite things, therefore an unspeakable reward, to wit, felicity. For through mercy, because, proceeding, from mercy, arises all felicity, and they receive so much mercy in each and all things, together with felicity, that it is ineffable, and attended, with the greatest perception. It is similar with those who are innocent. No comparison is granted, for each and all things are exalted in the other life, where the body does not rage, and the sensuals of the body do not command, but they are left to interior and more interior perception. But to describe these things to man's apprehension is impossible, because the understanding indeed of the unknown is customary to be given, but not the perception thereof, wherefore there is no understanding from perception. Therefore so long as they are corporeal, no faith is given them. 1748, June 27. 2421. A certain memorable relation concerning insanity. It had happened to me several times, when spirits were permitted to act according to their insanities, which was permitted so that they might act through me, that it was they as it were who acted, and they did not know otherwise. This occurred frequently, but it was granted me as often to know that it proceeded from spirits, and not from me, which they acknowledged to be wholly so. Hence this memorable fact was told me, that a man who is in faith may sometimes appear to men not like another, or, as they said, but that men who are corporeal are insane in mind or thought, that he can be insane in the body, but not in mind or thought, or internally, but externally or in the body can appear like angels, modest and wise, so that there is an inversion. Because order is inverted. 1748, June 27. 2422. Concerning drunkenness. I spoke with spirits concerning drunkenness, and it was confirmed by them that it is an enormous sin, as well as that man becomes a brute, and, no longer a man. Because that man is a man lies in his intellectual faculty, thus he becomes a brute, besides which he brings damage on his body, and so hastens his death, besides wasting in extravagance what might be of use to many. 1748, June 27. And it appeared to them so filthy that they abhorred such a life, which mortals nevertheless have introduced amongst themselves as a civil life. 2423. That the Lord rules the universe from interiors by order. By a spiritual idea manifest to me, it was shown that the Lord rules all, consequently the universe, from interiors, by order. When I was in this idea, they all appeared as most rude vessels, wherein there was no life at all, hence no power, virium, but that all things are disposed inwardly by the Lord. When I was in a given representation of this idea, there were also spirits around me in a similar idea. They then confessed that they are wholly nothing, dead of themselves, and, their life only from the Lord, and that they are carried, foranter, wheresoever it pleases the Lord, for they then plainly saw themselves, to be, such. When yet they suppose, it is permitted they are so gross, in their external state, that they can, do, all things. 1748, June 28. 2424. Concerning hereditary evil I perceived plainly by a spiritual idea, as did, also at the same time the souls and spirits present, that hereditary evil is increased from the first man through all succeeding fathers and mothers in order. And indeed through everyone in successive series, by propria, acquired evils, derived into children, and at length also acquired by themselves. Therefore was it also manifested that in man there is nothing but evil thus multiplied, proceeding, from hereditary evil. 2425. Further that there is an inclination in every man to every genus and species of evil, because there is such a multiplication. Wherefore, when man grows up, then by his actuality are excited those genera or those species of evil, that happen according to his societies, actions, thoughts. Wherefore, man by nature inclines to every genus and species of evil, and from the determination of actuality is born into this or that, and so multiplies, his genus and species, according to generations and families. 2426. Still they are more prone and ready for one genus or one species of evil, because it has prevailed in parents. This may be sufficiently known to every one, but still, a man, can be bent to a genus or species of another evil. 2427. These things are much more obvious by means of spiritual ideas than could ever be seen by man without such an idea. Spirits apprehend these things much better than men because their ideas are of such a nature, and they, indeed, capable of perceiving by spiritual ideas. 1748, June 28. 2428. That men and spirits understand nothing, that is, in interiors, from themselves. It was given to see, from a represented spiritual idea, as before, that they were as the rudest vessels, wherein the Lord infused spirituals and celestials. It was given me and spirits to see from the same idea that men and spirits from these exteriors, such vessels can never know anything, still less penetrate what is within, therefore, know, what and of what quality are their interiors. For vessels cannot know it from vessels. But when spirituals and celestials are insinuated by the Lord, and these external recipient vessels are fitted to receive, they then can know, that they are, as it were, nothing, only, vessels, fitted, to receive, thus, as it were, pellucid vessels, according to the spiritual idea. Then it is given to know and perceive in some manner what and of what quality is that which is insinuated. 1748, June 28. 2429. Concerning those who trust to self-derived, proprii, prudence. I spoke with souls who I knew had during their life held this to be a stable truth, that each and all things depend on and flow from their prudence, as is the custom with the greatest part of mankind. To whom, CUI for Cabus I think, it was granted to say that from very many if not several hundred experiences, recurring almost daily, I know for certain that those who trust in themselves and their own prudence it is permitted to spirits to lead, to persuade, to induce cupidity, so that, the man, may very much desire, the thing, they add confirmations, so that the man is persuaded that nothing is more true than that which he thinks, then also they either do not see, or reject or refute entirely those things which contradict. 2430. That there is such an operation of spirits in men who trust to themselves and their own prudence, it was given me to know from innumerable experiences, so that it is a truth, in which faith should be reposed. When yet it is nothing but a permission of evil spirits to persuade men thus, and when man is such, that all his counsels are so firmly believed in, they tend to his own ruin and that of the community, communis rei. For those things which, originating, from evil spirits, proceed, as from himself, tend to his ruin. 2431. It is different with those who have faith in the Lord, and believe that the Lord rules the universe, and that nothing good and salutary to themselves and the community can come but from the Lord. These are ruled differently. In their thought and will is insinuated the persuasion to act in such or such a manner, and all things then, make, for, their, good. 2432. This was also made known to me by innumerable experiences, that the persuasions of spirits with cupidity, which I suppose to be salutary and the best, were changed, after some moments, hours, or days into contrary persuasions. So that hence I knew for certain, that the Lord alone rules the thoughts of man, his prudence and counsels, and that faith should be placed in him, but not in self, and as this is the truth, no doubt should be entertained. Just as when ocular truth is given, although we do not know causes, yet we believe, and though explorers do not discover the causes, still we believe, because they see. Now I have seen, heard, felt, and known this to be an indubitable truth, wherefore it should not be argued about, as is usual, because I do not know, whether it is a spirit, whether it be so, and so, because I do not understand. But because the thing is so in truth we should believe it sooner than sensuals, because the Lord also has said it. 1748, June 28. 2433. Concerning the miracles of this age, temporis. In ancient times, or those prior to the advent of the Lord into the world, when worship was external, or the representative church of the Lord was, formed, from externals, then there were manifest miracles. And almost continually occurring in the land of Canaan, like as in the wilderness, deserto, the manna rained down. Also that there were rains, in their times, and harvests were blessed, like as also in the time of Elias, and, is manifest, from this that in the 7th year, and the year of Jubilee, the land was blessed. So that the harvest sufficed for some years, besides many other things, which were almost continually occurring, and manifest, by reason that then they worshipped only externals, so that they might be introduced thereby into internals. Therefore the miracles were manifest. 2434. But at this day it is not so. Manifest miracles have ceased, and miracles have succeeded which are unknown to man, and do not appear but to those to whom the Lord reveals them, for all contingencies, which are all, in the most general, communissimo, in the general. In singulars, and, in most singular things, are miracles, but are invisible and continual, which inasmuch as manifest miracles should cease, are not patent, because no faith, is based, on miracles. Thus man, who is of such a nature, that whatever he manifestly sees, still perverts, and bends to natural causes, thus to evil, for which reason, miracles, are not patent, as well as that man is kept in ignorance. Because to pervert those things which are manifest and visible is to profane them, thus man would undergo danger, if indeed, he could ever be saved. Especially, is there danger, to the man who knows the interiors of faith. 1748, June 28. 2435. Concerning the prayers of infants. It is given me to learn from experience that the prayers of infants have a much fuller hearing in heaven than the prayers of adults, and still fuller than the prayers of those who have closed the way towards interiors by thoughts of natural things, and the things of memory, and still fuller than the prayers of those who are blinded and so have no faith. For with them, the way towards heaven is closed. My experience from which it was given to learn, that is, this, that when sometimes I attended less to what is in the Lord's Prayer, than the angels, as was told me, perceived it more fully, as was also the case when I read in the word of the Lord. Because the way was open. This seemed wonderful to me, yet from experience it was granted to learn that it is true. In like manner from this, that those spirits who are far away from me, hear and perceive better when I thought tacitly, for my thought, which was replete with different ideas, hinders the matter from being so well conveyed. 1748, June 28. 2436. That spirits also sleep. This night there were many spirits around me. In the morning I spoke concerning some one, or several of them, and I have heard that they were asleep, and indeed, in a sweet sleep. This I also perceived, so that the state of spirits is also a sleep like man's. About the time concerning, circa vigil I am, before I awoke, there appeared to me various lights, a white one with glittering bosses, bullous, a certain obscure one, then a colored one. I was told that there are such lights in their sleep, according to variety, and I also perceived that they also had dreams, and indeed pleasant ones, and these without my having dreams at the same time. For it is known, that when man is in their society, he then has dreams together with them, of which I have treated several times, but now they had dreams, but not a. 1748, June 30th. 2437. Then also, although they were around me, some have slept soundly, and others not so, wherefore they can be in one place, and have different states of sleep and visions of dreams. 2438. That evil punishes itself. This was often said to spirits, that it is they who bring evil upon themselves, when they are punished and harshly treated by other spirits, and that evil has punishment in or with itself. And because the evil of punishment as punishment came from others, and not from themselves, they therefore wondered how the matter stood. I now perceive in some degree from a spiritual idea that evil diffuses itself through many who are around, thus into the whole heaven of the wicked, who are then excited to inflict punishment. For their greatest cupidity and greatest delight is to punish, wherefore then flows from the general commune, assemblage of the wicked such delight from cupidity into a fewer number, and thus into those who maltreat him in whom is evil, thus evil returns to him by a wonderful circuit of flux of determination, to him because he possesses the evil. And it is turned into the evil of punishment. Because this cannot be apparent, unless the Lord reveals it, and therefore, must be apparent, through spiritual ideas, therefore it cannot easily be apparent to man how the matter stands. 2439. This may also be inferred from the fact, that everyone draws diseases upon himself from the evil of life, from a badly spent life, hence diseases and death, with which the case is similar. For everyone's body represents in lesser effigy the greatest body, grand man, which is the world of spirits. 1748, June 29th. 2440. That my representations were seen by spirits as it were alive. Several times it was granted, when I spoke with spirits, and indeed at the same time through representations, as happens usually with ease in the world of spirits, think that they speak through representations. That they then have said to me that these representations appeared before them as alive, and were so that when peoples, camps, and the like were displayed representatively, they appeared before spirits just as if they saw them. But they did not appear to me. 2441. In like manner representations of spirits very frequently have appeared to me, when my eyes were closed, entirely as alive, as if in the highest light, concerning which I have treated, here and there. 1748, June 29th. 2442. But they appeared only to those to whom the Lord grants to see these things, and not to all. 2443. Concerning the equilibrium of each and all things in the heavens. It was granted me to see by a spiritual idea that there is such an equilibrium of each and all things as regards celestials, spirituals, and naturals, in the heavens, that no one can think, feel, or act, save from many. And each person, singly, from many if many, and so forth, and that there is never anything to which there does not answer something from its opposite, and, that there are, opposites to the intermediates in like manner from many and many. So that no one can think, will, feel, or act, save in equilibrium. Therefore when I was in that idea, Spirit said, that for this reason they are also nothing. Wherefore no evil can happen to anyone, unless it is immediately balanced, equilibrium, by the Lord, thus by the good, and when there is a preponderance of evil, then the evil is punished, but never save for a good end. 2444. Since there is such an equilibrium, or such a disposal according to order, it is in such disposure to equilibrium in general and particular, or in universal and the most singular things that order consists. Which is formed by the Lord and preserved to eternity, wherefore each and all things are then ruled by the Lord as if to prevent any resistance, as to make a comparison, occurs, in catenaries, catenis, and the like. Which are disposed according to all powers and laws. 1748, June 29. 2445. A vision concerning the interiors of the Word. It was granted to speak concerning the interiors of the Lord's Word in, Apud, the prophets, and then at the same time to show by representation that the words there are nothing, but the sense is interior. And begins to be alive when it is granted to represent, that the words are to be thrown away as nothing, as is usual in discourse, wherein no attention is paid to the words but only to the sense. It is, so in the Lord's word, as to the letter. And when by means of that representation the words or letters were thrown away, and thus as it were divested, then appeared to me in vision, a naked man, who was elevated upwards above the head to the crown thereof, whom spirits, seeing, wondered at, and said that it is a miracle because they saw the man better than they did me in living form, whereby the interior sense was signified, for the naked man is the interior sense, his garments are only the words or letter. Thus it was confirmed that there is an interior sense which begins to be life, or man, in the word of the Lord. 1748, June 29. 2446. The naked man signifies the regenerated man, or the regenerated man is represented by the naked man, like as Adam and his wife, represented the same. 1748, June 29. 2447. Concerning the life of certain spirits as regards habitations and the life. Spirits seem to themselves to dwell in houses, domos, and bedchambers, and these indeed well furnished, ornatissima, with utensils of every kind, and also, with indefinite variety according to each one's inclinations. Thus because initiated into the like, during the life of the body they also retain after life, and desire similar things, thus the like are granted them with indefinite variety according to each one's genius, and thus they are bent to good. For they arrange those things according to use which the Lord disposes, and at the same time the use introduces quiet and innocence in their minds, animes. Thus also peace and innocence are insinuated. 2448. Certain souls that have come from life spoke with me concerning these things, to the effect, that they are fantasies, thus they did not desire such things, but rather money, or silver and gold, like as in the world. Because this is something real. Thereby they can acquire something for themselves, but nothing from such things, as have been described. 2449. But it was given me to tell them, that this is nothing in the other life, for they have no need of garments to buy them, nor of meats to buy them or collect them, nor of food. They do not stand in want of all these things in the other life, wherefore such a cupidity is false. But to receive such things as have been mentioned, from the Lord, and to arrange these according to use in tranquility and innocence, this is the chiefest reality, real maximum, because it conduces to their felicity. Such imaginations so-called are real, because they have real things in themselves. Wherefore it was then given to say, and it was given me to say still as true, that I am willing with my whole heart and soul to bestow on others whatever I possess in the world, if I am allowed to possess such imaginary wealth. Only retaining, habens, in life for the body and uses in the body, without any of the gold and silver of the world, a dwelling, domicilium, victuals, garments, and whatever else is useful in the life of the body. 1748, June 30th. 2450. Concerning avarice. I spoke with spirits concerning the possession of money without use. Certain spirits are of such a character, derived, from the life of the body, that they wish to possess money, for money's sake, not for any other use, than to be delighted with monies. When I have inquired, on account of what use, whether on account of garments, houses, or food, they have said, that, they have desired it, on account of delight at the sight of monies, silver and gold, therefore on account of no use from these. Such a cupidity is called avarice, and is most base, because most gross, for money is for the sake of use, like as whatever is possessed in the life of the body should be for the sake of use. When the use perishes it is wholly dead, and a carcass. Thus it is from the end that each and all things are judged, the end is what forms the disposition, it is the end according to which they are judged in the other life, the end is the all in all of the disposition. The end of all ends should be the Lord. 1748, June 30th.